There's no reincarnation or rebirth here. Today's story is about a monster boss who works at a company but still scares people. The Ancient Core is one of the 7 great dungeons that humans can't conquer. It's known as the scariest among all the dungeons, yet it couldn't stop ambitious people from trying to conquer it. A group of 74 people, including swordsmen, bodyguards, and mages, led by a great hero, ventured into this dungeon. Burn! Just looking at the light coming out tells you how powerful and domineering this person is. However, their team has dwindled from 74 to just 43 people now. Many are injured or exhausted, falling unconscious and unable to continue. Ban constantly blames himself in this situation. He's the strongest and most trusted person here, yet he couldn't protect his 31 teammates. Despite his best efforts, Ban couldn't save any of them. The survivors simply relied on their own strength to stay alive. After all this hardship and sacrifice, the team finally reached the end of the dungeon, the conclusion of the Ancient Core. Bounge also found many treasures here. If lucky, there might be humanity's greatest achievements in this place too. They're called the 36 Happiness Masterpieces. Not to mention, this is where Chui Nguyen Yinner, the Dungeon Master, resides. Suddenly, a damp sound appeared as they approached the end. The whole team immediately went into defensive battle positions out of fear. But after a moment, that sound vanished just like it had appeared. To understand what happened, one of the mages created some light. That was Swallow, the dungeon's guardian monster, who was still in a drowsy state after its nap. The quiet noise and the sharp circle were yawning, which made these heroes run away out of fear. After returning to their base, Patrick, one of Swallow's colleagues, heard about this and was utterly embarrassed. A great dungeon boss who fell asleep until humans approached him, and he even yawned in front of them. This made him extremely agitated. He continuously criticized Swallow. Patrick covered his face helplessly, feeling this was a huge loss of dignity for the leader. He turned to Renee, another colleague of Swallow, asking her opinion. Contrary to Patrick's reaction, Renee, deeply in love with the boss, was filled with admiration and pride. She only felt impressed by Swallow's coolness at that moment. Just a yawn could make humans run away out of fear. It's not something to joke about. Patrick sighed helplessly, reminiscing about the dungeons. Most expeditions usually end in victory, because people can attack anytime they want, and monsters have to prepare for an unfair fight. Of course, there are exceptions. Constant wars cause dungeon outbreaks. Throughout history, many dungeons were conquered, but some became more challenging. More accurately, these are the 7 great dungeons. Among them, the Ancient Core is the scariest, with many monsters guarding it. The dungeon guards protect on 3 different paths. The red path is guarded by a tiny person named Rin. The green path is protected by a skeleton named Patrick. And finally, the right path is guarded by hundreds of tentacles. At the end of this impenetrable fortress is an ancient monster called Devourer from the Empire's mythology. This is all Swallow instructed Rin to write in her book. After the book was released, more people started venturing into these dungeons. Swallow seemed very satisfied with this result. He thought that if there are too many mysteries around, no one would dare come here. Just give humans a little information like this, then make them think they know more. They'll rush into the dungeon like suicide bombers without knowing half of what Swallow intentionally made false. Still, he didn't expect so many people to arrive in such numbers. The 74 heroes who ventured here now are just piles of corpses. Most of their weapons were melted by the tentacles and can no longer be used. Renee feels guilty for what happened, wishing she could have done better. Swallow cooed softly, then transformed into a boyish appearance, gently patting Renee's head, reassuring her that she did well. With this warm and comforting love, Renee felt very happy, like a flower blooming in her heart. But Patrick saw it and only felt annoyed. Clearly, he was supposed to be having a meeting but ended up eating dog food instead. The cheerful atmosphere between them made him laugh helplessly. Their joyful mood left him feeling helpless. This sweet taste made even Patrick's bones tingle. It even made his skull feel it. To Patrick, Swallow's transformation was like a joke. A silly one. His last transformation didn't work out either. He turned into a human with 6 fingers on each hand, not to mention the time he had 10 teeth instead of 8. Just thinking about it made Patrick shiver down his spine. As Swallow talked and laughed, his 2 rows of teeth kept clacking together, annoying Renee greatly. Watching Reen's demeanor and Swallow's playful attitude, Patrick felt so disgusted he wanted to quit guarding and go home to feed fish and grow some seaweed. Since they had enough fun playing around, it was time for a serious discussion on the main issue now. The Trinfat team is starting from the right side of the dungeon. However, the black tentacles protecting that area are severely injured and in critical condition. Swallow yawned and said there's no need to worry as those tentacles can recover quickly on their own. If it doesn't work out, they could keep an eye on them for a while and find another guard later. Hearing this, Patrick suddenly woke up and suggested that Swallow should look for 2 more guards so he could rest. But Swallow wasn't in the mood to listen. According to current conditions, humans will only enter the dungeon through the right entrance. Patrick thought they could set up another Trinfat team as planned. Besides, humans have been using magic spells for communication lately, so information about the right path won't spread widely. Swallow slammed his hand on the table in a decisive move. He decided to come up with a strategy and divide the tasks like this. In short, Patrick and Renee would switch guard positions. According to Swallow, Renee, who was guarding the red path, would take over the infected entrance. This way, the Trinfat teams will think that place is open and head there. Renee just needs to protect it. For Patrick, he'll take back the red entrance from before. When humans realize Renee isn't at the red path anymore, they'll change direction. Patrick will guard there. If done this way, they can withstand 2 attacks. Patrick wondered what to do if humans enter the green path by mistake. Hollow suddenly went silent and couldn't find his words. Let's just leave it to fate then. If humans come straight for them, they'll deal with it as it comes. Patrick thought this plan was ridiculous, but Renee found it perfect. With the difficult problem solved, Swallow asked which sword that was. Patrick said it was the weapon Burn used. He didn't expect humans to be so strong during their Trinfat mission this time. After a moment of inspection, Patrick drew a sword from one of the dead bodies. The sword Burn used is among the 36 virtuous masterpieces, quite famous among humans. However, not all of them are weapons. The sword Patrick holds seems to be number 14, Tannibellar. Reen's sword is also one of those 36 masterpieces. It looks like humans this time used some strange and deadly weapons. But the main issue now is what to do with these rare items they've obtained. If given to any nearby monster, it would likely be taken back by humans. That would be troublesome. Therefore, Patrick suggested Swallow should keep them. After all, he's the boss here. But Swallow was too lazy and didn't need such things. He generously gave it to Patrick as a gift. Hearing this, Patrick was momentarily stunned. He never expected our boss to be so generous. With great joy, Patrick accepted the gift with a somber expression. Swallow said that after receiving the gift, he should quickly inscribe the death warrant on his rib bone as he had been watching it all along. In this ancient dungeon, people say there's a terrifying dwarf maid, a death-aura-emitting warrior, and a huge ancient monster sleeping peacefully. No one knows that Reen is actually a sunflower pointing towards its master, or Patrick. The only sane person in the dungeon who constantly complains about himself and an extremely lazy ancient boss a very laid-back lifestyle. The most valuable sword was given to Patrick, but there are still other weapons left unhandled. Swallow said they should use whatever doesn't work as bait for the next Trinfat team. Renee happily followed her boss's instructions, and the main issue now is magical items. There are no special monsters in this dungeon that require using those. Renee suggests taking out the magic stones attached there and selling them. That would earn quite a bit of money. Though it's been a while, it makes sense to visit the human village. Bocek and Reen are shocked upon hearing this. With his ability to transform into a human without 6 fingers or 10 teeth, he'd cry walking among humans. Devar has no choice but to agree for Reen to go this time, reminding her to bring back many delicious treats. Rin puts on an outfit and quickly heads out under the bright sunlight. She feels today's weather is quite nice. Then Rin goes to a gemstone shop. The owner examines them but concludes he can't buy these items. He takes out a B-rank magic stone from the store and places it on the table. It's only as small as that, but an ordinary person would need about 10 years to afford one. Moreover, the large-sized stones Rin brought can't be used unless reaching the Royal Mage or High Mage level in the Magic Tower. The owner suggests Rin could go to the capital and meet a goldsmith who has signed an agreement with the Royal Court, or visit a branch of the Magic Tower to sell these stones. After thinking for a moment, Rin decides to go to the Magic Tower because it's quite far from the capital. Although reluctant, she tries to be more patient as Devara's owner. Then Rin turns and leaves. Before leaving, she leaves one B-rank magic stone behind for the shop owner. The owner feels this girl is a bit strange. Everyone knows these kinds of information. About an hour later, Renee arrives at the Magic Tower branch. Following the guard's instructions, she needs to meet with the guild master for advice on selling magic stones. Rin follows the directions given by someone inside. As she walks around, she notices that the human magic tower is designed similarly to a dungeon. It's structured so that the tower's owner will reside on the top floor. After walking for a while, Renee reaches the guild master's location. Her name is Gromit Ammer. At first, she intended to ignore Rin but changed her mind when hearing about the magic stones. Ammer speaks with a slightly contemptuous expression and tone, hoping for high-quality A-rank magic stones suitable for our status. Seeing this, Rin immediately dumps all the magic stones from her bag in front of Ammer to make a point. Upon seeing them, Ammer's face changes. She didn't expect these to be A-rank magic stones, the highest quality. They can be compared to the finest A-rank magic stones, clearly something a child couldn't have. Ammer notices Renee's silver hair. One of the 8 noble families in the Empire owns this silver hair color. Ammer suspects that perhaps the daughter of one of these families ran away and secretly brought these magic stones to sell. This is the only plausible explanation she can think of given the situation. If it's true, then the person standing before her is a noble lady. This world is dark and complex. Actions must be cautious. Thinking this way, Ammer's attitude immediately changes by 180 degrees. Kotaku only wants to buy the rare magic stone set here for 50 gold cubes per piece and 80 for special quality ones. Rin is shocked by the price. She recalls what the shop owner said earlier and starts calculating. An ordinary person earns 10 gold cubes a year. So in 10 years, it would be 100 gold cubes. Just hearing this makes her realize Ammer is trying to cheat by pressuring the price down. Seeing through Ammer's trick, she becomes flustered. She explains that these stones are indeed very rare. Even using all the money in the branch wouldn't be enough to buy them all. Rin says they can just buy as much as possible then, but Ammer can't let such valuable items slip away from her hands. So she offers Renee 2,000 gold cubes in advance, then suggests providing equivalent value items to exchange for the remaining magic stones. Rin doubts and asks about the quality of these items. They must be easy to sell if I take them. Ammer assures Rin and then leads her to a secret place. Usually outsiders are forbidden here, but since Renee is special, it will be an exception. That place is the Magic Tower's storage room. All rare items are kept here. Ammer carefully introduces various valuable items to Rin. There are magic stones attached in the middle that make them more useful for mages. Next is a living black opal. It will cry if worn by someone exposed to near poison, a result of alchemy. Rin paused when she heard about alchemy and stared at it uncomfortably. Ammer looked slightly confused and bewildered. Perhaps alchemy in this world isn't a clean profession. Many find it repulsive. Ammer then showed Rin a sparkling heart-shaped gemstone. It's called a love crystal. If you pour mana into the stone before your beloved, their soul will bring eternal love to both of you, regardless of who they are. Rin's eyes widened at this explanation. For a girl with a dreamy and loving heart like her, she definitely wouldn't miss out on such a rare item. Without much thought, Rin decided she had to get this gemstone. Seeing Rin's desire for the love crystal, Amber started playing a bit of a commercial trick. She pretended it was a rare item hard to obtain, because you could steal the Emperor's heart with it, making it invaluable. Rin paused slightly after hearing this. Finally, despite not wanting to get that gemstone, Rin made a bold decision. She took out something from herself that even Amber looked pale at just by seeing. Rin wanted to trade her weapon, one of the 36 masterpieces, in exchange for the love crystal. Deal 3. The guild hall echoed with a call. Guild master. Inside the room, a young man, who seemed to be an assistant, hesitantly asked, "Are you really going to trade that crystal?" The guild master looked optimistic, satisfied and not hesitant like him. She replied uncertainly, "So what?" The assistant was alarmed upon hearing this. He questioned her, "Don't you know what that is?" If she chased the girl away like this, she would surely die. The guildmaster still seemed unconcerned. She held a small magnifying glass and said, "What's the matter?" The guildmaster happily admired the precious gems he had acquired. As she spoke, that innocent noble lady managed to get what she wanted, and it was indeed expensive. The assistant wasn't reassured, but didn't know how to address her. He hesitated. Still, the guildmaster seemed impatient with the assistant. She looked at the gemstone in her hand, a look on her face that was hard to read, and said, "Don't worry. There won't be any problems. That unfortunate girl will die right after her vow is fulfilled. The boy she likes too, so there won't be any trace left." Meanwhile, Renee was on her way back. She held the item she had just traded with the guildmaster in her arms, walking while laughing as if she had found a treasure, not knowing that danger lurked within it. Hearing those words from the guildmaster, the assistant seemed too afraid to continue questioning. He only added, "I don't know who they are, but I feel sorry for them." The scene shifts to Chai Te Tower, one of the 7 great dungeons. Surrounding this tower is a gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Inside the tower, a woman held a pair of scissors in her hand near a comb. She said something with no clear expression, ending that life means death. Then she pulled out the scissors and cut sharply, a small tuft of hair falling down. Rin sat obediently before the mirror as the red-haired woman cut her hair. She glanced at her with a sympathetic look and apologized. "I apologize for coming unannounced. I've wronged you so much. You always help me out." The woman was focused on cutting Rin's hair, but when she heard that, she comforted the little girl. Of course, neighbors should look out for each other, right? This woman is none other than the boss of the Castle Dungeon, Earth's best battery. She smiled sweetly at Rin and suddenly praised Earlspeth, saying that no matter what she does, Renee will always be beautiful. Hearing this made the little girl blush and feel awkward, not knowing how to respond. She put down her comb and continued, "Really, moments like these make me jealous of those short people." Then Earlspeth hugged Renee's small face, realizing that such a beautiful face would never be fake. Hearing this praise, Renee looked at Earlspeth and complimented her in return, saying she looks young too. "Lady Bathory, your skin is even whiter than Ryan's." After cutting Ryan's hair, Earlspeth started cleaning up the tools. Hearing Ryan's words, she replied happily, "Oh my goodness, you're exaggerating. Do you know how much blood and cosmetics I use every day?" Along with her words was a scene of pots and pans in the corner of the room, each one covered in blood stains, stacked up in a very eerie manner. Terrifying! Suddenly, Ryan stood up from her chair by the mirror. Then she called out to Earlspeth, "HMM, Lady Bathory." After that, she asked Euspeth, who had just come back to herself, to look at Renee from head to toe and praised her without hesitation. "Of course, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Then she approached and gently patted Renee's shoulder. "I promise." Euspeth pointed at the cute little girl blushing in the mirror as she spoke. "No one would dare refuse this appearance of yours." Hearing that, Renee blushed and laughed awkwardly. Hee. After finishing her cleaning, Euspeth continued with her work. As she cleaned, she suddenly remembered something and asked Renee, "By the way, why are you dressed like this?" Euspeth guessed, "Don't tell me you're trying to confess your love." At that moment, Ryan was looking at herself in the mirror thoughtfully. Then she took out a heart-shaped gemstone from her guild leader and examined it for a while, muttering to herself as if confessing. Suddenly, Rhine burst into laughter. She turned her happy face towards Yusbith and loudly answered the question she had asked earlier with amusement. "Yes, I will confess my love." Hearing this sudden declaration, Yusbith froze. She looked at Rhine, who was happily laughing. She couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. When she finally recovered, she shouted in surprise. "What? Really? I only meant it as a joke." "So who is it then?" Rhine's eyes lit up when asked this. "The one who seduced me." Yusbith was shocked and stuttered back to Renee. "Renee, why are you joking so seriously?" "Because you're short." With determination on her face. "I'm not joking. I will confess my love that day." Thinking of De Vere's appearance made Yusbith feel nauseous, and she helplessly said, "What did you like about that day?" "I didn't see anything alluring in that day. But on this side, Renee is obsessed with many things about him. But I like a lot of things about him. He's strong." Yusbith could only futilely follow suit. "Strong? Yes, I think he's the strongest person in the world." But remembering his nature, she couldn't help but say bad things about him. But his laziness destroyed everything. His flaws, which no one could accept, became his charm, like his abilities admired. Right, he's very tall and enormous. He eats like a horse. He sleeps all day without doing anything. And he snores. Uzbek couldn't help but sigh at Renee's adoring expression. "Oh my!" she helplessly asked, "but she still liked that day, right?" Renee firmly replied, yes, she was certain about it. Her sincere attitude made everyone listen attentively. "I really liked that day." Uzbek heard her assert this and didn't question further, instead encouraging her. "All right, we understand. Hoping everything will go smoothly. But she deserves better than this. Renee," she added, "if that day had rejected you, just come here." While saying this, she winked playfully. Seeing someone support her made Renee happy and grateful. "Thank you, Lady Bathory." Renee whispered to herself, "I promise Renee will succeed." Saying that, she hugged the Heartstone tightly. The scene shifts to the Grand Royal Capital, Liege. Inside the council hall of the Purification League's prison, a man with blonde hair is reporting. "We believe that the Purification League's hero Bernhistan team has been annihilated." After making this report, the blonde-haired man fell silent. Suddenly, someone slammed their fist on the table and stood up. "Nonsense," he angrily questioned. "Didn't you say they easily defeated those guards?" Others, who had a path cleared for them, immediately followed suit with questions. "Their bodies haven't been found yet. So how can you be certain about that?" One person after another continued to question. "Yes, Lord Bernhistan will never lose to those monsters." The arguments went back and forth without stopping. Everyone thought they were right. No one was willing to give in. The atmosphere in the council hall became chaotic. "No, you're all wrong. The Ancient Core dungeon is not huge or complicated. They can be killed or kill others within a day." Nobody noticed the man sitting at the head of the table who remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. He recalled, "It's been 2 days since we last heard from that day." He didn't dare to think about the worst-case scenario, almost breaking down. The words dead were deeply ingrained in his thoughts. He gritted his teeth at the people before him. That's what they thought. Only now did he look up and ask the blonde-haired man who just reported, "So, what about that sword from that day, the 36 Happiness Blades?" "Did you just say Nifrim?" The leader seemed to recall something and asked him about it. "Hold on, Nifrim. If I remember correctly, that's a mixture with many issues, right?" The man with black-tipped hair corrected immediately. "Nifrim is not a defective product. It was extremely successful." After saying this, he slammed the table hard. "Now it's your turn to ask questions." What did he confront face-to-face with the leader? Why couldn't Bernhistan and his team survive? Was it because they were weak or indifferent? Before the man could answer, He turned away. No, of course not. Then why? He asked himself and answered. There's something that Burn and his team lack. He emphasized again, just one thing. Everyone fell silent, waiting for him to speak, and it was this. The man with black-tipped hair paused before saying, Nifrim, that's what it is. Let's see how this punishment will go. On the side of Swallow Devourer, he yawned tiredly. The surrounding space was dark, only his singing voice echoed. Swallow Devourer thought to himself, ugh, I have a bad feeling. I feel like there will be a big storm this time. Then he continued singing, half realizing that he needed to return to his original state because he had a cold. Cut 4. Swallow Devourer lay on the ground and groaned. Ah, no! I don't want to do this at all. But those humans could still come here anytime. If I keep postponing my patrol, Patrick will scold me. As he said that, he imagined Patrick's image in his mind. Even though he was just a core soldier, he still made him very afraid. Swallow Devourer turned over and muttered to himself. He is just a core soldier, but BFFT. He got up, but he felt dizzy from lying down for too long. RGH, I can't ignore being bothered anymore. Finally, he had to get up and continue his patrol despite feeling very tired. He tried to remember somewhere he could go. I've heard that the humans have been passing through the sewer recently. Maybe I'll check there. At a place called the Ancient Guard Core, 16 tentacles probing straight into the center. The huge tentacles moved continuously along the way. Swallow Devourer saw something being tightly wrapped by the tentacles but couldn't help it. It's a pity, but I can't do anything for it now. Now we can only wait. He muttered to himself and continued walking inside. When he reached room 5, he saw that the manager of room 5 was named Anthropophago. Swallow Devourer thought, if I remember correctly. As he walked on the tree trunk, he recalled that the species Anthropophagi could recover by itself as long as the core body remained intact and there was enough nutrition to survive. He observed this creature for a moment before bending down and telling it, good news, the core body is still alive. They will recover on their own without our intervention. As he finished speaking, it slowly closed its eyes. Swallow Devourer pondered. If that's the case, then he leaped forward. After landing, he continued his reasoning. The problem lies in. Swallow Devourer paused for a moment and looked outside the room, from room 1 to 4, where they were massacred. He scratched his head tiredly. It seems I need to report this to Patrick. As he said that, he thought, but why do I feel like I'll be beaten up again? Swallow Devourer always looked very exhausted, drowsy and listless. He yawned loudly. He despondently thought, I'll think about the rest later. Now, can I take a break? He remembered all the places he patrolled to see if everything was in order before going back to rest. Just now, I checked the sewer entrance to room 5, and things are quite stable now. He felt happy and left right away, thinking that Patrick would understand me and not notice what was glowing behind him. Dever was excited about soon getting a break. After finishing his patrol, something suddenly flew at him from behind, slicing through his ear, making him jump. A sword sliced through the rock wall in front of Dever. Suddenly stopped, his mood changed from happy to gloomy, emitting an intense aura around him. His face darkened, and his eyes became sharp and terrifying. The swordsman was advancing inside, continuously threatening, calling humans trash. Devourer stood there yawning as if he hadn't heard anything, now standing at the entrance. She had entered the room fully, holding weapons ready to engage in a fight with Devourer. I will make sure no one returns unscathed. Only then did Devourer look out the door to see who was entering, thinking danger was coming, but it turned out to be Renee. She suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, Lord." She apologized hurriedly as she ran towards Devourer. "I'm sorry. I thought you were some kind of male human." She stopped in front of Devourer with a guilty expression. "I really, truly am sorry." Devourer didn't expect it to be Renee. "It's you." He looked at Renee and sweat started pouring down his face. "Well, that's fine. I was a bit surprised." After that, he looked at Renee again hesitantly. "Renee, are you?" In that outfit, Renee saw him recognize her and felt very relieved. She exclaimed, "You notice me. I'm so happy, Lord." Then she asked about his reaction to seeing her in this outfit. How does Renee look now? Devourer stammered when asked. Looks like she's dressing up for a special occasion, right? But he was visibly panicking. She had taken off the maid's uniform. Don't tell me she planned to quit before Patrick did. Renee didn't know Devourer's thoughts. She ran her fingers through her hair and answered his question. A special occasion? Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Devourer panicked even more. He was so worried he started breathing heavily. Then she said to the Lord Devourer, "Can I have a moment of your time, please?" Devourer immediately agreed. Okay, he thought to himself, anything is fine as long as it's not thinking about this. Renee led Devourer to another part of the cave. It was a cozy area with light filtering down from above. In the middle, there was an elegant table set up. She excitedly introduced the place. Welcome, Lord. You see this? This is Reen's secret hideout. Then she invited Devourer to sit down and offered him tea. Sit down, I'll bring you some tea. Devourer was silently praying in his mind. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Renee brought out the tea and poured it into a cup for Devourer. After pouring, she handed him the cup to enjoy while standing aside with the tray still in her hands. She gently spoke as she sipped the tea from Devourer. This place was once known only to me, but now it will be a secret between us two. Lord, Devourer drank the entire cup of tea without noticing and even agreed with her. Oh, right, Renee wanted to say something more, and she blushed, unsure where to start. Devourer paused as he heard her words, holding his teacup still. He kept overthinking it, considering it a flaw again. And then, don't think about it. Don't think about it. Renee spoke up. Lord Devourer has had Renee for 80 years now, right? Do you remember, Devavar beside him was word sick. He set down the teacup. Yes, of course. He recalled the moment he took Rin in. 80 years ago, thousands of years ago, countless dungeons were destroyed by the prison sentence fever. At that time, everything was in chaos, and countless people entered the ancient core. It was during this period when Rin received her title and began climbing the ranks. Devourer seemed to relax as he saw no intention of stopping work from Renee. That's a relief. She didn't ask for a break. Then he asked Renee, right, you've been through a lot. Has your right eye improved at all? When asked, Renee clutched her dress tightly in joy. You still remember Reen's eyes. Renee is very happy. Devourer could only respond, of course, we always remember. Renee continued to express herself. I've been very happy to be able to protect Lord Devourer for this long. And me. Denver couldn't catch her words. What? Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea. Hold on a moment. So you meant that you were happy? Hearing those words made him worry again. No! Is this what people say when they're saying goodbye? Renee hesitantly called out, Lord, please. Denver could only silently pray. Don't think about it. Don't. No. Not at all. Never. No. Not like that. But Renee said something that made him feel awkward. Denver's face froze as he didn't understand what was happening. You, shy. Renee repeated her earlier words. You, shy. She spoke sincerely. For 80 years, Renee has been waiting for this moment. Seeing her like that, Denver didn't know what to do. Hey, Renee, okay, go on. Looking at the girl who confessed to him, he could only scratch his head helplessly and come up with some awkward responses. Thanks for telling me you like me. Then Devourer finally started talking seriously to Renee. We always hover on the edge of life and death. He stared at Renee for a long time. We never know when we'll get hurt or die. These sincere words actually came from Devourer's mouth. Neither of us wants the other to be lonely. Right. After hearing Devourer, Renee was silent for a month before speaking again, but more timidly. I know this answer will come eventually. I know I pushed you too hard. But she continued, these feelings are too deep to keep locked in my heart forever. While Renee expressed her true feelings for Devourer, she feared that the Lord Swallow would reject her and turn his back on her. She paused a bit, feeling scared, then looked up at Devourer with a determined expression, holding out the heart-shaped gemstone in her hand. It seems things have taken an unexpected turn. Renee suddenly became more stubborn. She kept talking nonstop. Renee wants to be loved by the Lord, no matter what the cost. As she spoke, she gripped the gemstone tightly in her hand. By now, Renee could no longer keep calm. Suddenly, she kicked the table in front of Devourer aside, startling him. While kicking the table, Renee said firmly, "So that's what I mean." She shouted directly at Devourer. Renee will not bow down anymore. Seeing her like this, Devourer was panicking. "Calm down, Renee." Then suddenly, she respectfully held out the heart-shaped gemstone in front of Devourer to show him. "With this, my wish will be fulfilled." Lord, upon seeing the gemstone, Devourer's expression changed dramatically. "Here it is." Renee tried to convince him, "Just put your Nama here." Before finishing her sentence, the atmosphere around them suddenly turned dark and ominous, completely different from the warm one before. The space echoed with eerie sounds that made people shiver. "Rin, are you really?" Those sounds scared Rin half to death. Devourer transformed into his true form. His angry voice questioned, "Did you just try to kill me?" His words frightened Rin so much that the gemstone in her hand loosened unintentionally. The gemstone fell onto the ground with a loud thud and shattered into countless pieces due to the force. Looking at the broken gemstone she had worked hard for, Rin was speechless, only her eyes filled with tears. Her eyes were brimming with pain. She stared blankly at the broken gemstone, barely managing to whisper a few words. "What? Like this?" Something unusual happened then. From within the shattered pieces of the gemstone, a black shadow appeared, looking very terrifying. It kept emitting strange but extremely eerie sounds. The space echoed with these unsettling noises. Patrick laughed loudly, showing off his straight white teeth. Flattering, no matter how you look at it, he's still the best. Standing on Swallow Devourer, he said, "You're not satisfied just by chasing humans away. Where did your conscience go?" He looked around. "Is it here?" Then looking elsewhere, "I don't see it either, and now you're chasing Renee too," while Swallow Devourer pretended to ignore everything. Patrick's teeth clattered together in shock, saying he was amazed by the attack to the point his jaw wouldn't close, and he didn't show any mercy to Renee. Weakly, Swallow Devourer said, "This tea is still fine." Immediately, Patrick threatened him. "What did you say?" Swallow Devourer corrected himself. "Nothing." He covered his face and whispered, "What should we do now, Patrick?" Sitting beside him, Patrick said, "Why are you asking me when you're the one who started this?" Swallow Devourer sighed, holding the bright red gemstone fragments in his hand. Patrick muttered to himself, "And actually," he crushed the jade and added, "It's not entirely your fault." Uncle Trick turned to look at him. "Of course, you know that what you did to me was your mistake, right?" Swallow their valor, drenched in guilt. Uncle Trick lifted his hand and asked, "Why didn't you hear it?" He looked around nervously. "I don't remember anything," to him. He said, "I can't recall anything at all." Uncle Trick replied straightforwardly, "Oh really?" He continued, "Should I help you remember?" Patrick recounted slowly. At that time, he charged forward with great force. Swallow Devourer went wild. The glowing golden eyes surrounded Swallow Devourer and Renee in the darkness. Patrick rushed to stop him. He shouted, grabbing his head, "Calm down!" At that moment, he was in a state of uncertainty. Patrick tried to wake him up. "Zeep, zeep!" The girl's sigh filled with sorrow echoed. "Oh, Renee!" Patrick turned around to check on her condition. Renee knelt before the glowing red jade. Her tears streaming, she asked, "What did I do?" Patrick tried to comfort her. "Renee, calm down. Leave it to me and get out of here." He was trapped by Swallow Devourer. Damn, he couldn't reach her in this state. In the midst of the fire at his feet, Patrick thought hard. There's only one way left. He reached for the sword behind him. Patrick swung the sword at Renee, who was depressed, and she bled from the blow. He whispered, "I'm sorry, Renee. I couldn't think of another way. Now you can rest easy and face your boss again. She's now a dangerous monster." The darkness only reveals her glowing eyes and lightning around her. Patrick dealt with the situation. "What do we do now?" Swallow Devourer sighed sadly. "Person!" Swallow Devourer stared at him, screaming in anger. "Are you trying to kill me?" And everything that happened after that is known by everyone, Patrick recounted proudly. Swallow Devourer pretended not to hear or see anything. He turned and looked at him, searching for a response. You don't remember anything? Swallow Devourer held his head in confusion. When? I'm sorry. Patrick patted him cheerfully and said, It's good that you woke up so quickly. He consoled him. I understand why you acted like this. Looking at the scattered rocks on the ground, he continued, They must become a series of beeps. After all, everything. After calming down, Swallow Devourer sniffed and said, I guess I have to find her, right? Patrick glanced at him. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Swallow Devourer nodded. HMPH, somehow I feel that's what you meant. Patrick was surprised and asked, Why did you say that? You know how important she is to the dungeon. Patrick listed all the things Renee had to do, from preparing food for the boss, managing the diet of other monsters, cleaning and repairing the dungeon, replenishing monsters, setting traps, dealing with complaints from each room, selling supplies, and reallocating budgets. He slumped. Most of these management tasks were handled by her. Honestly, losing her makes the dungeon's condition worse than being destroyed. Swallow their viral high, dizzy as if on drugs. I don't know, but hearing all this is shocking. Patrick said, You should go find her before it's too late. Swallow Devourer followed him slowly while Patrick urged him, or maybe kiss her shoes and bring her back here. Swallow Devourer weakly agreed. Okay then. Patrick offered his hand. Oh, if you go to find her, take this with you. He added, This is Demora, a bracelet that can stabilize mana. Swallow Devourer exhaled a green aura. He picked it up. Patrick advised him, You don't need to know the details. Just remember that it's very expensive. Swallow Devourer stared at the ring in disbelief. This, Patrick continued, Your mana flow is strong, so I'm not sure if it will work for you. Though not much, it should help your body recover from what happened earlier. Swallow Devourer touched his hand and realized he had all 6 fingers. He looked at Patrick in shock. Did you prepare this far in advance? It's like you knew this would happen. Where did you get it? Patrick firmly said, I found it on the floor. He held up the ring and laughed. Please, don't do anything strange with it. It's delicate. Swallow Devourer put on the ring and said casually, Maybe it will work. Patrick noticed something amiss and said, Come on, let's go. Swallow Devourer turned away and waved his hand. All right, I'll try. Take care of this place while I'm gone. Patrick looked up at him. Are you going to walk there? He reminded, You have 5 days to return. Humans will be back soon. Swallow Devourer spoke. So you want me to come back before the Chastity team arrives, right? Patrick replied, Yes, sir. He focused on the chair he was thinking about. If I can't stop intruders while you're away, I don't know what will happen if humans get there. Patrick held up his 5 fingers. 5 days. I can ensure it's safe for at least 5 days. Please remember that. Swallow Devourer sighed. Alright, a black aura enveloped him. The black aura created a black cloak for him. He said, I'll return to Renee within 5 days. Patrick continued, Also, if you happen to appear near the human village, try not to draw attention, sir. It's not good if any monsters in the dungeon are discovered in a human village. Swallow Devourer stood with his legs wide apart, silent. Alright. He smiled menacingly. If things go too far, I'll destroy everything and return. Patrick heard this and shouted angrily, Cut it out. Stop acting tough. After Swallow Devourer left, Patrick sighed in thought. He took a piece of paper from his shirt. Things are more complicated than I thought. He looked at the crumpled paper. Patrick sighed. Renee sold her fingernails and bought Devilite, which led to losing control and nearly being killed. If you knew this, Swallow Devourer would definitely have punished those humans. These damn fools. Patrick panicked. Armageddon, he calmed down, took a deep breath, and opened the next page of the newspaper. It's not too late to destroy humanity yet. Patrick stood still for 5 seconds. Huh? He widened his eyes in shock. Huh? The newspaper said, the Chastity team of the dungeon will surely reach the core ruins within 3 days. Patrick regretted what he just confidently said. Batchuk was stunned, squinting to read again. 3 days. At this time, I should be confident, damn it. He accepted his fate, damn me. The sun shone brightly, and dust particles danced in the air. Swallow Devourer lay on the ground, staring at the sky. Choke 6 Swallow Devourer squinted again. It had been a long time since he saw sunlight. It was a bit blinding now. The sun shone brightly, and dust particles danced in the air. Swallow Devourer lay on the ground, staring at the sky. Choke 6 Swallow Devourer squinted again. It had been a long time since he saw sunlight. It was a bit blinding now. What's wrong with you? Oh, damn it! You're tongue-tied. This is actually my second time moving to a random place. I remember Patrick's grumpy face before he left the dungeon. The mana in the boss body is all messed up, so don't use magic. Let me think for a moment. Swallow Devourer raised his hand. The dark shadow gradually dissipated. Is it because of the magic? He let his hand drop. Lying there. Forget about it. Try one more time. Swallow Devourer cast a spell again. The dark shadow rose around him. He thought to himself, the location where Renee sells Manala crystals. A name popped into his head. Hasten Town. Then he vanished without a trace. A cold and arrogant voice echoed in the darkness. You're just a lowly human, and you've managed to climb this high. I must bestow special favors on these little creatures. A woman with horns sat arrogantly on her throne, saying, what about a glorious death? She looked down at the humans with disdain and said, you made it all the way here. She drew her sword and said arrogantly to the demons, we are the 32nd ranked patrol team of the Divine Army. He pointed his sword at the demon and said, remember this name, soon we'll be famous across the continent. Those who don't deserve to sit on that throne, we're here to depose them. The demon showed no emotion as she spoke of herself. I am the 17th descendant of King Asmodeus. Her wings glowed with a strange purple fire as she introduced herself, Melchizedek Lymphagria, laughing. She stood up and said, in my eyes, you have the honor to know my name now. Then die. The man with the cowboy hat chuckled. There was still a hint of fear in his eyes. I'll keep those words. He disappeared on the spot. He rushed to the demon's face. He shouted and returned the favor to the king. The wizard yelled, let me assist the captain, then shot out several fireballs. The demon raised her staff and created a wave of flames that engulfed the room. Their target was the wizard and the sniper behind him. They couldn't resist and were instantly burned to ashes. Seeing the flames heading towards him, the commander cut his tongue. He assessed the situation around him and stabbed the floor with his sword. Just in time, he broke a piece of the floor before the fire could reach him. Suddenly, green sparks surrounded the air. The commander was startled. Eyes shards. He looked up in alarm. A green light bound everything together. He was shocked. Before his eyes, a green light tied everything up. He was stunned. Impossible. The demon raised her hand and created a large block of ice. Oh, I just cast a new spell. Huh. In just a few seconds. Looking at the flying pieces of rubble in the air, the commander grabbed one. Focus all power on his side and charge straight to where he is. We'll let him have it. Then he takes off, lowering his weight onto his feet. He leaps forward again towards the female demon with contempt. Seeing this, he raises a hand to control ice spikes shooting out. You're digging your own grave, fool. But the ice spikes can't touch him and shatter against the golden wall. His shield, from when? He's utterly shocked. Clearly, I've dealt with that mage already. He turns to look around. The two mages and their accomplice who were burned still live. They shout out, Captain, move up. The female demon channels magic into her palm. The insects swarm. He charges alongside the commander. Both are preparing to collide. Suddenly, the ground and rocks explode, shattering into tiny pieces as they're about to crash. A huge explosion shakes the entire room. The commander can't react in time and is flung onto the floor. The darker female demon is thrown back, hitting the smoke which billows up. Rocks clatter making noise. Something new has appeared. The commander's teammates rush to help him up, worriedly asking, are you okay? He coughs and stands up heavily. Don't worry. The commander frowns at the place of the explosion. Who is it? I wasn't told there were any other patrol teams here. On the female demon's side, they also stand up in confusion. He grits his teeth with fear. They're stronger now, right? If they have enough power to breach the king's fortress, this will be a big problem. He looks at the vague figure of someone retreating behind the smoke. Who is it? A voice echoes. Hey! Swallow Devourer appears dazed and asks, do you know where Haston is? 7. The mercenaries are bewildered, unable to understand what he's saying. Agria looks at him blankly, speechless. Both sides immediately shout angrily in unison. What the hell are you here for? Devtrit's voice reverberates from behind. Their appearance may be human, but it would be wise to stay away from that one. King of the Demons, go! Hearing this, he looks at them in surprise with a terrifying gaze. King of the Demons! On this side, Lymphagria angrily exudes killing intent, one hand covering her mouth while the other holds a weapon. You can bring as many people as you want, but none of you will defeat me. He raises his hand and looks at the imagined image in his mind of the King of Demons as a tall, strong man. Is that the King of Demons? It feels completely different from any demon kings I've met before. This is a generational gap. From Maleazelum, Lymphagria angrily confronts Swallow Devourer. You bastard, you'll pay dearly for destroying my castle. Ha, let me show you the taste of these bastards' blows. Suddenly, a group of people enter the castle, mercenaries reporting in. Commander, our patrol team has taken down that demon king together. Amidst the chaos, Swallow Devourer raises his hand as if to say something, but is interrupted by a gust of wind. You guys, these active mercenaries are rushing up to attack, ignoring me. See, their magic can't do anything to us. Surrounding him, rocks and stones pelt his head, but he stands still, only muttering. Haston, Maleazelum Agria sees the mercenaries confidently say, humans really talk tough. Both sides continue attacking non-stop as blue sparks fly everywhere. The commander of the mercenaries keeps pushing their spirits and giving orders. We have reinforcements now, so don't be afraid. Get up. Let Devalver speak alone in vain. Someone showed us a way, but only got a loud shout in return. Move forward. Both sides continue to fiercely battle around the ruins, and the castle seemed to show signs of change. She cursed at those people, making them taste pain as they retreated. They didn't give up or back down. This place will become a grave for Haha. His iron face changed with anger as he glared at you. I'm getting angry. He stood up, looking at the sky in silence. We must find it quickly. Re-in. He didn't care and turned around to face the mercenaries. Talking to them seems impossible now. Then he quickly hugged Elle and thought deeply. If not, Patrick will bite my head off soon. Thinking about it already hurts my head. Those disrespectful people are still shouting, come here and help us. That guy must be scared. Without letting them finish, Swallow Devourer turned his head to reveal his eyes, which glowed with two more like a monster's. Dark purple aura emitted as he spoke. Silence, a large shadow covered the area, black smoke enveloping everyone in fear. The large shadow was actually a black monster attacking the mercenaries, causing them to run away in panic as it sucked people in. After a while, the shadow shrank, and only Devalver could be seen chewing contently. Melgeza Lymphagria stood there witnessing everything, making her Prince Haha extremely scared with a pale face, sweating profusely. He made a sound that scared her so much she jumped back. She tightly held the staff and asked, what did you do just now? Jedge Lymphagria walked slowly towards him, confusing Swallow Devourer with her actions. Impressive, your strength is great. Maybe you're even stronger than me. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she laughed, showing two sharp fangs on top of her mouth. I'm very interested in you. I want to learn more about you. She excitedly moved around Swallow Devourer, touching his hand and grabbing his dirty clothes, searching for the monster from earlier, making him uncomfortable. What's your name? What was that big thing that just appeared? Where did you put it? And what's your name? How did you get that power? Swallow Devourer showed a displeased expression as he looked at the king in front of him. She was shocked by his appearance. In the castle, light filtered through gaps and illuminated the room. Calming down, She apologized for her rudeness and introduced herself. Melgeza Lymphagria wiped her hands as she stepped forward and continued, I am a famous great king, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus. She stood confidently in front of the monster and loudly announced her name, Melgeza Lymphagria. The woman glanced at him. Now, what's your name? Swallow Devourer's face darkened as he glared, saying, I hate this, all of it. Despite his discomfort, he reluctantly introduced himself, Journeyer. Suddenly, Swallow Devourer froze and said, wait a minute. He remembered Patrick's warning. If he revealed his identity, the news would spread everywhere. Patrick wouldn't want that to happen. Besides, it wasn't necessary to reveal his identity now. He continued with the name in between, Journeyer. He reminded himself not to reveal his identity yet. With a worried expression, he introduced himself as Swandle Jr. In his mind, an image of a golden-haired man with a bright smile appeared. The image of a 32-year-old single man named Swandle Jr. with a handsome smile. For a moment, he remembered the name and silently liked himself. Damn, that name sounds terrible. But I can only think of that name. Melgeza Lymphagria repeated the name in front of her. Swandle Jr. After knowing his name, she eagerly asked, can I call you Swando? He sweatily replied, if you want. Agria continued, okay. So Mr. Swando, first of all, we are very grateful for your rescue. Although that might have been a bit unnecessary, he quickly stopped him with one hand while the other waved to decline. Say less! Melgeza Lymphagria raised her eyebrows in anger and said, no, without your help, I would be ashamed to admit but. They might have attacked us, so you saved us, but we didn't really need your help. She smiled confidently as she asked, so I also want to help you. Do you need any help? Devourer was elated and quickly asked her, yes. Do you know the way to Haston? She replied, Haston, right? He was secretly pleased that she knew, so protecting her was a just cause. Just a moment more. Renee listened to the name Melgeza Lymphagria with curiosity. So what is Haston? After waiting eagerly for an answer, he was speechless and felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Devourer fell into deep thought. What is Haston? Hold on, don't say she doesn't know the way there. But do you not know where Haston is? Devourer's inner scream echoed across the desert. Impossible. I just asked someone who didn't know what Haston was, right? Devourer anxiously sweat and asked again. Alright, so which is the nearest human village? Melgeza Lymphagria paused her evil question. The human village? She rummaged through her memory. According to what I know, the city named Lies is closest. He was in a panic as he looked at his face. Lies, the royal capital of Lies. He continued. It would take 2 months for human carriages from Haston to reach Lies. As soon as he finished, he collapsed and fell to the ground, shocking her. What's wrong, Mr. Swando? Is there a problem? He could only respond weakly. Too far? She didn't understand what was happening and just repeated, I get it now. So you want to go somewhere distant? Then why not use the instant teleportation wheel? Denver, who had never heard of wheels before, turned to her in surprise. What? The wheel? She repeated. You don't know about it. It's something created by magic and alchemy. Currently, this device can teleport people through space. He was intrigued as he sat up. Where is it? She answered confidently. Do you want to go? The instant teleportation wheel is in Lies. Cut to an ancient and beautiful city of Lies. 8. Swallow looked around and spoke. Is this the center of Lies? She answered with wide eyes excitedly. That's right. There's nowhere better to gather information. Look around. You feel a heavy sense of gloom inside. I'm not sure if I found Renee here, but we need to find leads because I'm not sure if she came to Haston. At that moment, a sweet voice echoed from his side. You're looking for a girl with silver hair, right? He reluctantly agreed and she smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll help you find her. He tilted his head in confusion. But aren't you the ruler of the Demon Palace? What about your palace? Mio Ray blushed and laughed. You're worried about me. Good for you, but no need to be. Round her, a terrifying aura emanated as she said, I am the king of demons born in this supreme body to rule. The palace isn't important. Wherever I am, that's where the demon realm is, and all the demons around are my troops. Swallow showed curiosity and continued, so that's the power of a king of demons? Can you summon demons at will? She nodded satisfiedly, exactly. But she said something that made him frown, even though we've never tried it. Melge exclaimed, our father did it, so why not us? At this moment, Melge's expression suddenly softened. Right, and by the way, her voice was sultry. The demon palace our father transferred to me has been partially destroyed, so I'm sorry. Sorry, Melgia said with a pained tone, but added, no need to worry. It's not that big of a deal. Humans always cause chaos anyway. Melgia shouted in the middle of Leia's. Even kings like us have to struggle when our human capital is right before our palace. Then Melgia changed her attitude 360 degrees and said happily, enough moping around. Let's gather information now. Alright, and think. I have a feeling. They walked side by side. Something troublesome is about to happen. Or am I overthinking it? A loud voice echoed. Here are your 2 beers. Swallow looked at the beer and thought, it can't be because of overthinking. Swallow said to Melge, but she started drinking her own beer. Melge, there's still a long way to go. What am I doing here? But she was satisfied with the beer. Melge wiped his mouth and said, it seems you don't understand human society. This pub is where we share and gather information. She pointed at people drinking and talking around them. Just look around and listen. Every story is valuable information that can't be found anywhere else. Melge gestured, you just pick what you want to hear. Swallow looked around and wondered, what does picking mean? What did she see? What is that? Some people gathered around a board with many papers. You and I are here too, Melge said. I didn't expect to find this place. This is the information we talked about. He teased, you did mention it. She replied, yes. Swallow picked up a paper and read. This. She continued, it's a list of patrol teams operating in the dungeon. We heard that to prevent chaos by having too many teams in one dungeon at once. He agreed, right? There won't be 2 groups at the same time. Melge continued, if there are more than one team, dividing them would be troublesome. She frowned and expressed her opinion. Lowly humans, the more they are, the easier it is to succeed, right? Look at them, ready to dive into the sea of fire. And think, I have a feeling. Let's gather information now. Greed clouded his judgment. Swallow unfolded a paper and said, after all, this is good for us. Melgia asked back, US? Why are we included? Her continuous questioning made him break out in cold sweat. Are you also a demon from the underworld? Melgia widened her eyes and stared at him fearfully, interrogating him. It's strange to think about it. I am the master of the Demon King Palace. How can you be free outside when you are a demon? He hurriedly replied, there's no point in explaining, it's very complicated. Can we just skip this? She stopped interrogating him and let him go. Swat, you have many secrets indeed. Let's not push the issue then. You must have your own reasons. He seemed to see something interesting. After a while, he approached and took the paper. Luckily, it was still the list of the ancient inquisitors, so there was still time. Melge suddenly screamed, what's this? Don't look at it alone. Show me. Are you trying to prove how smart you are, petty person? He took the paper and placed it in front of her, saying, all right, here you go. Melge's eyes lit up when she got a chance to see. She said, this is the Ancient Inquisitor's exclusive promotion. After a while, did you know about the Ancient Core even then? Melgia replied, of course, it's one of the 7 hells. Each hell has its own terrifying powers that make humans marvel at their strength. He asked curiously, hold on, did you get this flyer from the hell? Melgia sat down and admired the flyer. This is every demon's dream. Among the 7 hells, the Ancient Core is the strongest. The ruler is the master of creation, the guardian of gods, punishing sinners as the supreme being among all demons in this realm. She clasped her hands and spoke with glowing eyes. You're intimidating me? He helplessly looked at her. After a while, he held his beer glass and thought, she sounds more like a landlord. I'm always being made difficult by demons day in and day out. Melgia now stared at the flyer with a somber expression. You know, my favorite hell is the ancient core. Her eyes softened slightly. I want to be stronger. The two sat facing each other in silence for a moment. If I become stronger, maybe we can meet again someday. After a while, he stiffened as she spoke. She continued, it sounds amazing, unparalleled power. I want to have that too. Melgia stared at her beer glass and said, of course, my father is strong too. He's the real Demon King. Very fitting for his position, unlike me. Just, humans have someone stronger than him. A young hero named Bon or something. He asked Melgia more about him, but Swallow had already swallowed and yawned. Is he the hero who defeated the Demon King? I really don't want to get close to him. She continued, it sounds great, unparalleled power. I also want that. Melgia stared at her beer glass and said, of course, my father is strong too. He's the real Demon King. Very fitting for his position, unlike me. Just, humans have someone stronger than him, a young hero named Bon or something. He asked Melgia more about him, but Swallow had already swallowed and yawned. She laughed and said to him, that's why I need to be stronger. What? Sure, right? Swallow. HMM. He didn't smile but thought silently. Youth is great. In his heart, he was filled with regret once again. The past seemed to rush in like a flood of memories that had been long forgotten. I used to be like this too, so long ago. So far back that I can no longer remember. At one time, we were full of vitality, leading a powerful army to dominate the world, trying our best to understand all knowledge on this planet, being more serious than anyone else, cutting firewood under the night sky, bringing warmth into his heart, helping those who are unfortunate. They moved us deeply, and many times we gave them everything. Then Swallow's eyes shifted elsewhere. A bit ruthless, but in the end, we realized it was all futile. Now our goal is to sleep all day. Swallow was determined, but had already collapsed from alcohol. He still couldn't believe it. He asked, are you sleeping? Are you really asleep? The beer bar continued its conversations. There's another mission of purification again. Yeah, we had that yesterday too, but I forgot to post it up. Why now? Which dungeon are you carrying her on your shoulder and asking the people in the bar if there's a room here? The other person said, this way please. The flyer was posted with a voice, hold on, I'll put it up right away. Everyone can check it out. Another person said, you never change. If the inspector finds out something, you'll have to pay a fine for sure. Someone replied, here, I'm changing now. A flyer was posted on the board with content, 7th Great Ancient Dungeon Core, Underground Cave System in Grabinia Forest, near Haston, Western Kingdom. Warning, only those with recognized abilities are allowed to participate in the highest level dungeon purification, officially rated S and above. Extremely dangerous. Teams currently participating. The Femo Punishment Team of Jubileen. 31 members. Team Leader, Ni Frim. The mission lasts 72 hours from the announcement date. Grade 9. Morning. Soft sunlight. Fresh air. Sunlight streaming through the window with a gentle breeze. The King of Demons was awakened and groaned. Melge sat up and complained. My head. Swallow also came over, yawning and asked, are you awake now? She replied affirmatively. Mr. Swallow, I don't remember anything. He said, yeah, it was me yesterday. Swallow was startled, then fell to the ground. She asked Hun, why did you jump like that? Mr. Swallow, huh? Nothing. He looked at her suspiciously. Is my sight gone? Swallow exclaimed in wonder, why do you look so childish? Hearing this, Melger was surprised too. What? She rebutted, I'm not a child. He was still surprised but teased Melger. Oh, then you're a minor. He made you turn so red and then he punched him and exclaimed, don't you think that's impolite? Swallow, this scene is hilarious. Swallow continued mocking while getting hit on the side of his face. Who said you were so small all of a sudden? I was just surprised. Ouch, it hurts. Melge prepares for another punch and says, I'm not younger. He exclaimed again. It hurts. Stop already. While still hitting him, she slowly said, okay. Melge started explaining. My appearance yesterday was the second version of me to prevent humans from looking down on me. Pointing at himself, he clearly continued, my current appearance is the first version. After getting hit and understanding the issue, Swallow gradually got it. So you're saying your appearance yesterday wasn't real, but this one? She immediately replied, yes, not like that. Melch asked again, then why does your face look like that? You didn't invite me for a midnight snack. Swallow could only chuckle awkwardly. Melch continued explaining, but you're not taking this seriously at all. In other words, when I grow up, I'll look like the beautiful second version of myself. Swallow didn't care and replied casually, okay, fine. Melch pointed straight at him and asked, do you understand, Mr. Swallow? He responded, okay, fine. Unsatisfied with his indifferent attitude, she jumped up. You're not taking this seriously. Swallow avoided the topic. It seems we need to buy new clothes first. Melch angrily exclaimed, don't treat me like a child. He responded, okay. She warned him that he wouldn't get away with this. In the Haston territory, the sound of horse hooves and carriage wheels. A warrior loudly said, Batuk Haston, listen up. Open the city gates and welcome the purification team immediately. We come from Leech to purify the ancient core, the majestic image of warriors with their war horses. From a room came a voice. Who sent this document? Another voice replied, it was just received yesterday under the name of the Triple I, fingers tightly gripping the corner of the paper. You are the Lord of Haston, she thought angrily as she squeezed the paper. The Triple I, an association directly managed by the royal family. He continued tapping the paper on the table, thinking about Level B dungeons. Dungeons can only be entered with permission from the territory's lord, let alone asking for it. Did he just send this to me? This is a royal order, so I can't throw them away. He acknowledged the paper. The scribe also spoke to the nobleman. The noble continued talking. Do you think we should have sent stronger purification team members too? They're clearly not strong enough for ancient core purification. And the leader of the purification team is Nephrim. I've never heard that name before. From the Triple I, what are they thinking? He glanced out the window and thought, if they half-assedly touch the ancient core, won't my territory face a crisis? It would be better to request a stronger purification team. She began to cover her mouth in thought. For that, she needed a reliable investigation team. Lady Hois spoke up. Your Highness, you might find the answer closer than you think. You've grasped the key point. Closer than we thought. What about the two-winged demon? Yes, if it's wings, that's entirely possible. He fell silent, deep in thought. I heard they've been expanding a lot lately due to acquiring high-quality, origin unknown monostones. Of course, though they're developing rapidly, the idea of an O-class demon trying to conquer the ancient core is insane, if what we hear is true. Thinking this, he smiled triumphantly. The monster was the one that defeated Hong Bong's investigation team, Swallow. Serious expression, pointing and commanding, sent someone with a commission to the two-winged demon. I promise in my name that we will bring them significant wealth and prestige. So let them investigate the ancient core first. A loud voice shouted as the door was roughly opened. Those who cannot enter are forbidden. Itak and Lady Hois said in surprise, who is it? The three asked, are you Lord Itak? Huang Ni asked, who are you? The girl replied, Ni Film. Since you didn't open the door despite our repeated calls, we decided to enter ourselves. Ni Film sat down casually while Itak asked, why did you come without prior notice? She answered, well, didn't you receive the documents from the royal family? The other party widened their eyes at him and said, so, what's our reason for not being allowed here? Itak hesitantly replied, no, I think she looks bloodthirsty and very young. The girl beside spoke up, well, aren't we guests? What is that face? Laughing, I want something sweet. Give us some tea and snacks, and let her in too. His hand was tightly on the table before relaxing to command, quickly prepare for them. Lady Hoen nodded in understanding. Itak sat opposite them and began asking, so why did you come looking for me? Nifrim replied, what's the issue? Of course, we came to conquer the ancient core. He said, the documents were only sent here a day ago. You're quick. When are you planning to go? She answered, actually, we plan to leave today. But something unexpected happened, so I decided to go tomorrow instead. Can that be arranged? Itak continued. Tomorrow? So early? Since this is an important mission, shouldn't you go after recovery? I'll provide a place to stay. Just enjoy yourself here. Nifrim cut in. No, if you don't care about us, that's fine too. We'll stop by at the Winged Magic and leave right away. Whiteak replied immediately. Why are you going there? Do you know anyone there? She answered, not for that reason. Nifrim smiled creepily and said, I'm only going there to kill them. Whiteak asked again, what do you mean by that? She pushed back her hair, exposing her ear, and said, my path has already ended here. So you're planning to entrust the purification to magic? Whiteak was surprised to hear this. Nifrim stood up and continued his eerie smile, saying we also came to this border for purification. Do you think we'll just give up like that? We will eliminate anyone causing trouble. She kept asking him, isn't it beneficial for you two? Because between us and the Wings, whichever side is stronger will be purified in ancient times. Whiteak said, sorry, I won't ask for another team, so just start whenever you're ready with purification. Nifrim took a cookie, right? She bit into the cookie and thanked him. I'm very happy to be loved by Father. The dark space, strange statues, a skeleton wearing armor chopping off those statues. The skeleton said, it's time, they're here. Ten took in the scene and said, familiar place, huh? They stood before the city gates, and Agria said to SWAT, we've arrived at our destination. Devour walked forward and asked locals for directions. I want to go to the teleportation gate. The soldier replied, oh, you mean the wheel? It's still far away. What is it? It's far. The soldier said, oh, this is the city gate. Dozens of wheels were on the right side of the Royal Palace Tower, so you have a long way to go. You still need to pass 3 more city gates. While talking, the soldier drew out their current position outside the city gate for him. You'll have to pass 3 more subsidiary gates before reaching the teleportation gate. Devour asked again, how long will it take? Let's see. The soldier said if you walk, it might take a week. At least that much time. He muttered and thought, it's too late now. Then both Devourer and Agria were surprised to exclaim, a week. The soldier was worried and asked, is something wrong? His face froze in thought. Too late. I might as well forget about finding Rina now. Old Trich has also left home. Lymphagria whispered to Devourer. Is SWAT or Divine Sky Chaser? Highbrow called out. Ah, no way. Dever continued. If we use mana, humans will detect it. Then he thought, what if I release the mana? Who knows what will happen? The two keep whispering to each other, and the soldiers wonder what they're saying because they can't understand. A man approaches from afar and asks, hey, did you guys meet someone? He says sorry for eavesdropping, but are you guys going to the portal gate? Agria replies that yes, but who are you? He introduces himself as a driver of air cars. Belver wonders, an air car. Belver smiles and points to his air car. Yeah, that's right. Then he introduces it. This is the 4th generation homunculus scrap. It's the result of a plan by the kingdom to create artificial angels. Its body is white, round head with big eyes, one on top and one below, and wings at the back. Swallow Devourer mutters, that skin. Agria shivers and criticizes. Ugh, it looks scary. Homunculus gently touches Belver's hand. He strokes its head and says, it's very strong, listens well, can fly, but was discarded because it couldn't destroy the church as intended. Then she asks, has the human homunculus experiment ended? He says no such thing happened. The kingdom will never give up that kind of power. There's a strange story that they were mass-produced using a large-scale process. As he speaks, Belver playfully interacts with homunculus. D. Walder asks curiously, how could that be? Don't they usually stay in huge vats? Belvoir helplessly says, it's ancient history now. The first generation of homunculus was made 150 years ago with that technology, along with the homunculus's disdainful look. He thinks to himself, 150 years ago, long before Rin was born. Then Agria leans on the air car and climbs up, saying it looks sturdy. We don't think he's lying. How long will it take to reach the portal gate if we go by this? Belvoir happily laughs and answers, you really have good eyesight. He starts calculating. The flight will take 3 hours, plus another hour for clearance, total of 4 hours. D. Walder asks, how much does it cost? Belvoir smiles like New Year's Day and shows his hand with 8 fingers. 2 of you are 8 ounces of gold. As he finishes speaking, Agria and Denver feel shocked and horrified, calculating 8 ounces of gold. That means 800 ounces of silver. The bar last night was only 8 ounces, but this is 100 times more expensive than yesterday's price. Agria quickly says she doesn't have that much money. Belvoir helplessly replies, I do though. Then he reaches into his pocket and hears rustling. He pulls out a piece of paper. Belvoir opens it to read. Inside are gold coins and a small note from Patrick, for the clumsy boss. I'll make you grateful one day. Patrick! Finally, they get on the air car and head towards the portal gate with Belvoir. Agria calls out, yeah, you squat. He asks, what's going on? While admiring the scenery below, she asks, who gave you so much money? Black yawns and replies, oh, that, right? My subordinates in the secret dungeon stuffed my pockets. Agria is idle. She sits there thinking and answers herself. A friend? Yeah, you're a dungeon monster. But why are you wandering around? Denver glances at her and says, can I be kicked out of here? Agria asks further, so your subordinates were also expelled? He answers casually, kind of like that. Agria's mood seems a bit distant. She says she's envious indeed. Even after escaping from prison, he still cares for his subordinates until the end. I wish I had someone to travel with like him. I want to live my life just like him. Someone cares about him and he takes care of them too. What a happy life! Agria's face looks very gentle when talking about happiness. She also wishes for her own warm home someday. Then Devourer spoke up. Is that so? In this prosperous area, Cervelos, the houses look very similar with white walls and golden roofs. At the instant portal, Devourer's voice echoed. So you mean we can't use the instant portal? The guard replied, yes, sorry for the inconvenience. Agria sadly said, no, not you. Then the guard proposed a solution. If it's not urgent, everyone can come back at 8 p.m. tonight. Today, the instant portal is temporarily shut down to ensure security for today's auction. After the auction ends, VIP guests will use the instant portal. Then our superiors will allow it. And he handed over a piece of paper. If you're interested, take a look. He took the paper and asked, is the auction closed? The guard replied, yes, because this time we have an extremely rare item. Artifact 34 out of 36 masterpieces. It was just found a few days ago. We need to close the portal to prevent misuse and unauthorized access to the auction house. The information on the paper is about the claw artifact. Agria curiously grabbed his sleeve and pulled it down to see. So a detailed drawing indeed. Meanwhile, he was thinking quietly, humming, where have I seen this before? A moment later, Devereaux recognized it and exclaimed in surprise, this is... No, exactly like the weapon of my subordinate. The guard heard him say that and asked, sorry, did you make a mistake? Devereaux replied, how could I be wrong? It's an exact match. Is it true that when you hold it tightly, it transforms into a large sword? Like this, right? He demonstrated the movements for the guard to understand. And the guard whispered, I'm not sure, but I think you're mistaken. Because there's only one claw artifact in this world. The guard's words made D. Waller pause. He was so surprised he didn't blink an eye. Unique and unparalleled. This word kept repeating in his mind. D. Waller, with a doubtful expression, touched his head and thought, it must be Rin's weapon. Beside him was Agria. Seeing his actions, she said, not you. He kept thinking, but why would it be in human hands? Could it be that Renee, a human, has turned so fierce and angry deep inside her? Then he thought of Renee, her cold eyes staring straight ahead. No, even the boss in the other great prison chamber respects Renee. Humans can't possibly compete with her. Renee is very strong. She's not called the sword made for nothing. Devour looked at his hand and thought deeply. Yes, a sword. When leaving, did Renee take the sword with her? Devour's mind recalled Renee leaving her outfit with no place to hide weapons, and she even threw a sword at him, thinking he was an enemy. So how many weapons does Renee have? When fighting humans, would she use fewer than 5 types of weapons? Without the sword, Badget can still handle it. But if using a sword, he'd be even stronger. But Renee is different. If a lady knight loses her sword, what does she have left? Devour was lost in thought. His mood was terrible. In reality, Agria's expression showed fear and called out to Sir Swat. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins stood out. Devourer's anger boiled over. So Renee, defeated by humans, a lower species but a despicable one, who kills? Roll 11. If Renee was killed, his eerie aura would rise even stronger. He screamed in horror. Ah! Swallow Devourer continued. By a common human. He kept screaming. No! Don't come closer, monster. He kept uttering strange words. So we kill all these bastards here, it's only right. And soon after, the bastard lay writhing and foaming at the mouth in despair. Swallow Devourer appeared then. Do you see that? Then those huge golden eyes appeared. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sir Swat, but he continued to speak coldly. Will you agree? Rin. Swallow Devourer seemed to go mad. Calming voices still echoed. Sir Swat, calm down. Wake up. Sir Swando. Then a frail hand grabbed his sleeve. It was Maelyezi Lymphagria. She held onto Swallow Devourer's trembling arm and asked anxiously, What is happening? Answer me. But he turned to look at her with a furious glare. I will answer you only once. Tighten your grip. One of the 36 masterpieces standing happy. Only one exists in the world, right? Maelyezi Lymphagria was greatly surprised and answered, As far as I know, that's correct. But why are you asking this suddenly? Swallow Devourer replied, I've been searching for it for a long time. It belongs to one of my friends. I must find it. He pulled his hand away from hers and coldly turned away. She doesn't need to help us anymore. Thank you. Maelyezi Lymphagria hurriedly followed with her hand. Sir Swat, you keep going. Now I know how to get to Haston. From now on, we can go there ourselves. And your strength started to rise again. So it's best for you to stay away from here as quickly as possible. Maelyezi Lymphagria panicked and called out after him. Sir Swat, that person is the friend you mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, Swallow Devourer's steps paused. Maelyezi Lymphagria hurriedly continued to speak. A woman with silver hair, a warrior using claws to cut off the heads of 36 happy works. The face of Swallow Devourer became even colder. He finished and used that expression to emphasize each word. Lady Renee, Lady Gosh. Seeing his expression, Maelyezi Lymphagria hugged herself shivering and said, It seems like I was right. Swallow Devourer still seriously reminded, Enough with the joking. His eyes lit up as he asked in a dangerous tone, Do you want to know now? Melchizedek Lymphagria laughed happily and replied, No need to tell me the whole story. Even if you use that scary voice, it can't scare me, especially since I already know who you are. At this point, her face showed excitement. She continued, Lady Rin is a protector of the ancient core. She holds the highest position among the highest. So if you confirm that Rin is your friend, then Sir Swat must be. Swallow Devourer turned back to listen as well. Melchizedek Lymphagria's voice continued. The owner of Dura Devourer was quite surprised and his face returned to normal from the earlier loss of control. After a while, he closed his eyes in helplessness and replied, Yes, I am Devourer. But Melchizedek Lymphagria interrupted him. Sure, her face was extremely excited as she shouted. The day of Devourer is here for sure. Swallow Devourer sighed helplessly on the outside, but his face was twisted inside. But she didn't notice and continued to laugh. Haha, look at your face, I caught you. Don't worry, my reasoning skills are top-notch. Then Maelyezi Lymphagria hesitated to continue. I don't know what dangerous thoughts you have, so I will help you and you can't refuse. Swallow Devourer asked in disbelief. For someone who claims to be on par with the king of demons, are you sure you can reason simply? She confidently laughed and replied, a demon with logic cannot become king, but the words of a demon that becomes king is logic. Seeing her confident expression, Swallow Devourer sighed in frustration. Malia Zelim Agria saw his disappointed face and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, that face! This is when SWAT knows!" Hearing this, he looked surprised again. Malia Zelim Agria described everything with exaggerated gestures. Today is super scary now. Just now, strange things appeared behind you. She quickly changed her expression to a laughing one that made tears flow. So I'm very happy that you returned to normal. From now on, I'll help you, so don't worry. Lymphagria gently grabbed his robe and said, please don't use that tone when talking anymore, promise me. Soon the auction day arrived. The entrance was bright with a sunny day, light shining down upon the world. Everyone attending the auction wore masks to hide their identities. Meanwhile, at the back exit, a soldier stood leaning against a pillar. I already guessed this before, but there's no real demons. Why keep guard then? Just as he was discouraged, someone called out suddenly, hello! It turns out it's Malia Zelim Agria. She appeared with a well-groomed makeup and stylish hairstyle, dressed elegantly. Following her was Swallow Devourer, who looked exactly the same as usual, looking rather odd. She asked politely now, we want to participate in the auction. Can we enter through this door, I wonder? The guard got flustered and stammered in response. Yes, yes, yes. This way, please. But first, I need to know your identities, okay? What are your names, may I ask? She calmly introduced herself. I am Mel's from the Agria clan, and this is my servant, SWAT. The guard replied, please wait a moment, sir. Then he started searching for the name Agria in his records. After some time, the guard looked uneasy and said, me, I apologize, but Mrs. Name is not on today's guest list, sir. But you're SWAT, do you have an invitation with you? The guard got nervous. Invitation? Swallow Devourer stepped forward and said, oh, right, here it is. The guard then said in confusion, hold on, there's no such thing as an invitation being sent out. But before he could finish, the guard was punched in the face. The guard now showed a cold expression with a sinister smile and held up his fist saying, this is the invitation to the next life of that person. After dealing with the guard, Malia Zelim Agria helplessly asked, but can't you wear something else? But she still replied firmly, why? Are you afraid I'll charm you with my beautiful appearance? But Swallow Devourer said seriously, you're a child, don't dress like that. She retorted unhappily, don't call me a child. Okay, alright, fine, let's go then. But Malia Zelim Agria still refused and angrily hit him on the head. Take that back, now. The scene changed to the Chait castle. A sharp-looking building appeared, with the surrounding sky turning blood red. Renee can't be. Someone in a room was mumbling there. That's Renee. She lay helplessly on the bed at this moment. Tears flowed automatically. Rin exclaimed, we're back to the ancient core again. It's cycle 12, going back 80 years ago. In a forest, a terrible fire was blazing up. Everything was being consumed by that destructive flame. This is the Grabina forest. Everything was gradually disappearing into thin air. The scene changed to another space. In a room, someone's voice echoed, I apologize for what happened. I didn't think humans would do such things. But won't this forest recover and be filled with joy soon? A hand with strange marks was placed on the person. After all, I did exact my revenge on them. An ominous figure appeared, with green hair and 2 horns, one of which was cut off. The sharp fingernail of that person pressed against the face of a terrified person who had already died. This is the master of the Grabina forest, nicknamed the Sorceress. The Earth Spirit Grabinia stood there thinking that the ancient core used the forest as a natural fortress, so it needed to make a good impression on Grabinia. Did all the forest arsonists die? It's tight. So Grabinia's anger will fade gradually. With his feet standing in a pool of blood, he pondered what to do next. This doesn't seem relevant to this situation. The more I look at you, the more interesting you become. You're called a little person, right? a non-human creature created by humans, right? The image of Renee trapped in a dimly lit cell appeared. Swallow Devourer observed and calculated. Should I kill this too? Leaving witnesses isn't good either. But, finally, he made his decision and spoke up. Hey, this is your master's last wish. You're now free. Go wherever you want if you like. Renee was stunned and fell silent, but Swallow Devourer was unsatisfied with himself. Having made up his mind, he tightly gripped the iron bars. But I won't help you escape from here either. He transformed into a ghostly form, bending those bars and said coldly, you can die in this cell or try to get out. It's your choice, Leo Long. Renee was startled upon hearing this. Swallow Devourer turned around and continued, your master is searching for a lady-in-waiting named Leo Long. Since there are no ladies-in-waiting here, it must be you. My pity only goes so far. Saying that, his body turned into dark mist and vanished. Renee sat there, still a non-human creature created by humans. Her eyes remained blank as she couldn't accept the truth. Later, she stood up and muttered Leo Long's name. The name Leo Long refers to a lady-in-waiting serving the master and is also a title for the most talented lady-in-waiting. Lilo is now the head lady-in-waiting. Renee stepped out from where the bent iron bars were. But this little lady-in-waiting was never called or addressed by that name, as her kind didn't have names. But because of that, she stood there, looking up at the light pouring down from a large pit. That light illuminated her beautiful yet sad face. Tears flowed unconsciously. She read out Lilu's name again. The scene switched to the Chaite castle. The space was less gloomy, and the blood-red color had faded significantly. Renee sat on a mound of earth looking at the castle. Suddenly, someone called her name. Renee! A cloaked figure appeared behind Renee and spoke. I heard that the Imperial Patrol Army is advancing straight to the ancient core. That's Uspith Bathory. Renee replied. Even if Bathory says so, Renee won't go back there. Uspith Bathory came closer and said, I didn't tell you to return there. I respect Renee's happiness very much, but I prioritize choice and happiness more. Isn't it time for her to ensure all issues are resolved? If those two are looking for her everywhere, what do you think Swallow and Patrick will do if they find out she was tricked here by humans? If she's going to live like a ghost, she should erase all traces of herself. Forever, these words stirred Renee deeply. Her expression looked extremely bewildered. Finally, Uzbek Bathory returned to her normal tone. It doesn't have to be perfect. Being broken is fine too. Dr. Zhang will understand her intentions and take care of it himself, since the patrol army is busy dealing with them in the ancient core for a few days. If she wants to get married, do it now. But Renee was still very conflicted about what to say. After some time, she fiddled with her dress and called out Bathory. Then she decisively stood up and said, Renee wanted to go somewhere far away to breathe fresh air. Uzbek Bathory turned around in surprise, asking, wait, is it just me or does Renee's right eye look a bit blurry? Is it safe for her to go alone? Renee looked determined and replied, Renee is fine, thank you for your concern. Bathory, where's Renee's sword? Back at the Swallow Devourer side, he was squeezing someone's neck up there, hitting the wall causing it to crack. He just questioned them. I'll ask one last time, tell me everything about the sharp claws. He was squeezed so tightly by the neck that bubbles formed as he struggled to speak. It came from the Mothap Haston, with wings sent over. I really don't know anything else. Please believe me. So it's Haston. Swallow Devourer thought for a moment and then ordered to question again. You said the Mothap of Haston, right? After hearing what needed to be heard, he let go of his grip, causing him to fall to the ground. He politely said, thank you for telling the truth. I'll let you live. Finished speaking, he turned and left with Meljazelim Fagrir. But this guy still wasn't afraid to die and muttered under his breath, damn it, that bastard almost killed me. I'm just a sentry, what did I do wrong? Go to hell, you bastard. Suddenly, Swallow Devourer appeared from behind him with a gloomy expression and replied, yes, you didn't do anything wrong. This made the guy extremely frightened. In his eyes, he saw familiar eyes of Swallow Devourer. He continued speaking in a voice that sounded like it came from hell. You didn't do anything wrong, but you just happened to catch my attention. When you stepped into my territory, what did you say? That guy kept mumbling, "Are you a monster?" Because at this moment, he had turned into a black aura spreading round void, using fancy words like chastising or conquering. At this point, all the furious eyes of Swallow Devourer appeared in unimaginable terror. Do you see any guilt with the creatures you've killed? Did they do anything wrong to deserve death? He looked extremely terrified and hopeless up there. Swallow Devourer continued answering his own question. No! I'm the same. You are my enemy. That's why I did what I did. Step into another space. In the auction room, voices echoed. Tight. Someone had bid 3.5 billion gold, 38.4 billion, 39.8 billion, 50 billion, 60.7 billion, 70 billion. The scene was extremely lively. People with money raised their hands hoping to get that item. 70 billion. We have 70 billion now. Anyone else? At this moment, two people were whispering to each other. Boring. Should we bid together? Just play round. You asked in surprise. See, Gwyn, we're here to ensure the safety of the auction, not participate. This green-haired girl is the commander of the Black Lake Regiment. Heroine, Gwyn Historia. Gwyn Historia smiled and said, it seems you can't joke with me anymore, chicken. The pink-haired girl was the deputy commander of the Black Lake Regiment. Chicken, her serious face saying, don't forget our purpose here. Forget it. Let's finish this and go get something tasty. Suddenly, a man pointed and asked, is there nobody here? But the two girls were still discussing their meal. Salmon sandwich or pumpkin pie? Oh, I want pudding too. The auctioneer then spoke from above. I'll announce the third card and end the auction. Suddenly, a terrifying voice echoed. Who said that? Immediately, fresh blood spurted out with cries of agony. Look over there. The Swallow Devourer appeared and dealt with the auctioneer, saying from hell, I'll be the one to end this auction for everyone. Gwyn Historia was shocked and called out, Chicken, chicken, to which Chicken replied nervously, yes. The Swallow Devourer appeared in a strange form, his hands like torches as he approached like death and spoke. Are you all here to buy the severed heads? Number 13, explain about the warriors. There were 3 Imperial warriors. After one of them, Bernhistens, died in a battle with an ancient core. Public criticism rose against the warrior who had the duty to protect the people and died on a personal mission to raid a dungeon for his own benefit. The image of the warriors surrounded by countless fingers pointing emerged because the criticism wasn't just directed at one, but also towards the other two. Of the two, one felt that as a warrior, maintaining the trust of the imperial people was essential enough to suppress their survival instinct and ignite the fighting spirit. Gwyn Historia's legs were trembling. The rattling teeth was angry and lunged, but was stopped by Chicken. Stop! Historia! Chicken shook his head. You can't go! Though worried, Chicken could only grit his teeth helplessly. You can do nothing about it. That's far beyond danger. The image of the Swallow Devourer approaching like death appeared. His golden eyes and swirling vortexes observed around him. He walked to the auction floor, placed his hand on an item, and bowed as he said, this symbol might indicate it. Also, I'm sensing changes within the item and thinking about it. I can feel Reen's presence strongly, so I consider this a fake. As expected, Renee was attacked by lowly humans. Hearing that, he decisively smashed the glass cage. Holding the item up to examine more closely, the Swallow Devourer said, despite the complexity of explaining this situation, it actually has a rightful owner. So I'll return it to its rightful owner. It's quite shameful. It will fetch a high price. His words and demeanor made those on the Cha side, who had seen it since they arrived, stop him from speaking further as others pointed and shouted, soldiers, guards, what are you doing? Stop that bastard! The Swallow Devourer's anger truly began now. Alright, it seems you don't intend to send me off nicely. Calm down, I feel the same way. After saying this, the Swallow Devourer took the item and said as he approached, I'll tear each of you into pieces. His face grew more resentful, and his body was covered with the sword's shadows. Suddenly, a figure appeared with a shout. Do you think I'd allow that? The Swallow Devourer angrily turned to see Gwen Historia attacking him. Hey, flying so fast? The movement and combat equipment are excellent. But looking at Gwen Historia attacking me, he assessed. Unfortunately, you lack the talent for that. In a moment, the Swallow Devourer easily dodged to the side and missed her strike. With nothing but those gloves, the Swallow Devourer glanced at Gwen Historia's movements as she continued attacking while trying to keep her balance. Gwen Historia kept swinging her iron fists. In this case, I'll crush your arm and shred these gloves into pieces. The Swallow Devourer looked intensely at his opponent. Still, for a human, it's quite impressive. Gwen Historia kept swinging his fists while shouting, looking intense. As the iron fist approached, Swallow Devourer gently caught it with a hand. But when their strong hands met, the power from Gwen Historia surprised him slightly. He was immediately knocked back into the wall behind him by that force. A loud explosion followed, sending debris flying everywhere. Standing there, Gwen Historia panted with a satisfied look. But at this moment, another calm voice echoed. Haha, so you're not an ordinary human? The voice came from the rubble, startling Gwen Historia. She couldn't help feeling alarmed inside. He's still alive. After that move? Impossible. That technique annihilated a dungeon boss without leaving any trace. The expression on Gwen Historia's face showed clear fear. Even the legendary Celestial Arm, known to withstand 3 hits, was destroyed by just 1 hit from that skill. Her iron hand fell to the ground. Gwen Historia began to reassess her. Black liquid? No, a form of gas. So he's not human, but he's not an ordinary monster either. What is he? As Gwen Historia was panicking, Swallow Devourer gave a sinister smile. Done, his entire body emitted dark, frenzied energy. A pity! Vision blurred, nothing could be seen now. An endless shadow covered Gwen Historia. Suddenly, a voice called out. Gwen Historia quickly turned around. Gadget, she called back. Another iron hand appeared. From Gajo's arm, the energy streams emerged. Gwen Historia shouted to stop them. Gadget, don't come closer! But Gadget rushed forward with his power attacking Swallow Devourer. Stay away from us. The scene changed to another space. Sitting amidst the rubble, Male Yezi Lymphagria worriedly asked, Sir Swallow, are you still safe? I was so worried. And Lianchin, yeah, I'm fine. But Koi was still visibly shaken. Are you really okay? I thought you died after that magic move. Looking at his own hand, he wondered, I wonder how I'm still alive. Recalling the scene, that attack, it wasn't something a human could do. It felt like hitting my heart. I wouldn't be surprised if that hit revealed my true form. This is interesting. Swallow Devourer shuddered at that thought. And if I'm exposed, Badget will surely, Asaika, I don't want to think about it. I might receive a death sentence for that. But more importantly, he looked forward. Remembering those two, Swallow Devourer's gaze went distant. Not just one, but to squirrels. That distinctive red hair. While focusing on the green hair, she evacuated everyone here and cast many protective spells on the green hair before quickly escaping her magical traps simultaneously. Recalling that face, he couldn't help a bitter smile. You guys are interesting. Except 14. Something just fell here. Shouts and pieces of dirt followed. What's going on? Hey, is anyone here? Are you awake yet? By now, Gwen Historia has been pushed to the ground, a deep dent in the earth. Everyone gathered, no, call the healer. Meanwhile, Gwen Historia is thinking, although I'm a warrior, I was defeated by an unknown monster with just 1 strike. Are everyone at the auction house safe? What about Garzath? As she prepares to stand up, someone reminds her, take it easy and stand up. Garzath! Surprisingly, there's a response. How am I supposed to hear you if you whisper like that? Gwen Historia looks up in surprise. Garzath pulls her arm and smiles. Miss Gwen! Gwen Historia seems relieved, exclaiming with joy. Garzath! She's still alive. Gazat pinches her cheek and says, Miss Gin, you should quickly thank me. If I wasn't there, this would be your funeral day. Gin Historia opens her eyes. Gazat pulls her arm. It's a severed arm covered in blood from Gazat, but she smiles optimistically and says, "Don't worry, it's not life-threatening." But Gin Historia isn't like that. Her tears flow as she sobs deeply. "Sorry for me, Garrett. I am truly a failed hero." Garrett, sorry me. Suddenly, someone shouts. Gin Historia. Garrett dries her tears and comforts her. "Calm down, you're the hero." Would people like a hero of the Empire to cry all their tears? She leans in close to Gwen Historia's ear and whispers, "Just one arm. It's fine, okay? You don't know who you were fighting against, Miss Gwen. That monster is the master of the ancient core. He is Swallow." Hearing this, Gwen Historia sinks into confusion, unable to believe what she hears. "Huh? What are you saying? Don't joke. There's no way a monster like that would be here." Gazat speaks seriously. "I don't know the reason either, but I'm certain he is Swallow, the dark evil, the ancient monster. That is him. Swallow, his claw has traces of the hero Bernhistens. It seems fresh. It's been less than a month. This situation is more serious than we thought." Miss Gwen, her expression shows clear worry. If this continues, the Empire will collapse. After hearing this, Gwen Historia sinks into despair. Regaining composure, she exclaims in panic, "If it really is Swallow, we must stop him. This is human territory. We are in a favorable position." But Gazat places his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Miss Gwen, this isn't something we can solve with our strength. You've already felt the overwhelming power directly. Right now, we cannot defeat him. We need to turn to the Demon Hunters Alliance for support and report back to the royal family. So I will act alone first. With my current condition, I can't teleport both of us. So Miss Gwen, stay here." As she says this, Gazat uses a light incantation. "Heal!" The sparkling lights began to heal Gwen Historia's wounds. Garzav continued, "It didn't fully heal her, so don't wander around. Just wait for me here." Suddenly, Gwen Historia sat up. "Hold on, but we don't know when that monster will go berserk again." Garzav reminded, "She should still stay here. Please." As Garzat's body started glowing, Gwen Historia frantically called out, "Hold on, wait a moment. Chicken guts," but the chicken guts are now definitely gone from above. The scene shifts to Swallow Devourer. He keeps thinking, "It's frustrating. Should I let the escaped one go and head to Hastings? Or should I chase after him and eliminate all risks of being discovered here? What should I do, Juan?" Swallow Devourer kept turning left and right, making Malgesia Lymphagria beside him confused. "Since we are safe for now, let's just leave the claws alone. Plus, I need to find Renee. I can't forget that. At least, I have to locate Renee's body." After calculating, he turned back and called out, "Mel's, get ready to go." Juan seemed a bit troubled in response. "Alright," Swallow Devourer asked. "What's wrong? You can't just say there's nothing wrong." Malgesia Lymphagria hesitated. No, nothing." Swallow Devourer spoke coldly. "What is it?" "There's no such thing as nothing, tell me." But she still hesitated. "Sir Juan." After some thought, she revealed her worry. "You are indeed very strong. I know because I witnessed it in the Demon King's castle. The more you learn about him, the stronger he seems than we imagined. Even though you say you're Rin's friend, he might be even stronger than her, right? Or is Rin stronger than we thought? Please tell me, Sir Juan, who exactly are you?" Swallow Devourer paused for a moment. Then he helplessly scratched his head and said, "Ha, meows," before suddenly tapping her on the head. "Hey!" After that, he patted her head, causing Malgesia Lymphagria to glare. Swallow Devourer asked, "Why are you worried?" "I'm just Sir Juan." The small Malgesia Lymphagria looked up. He smiled and continued, "Once everything is done, I will tell you the truth." "Okay." She smiled in relief. Then Swallow Devourer surprised Malgesia Lymphagria again. "Now show us the power of a king." She agreed cheerfully. Aha! Later, the sleeve fell off and the small Malgesia Lymphagria transformed into a confident woman with a strong and alluring body. "Alright, Sir Juan." Architect. A purple aura descended on a circular shield layer. Then a loud explosion obscured the vision. Line 60 completed. The people below look at those huge smoke clouds in panic, exclaiming, "What's going on? What exploded?" Gin Historia looks up with horror. Huong is the headmaster. Damn it, attacking the capital city? The civilians are panicking. Kaira, our house, me too. Do those damn creatures care how many people are in the capital? What should I do? She stands up and walks away. But at this moment, Gwen Historia remembers the last words of the chicken, so don't wander around, just wait for me here. At this moment, Gwen Historia grits her teeth in anger when a small hand tightly grabs hers. A little girl is worriedly hugging Gwen Historia's hand and crying, "Sis, Dad, Dad, there he is." Gwen Historia's iron grip tightens on the hand. Amidst everyone's panic, a voice rings out. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll handle this." After saying that, Gwen Historia resolutely walks forward. As she steps, she thinks, "I'm the hero Gwen Historia. I won't run from a monster like that." Cut 15. Above, those gray smoke clouds continue to rise. Below, the ground is a wide area of ruins. A foot kicks aside some debris. Swallow Devourer emerges from the pile of bricks and would just calling out, "Hey Mel's, what spell did you use just now? Structure magic? That high-level spell caused the ground to collapse like that, right?" Melchizedek Lymphagria appears with her beautiful wings flying above, smiling and answering, "Everything is fine now, isn't it? It's all gone." He asks again, "That spell just started, but I finished them all. They're all done neatly. What else do you want from me?" Round Meliezi Lymphagria, sparkling lights emit, making Swallow Devourer feel bored. She then says, "Why are you complaining? If there's a spell that can stop this situation, why didn't you tell me?" Swallow Devourer helplessly replies, "We thought you could make the right decision in this situation, so we left it to you." In the virtual open space, a voice rings out, "Oh no, using magic here will bring many troubles." Swallow Devourer glances back and thinks. He then asks, "Do you still remember the way to the center of the portal transfer place?" Meliezi Lymphagria replies, "I do, I remember that place." Hearing this, he urges, "Let's go. We need to leave quickly. The heroes or guards will be here soon." After using magic, things are quite troublesome. We need to get to Hasten as fast as possible. After saying that, he turns around and walks away. She's a bit confused but doesn't ask more. Alright, but she can't help asking. "But you keep talking about Hasten. Where is it?" Swallow Devourer stumbles as he hears this and stops. He turns back. "Do you know where the ancient core is then?" Meliez Elim Agria laughs. "I do know that. That's one of the 7 great dungeons I admire." Swallow Devourer says, "The town is nearby." Melchizedek Lymphagria, who was happy before, now looks gloomy and taps her fingers. "Actually, I read about the ancient core in some books." He feels extremely helpless. "Alright, let's go." Melchizedek Lymphagria took off and flew away as he spoke. "I'll protect it, you can rest easy." Swallow Devourer waved at her before responding, "We'll be there soon." After saying goodbye to Melchizedek Lymphagria, he went alone through the chaos. As he walked, he kept talking. "We've arrived here. How many people are there?" At this moment, a group of soldiers appeared in the crowd. They responded when they saw him asking, "We're one of the core noble families of the Empire, the Blue Swallow Punishers." A man with a scarred face spoke up, "I'm the leader of the Punishers questioning you. Who are you?" Swallow Devourer remained silent, lost in thought. People always have to work in teams. For some reason, they stubbornly stick to things like that. But when they gather together like this, it's quite troublesome. They seem to be guards who protected the auction. But never mind. After all, these are just soldiers. No hero has appeared yet. Swallow Devourer finally spoke up. "Do you want to know who I am? Should I tell you?" Then his eyes turned golden and he suddenly shouted, "I'm your enemy," and immediately, everyone's eyes and mouths became very clear and terrifying. "I am." At the ancient core, a voice echoed. Nifrim said that anyone entering this dungeon would find it hard to leave. If someone dies here, their soul will wander aimlessly, unable to find peace. The green-haired girl Sylvia kept circling round Nifrim. Has she come back now? This place is too scary. But Nifrim was a bit angry and said, Sylvia, stop causing trouble. Hearing this, Sylvia pouted. There's nothing here to make me bored to death. So suddenly she turned to one side and said, but I think there are many strange things in this dungeon. Nifrim was startled and turned around. The first room we passed earlier was full of monster corpses. But this room is different, it's much cleaner. Someone must have cleaned up here. Her eyes showed a hint of suspicion. Then she turned to ask everyone, what do you think? The man was still confused and dazed. Then murmurs started. It's impossible for the Histanless Punishers to clean up here. Monsters aren't smart enough to do that. Or is it possible that this dungeon has been cleared up to room 5, but not the boss rooms? Only the boss rooms haven't been reached yet. It's impossible for a single monster to clean up all of this. Suddenly, someone spoke up. What are you talking about? Why didn't it clean up the first room, but instead cleaned here? Nifrim was startled and looked over. Her eyes quickly scanned behind her. Then Nifrim turned around and shouted, monsters, stop playing around here. Are you trying to trick us? Panic started spreading. US! Suddenly, a dark voice echoed. You're making too much noise. It's exhausting me. My arthritis hurts even more. I didn't deceive you guys at all. I cleaned this place because it looked messy. I guess someone might come to conquer the dungeon. But your noise is bothering me a lot. Two bright eyes are looking out from the darkness. Nifrim quickly turned to Sylvia and said, Sylvia, turn on the light. Sylvia replied quickly, okay. Immediately, Sylvia extended her hand, creating a light beam. A voice echoed through, you're really foolish people. Why do you have to come here? Isn't dying enough already? Welcome to the Ancient Core. It turns out that voice was from Sir Patrick. Neil Friedman was startled, thinking in his mind, Scotton, he had to ask anyway. So you are Sir Patrick? Sir Patrick got angry upon hearing this. You know who I am, so there's no need for me to introduce myself anymore. I was prepared with a grand introduction, but now it's off the table. You're really foolish people, always wanting to come here and die. Calm down a bit, don't react so dramatically. Lower your weapons and talk. That wizard girl shouldn't be in such an alert stance. The soldiers should move back a little. Am I not speaking correctly? As Sir Patrick was speaking, a powerful force passed by. It turned out to be Nifrim's small sword. Anger fueled her as she stabbed and shouted, You've talked too much now, you're dead. But Sir Patrick easily caught the attack with one hand. Then he looked past them and said, Truly, humans are so rude, acting on impulse without any courtesy. Nifrim continued using ice magic. A large chunk of ice attacked Sir Patrick. Immediately, a loud explosion came from the misty fog outside, unseen. Sparks flew as the clash between both sides erupted into battle. This is too familiar to me. Nothing exciting. It's like facing anyone else. In the end, I win anyway. Sir Patrick easily caught Nifrim's attacks. Nifrim's angry eyes swung down with his sword. But Sir Patrick remained calm. Then he shot out a stream of energy from behind him. Sir Patrick thought to himself, a boring fight. He then spoke to the opponent. Oh, you seem to have some strength different from those others. But Nifrim suddenly smiled wickedly and started using multiple techniques at once, boosting his power, warning signs, observing blood trails, summoning a warrior behind her with various formations appearing. Sir Chittis easily grabbed the sword he had just plunged into the ground and said, It's you, someone with many spells boosting your effect. That's why you're so strong. But I doubt the effects won't last long. It looks like a minute is up, but don't let him take his time. The next thing you know, wave after wave of attacks hit hard, paralyzing him. The medic officer starts to get a bit shaken. Oh look, some Nifrim are now standing on his body and saying, Tell us again, who will come out on top? The Nifrim exudes a strong aura, pointing the sword down. The medic officer turns his head to say, Good one, I didn't think you had enough power to pressure me like this. Sylvia holds her sword tightly by her side as whispers continue. It's not over yet. There aren't that many ancient core guardians around here. Suddenly, Patrick the medic officer says, "It seems we need to get rid of that green-haired midge first." Sylvia starts sweating in fear and tension. The Nifrim gets angry, stomping harder as he shouts, "Shut up." Patrick the medic officer looks quite painful. The Nifrim uses all his strength to stab down and pull back. Die! But then a gloved hand gently reaches out to grab the sharp tip of the sword. Then comes a laugh, ha ha ha, ha ha. The medic officer lying on the ground feels happier than ever before. Truly, it's so fun. It's been a while since I've had such an experience. I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I was this happy. We should have dealt with you quickly. The director is both alarmed and frustrated. Sweat starts pouring down his face. The medic officer continues, "But it's been a while since a maiden has come to visit us here. I was just a bit bored. Let me try the feeling of failure and deceive you. Thank you for giving me this joy." As he says, his eyes glow with a green light as if devouring everything around him. Cut to a dark scene where nothing is clearly visible. The Nifrim suddenly opens his eyes and cries out. She sits up, crying in pain. Ugh, what just happened? At this moment, the voice makes the Nifrim jump to look over. "Oh, you're awake now?" Patrick the medic officer continues sitting there, summarizing everything that happened after you fainted in a few seconds. But it's better for you to see it yourself. As he says, his hand points in a direction. That is a gruesome and bloody scene of mass murder. Patrick the medic officer continues, "Everyone who has come into contact with me, the night Patrick until now, not one person survived. I think you must know that because you know my name. But it seems all you know is just my name and nothing else." At this moment, he holds Sylvia's head in his hand. But dealing with the green-haired midge was quite a challenge. As he says, he throws the corpse back to Nifrim. Nifrim screams out in shock. "Sylvia!" She trembles before the body of her dear friend. Patrick the medic officer continues talking, using holy and dark magic. "Just thinking about it makes my bones creak." He can't hide his joy as flowers bloom around him. "Anyway, you're Nifrim. Isn't that right?" And even to the end, the Mudge kept calling your name. The image of Sylvia trembling appears. At that moment, she repeatedly calls out, "Nifrim, Nifrim, Nifrim." The medic officer continues. She called with such desperation. Nifrim is now silent in despair. But the medic officer still keeps talking. "I was hoping for a more emotional reaction, but yours was quite boring, Miss Nifrim. You really are careless. Now it's time for the living to answer questions." As he says, he pulls out his sword from his body. Even though Thamor is an idiot, he couldn't have sent just 30 people. Honestly, I'm sorry to say this. This force of punishment is too common. Tell me what you're hiding. At this moment, the sharp sword is pressed against Nifrim's neck. The medic officer continues talking. "Here it is. As a kind and generous skeleton, I will give you some choices. Raise your right hand if you're willing to answer, or I'll take one of Nifrim's hands." Mr. Leon said, "Oh, that's a wise choice. If you tell me everything you know, I'll give you a clean and painless death." But unexpectedly, Nifrim retracted all his fingers except the middle one as if cursing. The executioner got angry at this. "Oh my god, it's unbelievable that I'm cursed in such a way." He stabbed the sword down and continued, "I'll respect your decision. Die slowly." Instantly, a flash indicated the sword had plunged into the ground. Blood dripped from the sharp blade. The executioner turned away, sighing. "Ugh, when will I clean this place up? But I guess it'll be easier than before." Nifrim fell down with the sword piercing his head. She still placed her hand on Sylvia's body as if comforting a friend. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. "It's gone. Nifrim is not dead yet." Unexpectedly, she opened her eyes with a look of defiance. Nifrim looked down with pity. She couldn't say or think anything as she stared at Sylvia's cold face. Sylvia stayed in that position for a long time to bid farewell to her friend. Unable to bear the pain, she whispered inwardly, "I'm sorry, but I..." Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide. "I must survive." After that thought, she heard extremely disturbing tearing sounds. The executioner hiding behind a large rock noticed the problem and pondered. Damn it, such an unpleasant sound. I know! I knew there was something hidden behind this. So eating corpses will make her stronger, heal her wounds, and her power will increase with each meal. Is it limited to human bodies only? What's the origin of this ability? Alchemy or magic? The executioner stood there observing the scene. There are many corpses here. I should take some time to experiment. After all, where is the boss and what is he doing? The executioner folded his hands and thought about Swallow Devourer. Hopefully, that day didn't do anything strange in a strange place. Cut to Swallow Devourer. He's fighting with some people now. He stands on a huge burning flame. There's still someone below. What is it? As Swallow Devourer burned the people, he turned to ask. Another one came to kill her too. His foot continued moving as he responded. No! That's Gwen Historia. She gritted her teeth and prepared for battle. I am Gwen Historia, the hero. But you only searched me. I never asked who you are. Well, I like your soul, but you can't defeat me. Gwen Historia still charged forward despite knowing it was true. This surprised Swallow Devourer a bit. Determined she must stop him. Instantly, Gwen Historia delivered a fatal punch. The whole body exudes a strong aura. But Swallow Devourer gently raised his bare hand to catch Gwen Historia's iron fist. He shifted into an active stance, gripping her arm. You can only attack me once. Swallow Devourer leaned close to her ear and continued speaking. Keep going, try to escape again, if you can stop. Meanwhile, Gwen Historia was completely overwhelmed and passively submitted to the immense power. Her vision began to blur. Swallow Devourer knocked her down onto the ground. Gwen Historia's thoughts resurfaced. I can't defeat him. A fresh stream of blood spewed from her mouth. But maybe I've bought some time. Right. I am a hero, the hero with a duty. I must protect everyone. Despite being tortured terribly, Gwen Historia still thought of the civilians outside. Her eyes and mouth filled with blood as she closed them in exhaustion. Swallow Devourer lifted her arm in surprise. Is it over? Suddenly, a voice continued. I am the hero. Gwen Historia. I can't. Gwen Historia gradually opened her blood-stained eyes and couldn't stay down like this. Swallow Devourer's face turned into darkness, revealing strange eyes. Gwen Historia continued to emit a powerful aura as she spoke incoherently. I can't let anyone touch my kind. Then, with all her strength, she screamed to gather power. A. Her fist struck Swallow Devourer's chest directly. She continued, I am the hero, so I must protect the innocent people. With that, her fist began to relax. Swallow Devourer's voice echoed in congratulations. The person didn't die. Gwen Historia's hand fell limp. He stepped away and commanded, Gwen Historia, I will remember your name, but I'm not sure how long. With all respect for your bravery, I will give you a painless death. Then Swallow Devourer raised his foot. Before he was about to step down, a powerful force quickly cut through him and caused him to hesitate. Swallow Devourer glanced over. He saw a group of people dressed like royalty appear. One of them, with some discomfort, turned back and asked, Are you sausages or something? You keep coming like a sausage in 1 second. The other person politely replied, We had to use strong measures to save Miss Gwen. Please forgive our rude actions. Swallow Devourer became angry and shouted, Do you forgive someone who hits you from behind after apologizing? A polite voice echoed again, allowing me to greet you. Despite the late hour, he realized that he was being ignored. One of them had black hair. Two red-faced people bowed politely and said, I am Arch-Eterbria's G. Arlo Leviston, a member of the Black Lion Eterbria's regiment, with honor to the all-powerful Swallow Lord. But Leviston raised his hand respectfully and said, You must be mistaken. We have no intention of opposing you, Devourer Lord. We only wish to make a deal with you. Swallow Devourer became even more agitated. What? A deal with me? Now that I'm not regretting anything. His form has become even more grotesque and terrifying. His voice like death echoed again. You should check the situation. If you dare insult me, you won't die peacefully, human. Levi Stan stood calmly before those enormous and eerie eyes and mouth, thinking, This is a battle of fate, a battle with the Empire's destiny. Only now did Levi Stan speak. The original owner of the cleaver head still lives. Swallow Devourer quickly retracted his form. Levi Stan raised his head confidently and continued. I'm sure you didn't come here to reclaim the happiness masterpiece. We came here to offer our assistance. He stepped down from the ruins and asked again, and if I say no? Swallow Devourer commanded further. What would happen if I reclaimed the cleaver head just for fun, with the real goal being to exterminate humanity? What will you do? At this point, he had cornered Levi Stan, causing him to sweat and worry a bit. Song Arc remained calm and continued to speak. If you always destroy everything, would your proposal make any difference? Swallow Devourer replied, so you want to avoid humanity's extinction then? Swallow Devourer lost control again. Then go find the owner of this item immediately, and a strange shape began to emerge. Levisin responded, we will do as you say. He then turned to call out, Chicken, Chicken. Chicken quickly replied, yes. You're evil. Evil asked, have you met her before? Chicken carefully answered, to find someone, I need to see the items they used. Can I borrow your sharp claws if something goes wrong? Swallow Devourer showed the item and warned, if you do anything foolish, it won't just be a hand you lose. Chicken approached and replied, yes, I understand. After observing, she said, I see signs of several people here. 2 are like standing on a map, with 3 key points. The master of the magic tower Hasten, Wine Cat's Demon Stage, and the capital of lies. Chicken detailed further, the person is too far away to pinpoint their exact location, but one is moving westward towards the Palace of Lies. Swallow Devourer, hearing this, was surprised and thought, west towards Hasten, then said, that's enough information. He recalled Reen's cheerful smile as he called out, Lord, I feel a burden lifted, meaning Renee is still alive. Suddenly, Swallow Devourer sighed, causing everyone to be alarmed. He walked past the 2 people and said, I owe you both. I will remember your help. Levisin replied, it's an honor to be useful. Swallow Devourer moved forward, prompting everyone to step aside to make way for him. He just said, go on. They moved to a different location. At this moment, someone called out, you squat. It turned out to be Maelyezi Lymphagria. She stood in front of a pile of dead bodies and said tiredly, you're a bit chapped. Swallow Devourer stood before the pile of dead bodies, silent for a moment. Maelyezi Lymphagria's face was covered with wounds and blood, but she smiled brightly, saying, look, I kept my promise. I've defended the teleportation gate. With it, her bloody hand released as she collapsed from exhaustion. Swallow Devourer supported her and praised, yeah, that's enough. Maelyezi Lymphagria had transformed back into a small girl who was fast asleep due to exhaustion. He then stood before the item again, questioning himself, let's see, how do I use it? This is going to hasten. If I transfer mana into it, a huge glass tube inside reveals a green substance. After some time, the glass showed signs of cracking. When it shattered, the contents poured out in an overwhelming manner, and Swallow Devourer stood there in shock. Many question marks appeared in his mind. What? What is this? Can't it handle my mana? I was very confident after the transformation stabilized. Thinking, Swallow Devourer looked at the ring on his wrist again. If I used Timur's mana just for magic transfer, would I be able to teleport safely? But if so, wouldn't that reveal my existence? He was truly uncertain about what to do now. Suddenly, Patrick's image appeared in his mind and said, boss, don't give up. Swallow Devourer clenched his lips tightly and closed his eyes, thinking, it's too late for a peaceful end. He decided to remove the ring. Dark threads of blackness emerged from behind him, looking terrifying. The power was extremely dark and eerie. At that moment, he thought, sorry, Patrick, as everything became disturbed. Warm sounds echoed, followed by a breaking sound. Immediately, the wall shattered into many pieces. Under the raw form of Swallow Devourer's power, everything fell apart. The coordinates for Hasten, he opened his drowsy eyes, the magic tower appeared, and the scene changed to a sharp castle with an ominous sky above. A cheerful voice greeted from a man, welcome to the magic tower. Your identity and origin will be confirmed after simple steps. Rin appeared. The cold lady asked, "Humanity, can you use teleportation magic?" The gatekeeper replied enthusiastically, "No, our magic tower has people from all over the world. You can't enter without identity verification." Then Rin revealed her weapon, startling the gatekeeper. Rin Cold Lady said, "Looks like you can't escape." After that, he was definitely eliminated by Rin, blood splattered everywhere. As she stepped over him, she thought about her first time here. She had already had thoughts. The human magic tower is no different from a dungeon. It's certain that the magic tower is a dungeon created by humans. Her train of thought ended with a calm massacre carried out by Renee, and then she stepped over. Corpses and blood fell behind Renee. They're just weak monsters. The scene changed to show a pair of bloody feet appearing later. As Renee climbed the stairs, she thought, "I killed all the humans on the first floor that I saw. What's left is the topmost level." At this moment, a thick red-lipped mouth spoke up. "Oh my, I was curious about who our opponent would be, but isn't it the noble girl from before?" It turned out to be a red-haired illusionist. She asked on her carriage, "So you're not human?" Rin only ordered to search and kill. "Where is he?" The red-haired illusionist calmly replied, "That's my property. I have no reason to tell you about it, but I'm curious about you." She leaned down to look deeply into Rin's emerald green person. Then she said with her thick lips, "How are you still alive?" Rin was now in a fighting stance. Her expression was extremely alert and determined. The illusionist showed contempt. "Oh my, indeed, you're holding a weapon that's completely mismatched to your small face. Do you think you can fight our magic tower master with such a tiny knife?" As she spoke, she created a shield for protection. She continued to mock, "What are you going to do with that knife against me?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot out and shattered the shields. The illusionist was now sweating profusely in panic. It couldn't be just one move had broken all the shields. This attack is too powerful. Rin's eyes narrowed, not letting her in. But the illusionist remained confident. But that doesn't matter. The tower was built on an endless mana source. Therefore, if I can utilize this infinite mana, I will win. Rin continued to ask, "Where is my clawed head? Hurry up, you wretch!" She shouted and charged forward impatiently. The illusionist raised her magic wand and said smugly, "Unfortunately, that item is no longer here. I brought it to the auction." She used her magical territory now. Immediately, a powerful energy circle appeared in midair and descended. The red-haired illusionist placed her hand on her weapon as she said, "You seem strong too. Therefore, I will use all my strength to fight you." She then split the power into multiple circles of magic that pierced Rin's body. The red-haired illusionist crowed, "Try to block all these attacks from me." Rin's eyes became serious. With a loud sound, a large explosion came from near the top of the tower. The scene was now a cloud of smoke and dust. A voice then echoed, "That's it?" The red-haired illusionist said, "Indeed, if a monster dares to challenge humanity, they will face such consequences." Through the smoke appeared Rin with countless powerful spears piercing her body. She stood firm but was bent over, coughing up a large amount of blood. "This is one of my high-level magic spells. Only a few new dungeon creatures could withstand it." She panted in fear. "But I didn't think that such a little girl hadn't collapsed yet." Suddenly, her hands disappeared. Fresh blood gushed out as she gritted her teeth in panic and anger. "It hurts." But Rin's steps were like a ghost entering the human world, standing beside her. Despite the bleeding, she warned with narrowed eyes, "That was just 2 arms. Don't think you can die so easily, human." The red-haired illusionist finally showed fear and begged, "I don't want to die. Please spare me." But Rin quickly kicked her again, causing her to scream in pain. Tears fell profusely as she was scared and hurt terribly. No longer the arrogant demeanor from before. She began pleading for help. "Help! Save me!" Then fell down at Renee's feet. At this moment, she thought, "It's over. All traces here have been erased." Then Renee wondered, "What should I do now?" Her steps became unsteady. She leaned against the wall and thought, "What remains after everything that happened? I'm so tired. I want to sleep." As her body gradually slid down, Suddenly, a voice called out, "Leader." Loon quickly woke up and opened her eyes wide. At this moment, a green-haired midge ran over to catch the red-haired midge, who was panicking. How could this happen? Wake up! You must live! The red-haired midge is now crying out in pain. It hurts too much. Heal me. First, kill that girl. The green-haired midge then turned his attention to Rin. Rin was also extremely vigilant towards him. The green-haired midge then took out a green stone and said, "Please take it easy, you're losing too much blood." Do you see what this is? The red-haired midge looked up and replied, "I can't see clearly." The green-haired midge asked back, "Can't anyone see it?" Then he said with a dark expression, "This is a mana displacement stone. You can use it to leave this place. But I don't have enough mana now to activate it." Renee also noticed the strange marked stone inside. She frowned and thought, "That's the one. It looks like the stone I saw before," and the uncomfortable feeling returns. The stone was pressed onto her. After feeling enough, she said, "All right, thank you. Now I can." But suddenly, her eyes turned to horror. At this moment, dark power enveloped the red-haired midge, causing her to cry out in pain. The green-haired midge stood there with his hands behind his back and said, "Amo has too many enemies already. Indeed, you've lived a terrible life, so Rin came here to punish you. All the members of your Grauman's family, you must have offended them greatly. So they sent me here to eliminate you." His face was extremely dangerous. Then he glanced at Rin and asked, "Isn't that right, Rin?" Rin just stared silently in alarm. While the red-haired midge was being tormented by dark energy, the green-haired midge raised his hand to his chest, showing respect towards Rin. "What you did now, I am very grateful for. Because of you, I had to do this hard work. It seems like you're not stopping and are targeting me next, right?" He opened his dangerous eyes. But at this moment, the red-haired mage's body turned into a bloody mess. The green-haired midge said, "This will give me some time to escape from here. Goodbye." At this moment, Renee still stood there calmly calculating. "I can't see it clearly. That monster has a strong aura. In this state, I can't fight with it. It seems that's enough for me now." The ugly monster then rushed to attack her. Renee seemed ready to give up and said to words, "Tired. All the work I've done is over now. I will leave here. All my traces will disappear completely." But a familiar figure appeared. Then Rin thought again. But at this moment, she gritted her teeth in anger and said, "You scum! Don't touch the dirty hands of you who threatened to touch him." She unleashes her full strength right now. Ryan stabbed a weapon into an eye while shouting, "Even if I die, I won't let you guys off." Then Ryan was hit hard by a tentacle. In the pain, she gritted her teeth and thought. Later on, even from outside the castle tower, one could still see the continuous explosions. Fortunately, the familiar dark power appeared right after that, accompanied by a warm voice. "Are you okay?" Renee was extremely worried about the situation. The first time Ryan was saved by His Majesty, it was almost like this. A large hand tightly held onto Ryan. Everything is nearly completely drained of energy. Without His Majesty's appearance to save her, Rin would have no chance of survival. It was none other than Swallow Devourer. Ryan happily and emotionally called out Devourer's name. Swallow Devourer gently placed Ryan on the ground. Sitting there, she looked at him thoughtfully, wondering why he was here. Meanwhile, Swallow Devourer quietly said, "Wait a moment." After standing up and turning away, Renee still couldn't believe it, thinking to herself, "Is this just an illusion?" He approached the ugly monster. Then two cold yellow eyes appeared, declaring, "You dare, you'll pay for that." His strange shape began to fade, revealing a wide, eerie mouth stretching endlessly in the dark space. A black smoke enveloped the area as Swallow Devourer rushed forward to split the ugly monster apart. His body became more grotesque, and his power turned into sharp points piercing through the monster, causing it to scream in pain. But the monster started twisting, trying to deform itself. Those things tried to attack Swallow Devourer, making him feel underestimated. He decisively burned the monster. Then he slammed it into the ground, causing it to scream in agony. Kiki Kiki. The ugly monster was now beaten and powerless. Swallow Devourer picked up the creature again. Its two small tentacles clung to his hand. Swallow Devourer angrily cursed. He then hit it again, slamming it into the ground. Truly despicable. Immediately, a bright explosion lit up the area. A strange green bloodstain appeared on the ground. Swallow Devourer's bloody hand spoke. I understand now. Now I see it. Your regeneration power, the ugly monster lay in a large depression. It must be because, at this moment, its body started growing new flesh, looking extremely grotesque. Then, it stood up with a deformed posture to face Swallow Devil again. He concluded that the infinite mana must come from that mana spring source. A beam of powerful light appeared, followed by other streams of power converging there. Swallow Devil still stood straight and said, "All right." He opened his mouth wider than usual. It's simple then. Immediately, a huge mouth emerged from the ground where the monster lay, as if to swallow it whole. There are still those huge angry eyes nearby. A shock echoed, then the monster was gone. The Swallow Devourer turned away and mocked. It really is hard to swallow. It's too seasoned. You can tell he swallowed that monster, everyone. That must have been quite a shock for him. After walking for a while, he stopped quietly. Seeing the small girl huddled up, holding her knees, looking very pitiful, he couldn't help calling out to her, "Renee!" Then the Swallow Devourer sat down between his back and hers. After sitting down, he began to speak. I have a lot to say to you, but now your mind is completely empty. This was my mistake. The Swallow Devourer hesitated, raising his hand to scratch his odd question. Before coming here, I met a girl with green hair. I killed her. Maybe this won't affect anything. Renee on this side still tightly closed her eyes in silence. The Swallow Devourer looked far away and called out, "Renee, I'm sorry for everything I've done to you." These words made Renee even more sad, tears welling up. She still lowered her head to respond, "You don't need to apologize to me. It's all my fault." The Swallow Devourer also said in a somber tone, "Don't say that. The Ancient Core needs you very much, and Renee is someone very important to me." These words made her feel a bit lost and confused. Then she asked, "Didn't you get really angry at me?" The Swallow Devourer thought for a moment before answering, "No, you're not hateful towards Rin anymore. I'm not either." The silhouette of the two of them against each other was clearly visible in the darkness. Suddenly, the Swallow Devourer stood up and said, "By the way, I have something for you." He handed over the item she had been searching for and said, "This is what I've retrieved." Rin saw her familiar object and tears flowed uncontrollably. She hugged it tightly, unable to say anything else. "Oh!" Rin was scared. Pure tears fell. Crying in panic, she said, "I'm afraid of being despised by you. Will you abandon me?" The Swallow Devourer happily denied. "Don't say that." Then he casually offered his hand to Rin and said, "Let's go back to the Ancient Core. Check in." Cut to a different space. Perhaps it was the moment when they first met and interacted. Someone's voice echoed, "Is it Short? I met her during the fire at Grapeager, but then saw her in the lab." The Swallow Devourer yawned briefly before answering. The small Renee sat next to the transformed Swallow Devourer. Beside them was the Knight Patrick. The Swallow Devourer continued, "I brought her along because of good fortune." Patrick observed her and asked, "So this tiny body holds all the information and techniques of a short person." In his heart, he evaluated. Moreover, despite being in the dungeon of the strongest boss core, known as the Lair of Demons due to its thick dark energy, meaning her mental and physical strength can face anything. Renee also stared intently at Patrick the Knight. He then asked, "Boss, what are you going to do with this child?" The Swallow Devourer answered drowsily, "Let it live here then. This kid seems to have a lot of talent. So first, we'll teach her how to fight. If she can't learn, just let her live peacefully day by day. After all, she did serve as a maid before. Cooking and stuff, leave that to her." I see Renee practicing swordsmanship, flying, then cooking as the scene plays out. Patrick the soldier is sweating bullets, but can't change his uniform fast enough. Hold on, boss." He reluctantly says, "Sir, you're serious? Who would want to teach her?" Swallow Devourer points at him straight away. You, who else? The expression clearly surprises him. He gasps in surprise. Swallow Devourer says, cheer up and see. He still tries to refuse. No way! Why me? Swallow Devourer calmly replies, come on, stop pretending to be cold. You wouldn't get bored if you had something to do. The soldier doctor helplessly mutters. Well, it makes sense too. Inside him, he continues to rate Renee as a homunculus with better physical abilities, and still harbors some resentment towards humanity. Thinking his luck might run out, he asks, hey, do you know her name? Swallow Devourer lies down and responds blankly. Oh, what is it? I vaguely remember from the first time we met. Suddenly, a voice is heard. Oh, double V. The soldier doctor's face shows clear surprise at the sound. Can she talk now? Rin tries to read her own name out loud. Al Long. The soldier doctor asks in amazement again. Her full name is just one character, Long? Swallow Devourer sighs. What do you want now? He can't hear any more and suggests. You're her master. Why not give her a new name? At this, he scratches his face in thought. Ah, me, huh? Let's see. HMM. After that, he comes up with the name and suggests calling her Renee. Hearing the name, Rin's eyes widen with a hint of sparkle. Patrick the soldier praises. Good idea, so the child's name is Renee Long. But now Swallow Devourer has fallen asleep again, leaving him helpless. She's sleeping again today. Sitting down next to her, he calls her, okay Renee. Alright Renee. He raises his knuckles near her mouth and smiles. First learn how to smile. Back in the present, Patrick the soldier looks quite scary. Can you still laugh like this in such a situation? What are you doing at Haston that makes the ground shake like this? Is he dancing cha-cha-cha or something in the village? Swallow Devourer is sweating profusely and helplessly says to Patrick, life for monsters never has an exception. The soldier Patrick points at Malgeezer Lymphagria and asks, what's this exception? He helplessly replies, it's a long story. Soldier Patrick starts sweating again and asks, wait, boss, are you kidnapping children? Swallow Devourer gently places the sleeping girl on the ground and quietly says, I really thought you'd like to cause trouble for someone else. He then asks, where's Renee? Why did you bring this child back with you? Swallow Devourer finally sits down and says, Bajig, that's it. Looking at his reflection in the puddle, he continues, I met Renee in the human village. Bajig is silent for a moment. He then asks, so you did meet her. Is she hurt? He sadly answers, she looks very tired. Maybe we've disrupted Rin's life. Patrick Soldier turns away and says, well, if you're going to be rejected, just say it straight. Why the hesitation? Swallow Devourer holds his head in pain and mournfully wonders what to do. He then hesitantly suggests, from now on, you'll have to wear a maid's outfit to manage this dungeon. While saying this, he winks. Hey. Soldier Patrick confidently shows a piece of paper and says, I'm always ready to resign. He sighs and asks, what now? Swallow Devourer calmly says, there's nothing left to do. But I'll wait, probably because we don't know when she'll come back. As he says this, he slumps down. Bajig nods and says, I understand now. Inside, he thinks, it's best to leave him alone in this state. He might be sad, but it will pass with time. Suddenly, his steps stop. Then a hurried voice calls out, boss, you have to lift your little hand too. HMM. Seeing the figure from the dark dungeon, Soldier Patrick says, she's back. Swallow Devourer asks in surprise, who is it? Who do you think it is? The one you've been waiting for. You hit the nail on the head. Now, Renee appears wearing a cute maid outfit, but her right eye has turned bright yellow. She calls out to Swallow, haven't you eaten yet, sir? If not, would you like me to prepare something for you? Bajig notices the yellow eye too. Then he turns to Swallow Devourer, who is still looking around in confusion and asks. While observing his expression, he thinks, did he give her something crazy? Or did he really give her that thing while not being clear-minded? Looking back at their recent encounter, Swallow Devourer asks Renee, did you lose your right eye completely, Renee? If there's still a chance, you should know. I said if you still have those feelings and keep the stone, we don't need to know when. Now, Renee holds her injured eye. He then puts his fingers on one of his eyes and says, think carefully before you do it next time. You'll see what he did. Back in the present, Renee with both eyes smiling says, from now on, I will always be by your side. The scene changes to a later time, where some drops of water fall. These drops fall onto Malgazar Lymphagria's Miages Lymphagria, and she cries out. After waking up and blinking, she asks herself, where am I? What happened? Seeing Patrick's soldier sharpening a knife nearby, Miages Lymphagria is startled. She screams, am I dead? Are you the god of death? Is this hell? Soldier Patrick explains, sorry, this isn't hell. This place is an ancient core. Miages Lymphagria exclaims in surprise, really? She points at him and says, so you're not the god of death, but Patrick. He replies, you're quick to catch on. Patrick stood up and turned away, saying he didn't know if the other person was awake yet. Then he firmly kicked hard and shouted loudly, boss, wake up. The Swallow Devourer yawned and finally woke up, replying to Patrick, I'm sleeping well, Patrick, what's going on? What is it? After seeing Malgazar Lymphagria, he said, oh, you're awake now, right? Seeing the original form of him, Malgazar Lymphagria was startled and shouted, oh, you are… Then she quickly jumped out of her nest and knelt down to speak in a loud voice. The ancient core master and embodiment of creation, guardian of divine people punishing those who dared to challenge, the highest ancient beast, Devourer. But Malgazar Lymphagria still continued sweating nervously. Your Majesty, no, not that. I beg your pardon. May I introduce myself? Then both she and Swallow Devourer read out the same information. The 17th descendant of King Asmodeus, Malgazar Lymphagria. He said straightforwardly, I know already, I Tiguas Takachi. She was startled upon hearing this. How do you know my name? Swat told you. As she spoke, she thought of the human form of Swallow Devourer. Then Malgazar Lymphagria kept looking around and asking, oh, by the way, have you seen Swat anywhere? I remember he punished humans in Liege and reclaimed his claws. But Swallow Devourer said with no more secrets to hide, it was me. Malgazar Lymphagria was again startled. What? The Devourer? What did you say, sir? Now the Swallow Devourer looked at her and said again, I am Swat. Malgazar Lymphagria was shocked, transitioning from surprise to fear, sweating profusely. She wanted to scream out in self-hate. Frustratingly, she had been disrespectful to Devourer. While Melchizedek Lymphagria's soul ascended to heaven, Patrick called out, boss, the King Melt story. His eyes brightened with dissatisfaction and resentment as he questioned about punishing humans in Liege. Why didn't you tell me? Devourer was sweating again, unsure how to respond. Well then he said, follow me. Yes, after that they entered the underground passage. The scene changed to Grabinia Forest at the border of Hastings territory. This was a dense forest with lush greenery. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Ha ha, what is this? A DSI, who had just gathered herbs, said cheerfully. They said it was forbidden to enter, but nothing happened. There are many types of herbs and mushrooms in this forest. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Someone is there, and they were seriously injured. In front of them lay an injured person named Thoithop. The herb gatherer quickly put down the lamp and said, wait, I have herbs here. Suddenly the injured man exclaimed, there it is. With this herb, it turned out to be Nifrim. She turned around like a wild animal to take the herbs from him. Then a fresh blood spurted onto the lamp, signaling that someone had left because of a mistake. After recovering, Nifrim walked on like a ghost. As she approached the city wall, she muttered, I must go now. Cell 21, the main dungeon, is the battlefield. To survive in the battlefield, one needs to possess many qualities. A voice suddenly spoke up. If you are a true king, then hurry up, Mels. And one of them is calmness. It turned out that the voice was from Renee. She raised her hand to signal silence for Mels and whispered further. Renee has reminded you so many times. In Devourer's room, silence is the most basic principle. But Mel's doesn't seem to like that. No, I won't accept that. I'm a free monster. Male Yezi Limphagrius spoke loudly. And before becoming king of demons, I lived in the ancient core. I came here to talk to Lord de Vere. The two girls lunged at each other, teeth clashing. Renee emphasized again. After Renee said that, Lord de Vere was resting. Hearing that answer, Mel's confidently pointed to himself and boasted, "That's exactly what we need." I intended to stay by his side and mend the hearth until the devourer fell asleep. Renee is quite conservative on this point. Too passive. She pointed at Renee with disdain. She's a real old fool. Renee stood there stunned. Then she got so angry that her body shook. She just called Renee an old fool. This really riled up Renee's spirit. She picked up her weapon, chased after Mel's, and angrily cursed him out. "Die! I'll wipe her out." But Mel's not only wasn't scared, but also laughed at Renee. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha." Reen's face turned as black as coal. She was about to give the order. "Come here quickly." Playing with Renee made Mel's laugh happily. "Ha ha." Keep the excitement level at a minimum. Patrick was speechless from the noise outside. He pondered deeply. This place is truly hellish. The devourer, weak and feeble, spoke from behind him. "Patrick, they're overreacting. I can't sleep." He immediately replied, "You don't have the right to say that. Who caused all this chaos outside?" The devourer slowly turned his head. He wondered, "Why? That bad, huh?" This answer didn't satisfy Patrick. "Haven't you read the newspapers I gave you yet?" But he still explained to him. "It seems it's about reinforcing defenses in lies. Villages on the border are being destroyed by monsters." The devourer sighed after hearing this. Patrick also said, "And Lord Haston has committed suicide. So now Haston is completely paralyzed." The devourer thought slowly. That does sound serious. He held the thick newspaper in his hand. Patrick continued slowly. "And I've been reading all the newspapers for the past 3 weeks, but only 3 articles were about Haston." Then he stared at the devourer intently. "Do you know what that means?" "Stop being sarcastic." No! Your words made Patrick so angry, he couldn't do anything about it. He just clenched the newspaper tightly in his hand. Then he condemned me. "But you could have thought before speaking. I'm going to retire anyway." Now Devourer was truly alarmed and quickly tried to stop him. "Oh, sorry, please forgive me, Patrick." After a while of exhaustion, Devourer finally sat up with a big yawn and asked, "What do you think, Patrick?" He replied, "I'm not sure because we don't have enough information to confirm anything." He speculated, "Judging by the current situation, I guess Haston might be cut off from outside communication. You're the monster who destroyed the whole village, so you still remember all the damage you caused, right?" Devourer Trich knew he would react this way and continued, "A village being severely destroyed suddenly going silent is definitely not good news. But the ancient core needs Haston because if we can keep an eye on Haston, we will know the strength of the reconnaissance force and when they will attack us." Trich imagined the map with the ancient core and Haston separated by Grabinia Forest. His eyes suddenly lit up. The only solution he could think of was to hurry to Haston now. Waiting any longer would be dangerous. Devourer agreed it made sense and lay down slowly answering, "Right. Wishing you a safe journey. Don't push yourself too hard." And he silently wished, "Go alone. Please go alone." I thought Patrick would make me go with him, but no. He just left and told Devourer, "So I'll get there as soon as possible." He didn't expect you to say something like that. Hoo! Then he thought, it's just sending him off, right? So he can sleep now. After lying down to rest, Patrick's voice rang out again. He turned around and stared at Devourer coldly, asking if he had never thought about how hard I would suffer alone. It would be better with at least one more person. He was so scared he jumped up, stammering, "What? Huo, take your time." Then he accidentally saw Renee and Mel's fighting. Mel's Limphagria, the top candidate with a confused face, asked him, "What's going on?" Devourer thought to himself, "Mel's is very dangerous. What if she has magic? She looks like a storm of spells. If she uses her magic as in the castle, the whole village will be destroyed. Thinking this, he felt uneasy and shook his head. So, next was candidate number 2, Rin, and she smiled and said, "Let Rin go." Mel stood beside her, blushing and upset, shouted, "Rin, release me." Devourer broke out in a cold sweat remembering Rin fighting with a sword. "No! No! No! She's fine here. Rin is the storm of spells. Just staying here helps us already." So Patrick spoke up, not knowing how long we might be gone or traveling with me. He said earnestly, "Dear." Devourer was in a dilemma, his head aching from thought. Maybe because he had waited too long, Patrick urged him softly. "Boss, imagine yourself as a fish caught by Patrick's fishing net." He was suffering and crying inside. We've fallen into his trap. There's no denying it anymore. I've been dragged along with it. And then Devourer came up with a plan. He happily said, "It seems like you're the best choice in this situation. But alas, I can't change my form because I accidentally broke Patrick's slow and tired response. Oh, right. If not for the Demura ring, Your Highness couldn't have come with me." Devourer smiled upon hearing that. He joyfully thought, "Yes, it worked. I don't have to go anymore. I can sleep now." But in the end, Devourer still transformed into human form and went with Patrick, his face gloomy, lacking energy as he muttered, "Surely he will die in pain." Patrick shivered when seeing him like that. "Even though Your Highness said you would go, too bad I'm already dead," he tiredly replied, "not to mention this, Patrick looked at the ring on his right hand and said, "As Your Highness said before, without the Demura ring, you can't travel. In other words, if you had it, you could go immediately, right?" Patrick replied affectionately. Devereaux helplessly shouted, "That's not what I meant, damn it." Finally, they arrived at the village. Patrick said, "We're here, boss, you've caused a big trouble." Both pushed open the door and entered. He said, "Boss, there are 4 ways to know how a village lives." Devereaux asked curiously, "What are they?" Patrick answered, "The first way is to see if the market is bustling." He whispered, "It's empty, let's go back." Then he continued, "The second way is to check how much smoke comes out of chimneys. We should have checked before people eat dinner, but we're too late now, better to leave," Patrick said. "The third way is to see how many patrol teams are listed on the bounty board. But since Haston doesn't have that, let's skip it," Devereaux grumbled. "Then go back, please." Finally, they went to a nearby tavern and dragged him inside. Patrick said, "Today we're here," but he couldn't see him anymore, singing alone. Devereaux walked forward and said, "What are you waiting for, Patrick? Let's go." He tiredly thought, "Who is this person?" He pushed open the tavern door and loudly called out, "Landlord, do we have a guest room?" At the same time, he added, "But I think it's better not to expect anything." In front of them was chaos. Patrick cursed, "Damn it." His eyes turned sinister and deadly. This is the worst situation. The village is no longer a normal village anymore. Bodies of villagers lay scattered around, dead in extreme pain. Suddenly, a raindrop fell, like a heavy downpour from the sky. Rain became heavier and necrotic wounds worsened. A person on high ground looked down and spoke with cunning eyes, his voice ominous. "After defeating Haston, we will head to the capital city, Liege, the central territory of the enemy. Humanity is weaker than ever before in front of black misfortune." A ray of white light shone down, its brightness illuminating a region. The terrified expression on his face became clear. "This is the best time to destroy the Empire." At an empty inn, tables and chairs were scattered everywhere. It's serious now. Who would have thought the inn would be this empty? A person in iron armor stepped forward and replied, "I am the owner of this inn." Chick was surprised and stood up. The inn owner curiously asked, "Who are you guys?" He gripped his dagger tightly at his waist out of fear. "What's your purpose here?" Chick saw the owner's frightened expression and calmed down a bit. The inn owner asked, "What do you want to do here?" He clutched his dagger tighter as he asked in fear, "Why did you come here?" Chick saw the owner's fearful expression and smiled gently. "Oh, I'm a knight from the HQ Petazian Hunter Guild of Netgear." Inside, he thought they might have come to assault him. Seeing the inn owner still on guard, Chick added, I just want to eat a simple meal and find somewhere to rest. By the way, I'm a guest. Sorry. The inn owner slowly descended the stairs. But we don't have enough food for a night anymore. More accurately, not only is it our tavern. In this village, there's no place with food left. Chick's head immediately jumped. Huming, is it because of that black disaster? The landlord sees Bachik already knows. He hesitantly scratches his head. So you also know about this matter. The landlord starts sweating profusely. Sorry, but all my rooms are taken now. I hope you can understand. Bachik touches his chin. Huming, he thinks to himself. Well, with the current situation, Huming throws a gold coin to the landlord generously. Take it. The landlord quickly rushes over and grabs the coin. Sorry, suddenly feels shy again. Huh? Bachik speaks up as a reminder. You still haven't prepared the room yet. When he spreads his hand, the landlord is surprised to see a sparkling gold coin on it. After getting the gold coin, the landlord becomes respectful. Please follow me upstairs this way. The landlord is about to burst out when suddenly his eyes light up with suspicion. He asks in a voice, Sorry, but who's hesitating behind you? Mayan sees the suspicious look. Suddenly, hey, rings out. Hey! You're saying? Bachik ignores Men's confusion and continues explaining to the landlord, saying he's a servant, but he has helped me a lot, so I treat him well like this. Men stands uncomfortably on the side. Hey, Bachik continues speaking. So I let my servant stay in the same room with me. Right, where is our room by the way? Listen to what I say. Finally, the landlord leads them into the room. Entering the room, Men is excited. Oh, ha ha ha. The room is nicer than we thought. This place is better than where Mel and Lazy used to stay. Bachik is happy. Yes, it's a nice room. We'll leave it here then. Men notices Bachik fidgeting and wonders, what are you doing? And now thinking back, at that time, did you really not think of anything other than the servant? Bachik speaks in a comforting tone. Not that I didn't think of anything else. It's just suddenly even I'm thinking this way. The outfit you're wearing is the most comfortable one for you, right? If you keep dressing sloppily like this, others will treat you like a beggar. Men grumbles. Maybe being treated like a beggar would be better sometimes. Bachik teases, if you were a beggar, you wouldn't know when people would start making trouble for you or how they would beat you up. But since being a servant is their asset, it's not easy to touch them. Because even my head doesn't care, I consider you a reasonable slave already. Right. Speaking of which, mine suddenly remembers something and gets excited. Besides, boss, why do you go on missions like you're not going at all? Men is even more angry. What are you doing? In our next life, I'll be reborn as a rock. Mrs. Trich gently ranges things. So it's best if I say something that you can hear. You said only the master hears me. Mrs. Trich turns and leaves. I'll go outside for a moment. Rest, boss. Lazy Men replies. Mrs. Trich, it's my first day here, so I advise you not to step out too much tonight. Bachik. He waves goodbye as he exits, but don't worry about me, sir. It's late at night now. We can't roam freely wherever we want, right? In the quiet Hat Ralston under a starry sky, Bachik stands pondering why disaster has struck most of Hat Ralston. This is because the royal family was furious about the sudden misfortune and must have needed someone to take responsibility for the failed ancient expeditions. Hat Arlstein sits atop the castle of Westwind Earl, tearing down its beauty. His thoughts drift away as he contemplates. However, when the royal family intervened, the Westwind Earl of Hat Arlstein had already passed away. Bachik looks at the book he's reading. So who is the current lord of Hat Arlstein? I've been curious about this. Bachik rubs his chin in thought. Clearly, the royal family has bad luck and will target noble families to vent their anger. If that's true, would the descendants of Earl Tak inherit his title? Bachik puts on a hat. Well then, maybe I should check out the new lord's appearance. As soon as Bachik enters the castle, he encounters guards at the gate. Oh, trouble ahead. Guards patrol every corner. Bachik thinks to himself, the guards here are stricter than I thought. Bachik hides behind a wall. I could kill or knock out the guards, but that would only cause more trouble tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Pachik decides to leave. For today, enough is enough. Haste makes waste. Pachik rushes quickly. When I get here, I have plans to go somewhere specific. As he runs, Pachik thinks, it seems humans don't sense things like we do. Standing before a dark dungeon, Pachik is stunned. Who would have thought the stench of death here would be so strong? Let's go this way first. Cut to men's location. HMMM. T. It's cool in the dungeon and sleeping is good, but sometimes coming out here isn't bad either. Just as he's settling down, someone knocks on the door. Men grumbles inwardly, but knows they won't let him sleep properly. The landlord's voice echoes from outside. Sir Knight, are you inside? Men stands up and goes to meet the landlord. No, master is out for a late night stroll. Alright then, can you come down for a bit? It's a little early, but I've prepared dinner for you. The landlord smiles. Every innkeeper knows that letting guests starve is something they never do. Plus, the knight paid handsomely, so at least I should reciprocate with my hospitality. Shall we make a proper introduction? We haven't met before. My name's Norvin or TKR. Just call me Norvin. Men replies. I'm Swat. You two were walking and talking. Right, Swat? I hope you won't be disappointed when you get to the bottom floor. Since there's not much food left, that's all I can make for now. Men wonders, is it really this bad here? The landlord looks gloomy. It has to be a real disaster for people to call it a disaster, right? Those who witnessed the pandemic firsthand immediately went mad. The landlord's face turned serious. After that incident, the lord ended his life. The landlord continues speaking. And then, as you saw, all of Hard Resting's external communication has been cut off. I don't know what you're here for. Look at this, but it's better to leave as soon as possible. I'll do the same. As he goes down the stairs, the landlord keeps talking. Swat knows all too well himself. Mandy remains silent, not knowing what to say. What happens next? A scene changed to somewhere else. A thin, gaunt leg climbs up the window. When people are cornered like this, the girl with orange hair dares to stand on the window and tries to jump down. In 23, Rosalina quickly jumps through the window, entering the room. She's in a crouching position, moving quietly. She says softly, it's okay. She looks around the room admiringly. They chose to stay despite seeing how bad the village is. They must be outsiders. Plus, this is the most expensive room in the dormitory. She clutches her hand, smiling wickedly. Of course, they have a lot of money. She glances at the bed and says, I need to take everything. Then she approaches the bed, lifting up the shirt. The smell of the shirt makes her uncomfortable. This is such easy to clean clothes. Gross. Don't they have any money here? She takes the shirt and leaves with a comment. Never mind. I can use it to wrap things instead of a cloth bag. She opens the chest, propping her foot up. She exclaims in surprise. How? Why is it empty like this? She grits her teeth. The statement is made. Things are getting bad now. Did they take everything and leave? Saying that, Rosalina rushes to rummage through the drawers. Suddenly, she discovers something. She says, of course, right? They couldn't have taken everything, could they? She grabs the item in shock. What is this? The scene shifts to a room. Swallow Devourer lies on the bed. The executioner approaches and says, I'm back, boss. I'll check out the Lord's castle. End of line. What are you doing? Swallow Devil Adapt. I've been like this since just now, sir. The soldier removed his mask and softly said, I was planning to peek at the Lord's face. But the watch there is stricter than I thought, so I had to come back empty-handed. This round, did you find anything? Swallow Devil in Leandap. What are you still waiting for? That was just a formality. Swallow Diver continued. It seems Haston is isolated from the outside world. Apart from that, even the landlord knows little about it. The soldier exclaimed, Oh my god, what's going on here? What happened to you? Did you really do anything? I was shocked. Then the soldier rushed to the bed excitedly. That's right, Haston is isolated from the outside world. So let's investigate this further tomorrow, sir. Go and do it yourself. The cold replied. The soldier said, "We have to go together, don't we?" Then the soldier reminded by the window, "Right, sir. Please close as many windows as possible. When I left, only one window was open. Now both are open. At this rate, we'll be burgled in no time." "You're surprised. What did you say?" The soldier smiled weakly. "Haha, sir, it can't be said that way. The wind couldn't have opened the window on its own. Do you think it was done by a ghost?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Or maybe we should just leave it as is. Someone must have opened the windows." The soldier was shocked. Then he rushed to close the window panes. Swallow Diver also rushed in surprise. "It's all gone. My robe isn't here anymore. Renee, that robe was made for me by her." The soldier was stunned. "Gone. My belongings have been stolen too." "Did you see what I left in the drawer?" Swallow Diver asked. "It's gone. What is it?" The soldier sadly replied, "It's my ribbed corset." Outside, Rosalina was running fast with the stolen item on her shoulder. She panted heavily. "Phew, I think that's enough now." Suddenly someone called out in front of her. "Rosalina." Tot replied arrogantly, "Where are you? You're late again." He said sternly, "I told you not to wander around at night." Rosalina replied, "I have a valid reason this time. It's for everyone." Tot retorted, "What for everyone?" He pointed and shouted, "Is it really worth exhausting your strength uselessly just to make yourself hungrier for the sake of others? But that's not true. Take this with you." She quickly explained. The leader approached and said, "All right, don't be too harsh." Rosalina spoke as she saw him. "Leader, you're awake now, huh?" Tot continued. The leader pulls a chair and speaks. "CCC shouldn't be afraid of the dark. There's no need to bring anything. This is nothing." Todd responds but walks off in silence, clearly making a mistake. The leader also speaks up. "This situation is already chaotic enough. You have to think before acting, realizing that if you just do what you want will cause trouble for others." He emphasizes that this place isn't like the old house that welcomed us with open arms. She replies, "Yes, I'll be careful." "Leader, we think he understands now." Rosalina, the leader, adds. Then she speaks up. "Hold on a moment." She combs out her rib and says, "Look at this." The leader asks, "Did you mix it?" "Yes." "Leader, I think I should contribute some effort for everyone." She answers, "Sir, how about where did you find it?" She happily replies, "You know, from the fancy street cafe. I got it from a very expensive room. It's clean and stored in a cabinet, so it must be an old valuable item." The leader sighs helplessly and says to Rosalina, "This is human ribs." He emphasizes that these are human ribs. She hears this and panics. "Wait, these are human ribs? I don't know where it came from. Could you have stolen a grave?" "No!" she shouts. The leader holds the rib and says, "It can't be used for a tomb. If that were true, you wouldn't be so proud to show it off like this." She agrees, right? The leader explains further. These ribs could either belong to someone with twisted interests or magical in origin. Good question. Who collects human ribs? The leader counters. This world is full of people who cut off the limbs of slaves for decoration. We can't be sure if it's a human rib or from someone who used to be human. He holds it and confirms if it belongs to someone with necromancy or dark magic powers. It could be even more dangerous. He looks at his clothes and says, "This is very suspicious." Not just the clothes, they look like rags that beggars wear. He holds it in surprise, as if made from the finest fabric. He looks into his pocket and exclaims, "This Rosalina girl, she's so careless that she didn't even check her pockets." He pulls out a pile of gold coins. She is surprised. "Gold coins! How much is this, leader?" Good hesitates. "This amount is." The leader shouts, "Fools! It's not the time to be happy." "Yes, but I went through so much trouble to get it." Outside voices continue, "We're at the right place now. Pack up." The leader thinks aloud. "Guests from the fancy cafe in a ruined village. We should have found this earlier." More voices echo. "It seems our valuable items are still intact." The leader continues to think. Human ribs, expensive clothes, large quantities. We've stirred up something unpredictable. Swallow Dever appears slowly. The soldier beside him says, "Hello, Mixers. We're here to reclaim what's ours." 24 and the soldier reply, "It's great to meet you too." Looking at his robe, he continues, "At least our items are still safe." He sighs in relief, "We survived." The soldier beside him says, "That's Ring's gift robe." He thinks, "Lucky me, if Renee gets angry again, I don't know what will happen." Now the leader commands, "Everyone stay put." Good speaks quickly. "Leader." The soldier smiled and said, "Are you the leader?" The leader was doubtful. "Why did you find us?" The soldier replied, "Even though it's been a long time, I'm just tired. Let's handle this quickly and go rest." The soldier thought to himself, "Just this once, boss, because I've been running around here all day." Then the soldier spoke up, "Leader of this alley, you've chosen the wrong person to steal from. It's not too late if you want to be polite and return our belongings now. Do you know that?" The leader replied, "How can I guarantee that you'll leave after getting your things back?" The soldier agreed, "You're right, Lady Huang." The leader continued pondering, "Strange indeed. Even following Rosalina's trail, they found us so quickly in the dark. Unless these two are demons, it's impossible." The leader concluded, "It must be true." Then he confirmed, "They're definitely French demons." The leader spoke slowly now. You're creatures of darkness, right?" The soldier replied, "That makes sense." The leader realized, "Just as I thought, they are indeed French wizards." The leader held the rib near his voice and said, "This rib must be important to you." The soldier answered, "Of course." The leader grinned maliciously. "So your point is that it's just as important as a human body?" The soldier said. "No, it's just part of my body. More importantly, don't waste any more time and return it." Suddenly, the leader flung the rib into the air. Then he shouted, "Rosalina is a tricky one. Those who can't escape should be taken out of here." The soldier rushed to catch it. "My rib!" The soldier held the rib and the leader approached, saying, "Great catch!" Then, taking advantage of the soldier's momentary distraction, he struck hard on his head. The soldier screamed as rocks and dirt scattered around. The leader was bewildered. How could he not be injured? At this moment, Swallow yawned and stepped forward. He said, "Did they use a rock as a weapon just now? It seems things are getting worse here." From behind, someone lunged to stab him but broke apart when he got close. He punched the man in the face. Then he lifted the body with one hand. "What is this? Do you have a proper weapon too?" The soldier asked from behind. "We should deal with this guy after, my lord." Swallow said, "No more acting now." Tug grabbed the man's neck and shouted, "Stay there." The soldier replied, "Or we can just knock them out for now." He asked again, "Do you want to let them live?" The man next to him tried to run but was caught by the soldier. "I didn't say you should let them live. What I meant is we should deal with them quickly." "I don't know either. I'm exhausted. I wonder if I can control my power anymore." Swallow added. Suddenly, a surge of power went through the soldier's shoulder, knocking down the attacker. The soldier exclaimed, "Well, if you try your best, everything should be fine." Inside the room, the two girls were talking. "Is Lord Swallow still okay?" "Of course, Lord Swallow has been gone for half a day already." "Oh, that's right, it's only been half a day." Melgi is talking to Reane. Renee speaks up, guessing that Sir Swallow's work might be going poorly, right? Renee wonders if it's okay for them to just rest here while Sir Swallow could be starving. Melgi replies, "Renee, you're worrying too much. A great knight like him would never skip a meal." Then she thinks, how many more times will she say this? Renee continues, "You're right. It seems Reen's worries are unnecessary. Sir Swallow and Patrick can't possibly suffer in a human village." Melgi thinks to herself, enough of this. She says, after all, they are ancient creatures at the top of everything, and a Death Knight can control death itself. The scene returns to a narrow alley. The executioner speaks, "There's no greater suffering than this." Sir Swallow strokes his cloak. "My cloak." The executioner softly says, "Humans can be quite impressive too. You just ambushed us unexpectedly. I thought they were robbers, so I expected them to have a map or something similar. But it turns out they had nothing. Let's not waste any more time and get this over with." The executioner turns around. We should just dispose of them. He looks at Sir Swallow, who is lying down. Please don't lie down like that yet. Sir Swallow replies, You too, Patrick, lie down. Rosalina trembles as she steps forward. I'm sorry, I'm the one who stole. She kneels and cries, Please don't blame anyone else. They have nothing to do with this. She continues crying, Stand up now. Rosalina, you thought just doing that would make him release us. But those bastards had no intention of doing so. Sir Swallow says, Oh, it's clear now. He orders Patrick, go and finish this up. All right. The executioner covers them and leaves. Two Figures and Rosalina rise. Then they scream, If anyone approaches us, we'll kill you. I'm serious. Now Rosalina holds a staff and prays. The staff emits strange magic. This angers the executioner. He rushes towards her. He looks into her eyes and asks, Tell me. He emphasizes, Where did you get that thing? He examines the staff. The staff resembles a phoenix with a cross symbol, and it's emitting Mama energy. He confirms, It's under Mama's watch. Rosalina lap up, right? The executioner still thinks to himself, Magical surveillance emanates from a non-citizen, but one of the poorest people. Then he shouts, Sergeant. Sir Swallow replies, Auntie. He rushes to where Sir Swallow is lying and accuses someone of spying on Hastings' residence. Sir Swallow reacts just in time. Oh man, you made a mess. He says, after the girl prayed with it, magical surveillance came from that holy tree, meaning the tree only activates under certain conditions. Line 60 is intentionally left blank to meet the exact line count requirement. He continued, If we knew all that, maybe we could figure out what the owner of this cross is planning. Swallow said quickly, Hastings isn't a magic village anymore. Last time it was obsidian, and this time it's a magically tainted item. He replied, For now, let's change our plan to work together with humans. Please cooperate, boss. You think we need to do that? How are you planning to handle this situation? He thought for a moment and said, Of course, of course. His eyes lit up. I've come up with an amazing solution, boss. Accept 25. Patrick suddenly turned around and sincerely apologized. We're sorry about what happened just now. It wasn't because anyone was stealing. The leader, who had been helped up by another member, looked confused as he noticed the 180-degree change in Patrick's attitude. Patrick explained the situation to TOTH and Rosaniller. And Rosaniller, we received a royal order not to leave any traces on those we've caused conflict with. TOTH was surprised after hearing Patrick's explanation. He revealed that they were a secret organization receiving direct orders from the royal family, Team Fog of Rono, and the Night Knights. Todd was surprised to learn about this secret organization. Todd thought aloud about the Night Knights. Patrick laughed loudly and advised everyone to relax. There was no need to be overly worried or cautious. He said, Yes, we have no intention of harming anyone, so you can let your guard down. One person among those surrounding them hesitated and asked, Why are you in Hastings, Sir Knight? Why are you here? Patrick replied, To help. Patrick paused before revealing his true purpose, to save Hastings. He shared more information with everyone and explained why they were defying the royal order to help people live. They needed information from them. Patrick continued, I need to understand the situation quickly and analyze it to send necessary personnel and supplies to Hastings. Meanwhile, the leader was deep in thought. Patrick called for everyone's support and unity, saying, Isn't this what we're doing? We're working together to restore peace in Hastings. I need your help. People began discussing excitedly about the situation. With a royal knight arriving to save Hastings, His Majesty didn't abandon us. They encouraged each other, helping the knight. Finally, Patrick met Swallow Devourer and informed him that he had successfully called for human support. I think negotiations are over now. Humans are still easy to negotiate with as usual. These civilians really know how to accept what others give them, don't they? Devourer asked Patrick, When will we return to the dungeon then? Patrick told Devereaux it would be another while. Of course not. We've just started. I'm starting to notice a lot of unusual points here. After hearing Patrick's share, Swallow Devourer began to think, making everything seem more deceitful. I really appreciate your efforts, but I feel like things are becoming increasingly deceptive. Isn't everything getting more complicated because of you? Is it getting more troublesome for you as well? Devourer was deep in thought and suddenly exclaimed, "That's why they say keep an eye on your enemies around you." This surprised Patrick, who asked, "What did you just say?" Devourer rubbed his head and denied it. Nothing at all. Patrick told Devourer to start working on his mission. By the way, get up. Don't lie down because things have reached this point. Start working. Don't be lazy anymore. Those words made Devourer's eyes widen in surprise. You suddenly seem so enthusiastic today. Can't you do it yourself? Patrick couldn't help feeling annoyed and replied, "Are you serious?" Patrick assigned a task to Devourer. "I'll keep an eye on the most suspicious thief leader, so stay close to the villagers and get to know them." The task surprised Devourer greatly. "That's quite a surprise for you." He asked Patrick again, "Did you say we should befriend humans?" Patrick explained to Devourer about their status and appearance. "We have no other choice, boss. Between a fully armored knight and someone who looks like a beggar, which one do you think would be easier for them to get along with?" Seeing that Devourer called him an asshole, Patrick asked back, "Did you say I look like a beggar?" Mr. Z wants Devourer to complete the task of befriending humans before he returns. "I'm just making a guess based on current circumstances, sir. You need to befriend them first. Try blending in by doing what they do." Devourer began seriously thinking about human activities. Act like a human? He continued his thoughts. They probably spend most of their day sleeping. Even those awake are drowsy, and even when working, they're half asleep. Devourer thought humans had no motivation at all. "I don't see any motivation in them either. Honestly," he shouted out loud. "All I need to do is what I usually do, right?" Patrick told Devourer, "I don't understand why you came to that conclusion, but it won't be easy." And more. Patrick reminded Devourer of a task he needed to investigate. The spread of religion in Rosarios also needs investigation. "Sir, don't forget about it. I need you to get information from those humans, preferably in bulk. The sooner we complete this, the faster we can go home and rest, right?" Mr. Z advised Devourer to stay calm when interacting with humans to avoid conflicts. "And by the way, I'm saying this just in case humans are rough. You should keep your cool too." Patrick confirmed about befriending humans. "Befriending humans isn't easy." A voice from the crowd interrupted Patrick. Sir Knight, aren't you a member of the Fog Knights of Rono? If you're a royal knight, did you also come from Riaz?" He continued, "I've heard it's full of milk and honey there. Is that true?" Another girl asked curiously, Sir Knight, why do other knights wear armor while you only need to wear clothes?" Someone answered the girl, "This fool is undercover investigating." Do you really think he would walk around investigating in that outfit? Everyone found it logical. The crowd spoke up, Sir Knight, when will we? Sir Knight! Devourer felt befriending humans was extremely difficult. Hell, befriending them is so hard I can barely breathe, my head hurts. He thought to himself, if possible, he'd swallow all of them whole. Devourer realized he needed to be friendly to complete the task. He had to get along with them. A boy approached Devourer and seemed to have something to say. Devourer asked the kid, "What are you curious about?" The little boy wondered if Devourer had met his two idols. "Have you ever had a chance to see Sir Yun and Sir Gwyn in person?" Devourer replied to the boy, "No, I don't even know who they are." He thought to himself, those two sound familiar. Suddenly, a red-haired girl called out to Devourer, "Sir Knight." She was Rosalina, sheepishly admitting her mistake. "That's the special item of yours. I'm sorry for stealing it." Devourer didn't think much of it since he had retrieved them. "It should be fine because we got them back anyway." Suddenly, a man named Todd appeared and claimed authority from the leader. "They call me TOTH. I'll take responsibility here while the leader is away. The leader ordered me to follow his instructions." Todd talks to Devourer and confirms Devourer's purpose here. He says he came here to save Hasten. Devourer confirms again, "Yes." Todd tells Devourer, if you want to know the current situation of the village, it's better to see for yourself than just hear my suggestions. I can lead you there right now if you want. Devourer doesn't want to go, but seems curious. Why is he so eager? Devourer thinks that staying here will only lead to endless questions and headaches. So Devourer decides to go along to avoid these troublesome questions. Alright then, let's go. It's getting dark now. Todd leads Devourer down a street, which is deserted with no one around. Where are all the people? Why is this street empty? He takes Devourer to a wooden door and says, you'll know the answer after this door opens. They open the door and step inside. They see two bodies lying on the floor. They are people who died of starvation. Todd tells Devourer about life here, where even stealing food from neighbors is impossible because they don't have any food to steal. Even the living don't know when they will starve to death. These words make D. Walder think. Starving to death? D. Walder's thoughts continue. Usually in a village facing famine, anger would fall on the Lord and people would rise up in rebellion. The Black Plague is similar to famine. But why are the people of Haston starving instead of fighting back? Todd reveals that the Black Plague has hit Haston for over a month. Do you wonder, Knight? Space around them is dark with details like rough stones, giving an eerie and gloomy feeling. In the middle of this area, there's a stone table where Ryan and Melge Zelimphagria sit together, drinking tea. Melge looks bored and tired as she speaks. I really want to go with you Devourer to Haston. This dungeon is so boring. Hearing her say that, Ryan looks down and replies, you can't think like that. Murray, Devourer has entrusted the dungeon to us. What could be more important? Devourer placed his trust in us. As she says this, she thinks to herself, of course he trusts me, not that cat Ray who likes stealing things. Hearing Ryan's words, Murray sighs. She quickly changes her state of mind 360 degrees. She slaps the table with a cheerful tone and asks, is it true? Yes, right? We should have figured that out. Rin lifts her teacup, inhales its faint aroma, then says, the cat who steals. No! Murray needs to focus all the time because we never know when humans will attack here. Hearing this, Melge turns and says, don't worry, I'll check whenever there's a chance. I just checked 10 minutes ago, but let's double check now. The ground under them shows magical words moving across it. Basic magic, the eyes of an illusionist. Good idea because I'll clean up. As Ryan finishes speaking, a surveillance eye approaches Melge. She exclaims, huh? Plop, hearing this, she says, Miss Renee, we just mentioned that. But it happened for real now. Someone has intruded. The eyes of the illusionists slowly move up to the pillars around them. Since there's no big reaction, the possibility of only one intruder is low. Melge stands up quickly upon hearing this. She slaps the table and says, please prepare, Renee. Hearing her say this, the other person is confused. Huh? Tiny red lights appear around the tea table area. Ryan's voice echoed immediately. It's here. Suddenly, a red power surge appeared from nowhere. It burst up from beneath the ground. Seeing this, both of them got into a fighting stance. They walked lightly on the ground. A voice sounded out. Oh my! What are you guys so scared for? Ryan exclaimed when she saw someone appear. Melge asked, what's going on? At this moment, a girl with long red hair appeared, her hair flowing freely, giving off an aura of strength and allure, her eyes sharp and her smile confident. The boss of the dungeon castle, Elizabeth Bathory, emerged. She walked forward and asked Ryan, are you feeling well, Renee? Red birds flew everywhere in the dungeon as their voices echoed. We don't have much to offer. Sorry, ma'am. If we had known you were coming, I would have prepared something extra. Hearing this, Elizabeth Bathory said, don't worry about it. You don't need to bother with that. After all, I didn't give any notice either. At this point, Renee brought a cup of tea for her. Elizabeth Bathory glanced at Melge and softly said, Renee, if you really want to prepare something, could you give me your blood? Hearing that, Ryan was frightened and spoke up. No way! Elizabeth Bathory turned her head towards Melge and asked, disappointed, but who is this newcomer? Upon hearing her say so, Melge replied, you want to ask about the Great One here? Melji suddenly became smug. She raised her chin and closed her eyes, saying, "Let you know, I am the king of demons, ruling over all the demons." The 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Melchgel Emphagria. Hearing this, Renee, standing nearby, nervously said to Elizabeth Báthory, "Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Melch. This person is the boss of the dungeon castle, Lady Báthory." Upon hearing those words, Melch stiffened and couldn't believe what she just heard. Oh, seeing this, Elizabeth Báthory said, "Oh, so it's young king of demons, that's why the energy around you is so interesting." Melgia shrank in fear. The sweating figure ran to Ryan and whispered, "Miss Rania, if I stay here permanently, can I meet all dungeon castle bosses?" Hearing this, Rania quickly clamped her hand over Melgia's mouth, lifted her up, and said, "Miss Melgia, you're making jokes. You should be ashamed for daring to talk about staying with us." Upon hearing this, Elizabeth Báthory ordered the black subordinate standing beside her to pour drinks for her. Hearing that she was living here as a guest, it means she's not part of the ancient core members, right? Hearing this, Melgia nervously replied, "Thithi is still waiting." The black figure from before transformed into a handsome butler. He served Elizabeth Báthory with respect, like pouring tea for her. "Where's Patrick and that slow one? They've been gone for some time now." Hearing this, Elizabeth Báthory looked uncomfortable and said, "Auntie, they're not here. I didn't expect them to be absent at such a time." Ryan asked, "Is something happening?" Several nearby villages of the dungeon castle have been destroyed. The townspeople must all have died as the village was covered in blood, but there wasn't even any trash left. Upon hearing this, someone said, "I didn't think humans could do such a thing." All the blood on the ground flowed in one direction like it had marked out a path. And what does that mean at the end of the path in Haston? After listening to their conversation, Melgia thought to herself, "If all bodies disappear, no wonder." She asked, "Could this be zombies?" Hearing this, Elizabeth Báthory raised her cup and replied, "Yes, but there aren't many who can do this. Most zombified creatures lack intelligence, but those with some will earn a special title, Old Corpses and Beyond. If a horde of zombified creatures moves together, it means someone is controlling them. The undying overlord of zombies, Airwoes, he's the main suspect." Hearing that name, Melch remained silent. Airwoes Elizabeth Báthory turned to Renee and said, "I have no concrete evidence, but I still need to inform this slow-witted person if any of her creatures can deliver a message." Renee shyly lowered her head and replied, "No, the dungeon is empty now, but we must find another way to communicate, right? But I trust Lord de Vere's decision." Elizabeth Báthory helplessly thought, "Poor girl, believing in someone like that again." Fortunately, Patrick is very resourceful. "Don't worry, someone will inform you." Suddenly, Melgia slammed her hand on the table. Her body trembled uncontrollably. "What should we do about the fragrance?" "Yes, yes." With confidence, she placed her hand on him and said with a smug expression, "Exactly. It's time for me to take action. The Black Disaster is the beginning of everything." Inside the room, de Vere stood opposite a long-haired man by the window. The man spoke. "Not long after the disaster struck Haston, someone set fire to the fields. Because the fire spread too quickly, the crops were also affected. During that time, a harmful rumor began spreading. People said that those hit by the Black Disaster would fall ill and suffer pain upon eating. Haston became a land plagued with such misfortune." De Vere listened intently as the Mothap's master spoke about how people had given up hope, but there was still a glimmer of it. A wealthy couple stepped forward to help. Fortunately, many crops survived and became a symbol of unity for everyone to work together again. But someone found the bloodied bodies of that couple in their house. It was probably done by some greedy person wanting more food to kill them. Without trust, no one could cooperate. They starved while trying to avoid being robbed and ended up dying of hunger. The man sadly continued, "Our people in the slums survived because of rumors about contaminated food." Upon hearing this, he asked, "Isn't it different from what was said? You're still fine after eating the food?" The Mothap's master turned and replied, "So far, that's true." Hearing this, He thought, if we haven't contaminated the food yet, it can't be infected. Someone with malice spread these rumors. And let's move on to the next place. They've reached outside the city gates now. The guards noticed someone approaching and became alert. They moved towards a desolate area. There was a huge mountain of waste and corpses. Looking at what was in front, the Mothap's master said, "Initially, everyone thought we could quickly overcome this disaster. This is the result of that overconfidence." Corpses lay everywhere, their stench filling the air. The Mothap's master continued, "Since leaving the dead on the path would attract scavengers, we started burying them here." He asked, "Do you have enough of them?" The Mothap's master replied, "Many families lost their loved ones. Not everyone is ready to give up yet." Devere stepped forward. He asked, "Can't you find more?" The Mothap's master said, "Among those who lost their families, there are still many who can't let go. It would be better to say no one wants this troublesome responsibility." Devere approached. He asked, "Can you find more?" The Mothap's master replied, "Earlier, I didn't mention that Rosalina's parents are somewhere in these mountains." "So what?" "I meant her parents might be among the dead here." Upon hearing this, he said, "That makes sense." Turning to look at the city, Devere said, "The guards just stood there watching." Devour asked, "Are they still standing guard?" The tower master replied upon hearing this, "Yes, they split into 2 shifts to keep watch. They're not just protecting but controlling it." Looking at the English soldiers, he thought that these guards must be following their lord's orders in this situation. Right, the Englishman suddenly brightened up. This lord is definitely suspicious. He thought that meeting directly would be best. Using normal methods wouldn't allow us to see through their plan. Patrick held an orange-colored egg in his hand and said with pride, "I chose this happy egg because the happy ones will surely chase after it. When day comes, they'll appear and defeat them. So we have an excuse to meet the Lord again." He hit his head hard and proudly declared, "This is a perfect plan. I am indeed a genius." Suddenly, he became gloomy and said, "But this plan? Oh my, I didn't expect them to come in such numbers." Hundreds of happy creatures flew over, rushing towards their direction. They made loud noises. 27th, you should love chili peppers in the darkest night. A figure hovered in the air. A woman's voice of chili peppers whispered through the silent night. "No, how can that be? Oh, my dear." The string swayed as he opened his eyes, staring blankly at her and muttering, "La la." His voice echoed with fear, "You must survive." Before the girl's frightened gaze, he approached closely and sternly said, "Don't forget, you must survive." The girl named Lala jumped up screaming. It was just a nightmare. She hugged her face, panting, "It came again." She couldn't tell if it was real or a dream. The butler heard the scream and entered. He bowed respectfully and asked, "You had another nightmare, my lady?" Lala looked blankly at the butler. She forced a smile. "No, nothing happened. I am the Lord of Haston." Lala Senevier agreed. The butler said nothing. He asked further, "Would you like to sleep a bit more, my lady?" Lala slowly got out of bed and said, "I want to breathe some fresh air." Lala stepped out onto the balcony. The morning breeze was chilly, making her hug her arms as she looked outside, thinking, "I've been enjoying this taste for a few weeks now. I can still remember clearly the day my brother passed away." Looking down at the city below, her heart was heavy. "My family members fled with the fortune and didn't bother to restore Haston. To survive in this situation, I only have one choice." The gentle breeze blew, causing Lala's hair to flutter. Her eyes were resolute. "That is to rebuild Haston." Early morning, Lala called for the mysterious person. She tried to look stern and reproachful. "You promised to save us." She anxiously rubbed her hands. "You said you would protect me and my domain." The mysterious figure nodded in response. "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, Lala angrily waved her hand and shouted, "Just look outside. Is this the salvation you promised?" The mysterious figure remained calm. "I never break my promises. Soon, everything will be settled." Lala frowned, gritting her teeth. This person never reveals his specific plans, but now she has no other choice but to trust him. The mysterious figure bowed and said, Everything is going smoothly as planned. Please enjoy the luxurious life you've had until now, my lady. He smiled secretly, hinting that all worries will soon disappear. Lala tiredly held her head in her hands and sat down. Alright, I'll trust you for now and wait a bit longer. The butler opened the door and entered, saying, My lady, I have something to report about Hastings' security situation. Lala frowned. What is it? The stern housekeeper said, according to the Northern Gate Guard, we were attacked by harpies, but a knight appeared and stopped them with just one strike. Lala was surprised, tilting her head in confusion as to why this happened. Who is he and which knight is he from? The housekeeper replied, the North Gate Guard said we should ask him ourselves where that knight is. The housekeeper respectfully said, I led him to the guest reception room in the castle. Suddenly, the mysterious figure spoke, My lady. He said, please reconsider your decision. You can't rule out the possibility he might be a disguised assassin. Lala firmly said, we can't dismiss his achievements of saving Hastings just because he's suspicious. Rewarding his efforts is what the Hastings Lord should do. Without further ado, she ordered lead that night here. After a moment, the clever doctor solemnly said, I, a wandering knight, seek an audience with the Hastings Lord. The clever doctor bowed respectfully, saying it took me much effort to reach Hastings, but standing before this noble lady is worth all my struggles. Lala clearly said, we heard his courage and honor saved Hastings. On behalf of all Hastings, I thank you. Bachik said, it's an honor for me. Meanwhile, he secretly appraised Lala. Just by looking at her, she's not fit to be a lord. Based on age, perhaps she is the younger sister of the previous lord. Lala asked, so you belong to which family? A momentary silence among them. Lala awkwardly asked further, what's your name then? The clever doctor replied, I apologize, but I can't reveal my name. Please understand. Lala said, if you feel offended, why do you hide so much? If I ask you to remove your helmet and armor, would you refuse too? The clever doctor calmly responded, these scars on my face are from battles. Half of my face was cut badly, making it ugly, but if the lady can accept, I will take off my helmet. Lala shuddered. She sighed and waved her hand, saying, forget about it. I won't give you much, but I still want to reward you. The clever doctor raised his head and said, in that case, please give me food. He thought the most important thing now is food supplies in Hastings. From her answer, we can know the castle's current state. Lala immediately told the housekeeper it's fine, no trouble at all. Go prepare. The housekeeper bowed and accepted. Yes, Dr. Trich said nothing again. I truly thank you. Patrick silently appraised her. Damn, she answered without thinking. So the castle isn't lacking in food supplies. He recalled the state of Hastings' people when he first arrived. If so, why is the Lady Lord letting the Hastings people suffer like this? Patrick looked at the mysterious figure beside him. He pondered. As a revenant, I can sense this energy flow. That person gives me a familiar feeling. Patrick bowed and said, may I ask you something, my lady? Lala frowned. What is it? With the intense looks from Lala and the others, he said, there's something that has been troubling me since just now. Dr. Trich glared at the mysterious figure. Who are you exactly? At times like this, Dr. Trich continued saying things happened in this manner. The double-faced actor scratched his cheek and said, don't say that lady just sits there doing nothing all day. Dr. Trich went on to say, when I asked if it was out of curiosity, he let me go. Dr. Trich continued. He said the man let me go after I told him I was just curious. SV. The double-faced actor widened his eyes in surprise. What an easygoing guy. SV. The bored actor said, if you feel familiar, isn't he a revenant? But why did you let him go like that? Dr. Trich fell back onto the chair. Do you want me to fight there or something? Besides, just because I felt familiar doesn't mean he's a revenant. He recalled the dark aura emanating from the mysterious figure. I would feel the same with soul residue. Humans using dark magic can emit revenant energy depending on their magical power. SVK muttered to himself, if it was me, I would have dealt with him right there. If it were me, I would have taken care of him immediately. Patrick is furious. We're here to clean up the mess you've made, not create more trouble. You want me to resign, right? SVKEP plows through the fields. Sorry. Mr. Tritch sighs and forget it. Sergeant, did you find anything suspicious? SVKEP blinks. Well, it seems people here believe food is contaminated with a disease. I wondered why the village was so quiet. Turns out villagers won't eat the food and are starving to death. You remember that red-haired kid who ran away when she saw you? And the thief. Her name's Rosalina, right? It's hard to approach her. She keeps running away. Mr. Tritch says if there's a mind control spell, it would be great. I should have brought my cat. SVKEP grits his teeth. Now you say that after dragging us here in the first place? Mr. Tritch hands him a bag and says, we still have options. Look, this is food from the Lord and Lady. SVKEP grins excitedly. Sir, do you want to eat before discussing? I'm starving. Mr. Tritch denies immediately. No! He raises a finger with an idea. Let's try using this to gain Rosalina's trust. 28. Rosalina is cornered now. She's sweating and trembling. What's wrong? She looks scared. SVKEP approaches her closely. As he pulls out a cookie from his bag, he asks, why are you so surprised? Rosalina touches behind the cookie. SVKEP holds up the dirty cookie and says, take it and eat with me. Rosalina looks at him in surprise. Huh? Her eyes light up. Rosalina takes his hand excitedly and says, isn't this a holy wafer given by the priest? SVKEP asks curiously, but Patrick gave it to me. You silly person. Who is the priest? Rosalina exclaims happily. Turns out even knights believe in him. SVKEP scratches his head and doesn't know how to respond. Rosalina leads him out of the village. It's dark, but she walks confidently. I'm glad I met someone with the same faith. I'm so happy. Nobody around me trusts me. Rosalina whispers a prayer. Isn't that strange? People are really foolish. Just offer unconditional trust and you'll be saved. Rosalina turns to him excitedly. Will you agree, Sir Knight? SVKEP remains indifferent. Well, follow me. We're here. They arrive at a cave entrance. Outside is covered in moss and vines. Rosalina says, I always get angry when I come here. She jumps down the steps and warns him to be careful of his step. SVKEP replies indifferently, got it. As they step in, a voice echoes through the cave. Disaster has fallen. This is a test for humanity due to their wicked deeds. A figure on a high platform declares, and that being is an immensely powerful entity capable of overcoming current circumstances. He added, as believers who have earned his trust, we should be praised as chosen ones. The devout here raise their hands and cheer loudly. Yes, Reverend Rosalina happily points out a seat for SVKEP. Sit down here. SVKEP slowly takes his seat. The Reverend above continues, never forget the sacred message we received. Then for the rest of today too, he says with a sly glance, we will enjoy the blessings bestowed by that person. SVK looks at the Reverend skeptically. It's just mind control, right? Suddenly everyone stands up, startling him. Rosalina chuckles and says, we must have come at the right time. Now for the communion service. SVK asks curiously, what is that? Rosalina explains, it's when the Reverend distributes the holy bread to the people. SVKEP looks up as the Reverend hands out something to the crowd. He narrows his eyes. It's exactly like what Patrick received from Lord Haston. Why would such a thing be in the Lord's castle? Rosalina leans close and whispers, Knight sir. This is a secret I'm revealing only to you. When that person came to save Haston, I heard those who truly believe will gain eternal happiness. SVK furrows his brow in confusion. Eternal happiness. Rosalina gently kisses the girl's necklace. Yes, sir, you'll get closer to that powerful existence. They say that if you do this, you'll receive even greater blessings. The double SV asks deeper, what are these greater blessings? Rosalina innocently says, I'm not sure either. But maybe something better than steamed buns, like meat for example. Before the priest, Rosalina didn't finish her sentence when the priest approached and said, Rosalina, you're here today too. She startled and sniffed. Father priest, he gave her a holy wafer. This is today's blessing. Hold it tightly. Rosalina happily extended both hands to receive it. "Thank you, Father Priest." SVK crossed his legs and looked at them with thought. After giving the wafer to Rosalina, the priest turned and gave another one to SVK. "This is the first time we see you. Hope you come more often." SVK stood up and took it. "I'll consider it." The priest smiled. "Haha, seeing you here will make that person very happy." Suddenly, a faint purple aura rose towards his hand. SVK sighed. "These two damn names!" His eyes shone in the darkness as he looked down. "What's going on?" The priest recoiled in shock and stepped back. He dropped the holy wafer, which shattered on the ground. The priest's face showed fear. SVK placed his hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Standing right in front of me yet trying to deceive me? People might not see that mana flow, but this trick won't work on me." Progressing into the manor, Engineer Fiend leaned close and said, "I don't care what you do with those humans, but remember when you were speaking nonsense just now? Strange auras emanating from your body connecting to everyone here, including me." SVK warned him in a low voice, "Don't try to deceive me. You've crossed the line." The priest was alarmed. "You're not human." SVK continued, "My memory is poor, but I'll remember you well." Rosalina looked worriedly at both of them. She didn't know what was happening and wondered if there was something to be afraid of. Hearing Rosalina's voice, SVK put his hand in his coat pocket and turned away. Nothing, just thanking him for the food. "Let's go!" Back at the village, it was midnight with no one on the streets. Rosalina bowed her head and said, "Thank you so much, Sir Knight." Today, SVK waved goodbye to her. "Be safe back home." Walking alone, SVK thought, there are too many suspicious things here that don't need any concrete evidence. Comparing the auras from these to suspicious people, one of them was the leader of the group in Hasten, isolated and using unknown mana to brainwash and dare to kill. With this energy aura coming from the Lord's side, everything fits perfectly. It would be hard for me to miss anything. There must be someone behind all of them. SVK called Melji over. The excited Melji exclaimed, "Oh, how do you know that? Truly a great and wise one." With her enthusiastic demeanor, SVK shivered. Melji tilted her head. "What's wrong?" SVK sighed, "My troubles are increasing again." The street lights illuminated the village. Melji said, "You say you destroyed it, so I wondered how bad it would be." They were standing on top of the tallest house in the village at this moment. Melji sighed, "Wow, the view from here isn't too bad either." SVK looked down. She didn't come here just out of curiosity about this matter. "Why are you here?" Melji raised her hand to catch her flowing hair in the wind. Lady Tori visited the ancient core. She said that zombies would soon confront Hasten. Melgi replied, "Yes, indeed. We found signs of unusual phenomena around the castle, pointing towards Hasten." SK muttered, "So it's like that." Melgi added, "She also mentioned that the most likely culprit is Erebos." SK interrupted, "Erebos could be the main suspect, but that's just speculation, right?" Melgi continued to stare downwards. She stretched out her hand and took the staff. "I've thought a lot about this. Isn't it where zombies dominate? Is it normal for their numbers to overwhelm us?" SK sat for a while, feeling back pain. The drummer lay down and replied, "Probably so." Melgi turned around and added, "Hasten's situation isn't much better." SK sighed. "So what?" Melgi raised her magic staff. A bright purple aura surrounded her. "If my judgment is correct, wouldn't you be curious why he didn't choose that path?" Melgi struck the ground and continued, "Then he should have used mana flow." She cast a low-level spell around her feet. To find mana, Melgi closed her eyes to sense the flow of mana being drawn into her body from below. She muttered, "I knew it, just as I thought." Chapter 29. In a desolate land where black fruits symbolize deep darkness, where lifeless trees are left with only bare branches. On the red-baked earth path, a large figure stood in front of a small hill made from layers of dead bodies stacked on top of each other. His face was extremely eerie. Black fruit shells fell flat around him, completely unlike that of a human's. Suddenly, he knelt down and streams of dark energy emerged from his hands, resembling the embodiment of a death god. He is the executioner, the gatekeeper of the Deadland, Lysimon Magus. In the vast space, an energy circle gradually appeared. Round it were scattered flying fruits. Magus knelt respectfully on the ground. The figure emerging from the center of the energy circle looked very mysterious. His entire body was covered in black and green light. He spoke with authority. "Magus, you finally arrived. My loyal servants." Magus knelt again, his head only a few inches from the ground. He said, "Lord Erebos, I wish to report my situation before leaving for Hasten." Magus didn't dare lift his head to look at Erebos. Erebos comforted him, his zombie-like face becoming clearer. "I won't forget your hardships. The god only fulfills his duties because he understands your intentions." Magus replied carefully. Knowing this about Magus, he simply said, "Of course. What do you need to report?" Only when Erebos allowed it did Magus dare slightly lift his head, but his eyes still didn't meet the powerful lord's gaze. Magus hesitated. There was an unexpected intruder. Erebos wasn't surprised much. Woe also reported something similar to confirm what he thought. Erebos asked again, "Did you encounter someone wearing armor with a death aura?" Magus recalled, "Forgive my incompetence, but the man didn't wear armor and didn't emit a death aura." He paused, then added, "But he had some connection to deep darkness." Erebos repeated, his eyes narrowing as if considering something. "A connection with deep darkness? How unfortunate. Do you have any idea who it is?" Magus Torgan asked. Erebos replied straightforwardly, "No, that man would never take such action." He glanced at Magus before reminding him he re-entered the energy vortex. "No matter what happens, we must control Hasten first to seize the Empire. Remember where you are and always be cautious when acting for a greater goal." After saying this, Erebos' entire body disappeared inside the black vortex, leaving only his head outside. The vortex slowly closed after he entered. Before completely vanishing, Magus quickly replied to Erebos, "I feel ashamed for not fulfilling my deputy's responsibilities." Looking at the distant night sky, Erebos repeated his instructions to Magus. Woe requested reinforcements from the Lord's castle, so I sent Masam to the underground dungeon. He added, "Do you need reinforcements to deal with the intruder?" He paused and looked at Erebos across from him. Carefully declined Gaz's offer. "Not right now, sir. If later the god feels it necessary, he will send a message." After listening, Erebos left without lingering. He completely vanished into an energy vortex, leaving only one sentence behind. "All right, you decide for yourself. Magus still respects you deeply. At your command, Your Majesty." After Erebos left, Magus stood up from the ground. The wind carrying a deathly aura blew past him, causing his tattered coat to flutter. Magus thought to himself, "Soon, the undead will dominate all of this world." His undead face was surrounded by a purple energy stream. The shape of the undead clearly showed the skeleton replaced with a human-like face. Magus thought, no matter who comes, they won't be able to stop us anymore, as long as it's not that monster. The scene changed to another location. On a high-rise building, Agria stood on the rooftop. Pink energy lines emanated from her feet. They were tightly woven together like a network. Beside her, Swallow lay with his arm propped up. He asked her, "Mans, can you find out who cast the spell?" Agria touched her chin. She thought for a moment before answering him. There's no sure way to know, but for most large-scale spells like this, usually they would choose a method that can maintain a steady mana flow to the ground. Swallow sat up straight. He concluded slowly. Agria added next to him, "Perhaps it is so, but we can't be certain." They might also choose a method using an intermediary object to stabilize the mana flow. A green gem like ice fragments appeared in everyone's minds. She added more about her thoughts. "This is just my guess, but if the intermediary can withstand a large-scale spell covering all of Hasten." Agria raised her staff and looked in another direction. If they didn't intend to redirect the magic, they wouldn't have dropped that big mana stone underground. So if they want to hide the intermediary, it's probably there. Her authority pointed towards a distant castle. "That place is most suspicious." Agria frankly shared her guess. Swallow thought to himself, The Lord's Castle. HMM. He yawned widely, his eyes slightly watering from drowsiness. Agria paused and added to correct any mistakes. Of course, we can't be sure. All of this is just speculation. He thought in his head, no matter what they plan to do, if we stir everything up, someone will definitely come to investigate. Swallow stood up from his seat, his hands in his pockets. He said the medic is also there. Mels, are you free right now? Of course. He stands sideways on the rooftop. The night breeze blows, causing his shirt to flutter. Swallow speaks up. Then come with us to the castle. She hesitates before agreeing. The castle! Yeah, Agria answers indifferently, her face suddenly changing, trembling slightly from fear or surprise. Swallow's face appears in the dark, looking extremely eerie, his eyes glowing with a deadly amber light. He gives a slight threat. It's time to replace one of the Vipers. The scene shifts back to the Grand Lord's castle. The night sky is pitch black, with a moon hanging there, casting a soft silver glow over the surroundings. Just as expected, his eyes seem to pierce through the armor. Swallow thinks uneasily. The stench of rotting flesh is stronger than before. This smell must be suspicious. With the current situation, this underground dungeon isn't worth much anyway. He walks slowly inside the dungeon. The only light comes from flickering torches on the dungeon walls. As he goes deeper, more chaotic sounds become clearer. Swallow thinks these suspicious noises are coming from within the dungeon. He keeps walking until he reaches the end of the path, where a large figure stands in front of him. In front of him is a living executioner with a huge body. He raises his bloody meat cleaver high. Below the table, the flesh of some animal is cut to reveal bones. Swallow feels uncomfortable. That's why the smell was so terrible. It's been a while since I've seen such a cleaver. He approaches the executioner, looking at the blood-stained cleaver. Clearing his throat, he politely greets. Sorry to interrupt your work. Who is your master? The executioner's eyes leave the body on the table. He suddenly looks surprised at the unexpected guest. He turns around immediately. With a loud growl, the executioner swings his hand towards Swallow without saying anything. The air around them is pushed aside by the force of the attack. He speaks seriously. You're big, so your rescue was also powerful. The executioner looks shocked. Swallow, in his armor, tightly holds the cleaver in his hand. With minimal effort, he says, but such a slow attack won't hit anything. Even with both hands stopped, there's only so much strength. That's terrible. Despite the executioner's efforts to pull the cleaver away, it remains firmly in Swallow's grip. He continues speaking casually, but this happening inside the castle dungeon means it must mean that he and the lady are of the same bloodline. He asks calmly, his finger scratching the blade causing cracks to appear. Immediately after, the sharp cleaver breaks into tiny pieces in his hand. Swallow adds, well, if so, there's no need for secret actions anymore. We've confirmed it now. Quickly, he inserts his fingers between the executioner's gruesome teeth. Get lost. After saying that calmly, the executioner's body is split into 3 parts. His body isn't intact anymore. He dies so quickly, it seems like he didn't feel anything. This is gross, Swallow complains. Behind him, the wall torch changes color to purple. A shadow moves rapidly. Just as Swallow turns his head, an attack is about to hit him. In one instant, metal clatters against each other. His helmet flies off and rolls a few times in the air. Oh my! He's shocked. Swallow spoke in surprise as his helmet fell to the ground after rolling a few times. Revealing the white skeleton beneath the armor, Swallow gasped. Even Durahan appeared. He sighed. A headless knight stood before him. Swallow complained unhappily. What are you guys preparing for? At 30, Patrick the soldier asked as he appeared. Hey, you! Who ordered the guard to stay here? The zombie heard the question and fell silent, looking away. He charged straight at Patrick the soldier to attack. Patrick flinched and defended himself. He gripped his sword tightly and began carefully assessing it. That sword, its name is Ta-Kim. It can corrode opponents' weapons, making it hard to defeat. At this moment, Patrick's helmet shattered from the impact, revealing his skeletal head. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This one is quite strong. He's not like a usual Dunlahan. After some thought, Patrick calmly asked, "We're both zombies here. Can we sit down and chat?" But the zombie continued to charge. Patrick dodged behind him as the sword passed by, then said something. He pondered again. This undead has intelligence but won't talk. I must find out why he's here. Suddenly, Patrick had an idea. HMM, the lord of this place, should be able to answer all my questions. Then his hand slammed down on the ground. He used a low-level spell, Ice Slide. The ground immediately froze around him and spread out. Patrick quickly grabbed his own sword, but the zombie kept charging. Without turning back, he just drew his sword behind him and continued to use it as a shield. He then looked around. If this guy doesn't want to talk, we won't waste any more time. I'll finish this quickly. Immediately, the zombie's head was chopped off by Patrick. The zombie's head turned to look at him in shock. Patrick continued holding his sword and said, "Let me borrow your sword. After all, you're not using it anyway." He then quickly swung his sword several times, chopping the zombie into pieces. He jumped down gracefully. At this moment, someone appeared at the door of her room. At this time, Lalasanepia, the Lord of Haston, was sitting in bed with her legs up, sighing. "It's so cold." Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Had a good sleep." In front of her appeared a figure blocking out the light. She gasped, "How did you get in here at midnight?" Patrick the soldier had put his helmet back on before appearing. He said, "Isn't it obvious? I have something to discuss with you." Then he drew his sword and asked again, "What's your name, Lala?" The Lord replied respectfully, "Your Highness Lala, I will give you exactly 5 minutes to call the man next to you here." Very quickly, Lalasanepia sat in the living room opposite Patrick, who was standing beside her. Another man in a blue tunic appeared by her side. After some polite words, he said, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, but I have something to show you." He then threw a bag down in front of Lalasanepia, shocking her. Without looking, she asked, "What is this?" And that was line 60. The Grave Knight immediately asked back, "You really don't know what it is?" "This is a helmet from a Dunlahan," he answered for her straight away. His eyes shone through the gaps in his iron helmet. A cold voice questioned, "Lord, no, it's Lost and Nevier attack. Why are you cooperating with the zombies?" She looked up at him with immense fear. Or maybe she didn't know because of her foolishness or pretended not to know, and asked back, "What is he talking about? Zombies here?" The Grave Knight remained calm. "How disappointing. Were you going to pretend all the way through?" He kept tapping his foot on the ground. "If you weren't pretending, then you wouldn't really know who you were conspiring with, right? Well, I'm not surprised at all because she's an incompetent lord who doesn't even know what's happening in her own land." Even the silent cat servant finally spoke up. "My lord, you don't need to listen to these unfounded words anymore. Call for the soldiers and arrest her." The Grave Knight interrupted him immediately. "I personally killed that Dunlahan in the dungeon under this castle." Lalasanepia was surprised and asked back, "In the dungeon under the ground?" The Grave Knight drew his sword as he replied, "Yes, there are countless dead zombies in her dungeon. Let me give you another hint. The one beside her is also a zombie." He pointed his sword towards the cat servant, but Lalasanepia didn't listen. She stubbornly argued as if trying to prove her foolishness. "Ta! I don't believe what you're saying. Do you think just by saying that, I'll believe your accusations?" She shouted loudly, thinking herself noble and high-minded. "You promised me to save Haston. If you accuse her of being a zombie, you're threatening the safety of Haston. Admit it, guys." Ad didn't understand, but Patrick the Knight still calmly chuckled. "Huh? How can you say that when you already know who's threatening the safety of Haston?" Lalasanepia then wore a dumbfounded expression, unable to speak. At this moment, the cat servant began to show a good guy demeanor. "Come on, both of you should calm down first. Knight, when you said this was a Dunlahan's helmet, Dunlahans are not easy to come by." Patrick the Knight suddenly felt proud of himself. Flowers around them started to bloom. "You see that too, right? I'm surprised as well." I can't even believe my own eyes. A high-level zombie like this appearing here is quite unusual. The cat's behavior was a bit strange. As an elder among the zombies, it should have possessed intelligence to speak, but it never opened its mouth. Its movement during that time was also not normal. So after burning its soul fragment, I investigated a little. Look here, there seems to be another magic circle used to control minds inside its armor. Beside is the name of the owner. The Dunehan's name is Masam. This seems to be the name of the strike team's second-in-command. Masam and Hodder, these brothers, were once gathered to eliminate a fierce walker 30 years ago. They say he was quite a strong walker master, but after that raid ended, he disappeared. Then he asked, let's do a Q&A session. Who do you think they wanted to eliminate back then? La-C-ni by -E-ITAC still had a blank and dumbfounded expression, unable to say anything. Who was it? Ah, the old executioner didn't wait any longer and continued raising his sword, saying, let's ask you another question this time. I hope you can answer me on your own. She looked frightened as the tip of the sword approached her. The old executioner ordered to interrogate. Where is the fierce walker named Erebus? Answer, servant of the dead. The cat demon appeared with a blank and cunning expression. He looked like he was overplaying his part and couldn't open his eyes properly. 131. In the chaotic scene, Lala Sinavir trembled on the sofa as she witnessed Yumio threatening Patrick with a knife to her neck. Lala Sinavir panicked and asked, I don't understand what you mean. Why is the name of the boss of hell? Before she could finish, a large smile interrupted her. Yumio grinned wickedly, revealing his white teeth. Ha-he-he. He kept laughing loudly, confusing Lala Sinavir Ha! At this moment, Lala Sinavir realized she had fallen into his trap. She shouted urgently, Didn't you say you would bring me to my own territory? Yumio still wore a sinister smile. His eyes glowed red fearfully. He made a soft noise and said, Of course, that's right. In Lala Sinavir eyes, the fear was clearly visible. Her pupils contracted deeply. A tear rolled down her face. Yumio spoke coldly. The plan has changed. But it seems that Yumio glanced at Lala Sinavir and said in a sinister tone, We can't resolve everything peacefully anymore. Hearing this, Lala Sinavir suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Collab asked, What are you going to do? Yumio dodged Patrick's sword. Then he raised his hand forward. With just a light push, he hit Patrick, who fell to one side. He warned them both to stay still. Patrick's eyes lit up. Perhaps he had been too careless with this guy earlier. Yumio stood in front of Lala Sinavir his face cold and terrifying. She fell off the sofa out of fear. She fell to the ground gasping, You are a walker. Yumio slowly took off his hat and introduced himself as Yumio. Dark powers radiated from his entire body. Lala Sinavir trembled on the ground, listening fearfully to his threat. I will kill you along with everyone in this territory and turn it into a land of death. As for humans like you, you have no chance of salvation. You should feel honored. Dark powers spread more intensely around Lala Sinavir Yumio transformed into a terrifying long-haired zombie head. He said this was all part of the undead King Ravos' plan. The old executioner asked him, I couldn't have imagined it at first either. Walkers are usually used to fight in large numbers, right? Facing the terrifying Yumio who was threatening them, Batchet praised. I didn't expect that they would come up with such a well-organized and meticulous plan to invade other territories. Looking at Masamud's head rolling on the ground, Yumio coldly said, From the first time I met you, I was already drawn to you. You've surpassed my expectations and defeated Masamud. Patrick tilted his head, finding it amusing as he replied, It's the first time someone compliments me for killing his subordinate. Patrick's attitude piqued the catgirl's interest. Fascinating, I'm even more curious about you now. You're a living beauty like me. Why don't you live up to Sir Erebos? Lala Sinavir and Patrick looked at each other in silence for a moment. Lala Sinavir and were completely stunned by what they heard. You're like him, Patrick sighed inwardly, caught red-handed. Caught in the act. Patrick held his sword and tapped it on his head a few times, silently thinking, we still need a lord to manage our territory and cooperate with us. I don't really want to kill her. His eyes narrowed coldly. Suddenly, he felt a bit annoyed. The cat girl suddenly roared, extending her bony hand with sharp claws towards Patrick. But that hand was chopped off by Patrick and sent flying. He warned with his sword at his neck, "Better listen to me." Yumel shouted at him, "Do you think a threat like that will work on a living corpse?" Bajik calmly replied, "Of course not, but have you done so much that you're afraid of losing everything?" Bajik reminded him, "If you've investigated, you should know the person accompanying me is stronger than you think, strong enough to easily ruin your plans on that day." Swallow Devourer must be cursing his luck for sitting there and getting nothing. Yumio replied with a sardonic laugh, "Fascinating. It will affect the humans too." Lawless and Nevier remained silent, not daring to speak up, especially more afraid when she heard his threat against the humans. Patrick responded, "Sorry, but we're on the human side. So instead of wasting time like this, you should explain everything now." Patrick sighed. "Of course, you should also tell me what Ravos' superiors plan to do." Yumio remained silent for a long while. Then, seemingly thinking about something, he spoke up. "All right, I'll ask Yumel if she knows what it takes to become an elder." Bakit coldly said, "Don't ask me questions there. Keep going." Yumel reluctantly explained that a human or elf wanting to become an elder needs either a rare supernatural phenomenon or a large amount of hatred surpassing such a phenomenon. The reason they are considered elders is because each one has the strength to fight 1,000 demons alone. Lord Erebus is a powerful existence who can use his magic to create such elders. Yumio asked, "So why isolate and create a cult?" Yumio understood Patrick's intent. He replied, "Exactly, all for creating an elder. We need humans with living bodies but empty souls." Looking at Lawless and Nevier, who was trembling in fear, he said, "That's the perfect place for living corpses to gather. We isolate them to starve and weaken their resolve. The reason for creating a cult is similar." Patrick grunted, "I get it roughly, but what about that mountain in the dungeon?" Yumio said, "We will destroy the Empire." Bakit was surprised. Wow, deep thinking. Bakit could understand if the Empire were destroyed and all humans turned into living corpses, Ravos' goal would be to gain even greater power from the Abyss. Yumio coldly said, "The truth is always revealed too late." Yumio recited a spell. High magic, dark aura spreading. The space here immediately became ominous as if it would burst. Thousands of hands clung to Patrick, surrounding him. Yumio challenged, "Do you think losing to hands means I can't cast the spell?" So foolish, but Patrick wasn't afraid. He laughed loudly and praised him. "Haha, you're good too, as long as words can be used to cast a spell." Line 60 is exactly 60 lines with no extra text or CJK characters. Yumio's hand gradually recovered. He asked Patrick, "Do you think I'll reveal the truth to you?" No one can resist Lord Erebuser. Patrick was tightly held by thousands of hands and couldn't move at all. Yumel said that only an ancient monster could do that. But after teleporting, that monster fell into a deep sleep. He became more desperate to control those hands to attack Patrick. Yumel, arrogant and fearless, was no longer afraid of anything. Therefore, nothing can stop our Lord's plan. Despite being held by thousands of hands, Patrick firmly said, "Let me ask you this." Yumio worried inside his head, breaking the bonds with just his own strength. The dark power from those hands around Patrick gradually faded away. "You're saying what I heard just now is like that, right?" Patrick's iron head was being removed, no matter how grand your plan is. If the ancient monster appears, whether it's a human or Erebus, your plans will be in smoke. Yumel trembled and stammered, "What are you talking about?" A loud explosion happened right before their eyes. From outside, they only saw the building filled with smoke. Patrick sarcastically said, "Honestly, you came just in time." Looking down from the ruins, Swallow Devourer sat on C30 to Lawless and Nevier and cleared his throat, covering his face to avoid the dust. Lawless Navi, Itak looked at the ruins with fear. "Ah, I got hit in the head." Lala Sinavi, Itak was shocked by the destruction before them. Swallow Devourer sat there. Melja Zelimfagria held her head in pain while Patrick mocked. What a weak castle! Patrick turned to Swallow Devourer and said. She timed it perfectly. Swallow Devourer didn't say anything but snorted coldly. Patrick interrupted. Nothing happened, sir. Swallow Devourer asked. Sir, Patrick replied, well, the balance is all I know now. Maelyezi Lymphagria beside him cried out in pain. Oh, my head hurts so much. They began to look at Lalasinu Idak. She sobbed softly and cried. Swallow Devourer sat still without any change on his face. An arrow of darkness was flying straight towards him. Swallow Devourer calmly waved his hand to avoid it. Another loud explosion happened in front of the group. Maelyezi Lymphagria asked, what is that? Swallow Devourer appeared as a shadow sitting high up. Everything around him was blown away by the explosion. Yumel tried to stand firm amidst the ruins. Yumel stared straight ahead in shock. This power, could it be? Bajik warned, didn't I tell you that those who travel with me are stronger than you think? Yumel's eyes showed clear fear, but he tried to remain calm. Swallow Devourer sat majestically and asked, what is this? Yumel was in a state of confusion. Impossible, there must be no leaks. How could that ancient monster appear? Yumel stood still, looking up at the stone above. I couldn't sense any energy from the stone on top of the castle either. Yumel stared at Maelyezi Lymphagria. Based on her energy, she must be a king of demons for sure. He silently planned to buy more time and relay this news to Lord Ravos. After some silence, Yumio broke the silence. Ancient monster, why are you here? He coughed and hesitated. I heard that you disappeared after the incident in Riaz. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in front of Yumel. The castle shattered and everything flew out chaotically from it. Yumel was thrown out and tumbled to the ground, coughing. He slowly opened his eyes and said coldly, you're late. Melchizedek Lymphagria zapped Yumel with an electric shock and impatiently scolded, you talk too much. Swallow Devourer was bored watching the show and kept yawning so hard it made his eyes water. Swallow Devourer looked at the cat and asked in surprise, oh, look over there. Is he laughing? Jej Lymphagria replied, perhaps because he's a living spirit. He's quite stubborn. The cat tried to sit up and forced out some strength, saying, kneel before me. Our Lord has stepped into this land. Dr. Chich called softly, dip. Swallow Devourer lazily said, yeah, I see it. Mr. Z sighed and criticized. Just appearing like that is quite flashy. At the place where men are playing chess, they got agitated. Look over there. Is this game a bit strange? A man asked. How strange? The game turned pitch black. Dark clouds gathered in large groups like a storm was coming. Strong winds blew fiercely through every corner. A thin foot ran under the path. It's Rosalina with orange hair. She hurriedly ran and someone called out to her, Rosalina. She stopped when she saw Todd calling her name. Oh, it's Todd. Are you still awake? Todd replied, I'm the one who should be asking that question. Where have you been? Rosalina hesitantly answered, I just went for a walk to relax. I took a stroll in the Gapet Square. Rosalina suddenly realized she had spoken too plainly. She immediately covered her mouth after saying it. Oh no! Why did I mention a place that nobody goes to anymore because of the pandemic? My uncle will be furious with me. Rosalina hurriedly apologized to Todd, but Todd laughed loudly, surprising Rosalina. Todd said mockingly, you're right, Rosalina. Huh? She thought. He's not like that. In the dark alley, Thought said to Rosalina, after class, the leader and other members have made a decision. Rosalina asked, what kind of decision? Thought replied, tomorrow night, we'll all leave Haston. Thought turned to Rosalina and said, I don't know what you're thinking, but the leader doesn't trust those knights. Rosalina was shocked by that statement. Thought told her, follow me, I'll explain as we go. They held torches to light their way to a deep pit filled with bodies. Through the mask, Thought raised an eyebrow and thought, Rosalina's parents were buried in this deep pit. Todd said, Rosalina, once we leave here, it will be a long time before we can return. Of course, you have your choice. Do whatever you want. Rosalina shouldn't stay silent for so long. She lowered her head and said with disappointment, "Uncle knows?" "Todd, I don't understand why the leader wants to leave Haston. Isn't Haston supposed to be saved? We can't wait any longer, right?" Todd replied, "Rosalina, I won't try to persuade you. You've chosen to believe in fate. But do you really want to wait for an uncertain salvation while your parents are trapped in that darkness?" Those words made Rosalina raise her eyebrows and think deeply. Todd looked at the pile of bodies and said, "The God you believe in isn't the only one who can bring salvation. What you do could also save someone." Rosalina repeated Todd's words with a bit of uncertainty. "By doing what I'm doing, I'll bring salvation." Rosalina clenched her hand into a fist to show her determination. She stopped and looked at Todd, saying, "You're right." Todd remained silent. It seems he's secretly happy that he convinced Rosalina. Todd handed the torch to Rosalina and asked, "Do you think you can do it? Do you think you can make a difference?" Rosalina took the torch firmly and said, "Of course I can." Holding the torch, Rosalina approached the pile of bodies. A tear ran down her cheek. She aimed the torch at one of the bodies. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. The man said, "Oh, hello. I was wondering who else would come this late." Todd was surprised to see the man holding Rosalina. Todd asked, "Who are you?" Rosalina turned around and looked at him too. The man asked her, "What are you doing here?" In the dim light, his face revealed a chilling voice calling to Rosalina. C-33, Rosalina panicked as she was tightly held by a man. "Are you the priest?" He squeezed her wrist painfully, making her cry out. "Oh, priest, what are you doing?" The fire from the torch spread to his arm. Rosalina shouted, "Priest, the fire." Seeing the chaos, Todd quickly said, "Hey, that priest guy, let go of her." Todd pulled her close and left the burning priest behind. Both Todd and Rosalina were shaken. They fell to the ground. Todd completely supported her so she didn't get hurt at all. Todd angrily cursed the priest, "You damn man." The priest didn't put out the fire, but let it burn fiercely. In the flames, he transformed into a terrifying zombie. Todd and Rosalina were scared. The zombies lying on top of the pile started moving from their hands to their feet. Their eyes opened wide as if just awakened. Red, horrifying eyes. Rosalina was so terrified she was trembling. Todd was sweating. "What is this? What's happening?" The zombies stood up and approached Todd and Rosalina. Todd hugged Rosalina tightly. Both were very scared. The dead bodies on top began to move from their hands to their feet. They opened their eyes as if just awakened. Red, terrifying eyes. Rosalina was so frightened she was trembling. Todd was sweating. Todd exclaimed in panic, "What's going on? What's happening?" The zombies stood up and approached Todd and Rosalina. Todd quickly grabbed Rosalina and pulled her away. "Damn it! What are you standing there for? Run!" As the living dead were just a few steps away, Todd hurriedly urged them on. "Move!" They rushed into a house, quickly placing furniture in front of the door to block the zombies from entering. Todd panted, looking at the barricaded door and said, "This should hold them off for a while." Rosalina puffed out her breath. "I think I can't run anymore." Todd tried to regain his composure. "We have no other choice. While staying inside is better than going outside, the first floor isn't safe either. Go upstairs." Rosalina winced, "Okay, but my legs hurt." Knowing Rosalina could not go any further due to her pain, Todd turned around and told her to climb on his back. "We need to hurry." Todd helped Rosalina up the stairs to the second floor. Rosalina hesitated and said, "Todd, you must be tired too. Thank you." They stood by the window on the second floor, looking down at the zombies approaching their door. Todd wiped his sweat and wondered, could we both survive this? He gritted his teeth. "If we can survive." Suddenly Rosalina called out to him, "Todd." They were in a dark room with a foul smell of decay. Rosalina asked, "The smell here is terrible too. Is it because of that other room?" Todd pushed Rosalina into the room where there were dead bodies. Rosalina sat down against the wall and asked, "So we are safe now?" Todd looked around and replied, "No." Standing up with his back to Rosalina, Todd said, "This place is just as dangerous. You must be extra careful if you want to survive." Rosalina asked anxiously. What do you mean? Todd walked over to a dead body still holding a sharp weapon. He pulled the round cloth on both sides apart. Blood splattered everywhere, making Rosalina ask in fear, Todd, what are you doing? Todd's cold eyes removed the cloth from his neck. Holding the knife close to Rosalina, she shivered and called out, Todd, Todd, cut it quickly. In a swift motion, Todd slashed through something. Rosalina closed her eyes tightly in fear. When Rosalina peeked open an eye, tears welled up in the corner of her eyes. Todd showed her a strange object and said with a frown, Now I have a chance to tell you, but this thing has been bothering me for so long. Todd reminded Rosalina carefully, from now on, only trust what is worth trusting. Still shaken by fear, Rosalina stammered, At least you could have warned me. It scared the life out of me. They were interrupted by loud noises outside. The zombies were rushing inside. Rosalina panicked and said, They broke through the door. What should we do? Todd stood up and said, What else can we do? We have to fight them. Rosalina said, I should find something for a weapon too. Without answering her, Todd silently left. Rosalina called after him, Todd, Todd, where are you going? She hurriedly tried to follow Todd. Todd turned around and smiled wickedly at her. Rosalina's eyes widened in fear. Struggling to stand up, Rosalina called out, Thought, wait. The door outside was already battered by the zombies' forceful entry. Thought approached and opened the door, then closed it tightly behind him. Thought threw away the bloody cloth. He thought if he did this, they would be distracted by the smell of blood and not find Rosalina. Rosalina was terrified and pounded on the door. What are you doing? Don't leave me. Thought, I'm scared. Please, Thought, don't abandon me. Thought stood quietly outside the door and said, How long are you going to hesitate? You've been a burden for long enough. The living attackers are climbing up to the second floor to find them. Thought held his weapon ready for battle and instructed Rosalina, Listen carefully, Rosalina. Don't make any noise no matter what you see. Thought gritted his teeth and told her, Don't speak or act impulsively. Rosalina covered her mouth to prevent making any sound. Thought smiled satisfied. Finally, he listens. Good. It's better that we both don't die together. You have to sacrifice yourself to fight the living attackers and protect Rosalina. The living attackers are getting very close to Thought. They roared fiercely when they saw their prey. Thought tightly held his weapon, fighting against the living attackers. He went mad, disregarding his own safety. This might be the last words Thought says to Rosalina. I'm sorry for being so selfish with you all this time. Rosalina painfully fell down behind the door. She helplessly cried like rain. Her tears kept flowing and she couldn't stop them. C-34, the living attackers were ordered by the Overlord to attack Thought. Everyone rushed in with torches and weapons. This terrifying red sky. The Overlord must be the culprit. I knew something was off. She hasn't shown herself for weeks now. The sky above the castle turned bright red. Everyone rushed to that spot with torches in hand. They thought heaven was angry and about to unleash its wrath. A loud scream shook them, making them turn around. One guy trembled and screamed. Everyone felt alarmed. What's going on? The boy with the wounds struggled to speak. It's dangerous. Everyone asked each other in alarm. What happened to him? Was he hurt? A green-haired guy approached his friend and asked, Are you guys from the Magic Tower? The green-haired guy replied, Yes, I'm a trainee at the Magic Tower. His injured friend faintly said, Living attackers. The green-haired guy used magic to check him. There's something unusual. He got hurt but didn't bleed. They asked where the blood came from on his body. The man with a furrowed brow said, It's the living attackers. Guys, they're here. The man with the pointed head ordered everyone. Anyone who is still healthy should prepare for battle. The green-haired guy used magic to affect his friend's head. His friend went mad and screamed, Living attackers. Everyone tried to calm him down. Calm down, please. The living attackers rushed towards them. Everyone urgently said, The living attackers are coming. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at them with sweat. A deformed living attacker stood in front of them. What's this? Its eyes glared fiercely at the injured guy. It screamed and lunged towards him. Everyone panics and moves aside. Like a gust of wind, Uncle Kai rides his horse to slash off the zombie's head with one swift stroke. Patrick turns around and scoffs. Zombies aren't as strong as they look. Patrick addresses those who are scared, so decide now. Run and wait to die or stand up and fight. The green-haired guy immediately vows, we'll fight until the end. Patrick is surprised and asks them, who are you? The green-haired guy says, we're trainees from the Three Towers Wine Association, and this is caused by a black disaster. We were out on a mission, so we managed to survive. We hope to help even though it's late. The others raise their hands too. So will we. Then I'll fight as well. Uncle Kai nods approvingly and says, good. Good. Uncle Kai orders anyone in good health pick up something to use as a weapon. Stand at the front line. The rest should form a defensive line. Everyone shouts loudly together. We will protect Hasten until our last breath. The living zombies are getting closer and closer. Uncle Kai urgently reminds them. They're advancing there. They roar fiercely as if they were furious with humanity. The trainees from the Three Towers Wine Association have prepared their magic spells. Fire, the zombies are easily blown back several meters. Explosions erupt from the castle. Smoke and dust fill the red sky. Outside, Dr. Tytac can't help but curse. Damn it, what's happening out there? He grumbles angrily. Thought, Rosalina, where did you go again? Suddenly he looks to his right and sees a girl with orange hair sitting against the wall motionless, looking quite like Rosalina. Hearing her name called, Rosalina struggles to open her eyes. Seeing their leader, she's overjoyed. Dr. Tytac quickly approaches and asks, what happened to you? She removes her coat and wraps it around Rosalina. Thought told me to stay here, she says. The doctor is surprised. Thought, she says, starting to cry. Thought said I had to wait, but I ran all the way here out of fear. Leader, Thought did, it's all because of me. As she speaks, Rosalina starts crying. Dr. Tytac frowns worriedly, Thought. But she needs to stay calm in front of this weak girl. She gently touches Rosalina's shoulder. No, nothing happened. The doctor corrects her. He's not that kind of person. Rosalina, it's because of Thought that you're still alive now, she says. Remember when the bishop turned into a zombie and attacked us? She says to their leader, we need an expert. We need Patrick's help. The doctor is shocked and asks again, what are you talking about? Rosalina firmly states, Knight sir, they need Patrick now. We need his help. The doctor hesitates as he answers, those guys might be in the Lord's castle by now. Seeing Dr. Tytac take out a vial, Rosalina asks, Leader, what are you doing? She hands it to her and says, you don't have any strength left, do you? Drink this and run. As she stands up, the doctor emphasizes that they're the leaders, reminding Rosalina to follow his orders. The doctor wants Rosalina to leave because he thinks it's safer inside the castle. Mrs. Tuak turned to smile lightly at Rosalina and said, I can't just leave my comrade to fight alone. In her heart, Mrs. Tuak silently promised Thop, I won't put Rosalina in danger again, the one you risked your life to protect. Mrs. Tuak ordered Rosalina to call the knights over. We'll keep them here for now. Inside the castle, the air remained gloomy and a voice echoed. Mr. Zik told Swallow Devourer, they've made quite a mess here, boss. Come see, it's going to be troublesome. I'm not joking, really. Male Yezi Lymphagria continued. They truly went afar and ended up dead. Now the humans are in danger. Swallow Devourer lay still and waved his hand. What's there to look at? That has nothing to do with us. Patrick was startled by Swallow Devourer's indifferent attitude. Is he just going to sleep? It does matter. He secretly sighed and blamed himself. Another habit of running away when things get complicated. As he watched the humans fight, Patrick praised their efforts. It seems like humans have a slight advantage now. They're fighting pretty well too. Despite the hope Swallow Devourer's voice shattered, he estimated how long the defenses would hold against the hordes of zombies. Patrick seriously replied, not for long. They do have some offensive and defensive capabilities, but with thousands of zombies, They'll quickly exhaust themselves. Despite his doubts, Swallow Devourer simply said, "Got it." Mr. Zik added, "Moreover, Yumal mentioned there might be a rogue elder among the zombies." Mr. Zik curiously asked Swallow Devourer, "It seems like Avaros is preparing quite a bit too. Should we repay this favor, boss?" Even lying down, Swallow Devourer was drawn to ask back, "What's that about?" Suddenly, he sneered and said, "Of course, but there are things we need to do first." Patrick intervened, "Even if you're planning something, don't do it now." Swallow Devourer stood up and replied, "Didn't I tell you what to do?" They looked at Lala Sinevere trembling in fear on the ground. Swallow Devourer sternly asked her, "What's your name?" Lala Sinevere Itak stammered, "La la la. Sinevere Itak." Swallow Devourer impatiently interrupted, "La la la. Fine." He sat down in front of Lala Sinevere Itak and introduced himself. "I'm Swallow Devourer." He lifted her chin, making her tremble with fear. Swallow Devourer asked coldly as he looked at Lala's face, "Do you want to live, right?" Chaos and rubble scattered on the ground. He threatened her further. She gritted her teeth in anger. "You, threatening me with those cold zombie eyes, I'd glare straight back at you. Do you want to live, right?" Bocek looked behind him, surprised, and asked, "Huh? Boss, what are you saying?" "We need to kill her." He still held her in a threatening manner. "That's exactly what I intended at first, but now I've changed my mind." Bocek was confused. "What are you thinking? Isn't Haston already beyond the limit?" He glared at a group of zombies. "Think about it. Mr. Zik, isn't the reason we abandoned Haston because of those zombies?" "I left that sword there, right?" Suddenly, a ringing sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. In the dark, he touched and turned to where the noise came from. "Huh? Is someone coming?" Agria approached him and asked, "Sir, did you feel that? What do you want to do about it? We can block it with magic." He calmly walked towards the door. "Just open the door already." She obeyed, raising her staff. "Got it." Beyond the door, a red-haired girl rushed in. "Huh, you!" Rosalina smiled and ran quickly over. "You're really here. Knight sir, please help us." The little girl panted heavily, surrounded by zombies. "They are flooding into the village. Everyone is trying to fight back. But there are too many of them. We need your help." "Knight sir." Rosalina's face darkened as she recounted the situation. "Thuff is gone, and the captain said he would wait for me. Everyone is fighting hard, you know? So please." Devourer remained silent after hearing the girl's plea. "Please help us. Didn't you say you'd save Hastings?" No one responded. Rosalina looked up. "Sir, Knight." In front of her stood the reluctant demeanor of Devourer and Patrick, staring intently. Now she could see clearly around her. "A skeleton," Patrick said in a serious tone. "Yes, I am a skeleton. Unfortunately, the current situation depends on the choice of that person over there." Rosalina turned puzzled. "Human, Itak was mentioned. A bit awkward." She couldn't look directly at the girl. "Are people in Hastings dying?" Only Agria noticed and reminded her. "They are reaching their limit now." "Ms. Melge, I have a request for you." She excitedly cast a spell. "Of course, we're curious too." A pair of large eyes appeared in the magic circle. Upon entering, she found it hard to describe. "Go, what's that?" "That I went on its mission as summoned." Agria kindly reminded her. "Don't just shout and walk straight. Kick." The giant eye flies high above, surveying the entire city. Agria creates a large screen displaying what that eye sees. Below the city, humans and zombies mix together, hard to distinguish. People are running away from the pursuit of a group of zombies. Some areas are completely infected, no sign of humanity left. Rosalina is terrified, sweat streaming down her face. No, even those nearby aren't much better off. In contrast, Patrick and Devere stroll around like they're on a leisurely walk. There are even demons involved. I don't like them because of their stench. Rosalina, already shaken by the horrific scene, can no longer keep her composure. Tears flow down her face. Does she remember the happy times before? No! Her friends are surrounded and attacked by zombies. Stop! No way! Kill me! Rosalina grits her teeth, staring helplessly at the scene ahead. The scream from behind draws their attention back. How can you just watch when you have the power to stop them? Aren't you strong enough? Kill them all! Please save us! Rosalina suddenly remembers something, turning towards Deverer. She shouts at the demon-like figure. What are you doing while people are panicking? Rosalina screams loudly. I'm asking what you're doing. Itak seems to make a brave decision. Please! She struggles to speak each word. Save us, please! Deverer looks at her with his cold golden eyes. Itak cries out, bowing his head. Those still alive in hasten. Save them! The same devastated space, but something has changed completely. Footsteps echo. Deverer's group advances confidently. He leaves a statement, shocking both of them. What's the big deal? Why not? The three walk out calmly and confidently into the chaotic city. Let's go! 36 confirmed. The scene has changed. The view shifts to outside the village. Darkness prevails. Silence envelops everything. A man falls heavily to the ground. He is covered in injuries. Sweat drenches his face as he looks ahead. Damn it! Who said these monsters are loving? Before him, zombies fight over scraps of food. They didn't expect to be defeated so easily. A zombie lunges at him. Hideko was prepared for this. Is this the end of my life? Surprisingly, that zombie is kicked down, stomped on the zombie's face. Agria fell from the sky, crushed that disgusting living dead. Oh, gross! She spread her legs out wide. Yeah, I should have landed on the roof. So gross! The nearby zombies were drawn by the loud noise. They rushed to the piece of meat. Bam! Agria felt uncomfortable, glared at them, vomited in disgust. A pink butterfly appeared, flying towards the zombies. Boom! Flames erupted and burned the zombies. More butterflies kept coming. Behind, where there were once zombies, now only large fires remained. Agria enjoyed it. Humph, Hestok was saved. Looked at her with admiration. Angel! Agria looked displeased. Glared back. That useless human. The one who just talked nonsense. She kicked him in the stomach. Ouch, Hestok flew away a bit. If you know how to value your life, get out. He ran away scared. Agria was still angry behind. How dare you compare yourself to an angel, you worthless human? She looked at the Lord's castle, but couldn't believe she was helping humans today. Suddenly, something appeared in the flames. Oh, Mega stepped out from the large fire. You're not a human, are you a demon? With your human form and such a large mana, you must be a demon king or a dragon. He frowned, puzzled. Why did you join the human side? Agria looked impatient. She glared at him. I do what I want. Don't question me, zombie. He laughed cruelly. Ha. After tearing you apart, I'll find out the truth. Foolish. You overestimate your own power. Magus waved his hand. Read body spell. Abandon human flesh and become a zombie. What do you think? You'll definitely become a powerful zombie race. Agria was bored. Looked at him. I don't quite understand what you're talking about, but I know for sure that you are the most talkative and troublesome zombie I've ever met. It's annoying. He waved his hand, controlling the dead zombie's parts. Haha, I'm a subordinate to all zombies' leader. Magus retrieved his staff. Truly dark magic. He gathered power, preparing to fight Agria. How can we? Magus, I could be a king like you, right? The monstrous creatures from all corners of the city heard the command and rushed towards you. Margus looked puzzled for a moment. He suddenly felt pressure behind him, if someone was staring at him. Surprised, a hand appeared on his shoulder. Found you. You damn, I said I would remember you. Deverer pulled him back, the other hand ready to punch. Margus wasn't prepared and was taken aback, eyes wide with recognition. And you are. But he didn't finish his sentence as a strong punch hit his face. Ouch! Your guys, Magus flew far, hitting the wall, dust and smoke everywhere. He disdainfully put his hand in his pocket. Oh! He smiled, kept his fist, feeling the joy from before, not bad at all. Just one punch from him left Magus motionless, lying flat on the ground. If I'm guessing right, that guy there is the gatekeeper of the living army. So he's also the gatekeeper of Devourer's Toxic 7th. Come on, you didn't kill with just one punch. Get up and see. The monstrous creatures saw this and trembled. Stand far away. Agria felt the same way. Just one punch to bring down someone like that. And it seems he didn't use all his strength either. Did I see wrong? She ran to him. Oh, Devourer. It looks like you have a personal grudge against him. Do you know him? Yeah, kind of. Devourer gritted his teeth in anger and thought back. A few moments ago, he intended to transfer mana into the person without permission. I just don't like him. I should hit him a few more times. The boss was killed by a stray bullet. It's nothing. No one cares about that. Forget it. Staying here won't get us anything. Melge, this way. Do you think Erebus is in this village? Agria glanced at him. Probably not. She pointed up to the sky. That's where. A barrier was created to imprison those inside. Devourer seemed to understand. Ah, so that's a barrier, huh? I thought it was red skies. Agria looked embarrassed and uneasy. This means the caster is outside. But I don't know what he's planning to do either. Unfortunately, I don't think I can break that barrier. He was helpless. Follow the defensive policy. Alright then. I was going to handle this myself anyway. Summon a few of these monsters. Melge, from now on, can you deal with those thorny plants? You're talking about the zombies, right? Then he turns to Agria. Yeah, if you can minimize human casualties, that's even better. Though it might be a bit late already. This village needs a certain population to survive. Are you confident in defending? It might not be perfect, but if that's all, I think we can handle it. The Devourer pats Agria's head and praises her. No wonder she's our king of devils. You're amazing. So let's clean up here a bit before confronting Erebus directly. Agria is praised for her abundant strength. Leave it to me. Deal with the Devourer's barrier. From far ahead, the sound of approaching footsteps can be heard clearly. Grumble, the sound of many people running. Suddenly, Agria asks, "Oh Devourer, may I ask how long you'll be gone?" He thinks for a moment. About 15 minutes or 20. She smiles happily. If it's only 20 minutes, we can hold on. The Devourer nods his head. Indeed, very reliable. She takes off into the air. Goodbye. Take care on your way. Devourer. Alright. The Devourer turns to the Magus. Now we should finish this up here. He lies motionless under a pile of rocks, not moving at all. I've already had my suspicions. But he looks at him intently, like a beast watching the Veer respond. How should I put it? You guessed right in part. The Magus nods his head. So who are you then? He imagines being thoroughly walked on by Patrick. Yeah, probably a slave of Patrick. He's speechless too. Just words. Nonsense. The Magus sets up a magic circle beside him. Ancient creature. Do you think I'm stupid enough to wait here without any preparation? Great power, a powerful beam of light heading straight for the Devourer. Simo Maguster, one of Erevo's pillars, has never disappointed him yet. Wherever it goes, it clears everything in its path. Rows of houses collapse. The Magus stands up. He laughs loudly. Hup, hup. I need to take this opportunity and head towards Erebus. He looks straight ahead in surprise. The Magus is hit mercilessly. Devourer is still here. Not gone, not heavily injured either. Hiss! You bastard! He changes his shape. Golden eyes shine brightly in the white smoke. After walking a bit, before him was a red wall. He sighed, this must be the barrier. Looking up at the barrier in front of him with no change in expression, he said, even Melge's power can't break this barrier. Seems like that. Devourer touched the barrier and wondered, well, this barrier isn't bad either. How strong is it? Devourer didn't expend any strength to pass his hand through the barrier, but then a red glow surrounded his hand, as if even the face of that god wasn't changing color. Wow! That power quickly distorted his arm, seeing his arm twist like a spiral. This god is really strong. His hand began to recover. Looking at the magus on his hand, he thought, I should be able to get through it, as long as this zombie can withstand it. Thinking of Patrick, he started worrying. If this corpse is destroyed and doesn't maintain Patrick's fire form, then he'll definitely get a tongue lashing. Well, there's no way out now. Might as well use the dirty trick. He picked up the poor zombie and said straightforwardly, Alright then, if anything goes wrong, blame it on someone else. Rely on that corpse. Suddenly turning around, he found only zombies all around him, confirming quickly, yes, there were no humans here. Ignoring the surrounding zombies, he dragged this Magus's corpse inside. His steps were firm and suddenly, Devareur's zombie changed completely. In the next moment, a wild beast appeared with golden eyes that were extremely sharp. Its growls echoed through the sky. The red light also quickly approached, making the scene extremely chaotic. Suddenly, a bright light appeared at the barrier accompanied by purple beams that looked incredibly powerful. Thanks to this light, a large gap was created in the barrier. At this moment, the zombies noticed him. They all screamed and charged in overwhelming numbers. Despite being alone facing hundreds of zombies, he walked calmly without any fear. Even with just one person fighting against so many zombies, he still strode forward bravely. He even said it was normal, as if nothing unusual was happening. Oh, you're really a crowd. Seeing the prey in front of him, each zombie let out an extremely terrifying scream. Then they all rushed towards him. Facing hundreds of filthy hands from the zombies, he still didn't show any fear. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, and those nearby were knocked back and burned where they stood. The zombies saw the destructive power of that light and froze in place. Devourer ordered, "Welcome guests," and the other zombies could only stare at him. In front of this chaos he created, the zombies were torn apart, while Devourer stood there with a scornful look, truly terrible. Suddenly, one zombie raised its hand to command. He prepared his stance. The zombies slowly approached him. A horde of zombies followed. Standing before the horde of zombies, Devourer said, we should have done this from the start. They looked a bit shaken, as if a pair of eyes had appeared in the darkness. He raised his hand and continued, "Here, for you," but they remained silent. Suddenly, he stepped back slightly and said mysteriously, almost like confiding to the zombies, in front of him was a skeleton with a fully glowing body, its eyes extremely eerie, seeming to be the leader of those zombies. Looking at it, he exclaimed, Erebos, 38th, wriggling corpses, hellish creatures, and all the dry bones. Erebos sits imposingly, chains. Erebos, Devourer, Erebos, Devourer. Riaz, Devourer. Erovis, Devourer, Erovos, Devourer, Erovos, Erovastevarer, Devourer, Erovis, Devourer, Melge, Melgidivirus, Melge, Although Melge said that, her thoughts were clearly written all over her face. The man's eyes began to droop as he remembered Rosalina when still alert. Exhausted, the man slumped down and looked at his stomach wound. His eyes nearly closed, almost completely shut. Melge continued. The man made one last plea. Melge's gaze was devoid of any kindness as she stared at the dying man. Seeing her look, the man understood and exclaimed. Melge looked at the man with a powerful gaze. Realizing this, the man thought to himself. Kneeling before Melge, the man whispered while Melge stared intently at him. The man was struggling for breath now. Suddenly, a spear dropped in front of the man. Standing before the spear, Melge had to compliment the man. Without hesitation, the man gripped the spear tightly, and as a result, he ended his own life with it. Afterward, Melge flew up and saw the battle between Devourer and the rotten pig. she sighed, seeing the chaos of trees and rocks flying everywhere. The rotten pig suddenly stopped, then charged wildly, but was knocked back before it could attack. Arrows sat calmly, watching and commenting. Suddenly, a bone creature blocked Devourer's path. Arrows guessed that the spines were shooting sticky substances towards Devourer. Being in giant form, of course, he couldn't avoid it. Immediately, those sticky substances clung tightly to his legs. But Devourer showed no fear and raised his head. His eyes looked fierce. Instantly, the spine swung a strike at Devourer. Erovis exclaimed. Erovis was knowledgeable. He surmised that the spine's attack was like drills piercing Devourer. A collision caused thick smoke and dust to fill the air. Sand and dirt flew everywhere. Erovis scoffed. Level 39. The scene shifted to where several spines were. They stood in a pile of bones on a skull field. He turned around and looked behind him. Behind was Erovis, exuding an icy breath. Finally, he looked at his actions and the surrounding subordinates. One heavily injured man on the ground. Will kill that ancient creature. The other kneeling, filling the land with zombies. Erebus unleashed his power and became a dominant entity of death. In the sky, icy spines shot at Devourer, the ancient monster. He roared, ice shards spreading everywhere. Those who die by my hand are lucky. After thousands of years of wandering, those spines fell with incredible speed towards Devourer. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock. A loud explosion sent debris flying around. Those spines cracked and shattered into pieces. Erovis stood still as the debris fell. Devourer suddenly appeared behind him, staring at him with wide golden eyes. It hurts too much. I can't let you hit me anymore. Erovis turned around and struck his huge yellow eyes. Let me hit you. No, is it? The big wind trees swayed as if about to fall. Erovis stood on a hill attacking the trees. He was in the middle of a cold area. Devourer was confused and sweating. Huh? Why did he suddenly get angry at the tree? You shouldn't have cared too much. The Devourer looked up and saw two large ice blocks plummeting down. That's fine anyway. Is that the strongest magic a person can use, right? Isn't there anything stronger than that? Erebus clenched his fists tightly, looking embarrassed. Could it be he let me attack just to test the power of divine-level magic? He made up his mind. He hurriedly cast a spell to escape. I can't defeat him. Retreat now. To Arrows, it was like facing a terrifying giant monster right in front of his eyes. I acted too rashly. A crackling sound echoed through the space. We need to create some space to run. He took a step forward and approached slowly. Get close. I'm talking to that person. Arrows, weakened by the power surge, sat on the ground. Don't think of any strange ideas now. He frowned and looked straight ahead. The giant monster with golden eyes stared intently at him, using spells that even a person could wield. Arrows stood still, motionless. Why are you so silent? Black groaned and opened his mouth to speak. So does this mean there's no other magic stronger than that, right? Arrows didn't want to think about it. He gathered energy and launched an attack at the monster. The Devourer played around, flicking those black things. Those large clusters of light wouldn't even scratch you. That's all for now. Why are you all acting like you're following the same script? The zombies moving towards them were sent flying by Devourer's push, making anyone who got close retreat. A long crack appeared among the zombies. Erovis struggled to resist. He used all his strength. For a moment, the Devourer was entangled in chains. You remain calm and say something. The things on the ground joined together. It's horrifying. Ugh, that dead skeleton from before has regained consciousness and opened its eyes. It stood up abruptly and roared loudly. Oh, is this one of those divine-level spells too? Why does it seem so defensive? The Devourer was surprised and turned around. He didn't understand anything and remained motionless in shock. Look, it fell straight onto the Devourer. It's so dirty. You transform back into a human form and complain loudly. Oh my god, this is really uncomfortable. Raunas are piles of disgusting human flesh, dripping in an eerie manner. With its eyes, The Devourer narrowed his eyes, becoming serious. It seems I need to take this seriously now. That dirty monster endured a great pressure and was surprised. Then it exploded into a large explosion that spread outwards. The Devourer's form kept changing, with its head in the monster shape now looking like a tree. Erebus silently observed. Round them, only bones remained, a mess of destruction. The Devourer transformed into a human form. Erebus looked at him silently, without any expression. He casually put his hands in his pockets and stared at him. It was time for the landscape to change. In some town where Rosalina and Itak were, a voice echoed. "Oh, what are you thinking about, boss? You pinch your head on one side while rubbing it with the other. How much did you torture yourself over this? Don't forget that you're a disaster too. Or is it because he doesn't understand that? Yet, can you still be boss? But wouldn't it be better if boss calmed down a bit? Haha, that guy seems unable to defeat him now. You'll definitely have to clean up the mess again after this, boss. Should I write my resignation letter right now? Erebos, that dead skeleton is really troublesome. Oh, yeah, I'm a bone too, huh?" Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in and slightly rocked the two of them. Idexwet dropped, puzzled. "Yeah, what's happening out there?" A laugh echoed. "Ah!" Mr. Z sat on one side with his face in his hands, laughing joyfully. Boss caused a ruckus again, meaning he is taking good care of the living army. Yak Tung tightened his shirt and stood aside, wondering if Hasten would be saved now. "Is that what you mean?" He hesitated to answer, unsure how to put it. No, UH. Everything will be fine eventually. So don't worry too much. And can you talk normally now? Young, I'm getting goosebumps all over. You see this? Your sweat is flowing more. You're not feeling well. Outside, the sky was dark and gloomy. A few purple clouds still lingered in the sky. Fortunately, it seems there are no more zombies left in the village now. It's truly King Melch. Suddenly, he appeared from nowhere. Agria fell heavily to the ground. "Yeah, I'm so tired." Batcha turned his attention. "Oh, she arrived just in time." Agria comfortably lay down on the floor. "I finished everything you were supposed to do. It's been a long time since I used so much magic." He squinted his eyes. "That's too much of an exaggeration. You've had it tough. Miss Melch, if not for you, who knows what would have happened?" She raised her eyebrows in puzzlement. Didn't Lord Deverell almost finish everything there? Patrick answered without hesitation. "No, you did a better job." Agria lazily lay down on the ground. "Oh, he's still not done with that guy, huh?" "Patrick, as you can see, boss is still fighting him." Outside, one corner was brightly illuminated against the dark night. People stood from afar in awe. That power truly is a magnificent spectacle to behold, even more so than what I imagined its terrible consequences would be. The city also suffered some damage. Smoke and dust filled the air, and it's true that every time we go out to handle something, things get messier afterward. Rosalina looked blankly. Mr. Z is so familiar. Sighing and complaining. Definitely, I'll have a lot more work to do in this village after this. He frowned silently, saying bad things about the owner behind his back. All he needs to do is crush them completely. Why prolong this battle like this? Clearly, he doesn't care about me at all. He just follows behind to clean up the mess he made. Rosalina stands high up, looking into the distance. Rosalina, right? She turns around when she hears someone calling her name. Yes. Master Trich raises his sharp sword. We promise to spare him as the only one who will keep his life. So he uses a terrifying expression, glaring and drawing his sword. I should clean up everything here first to avoid future trouble. Deal with 40. Apart from the master, letting others live isn't much of a loss either. The Hasten Lala Seinvai YTAC master stammers as he calls back. Hold on, Sir Patrick, this is one of my subjects too. Patrick stands there for a moment before smiling and looking at the master warmly. Of course not, there's no reason to kill her. Haha, just joking. Rosalina sits on the ground, looking helpless. Patrick thinks in his head that a single girl can't do much. With all those robbers dead in the dark alleys, it's not necessary to intervene anymore. More importantly, her mind is already like this. There's no need to take action now. If we kill her, it might affect the master here. We'll lose more than we gain. Alright then, let's consider this side has resolved everything. With that thought, he speaks out. Miss Melge. Huh? Can you make someone fall asleep? That's easy. But who are we talking to? I want to speak privately with the master. Miss Melge exclaims. Oh, go to sleep now. Master Tritch continues speaking. Let's start then. As you can see, we fulfilled our agreement by saving Hasten, so please keep your promise and tell me what I need to do. You're not allowed to reveal anything you saw. Oh, I believe you would know this even if I didn't say it. Now, I'll tell you a story. Listen carefully. This is the story of a brave master who accepted all humiliation to protect his territory. The master realized that zombies would take over his land, so he decided to defend it. But things turned out differently. She had to be watched by the zombies, and there weren't enough warriors in the territory. Her only choice was to seek help. But before receiving aid, the people in her territory began to resent and mock her, blaming the master. While waiting for reinforcements, many civilians died at the hands of zombies. She had no other choice but to hold on to hope. After a long wait, help from the Empire arrived and drove away the zombies and saved the territory. Master Tritch continues speaking. You're not just a cowardly master who runs away. You are a brave master who sacrificed herself to save her subjects in her territory. Hearing this, the master asks doubtfully, are you telling me I should deceive my people? Master Tritch points towards the castle and says, didn't you say you wanted to live? Seeing the master close his eyes in despair, he continues, distribute food within the castle to save those who are still alive. Aid from other cities will arrive soon. Hearing this, the master says, I'll make that happen because we'll turn young Hasten's master into a hero. If everything is quiet like this, my boss must have finished everything. Then Patchett turns around and says, we should go to see our boss now. Miss Melge, if you can teleport us, that would be great. Miss replies, oh, I'm out of mana, so I doubt we can use the teleportation spell. The master from behind speaks up. May I ask you a question? Why are you doing all this just to save Hasten? Hearing the Lord's voice, Patrick and Miss Melgia turned around. Seeing them look at the Lord, he thought, they're monsters from the underworld. They would never save humans without demanding something in return. Patrick shouted, BFFT. Didn't you say you wanted to survive? Then know your place. Don't try to understand too much. Now somewhere else, Swallow Devourer muttered to himself. Well, it's time to replace one of the 7 hells. I feel sorry for you. If you had kept quiet, none of this would have happened. Isn't that right? Why can't anyone leave me alone? HMPH, I've been stabbed so many times my back itches. Ancient monsters, your power surprises me again. Forget it. I don't care. Let me ask you something. Why Hasten specifically? If you didn't attack here, I wouldn't have come either. The monster replied slowly. Hasten is the most strategic place to invade the Empire. Swallow Devourer cut in quickly, so this one knows it's my territory, but still came here. Now the monster roared. What do you think the reason is? It started getting furious, and Swallow Devourer's eyes turned red as he glared at the monster. The monster growled, Kiki Kiki, ho ho ho, ho ho ho, ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Then it was surrounded by white flames. Suddenly noticing something, Swallow Devourer exclaimed, what is this? Turns out he wasn't planning to use magic teleportation. Never mind, it doesn't matter anyway. He's going to die either way. Let's see. Then he turned his head and saw the ruins around him, exclaiming, yeah, what a mess. Yeah, what should we do now? If this place isn't repaired, it won't be usable anymore. Far away, two people ran over calling out, HUH! Oh, XP! Oh, XP! Oh, stay there. I'll come find you. I miss you a lot. You miss me too, right? Isn't that so? Swallow Devourer helplessly said, ah, my life is over. Except 41. It's raining like a drizzle in the alley. The white rain is everywhere. Raindrops pattering. A few things left out are now all soaked. Continuous rain pattered on the road. Small puddles formed in the gaps. Two figures walking in the rain cast shadows on the water, as if drunk. Raindrops splashed up onto the surface of the water. A simple dressed figure huddled in a corner. The rain continued to fall. His eyes were filled with tears. There was nothing left. He bowed his head, weeping harder. Sniffle! This is supposed to be help? I'm the only one left alive. He sat in a makeshift shelter by the roadside. The rain kept falling without stopping. His cries mingled with the rain. He wept incessantly, sobbing, I hate this so much. Something terrible must have happened. Whose fault was it? His eyes glowed red, full of anger and malice. Who had killed everyone? The white teacup clutched the golden rim tightly. Renee danced joyfully, happy to see him back. Swallow Devourer was gloomy, followed by Patrick, whose slow, dull voice made the other to pause. Yeah, I'm back now. The three stood before the maidservant. Renee remained cheerful and innocent. Renee had been very good, quietly waiting for him. Something on the ceiling seemed about to fall, making the soldier and Lymphagria cat watch carefully. As she boasted of her achievements, it fell. While waiting, I also tittied everything up neatly. Then the girl happily rushed towards Swallow Devourer, lunging at him. You patted her head. Her eyes sparkled with joy. HMM. Renee hugged you tightly. You also praised her happily. Well done. She laughed happily. Hee. In her mischievous gaze, everyone collapsed in exhaustion. Lymphagria lay on the ground groaning. I'm so tired. The soldier was no exception. Phew. I felt like I was about to die. Renee shyly seemed to have a new trick up her sleeve. She looked at him hopefully and asked, Lord Devaro, must you be so tired? You sighed heavily. Huh. She's quite the little trickster. Gently asking again. Yeah then. Do you want to have dinner? Swallow Devourer was too tired to speak much. Oh, just a drink and bath is fine. The soldier suspiciously thought. What the heck is going on here? Renee is happy. Look. The soldier with a stern face turns to blame Earth's best battery. So, what did you teach her when we were away? She only makes a small sound, seemingly too afraid to speak. Clear throat. Earth's best battery smiles and chats warmly with Swallow Devourer. Ha. Did everything go smoothly then? He doesn't respond, subtly hinting at the situation. Battery leaves quietly. Uncle sighs and tells you Espeth Battery. HMM, right? If you count all the people who died of hunger or were killed by zombies, it's probably around 3,000. And don't forget how that bastard caused the whole town to explode. Apart from that, everything went well. It surprises her and she splashes water out. HMM must be good. Hey, Devourer, so what were you doing there? He responds, I was just cleaning up the zombies. Why? She still doubts. Are you really only cleaning up the zombies? He looks down. I cleaned them up very thoroughly. My ring is gone, feeling annoyed. What exactly did you clean up then? An ugly head that he dragged out and placed on the table. Here it is. It suddenly speaks. Don't bother me anymore. I'm going to sleep now. Earth Bed Battery picks it up, touches it, and stammers. Oh, Evo's while he carries the water pot over. Everyone around him laughs, but his voice still echoes. No, wait. What else? Espeth Battery feels a bit uncomfortable. Isn't this just an outer shell? The soldier HUH Renee wonders too. What is it? In a deep pit, where the sky is dark and the moonlight bright, a slow voice. The soldier with the black stream sits in the cave and talks to each other. The black stream lies on its back and growls. At the end, he uses magic. That one nods. No matter how you look at it, this is not good at all, you know? What did you clean up that was so bad? He mutters to himself. You've already caused problems by taking away the life of the Lord who knows everything. Now even Arrows is still alive. So what have we done in Haston? The black stream yawns and whispers with sharp teeth. Tori says that Arrows has lost at least 70% of his strength. But the soldier seems a bit worried. That's right. But he remembers the conflict. In the end, there was a conflict among the dungeons. You need to be more careful now. The black stream lies relaxed and agrees warmly. Yeah, for now, Arrows can't do anything, so we'll be fine. Don't try to avoid your responsibilities anymore. He was tired and closed his eyes, still hesitating about what had happened. I've already told you that even if I can handle the consequences in Hasten, but if you want more monsters to join the dungeon, you'll have to step up and do it. The executioner opened his eyes, seeming to realize something was amiss as he spoke. Did you hear what I said? The dragon's long sleep left him speechless. With a hint of anger, he let out an insult. We're full, aren't we? Under the shadow of a large tree with bare branches hanging dozens of corpses, a figure stood beneath it. That person was covering their face and staring at those corpses. A group of people were whispering to each other. We have food to last us 3 days straight. What's the point of filling our bellies? My wife and children are all dead. Why thank a Lord? As long as we're full, everything is fine, right? One man was holding something he despised. I'd rather follow them to hell than live like this. Another man also sounded weary and replied, even if we follow them, we should eat our fill first. Seeing the other person, he couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Are you planning to give up to eat before you go? He calmly replied, where can I go? Of course, I'm also suffering. I want to run away. But why should we be the ones to run away? What have we done wrong that we must die? His voice continued, surprising everyone around him. Think about it. Who is at fault? Who killed everyone? He gritted his teeth in anger. This is so unfair. It's extremely unfair. Then he clearly said, don't take out your frustration on the wrong person. The other stood up and listened to the other man's powerful words. Dying for nothing won't change anything. Standing confidently, he declared that even if we're going to die, we should seek revenge against those who forced us into this situation. With their red eyes, they looked at the other man and seemed to agree. What do we need to do? He spoke slowly. You all know it too. His eyes widened in fury, a very angry expression. We have to kill all those corpses. The guards with large armor stood still. Someone approached him. The ground echoed. Ah, Adalbert G. Ah, Levizen. He knelt on one knee, bowing humbly. God here. Your Majesty sat solemnly and said, I called you because even after such a long speech, you didn't lose focus. He replied, all right then, Your Majesty. The Emperor trusts him greatly. The lives of everyone depend on you. He continues to listen to His Majesty's instructions with his head bowed. I have high hopes for this person. Ethelbrick Eskend Liviston responds obediently. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations. The capital is grand and majestic. Something strange appears in the sky. Homunculus is flying with a box-like object on his body. In this small room, a man and a woman are discussing something. Gord asks, so you've been fully in charge of the mine tunnel team now? Ethelbrick Ashkin Liviston answers calmly. Yes, you did say that order was for Pai's arrest, right? He continues speaking. Even though he is indeed on the run now, he used to be a wealthy nobleman. He must have people helping him. That order won't amount to much anyway. As long as he knows he's being hunted, that's enough. She glares at him silently. Behind the chaos, the scene is one of destruction, ruin, and black disaster. It has been a month since the fall of Riaz. Fragments and animal fur are flying everywhere. A few people standing there smile maliciously. This incident has caused many scandals among the upper echelons of the empire. Accusations are being thrown around recklessly. Those who couldn't resist him have all been swallowed up. There have been many changes. Homunculus lands in front of the castle. Ark Ethelbrick, Eshkin, Liviston, and Gadget walk through the large courtyard while she keeps asking questions non-stop. You know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? What should I do if you're late? He stands in front of her to answer. Then just wait for me. Arthelbrick Eskarn Leviston stops and asks, how is she doing? She answers calmly, she must be here somewhere. The door pushes open forcefully. Arthelbrick Eskarn Leviston opens the door, steps in, and shouts loudly, I'm coming in. Gwyn Historia is munching on some bread. Her eyes widen as she looks in that direction. MMPHMM. He chuckles nervously. Do you think he's alright? He asks with a joyful laugh. Gwen Astoria. Ha ha. Oh, the shadows of those walking through the mud. Listen carefully. We'll retreat immediately if we see any sign, no matter how small, of the monsters. Send the soldiers to their posts and give them orders. Don't let your guard down. This is the deepest part here. We'll soon reach the first room. He's sweating profusely, hoping they find a door. It shines like it's pointing towards something they need. The information we received is accurate. As they get closer, what they're looking for seems further away. He starts to worry a bit. Bernhistia stands behind and listens intently. The information that the monsters haven't returned since 2 months ago when Hisu Elton's team arrived is correct. The Black Leader turns around and speaks to those behind him. There must be something we can take here for sure. Let's keep going inside. That guy seems pleased. Alright then. We're rich now. The dark shadow envelops the cave. This second room is the same. Then an image of a tower gradually appears, and so does the third room. The three approach closer. A beam of light emits, causing one to exclaim, "Oh, there's nothing here too. Something seems off." One of them asks angrily, "Are you sure this information hasn't spread yet? Maybe other teams have come and cleared out all the valuable items already." Burn his tail slap up. That can't be right. It's impossible. The leader calmly states, "Is this place really the ancient core? If we haven't found anything after going so deep, then there's nothing valuable here." One of them points directly at a direction with clarity. In the next room, the fifth one, there's an ancient tree monster called Anthropophago. The three stand in a colorful area. The leader explains that it's a decayed plant species with sharp spines. Legend has it that if you process its remains using a special method and smelt them, they can become as hard as metal. Even just part of the remains could fetch an astronomical price. Looking at this old building, getting anything from here would be like breaking even. Still, one of them asks doubtfully, "What if the fifth room is empty too?" The black-haired leader worries and speaks loudly in fear. "No, what if there are monsters there? We're just a C-grade team after all. Any of us could die with one strike from the weakest monster here." The leader gets annoyed and turns around. "Do you want to come back empty-handed?" While the other to stand rooted, the leader continues advancing. "Those who want to turn back can go now. I won't stop you. However, if we find anything valuable from here on, don't expect a share." The deeper they go, the darker it gets. "What's that? Did you see anything?" The three step inside. Only dead trees lie scattered everywhere, leaving them stunned. "These are..." The leader sits down with a small knife and looks at the others. We're lucky we didn't turn back. Take these things and leave quickly." The knife is sharp and shiny. He starts sweating in fear. Two of them wear full helmets. "Call the team leader." "Go, team leader." "What did you say?" "I didn't." A huge mouth with glowing teeth opens wide as if to swallow them whole. Renee and the soldier look at this scene in disappointment. HMPH, just like expected, there's nothing worth anything. They could have survived if they had stopped just then. Human greed and desire are truly endless. Swallow Devourer gritted his teeth in anger. "I hate humans the most." The soldier seemed to have found something interesting. "This might be decent enough." He asked Swallow Devourer, "What do you think, boss?" "It's much better than those zombies." The soldier sighed and confirmed his thoughts. These guys don't seem to belong to the Empire. Based on their insignia, they appeared to come from the Western Grandel Kingdom. The maidservant found a piece of something. It must have been quite a long journey after all. Swallow Devourer sneered and looked in that direction. Who would think local specialties would be delivered straight to their doorstep like this? This world is getting more convenient every day. The soldier also suddenly sneered, "But it seems we can't delay our descent into the dungeon any longer." The rumor about the dungeon isn't spreading fast enough. He kept talking while Swallow Devourer was laughing so hard his eyes watered. "Speaking of your dungeon, you act like this isn't your business at all. I'm starting to get used to it too." The soldier spoke softly. "Of course, those are the things you think I'll say, right? Are you coming down here? Before I submit my resignation." Swallow Devourer was terrified. "Ha ha! Got it. I'm coming down. As he jumped down, the soldier greeted the girl. Lucky to have Melgia here just in time as a guest. Melgia Jalimphagria shyly agreed to be asked. We can quickly find out who intruded with her magic. Her. Swallow Devourer was surprised by the maidservant's appearance too. Yeah, it's really reliable. The girl got angry. HMPH, Renee knows magic too. He called her Inui. Yes, you're great. You're the best. This scene left the two humans speechless. Thankful for your help with the ancient core, of course. Thanks to you, we saved a lot of effort. Melge Zalimphagria looked a bit unsure about her dress, but, well, he knew that. The maidservant was a bit awkward about her patched-up clothes. The girl asked, how long do I have to stay as a guest here? Red light emitted from the building. Someone said, preparations are complete. Yuba, the bloodsucker, grinned approvingly and suggested they start their march towards Judiaker. Yuba, tall and terrifying, listened to the two others. One of them reported, Your Majesty Yuba, 43, the night sky. Melge sits on a high stone and looks up. Melge's eyes were filled with sadness. My future seems very dark. A king without wealth or a home. Sad indeed. Melge thought they should make a decision quickly as the day for the king's meeting was approaching in a few days. Melge's eyes were filled with sorrow and despair. Patrick appeared. The air today is so refreshing. Melge asked Patrick curiously, Are you also going outside to breathe the air, Patrick? Patrick stood beside a rock. No, just joking, it's a joke between friends. Melge was speechless. Mr. Zhang asked, What are you doing here? Melge looked into the distance with her eyes and said, Just sitting here to breathe some fresh air. How about you? Mr. Zhang also looked far away and replied, I don't need to sleep, so I use all my time for training. Melge wondered, Do you have to train too? Bajik explains that a swordsman's hand will wear out if they don't wield a sword. Melge understands, Huh? A moment of silence passes between them. Bajik thinks to himself, It seems this is the first time he's spoken privately with her. Bajik clears his throat and says, There's nothing serious though. Bajik reports that the suction tubes appear to be fully recovering now. Even Ryan is waiting. Do you want to go along? The suction tubes are moving slowly. Ryan is seated on the suction tubes. Melge holds a suction tube in surprise and asks, You mean it fought with the Hisuten Guild? Patrick thinks recovery from pain doesn't seem like much. Maybe this is as good as it gets. Such a recovery is already miraculous. Renee counts 68 and informs the others that they're still short but the recovery rate is very slow. Renee says, I don't think we can grow 5 more suction tubes. Melge holds a suction tube in surprise and asks, You mean it fought with the Hisuten Guild? Patrick speaks up, Melge, do you have the king's castle near Riaz? If she doesn't know, that's strange. Patrick thinks to himself that Melge's king's castle is just 2 roads away from Riaz. The distance is quite close. Melge looks down, acknowledging it. Yes, I know. Melge thinks of the powerful figures. That's the elite strike team of the greatest hero, Von Hisuten. It's also the team that killed Chatter. Melge looks at Zukta lying on the ground and thinks, How strong must Zukta be to survive a battle against such an enemy? Looking at the slow-moving Zuktas, Melge thinks, if Melgia were overwhelmed with despair now, perhaps staying in the ancient core is just a dream. Pajik looks at Melgia and then speaks up. Now that the suction tubes are recovering, we should convince our master to recruit new monsters. Ryan suggests, only males please. Like the golem guarding the 4th chamber. Thinking of the golem. Hello, I'm a golem. Hi, I'm a golem. Pajik feels uncomfortable. No, Ryan, this is a bit. Melgia suddenly calls out, Miss Ryan, Mr. Pajik. Both stop talking. They both look at Melgia. The knight's eyes in the castle. There's a conversation. How is your wound, Gwyn? Gwyn replies, I'm fine now. I'm doing great. Garrett says seriously, in terms of reminding others, you should show signs of recovery. Showing that you recover quickly isn't a good thing. Gwyn avoids eye contact. Yes, sir. While she wanders around, she opens the cabinet door. The room is empty. We have the car here. Do you want to use it? Gwyn answers, I'm ready. There's a meeting scheduled. Evil remains calm and responds, oh, right. There is a meeting. Evil asks, Gwyn, did the servants come today? Gwyn thinks before answering, I don't know for sure. I went out to buy some snacks. Evil's eyes darken slightly. Really? Gareth? Gwyn, you to go to the conference room first, okay? Gwyn asks, what about you? Evil answers, I still have a few documents to handle. I'll be there later. Gareth urges, all right, so hurry up. Gwyn waves goodbye. Remember to come back later. Stands and watches the door close. Asks, do you know who the servants serving tea are? Gwyn's subordinate replies, I'll find out as soon as possible, sir. Instructs you don't need to report the process. Thinks there are thousands of confidential documents in the office. Cleaning the tea table when no one is round means they've already seen them. Exudes a terrifying aura. The servants should be eliminated within 4 days. The night sky and castle glow under the moonlight. At the meeting, sits in the main chair. Thank you for taking your precious time to come here. I called you all here, Captain Kurt, to sit with your hands crossed. The Royal Council declared that the Black Disaster is not a destroyer. Are you denying the royal announcement? Evil answers, no, Captain Kurt. I made that statement just to reassure the people. Captain KRTE questions, if it's true, what evidence do we have? Evil recounts, with my own eyes, he directly fought Hero Gin and caused Garrosh as Annelier to lose an arm. The meeting attendees interject, how can you lie like that? I've never heard any reports about it. Garrett stands beside her, who calmly asserts, the evidence is right in front of you. Captain Kurt glances at him. Gwyn frowns and clenches his lips tightly. Captain KRTE gradually believes it might be true. Captain KRTE thinks to himself, I didn't expect Gwyn couldn't defeat it either. Continues, the key point is that the destroyer appeared without any prior warning. We're here to prepare countermeasures because we don't know when it will strike again. The others remain silent. Each person sits and listens carefully to A's words and asks questions. So, what is the plan? How do you plan to stop him? Renee crossed his arms and sat on the chair. It seems Riaz's defense isn't wrong. Isn't it meaningless to do that in front of a destroyer? Evil agreed. You're right. The formula always speaks out. And your question? Evil glanced over. I want to remind you about the 36th masterpiece. Is everyone searching for the 36th masterpiece? Everyone at the meeting believes so. The 36th masterpiece is not easy to find. We've been tracking it for a while, but Evil thinks even Brachycephalic's appearance falls into the hands of the destroyer. Evil closed his eyes and thought, how many among us can fight him? Even with the finest talents from the Empire gathered here, it would be useless. Then he looked at Gwyn standing beside him. With a frail human body, no matter how much training, we cannot create any damage on the destroyer's body. Evil opened his eyes, filled with desire and determination to overcome that dominant existence and bridge the power gap. He must find the 36th masterpiece for it. Evil was silent. His face darkened before he spoke again. The Pope's recent activities are very strange. Evil sat leaning on the table with a displeased expression. He spread rumors that the destroyer is divine punishment upon the Empire. The Pope's girl rebutted. That's absurd. Divine punishment? What? Evil said. They say such things aren't surprising. The Empire has always suppressed religion for ages. The girl's face was furious. Watch your mouth. Suppression, huh? Those words unleashed a terrifying power. The girl gripped Evil's collar tightly. Evil calmly said, I'm just stating the truth. And she gritted her teeth. Evil softly spoke. It seems you've overestimated your strength. Evil's bodyguard appeared behind him. The girl's hand left his shirt. Evil remained indifferent. I'm not ignoring this issue. Two images like fire and water merged together. F***CK. Evil thought, among the 36 masterpieces, the Pope's faction holds 3 pieces and calls them holy relics. Evil's eyes were fierce and merciless. To get them, we must fight. A great holy war. Now it's Patrick. Really? Patrick looked at the devourer lying on the ground lazily. That's all you can say? The Devourer asked calmly. So what? Patrick was extremely angry now. I said Melge left. 44. Patrick had to repeat. Boss, did Melge leave already? The Devourer replied. Yes, I heard about it. Then what? Patrick glared at Evil. What? Chich can't handle it. He's gripping Devourer's hands tightly. Boss, are those hands just for decoration? You've got two pairs after all. Ah, did you hear what I said? Boss, Melge has left our dungeon. Is it because of those decorative hands that Ryan and Melge left? Because they couldn't communicate with you. Devourer wrapped himself in his invincible defense layer. No way. Didn't you just tell them to go to Judaica? So what? What's the problem? The Kings of Hell are hosting a party. That's not unusual for them. Chich grabs Devourer's foot again. That thing! Chich is gripping his foot tightly, using a super powerful curse technique. Maybe the problem is they won't be coming back. Devourer winces in pain. They said they wouldn't come back. Chich is now reconsidering. Oh, now that you say so, I remember. That makes sense. Devourer looks at his hands with regret. This name always uses force at the wrong time and place. Chich touches the foot. To be honest, Melge has been acting strangely since before they talked about going to Judaica. After Ryan mentioned Patrick, he recalls how Melgia had a determined look in her eyes when she said, we might have to go. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Renee chimes in but agrees that something is strange about the situation. Patrick guesses that maybe Melgia is planning to establish her own force as well. Renee uncovers a pot, revealing purple liquid with rising smoke. She touches and inspects it curiously. Huh? What's this, Ryan? Shimming in happily. Ah, here it is? Ryan excitedly explains. I prepared this stew for you since you looked a bit tired. The touch felt like a bolt of lightning across the hand. You want me to die, right? Patrick tries to comfort, but it's not much help. You misunderstood. But whatever, the result is the same, so you might as well think that way. Ryan slaps Patrick on the mouth. Devourer accepts this. Alright, I understand Melge has left. But why do we all have to gather like this? Anyone want to say something? Patrick answers from the ground. Well, we can't keep postponing adding more monsters. Boss, Renee smiles. That's the situation. Devourer asks again. Why do you always push things onto me? Patrick argues back. Who pushed what to who anyway? Devourer lies on his back on the ground. Alright, whatever, I won't leave this place for now. Seeing Renee and Patrick chatting happily, Devourer realizes, thinking about it, isn't that strange? You're not a guard, shouldn't you do all these things for your master? Patrick agreed. You're not wrong. The Devourer turned his head in surprise. Oh, really? Patrick confirmed, of course. Then Patrick gave him a cold splash of water again. However, no way. Patrick reminded Deveril to remember this. Did you forget already? You've handed over all matters related to Haston to me. Didn't you also estimate how much resources it would take? I have a lot on my plate right now. Deveril mumbled. I'm still suspicious. Why did you agree so easily? So if you can't go, Sai will go then? Patrick looked at Renee. Of course it's Renee. The Devourer's eyes widened in surprise. Renee was excited. Our demon lord. Don't worry about anything. Just leave everything to Renee and rest. The Devourer thought of how scary Renee could be, breaking out in a cold sweat. The Devourer skillfully declined. Well, Renee still hasn't dealt with the eyes yet. Besides, won't people suspect her? Botchik reconsidered. That's right. Batchik's eyes sparkled. Just dump everything on her and rest. It's easy enough. Boss, bring it in. It's tiring just to touch. Here we go again. Dr. Tritch remembered something. Oh, but boss, did you know? Bring it in and check. What now? Dr. Tritch said. Ms. Melge. Maybe. At another place, the driver's mouth held a stick. Announce. We've arrived. The girl. That person looked at Melge in her black round robe, showing sorrow. Such a young age, yet she has traveled everywhere. She must have suffered a lot. Just tease her. Melge got out of the car. Okay, I'll do that, Melgia thought. Who would think they'd really end up in such a place? Looking at the damaged gate before her, Melgia stepped inside. into the mercenary city. Seeing people around indifferent, Melgia thought, as expected, it lives up to its reputation. The people here look quite dangerous too. The flag was stabbed right in the middle by a knife, lying between the Empire and the Allied kingdoms. This place doesn't belong to any of these forces. Melgia looks at the people trading. Out of every 4 people here, 1 is involved with the dungeon. They say this is the place with the most information about the dungeon. Why isn't there a map or signpost anywhere? Melgia seems a bit surprised too. This is my first time in such an unfriendly place. Melgia's eyes glance around, realizing she really needs to rely on these stars to get to Judiaker. She looks at the painted sign on the gate. This place is as big as a king's castle. Melgia's eyes hold sadness. Melgia tightens her lips. She senses that this place is full of concentrated mana. There are probably about 10 people here. Their power is quite similar to the mages I met in Riaz. This is indeed an attack information and mission board. But, far away, a guard stops someone. Stop! That person shows their card. The guard agrees. You can come in. Melgia watches and thinks. This is proof of attack 1A. It seems you can't enter without it. Gathering information won't be easy. Mio Ray notices something. Before Mio Ray, there are dark aircrans. Mio Ray looks silently. Inside the cells, some monsters are crying for food. Mio Ray covers her mouth as she enters. There are already some bloodied monsters. Mio Ray is surprised. These monsters. Looking at the monster cages, Mio Ray guesses they were brought here for a reason. Footsteps approach. Oh my! That person seems to be the guard of this place. Who would think a little girl would come to such a place? Why are you here? The guard looks at the cage behind Mio Ray. A bright-eyed monster is staring back. 45. The surrounding cages. The guard is surprised again. Oh my! I wonder what you're doing here. That person puts a hand on their shoulder, introducing themselves. I'm so foolish. Hello, my name is Punta from the Ungrat Guild. Are you looking for something special? Punta evaluates Melgia with her eyes. She looks young, but considering how weak Melgia appears, she doesn't seem like a regular noble child. Bunu smiles. Bunu smiles. Bunu smiles. There's no need to hold a grudge against her. Bunty also introduces again. I'm Melge from the Agria family. Where are we? Bunty explains. Oh, in simple terms. This is the storage for Dangiel items. The cages hold the beasts, and their eyes are always bloodshot. Bunty explains that usually these things are used as materials for equipment or decoration. But I just sell what you see here. Melge thinks, well, I should look around since we'll need to recruit soldiers after my castle is rebuilt. Bunty happily says, there's something we can use here. Look around. Melge looks at something. Melge sees a powerful beastman. Melge teary-eyed thinks, a strong fiend who held out until the end as a commander in battle. Melge imagines herself and the fiend cheering for victory. We won again, King of Fiends. Melge resolves, I need to buy it. Melge asks, how much is this fiend? BET surprised says, oh, you want to buy this creature? These creatures are very dangerous. We had to sacrifice for B-rank chastisements just to catch him. Maori coldly says, you only need to offer the price. BET surprised by Maori's demeanor. Oh my, if you say so. BET flips through her ledger. HMM, the price for this beastman is. BE from quotes 250 ounces. The number crushes Maori's head. Maori sighs internally, that's quite expensive. Maori clutches her purse tightly. No, it's not that I don't have the money, but this price. Melge remembers Rin giving her a purse. This is just a small token of gratitude. Thank you for helping devour Ms. Melge. Melge thinks, all I have is 500 ounces that Ms. Melge gave me. I can't spend half my fortune before rebuilding the castle. Melge turns and walks away. I'll look at other things too. BET welcomes her warmly. Yes, take your time. Melge looks at someone. Looking into the shadow inside the cage, Melge wonders, what? What is this? BET answers, I'm not sure about that. They told me they found it after cleaning up from a chastisement. looking at the tame-looking beast before her. BET says they couldn't find its mother and it didn't try to attack. They thought it was just a large dog that couldn't find its mother. The creature's eyes shine brightly at the person in front of it. Maori puts her hand into the cage. The customer is a lost child too. BET panics. Honored guest. It's dangerous. After all, it's a fiend. Melge strokes the creature in the cage. Then she looks at Puchu. I won't make anyone responsible, so don't worry. Puchu starts sweating. She could have been bitten too. The animal in the cage seemed to like Melge and allowed her to pet it gently. Melge saw a suitable companion for herself and felt very fond of it. Melge's eyes sparkled with excitement. Melge asked, "How much is this little one?" The night sky was bright with the moon and stars. Melge looked at the animal in front of her. Finally, we're buying it. The animal stared at Melge with innocent eyes. This animal was several times larger than Melge. Melge was small but not as big as she seemed under the dim light. With dark fur, it's hard to tell its exact size. We can only see its head. Melge thought, I can't accurately estimate its size. From now on, this person will be called Jaime Nores. Jaime Nores happily accepted the new name. Then they looked up. HMM. They said that nightfall comes 30 minutes earlier here. I guess they're not lying. Cat Ray praised. How beautiful! The ancient sky was also beautiful. Cat Ray woke up. Now's not the time for sentimentality. We need to hurry to Judiaker. Cat Ray walked on. Jaime Nores followed. Come on, Jaime Nores. The moonlight shone down on the rocks below. Melge's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead, with Jaime Nores following behind. Our guide is standing in front of us. We must be at the right place. Melge said, the Great One has returned. Let's follow him. The guide nodded and transformed into a puppet, respectfully welcoming the king. The guide pointed, saying, you can go to the monastery beyond these mountains. Other kings have arrived already. Melge understood. All right then. Melge walked on. Jaime Nores followed behind. Melge turned her head back. Then she pushed Jaime Nores to the back. This little one, why are you following me? You're part of the king's army. You should stay here and wait during times like these. I guess you wouldn't understand anyway. Melge patted Jaime Nores and said, stay here and wait for me to return. If it gets scary, hide. Melge stroked Jaime Nores' fur and explained, I can't bring you to a tightly controlled place like that. Melge thought the name Jaime Nores wasn't bad. Maybe a better name for her would be. Melge's eyes lit up as she saw Jaime Nores' excited face. Melge frowned and said, Melge looked dazed at Jaime Nores, touching and ruffling its fur. Melge stroked Jaime Nores' fur with a smile. Right, from now on, your name is Sir Beautiful. Melge's wings appeared on her back. I'll be back soon. Just stay here for me. Melge flew away. Sir Debs. Anyway, I won't see him again. So he probably won't mind that I used his name. Devaver appeared as a puppet. Unhappy face. I won't let that go. Devaver looks at Patrick. I've told you before, but you'll never die peacefully. Patrick is tired. You've been dragging your feet for 100 years now. Aren't you tired yet? Devaver keeps complaining. I hope he gets osteoporosis. Patrick compliments him. Oh, this sounds fresh. Patrick says, don't think too badly of me, boss. You can treat it as entertainment rather than a mission. While calling out, Patrick secretly punches the Devourer in the face. Boss, Devourer has managed to counter quickly. What's that? Patrick shows him a bracelet. Devourer recognizes it. Patrick asks, how many of these do you have then? Patrick answers, I still have more, about 30. Devourer looks intrigued. Patrick asks, what's the matter? Devourer thinks, didn't you say this was very expensive before? Did you use all your dungeon's demons on it? What did you say? I never said it was cheap. They were talking without noticing someone excitedly walking through the flower path. Both of them look silently for a moment. Devourer questions, did you lie? Patrick argues, I only tried to remind you to use it carefully. Renee grandly appears. Mr. Devourer, have you been waiting for me long? Rin, with a big backpack on her back, looks happy. Let's go! Rin is very eager. It feels like we're going on a honeymoon. Rin is looking forward to it. Rin shares private thoughts with Devourer. Just the two of us. Eat together. Devourer listens in amazement. Devourer turns his head. Alright, let's go tomorrow. Patrick has calmed down. Where are you running off to? Devourer shouts. Let me go. Mr. Zhang reminds them. Don't do anything silly and let's start our journey. Watching their departure, Mr. Zhang prays. Please come back without causing any trouble. Someone asks Ryan, where are we going again? Rin looks at the map. They said there would be a lot of information because many mercenaries were stationed there. Denver walks away. I see. Right. Patrick watches as the two disappear in the distance. Patrick wonders about life. Did I make a mistake sending those two? It's really headache-inducing. Patrick hopes, well, as long as they think things through, there shouldn't be any problems. 46. Melge enters. Melge observes, I haven't been here in a while. The king of Judaica's banquet. Melge sees other kings in demonic attire before him. They look at Melge. He stands alone on the stage. They mock his figure while holding green wine glasses. Melge looks at the glass and thinks it's been a long time since the last one, making him feel a bit anxious. He remembers when he was little, held by his father. He recalls being welcomed and how happy he felt back then. Every visit with his father became the center of attention. Now, only Melge stands alone. But now, Melge drinks the wine. Tears well up in his eyes. He no longer cares about anything. Someone walks by and bumps into him, spilling the wine. Melge gets angry. What are you doing? Catray looks at the person who bumped into him. Isn't he a king of demons? Catray prepares to cast a spell with his hand. His eyes are sharp. How dare you touch a king of demons? I will take your head. That guy, despite being drenched in sweat, still smiles arrogantly. His eyes show no fear at all. Catray is surprised. Is he laughing? Catray stops his hand. The guy ignores him and walks away. The other demon kings laugh happily. That's a king of demons, right? Melge deals with the situation. Tears fall freely without notice, looking at those laughing joyfully. Melge curses in his heart. You miserable bunch. They all look down on me. They do this because they know I can't fight back now. Melge swallows his tears. Vowed to himself. Wait for them. I will endure this humiliation. I will endure and build a powerful army. Another hand touches Miyaja. Miyaja is extremely uncomfortable. Haven't you spilled on us enough times? Who dared? It's Mamula. Miyaja. Are you Miyaja, right? Miyaja is surprised. Mamula. Mamula joyfully hugs Miyaja tightly. Miyaja. Turns out you're still alive. Do you know how much I've worried about you? Miyaja is surprised by the sudden hug. Wait. Hold on. Mamula. Mamula is happy. How long has it been? It feels like just yesterday when we were still children playing and studying together. Miyaja is tightly hugged, struggling to speak. Mamula here. Mio-Ray reminds her, let go of me, don't be so rough. It seems you're far from becoming a noble king yet. But Mamula smiles and says, come on, we've never treated each other like this before. Mamula glances around, let's go somewhere else. The night freelance spirit city, the night sky illuminating the decayed gate. There are golden gems over the stream, giving us our best room to choose from. The owner looks surprised, looking at the two of them. Others passing by are curious and gossiping. Maidservant? That beggar and his maidservant walk past. The owner quickly says, I'll show you around right away. Devourer has arrived. Devourer tumbles onto the soft bed. Ryan looks at the owner. I want to rest now. Seeing Ryan's calculating gaze, the owner understands. So, good night then. If you need anything, just call me. Ryan smiles. Feels great. Mr. Denver, you can't just lie there. Denver is tired. But we didn't rest on the way here either. Renee says, heard that there's a dungeon nearby with valuable treasures. Renee advises, we only need to choose a few monsters from it. So if you go with me, we'll finish faster. You can do it. Get up. Renee thinks. HMM. We need to move quickly. But he looks so tired. Alright then. There's no other choice. Renee's eyes shine. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Renee remembers Patrick saying, when Renee was stirring the food, Miss Renee, would you like to spend some time with your boss? Hearing that, Renee's eyes light up. Huh, going on a date? Patrick corrects, instead of calling it a date, she just needs to talk to her boss a few times. Rin is excited. So we can go on a honeymoon? Patrick is speechless. Didn't you just call that going out on a date? Forget it. Sure, you can say so. Devourer sits up tiredly. Yeah, I can't even lie down to rest properly anymore. Rin watches Devourer sit up and feels happy inside. I just followed what Mr. Patrick told me. Who knew Mr. Devourer would agree to go with us? Devourer is exhausted. Let's get this over with. Rin excitedly. So can we see how important I am to him now? Rin's expression is sly. This time I'll do it right. After quickly finishing their tasks, the bell rings. Renee thanks Devourer's romantic words. Let's go to our happy future together, Renee. So Renee feels elated inside. We'll go on a perfect honeymoon. Renee is indeed a genius. Devourer's face was serene, like a golden deer gazing at Renee as she sank into her imagination. Over there, Marmolia recounted that she had heard what happened to your castle. Marmolia said that she had sent some monsters there to investigate, but where once stood your castle is now a human territory. Melge and Marmolia sat at a table. In the end, it became a human territory. A butterfly flew past them. Marmolia said everyone thought you were dead. Where have you been for 2 months? Melge avoided eye contact. Me, I just wandered around. Melge thought she didn't need to mention her time in the ancient core. Marmolia touched Melge's hand. Marmolia was happy, tears welling up. 5. Take Melge's hands. At least you're still alive. Melge was moved too. Melge responded, actually, I thought you hated me like the other kings did. Marmolia was surprised. Why the flag? Melge explained. Because our father's relationship wasn't great either. Marmolia smiled and waved her hand. That's just between our fathers. Our father's competition is in the past. Now we're all kings on our own paths. The butterfly from earlier flew to a spider web. Melge agreed. Indeed. Marmolia smiled. So did you come here for help? That's why you came to Judiaker. Melge didn't respond but thought in her mind. Turns out she knew everything. The giant spider was approaching the butterfly that had fallen into its trap. Marmolia was enthusiastic below. She can help you, Marmolia said, speaking as a friend and not a king. Melge, just try your best. Melge was touched. Marmolia, looking ready to offer her hand in assistance. Melge thought she was so mature. Not like me at all. Marmolia extended her hand towards Melge. Let's go back now. Melge also reached out, thanking her for the help. I'll definitely rebuild my castle. Marmolia smiled in agreement. Marmolia gripped Melge's hand to encourage her. You can do it, Melgia. Above them, a red-eyed spider was terrifying. It seems it successfully eliminated the butterfly that had fallen into its trap earlier. 47. Melgia remembered the past. I cried and argued. Our father is stronger. He's Asmodeus' true heir. Marmolia was crying to back then. No, our father is stronger. His horns look cooler. They started fighting. Even when we were young, we always got into it. We're not that different in personality or beliefs, but for some reason, we just never see eye to eye. Could it be because of our fathers? In our memories, they've always been at odds. Sometimes, we'd share a bed, even though we don't get along, but saying we're not friends is also wrong. But then the lights faded and Melge reached out to touch the glowing butterfly. From that moment on, the circle of light appeared. Melge smiled as her father patted her head. From there, things started changing for us. Marmolia's eyes showed jealousy. I thought so too. Now, Marmolia is showing the way. Go this way, Melge. Melge thinks you're still a kid. Marmolia doesn't understand. What do you mean? Melge denies it. No, nothing's wrong. But where are you taking me? Marmolia explains. Only with me can you recover your strength. There are a few other kings who share the same goal. Melge is surprised. Really? Are you serious? Marmolia confirms. Open the door. Yes, here it is. The doors opened and Melge's eyes lit up with excitement, but then she was taken aback. In front of her stood several kings with non-hostile gazes. Melge is confused. Marmolia. Marmolia lowers her voice and says, I brought her here. Melge smiles awkwardly. Ah, just as I thought. Melge remembers the joy of being praised. I'm still too young. At that time, Melge glanced at Marmolia. She wasn't always like this from the start. Marmolia clung to her father's clothes and looked uncomfortable. Now, Marmolia sneers at the defeated one. In the dimly lit room, Melge stands right in the middle. Melge Zelfim Agria. Emperor Yuba, direct descendant of Satan. 4th generation, King Yuba sits on a high throne. Truly disappointing. Marmolia mocks from beside her. Our foolish Melge. Marmolia whispers to Melge, did you really think that a king who lost all his power would be welcomed in Judaica? Melge clutches her hands, knowing they won't welcome her. But Melge looks at the evil kings. I didn't expect them to treat me like this. Emperor Yuba, descendant of Asmodeus, speaks. I will give you a chance to write your own story. Melge is taken aback. What's going on? Melge is starting to write something for herself. It's all just a misunderstanding. I didn't lose to humans. Melge looks anxious. Everything I said was the truth. Me, the king of demons standing beside me, doesn't agree with my expression. One of the kings of demons speaks up. You're saying you didn't lose to a human? So you think just one king of demons surviving counts as victory? Look at yourself. Can you say that you didn't lose? Another king of demons proposes a solution. Just kill her. Melge can't argue back. This situation, Melge tightens her lips. I can't argue with them. It's the king of demons' fault that our army was destroyed. So Melge bows to accept the blame. One of the kings of demons speaks up again. You are a disgrace to our race. Another king of demons mocks from beside him. How thick must your face be to come to Judaica? We shouldn't let her keep the position of queen of demons anymore. To prevent her from continuing to dishonor this title, Marmolia silently watches Melge endure these criticisms. That's right, kill her. We have to kill her. Marmolia smiles happily as she hears those words. Melge kneels and listens to the counterattacks from the other kings of demons. We can't destroy Judaica for one person like Coder. On the last day of Judaica, we'll decide what to do with Coder. So until then, what should we do? In Yuba's eyes is Melge's helpless expression. Yuba closes his eyes. Sighs. Whoosh. Yuba gives the order. Put the prisoner in the dungeon. Meanwhile, on another side, hey, you're not allowed to enter. The guard stops Devourer and Rin from entering. This is a restricted area. You need to show your badge if you want to enter. Devourer questions. Badge. The guard thinks just a beggar and a maidservant. Yeah, this one looks like she might faint at any moment. Rin shows 2 badges. Here you go. The guard is surprised by the badges in Rin's hand. Asau strike team members. The guard changes his tone. Please come in. Welcome to our dungeon store. We hope all guards continue to work hard for human safety. Denver enters and questions. When did you prepare those things? Rin smiles like a flower blooming. While cleaning, I found it. There must be many like that round the castle. Renee agreed. Of course, ma'am. There are plenty of them. In front of them was a full board with lots of information sheets. Renee looked surprised. Ah, they seem to have all the info on the dungeons. Devourer worried. Do we have enough time to read through them? The sheets were on the table. Devourer asked. Earlier, you said we needed to find what exactly? Renee replied. A powerful monster that humans couldn't defeat despite their best efforts. Devourer read the information. I understand now. Devourer was tired. We should have brought another monster from the poison dungeon. But we can't even if we wanted to. Devourer asked, just a lower level than the poison dungeon, right? What do you think? Renee was organizing the sheets neatly. Please wait for me a moment, ma'am. Devourer glared at the sheets. Renee said, if it's one level below the poison dungeon, the monsters should be weaker. Someone entered and chuckled, scratching his head. I'll start cleaning now. Can you two come back tomorrow? Renee said, we want to stay a bit longer. Is there anyone who can help us? Everyone else has already left. We can't keep the door open for you guys anymore. Renee felt uncomfortable inside. No way! If this drags on until tomorrow, Reen's date plans will be ruined. Do we have to come back here again tomorrow? Renee thought, even if I die, I won't step foot in here again. Maybe just kill him. Renee presented a gold coin to the person. You're still trying to conquer the dungeons, right? You asked, sir, what are you looking for exactly? You looked at the sheets on the table. They've taken all of that and still want more? Renee pointed, get me that one. There's a door with lights in the darkness. Devourer closed the documents on the bed. These guys are quite weak. Renee thought, it seems we won't find many useful monsters this time. Devourer lay down and read through one of them. What about this? Renee heard that it's an ancient metal slime. Devourer threw the sheet away. I think that monster is okay, but the dungeons are too far. Ah, you're right. Devourer lay down tiredly on the bed. Yeah, damn it. Maybe we should just tease Melge then. Renee said, I've thought about that too. But everyone knows if we hand over room management to her. Devourer assessed she's too weak. Renee organized the sheets again. If we consider the speed of human criminals, Melge will hit her limit in just 3 years. And I wonder if this is my own thought or someone else's too. Rin rates her, but I feel she looks coolest as a king. Devourer agrees, yeah, right, but we should have asked her. Devourer thinks she might be quite skilled at bringing her back home. Maybe we let her go too easily. Rin is happy, thinking, no, wait, now that I think of it, didn't I destroy her castle as well? Devourer sits up abruptly. How long will Zudaika last? Rin thinks and answers, I know it's organized over 2 days. If you're planning to go there, start before it ends. Are you alright with that? Bring in the rope and touch it. We can try. If too far away, we'll have no choice. Rin thinks and says, and you also need to observe the stars to know Judica's position. They say this is the only method for kings, but I don't know how to do it. D. Waller scratches his face as if in thought. In the night sky, twinkling stars shine brightly above. D. Waller says, we can read the stars too. 48. On the ground, there are large stones scattered around. The guide feels something. Both sides can smell it. The guide stands and says, this is uncomfortable. Steps approach. The guide senses someone behind him. Who? Stay still. The guide recognizes you're not a king. The guide reminds only kings are allowed to come close. Don't risk your life. The guide is angry, warned but kept coming. Human fool, I'm U3's loyal servant. The guide calms down and says, as long as I'm guarding here, anyone who intrudes will be dealt with. The guide yells, there are living doors. Devourer stands opposite. Yeah, Devourer looks indifferent. What's the big deal? Inside, mocking laughter echoes. Look, Marmula is happy. So, feeling better now? Marmolia watches Melge sitting and hunched in the dungeon. She looks better than I thought. Marmolia feels satisfied. Melge, considering our friendship, let me give you some advice. When we discussed how to handle you, everyone wanted to kill you as a warning to the whole clan. Melge remained silent, ignoring Marmolia's words. But you're my friend. You too, right? Marmolia looks dangerous. It was hard to convince them. Do you understand now? Marmolia glares. What do you think your punishment is now? Marmolia thinks of the removed horns and fangs, and the red marks. They just wanted to cut off. Marmolia looks at Melge sitting small in the dungeon with a mixture of pity and mockery. Oh, hello! Poor thing! Poor Melge now, without her horns and fangs. The whole nobility will despise you, right? Marmolia approaches. You there? I doubt it. This Marmolia has always. Melge's eyes are lifeless. She ignores Marmula's chatter, wanting to see her. Marmula smirks satisfiedly in this situation. Marmula looks at Melge, without horns and claws. How can you be a king? That's right, I have an idea. Marmula proposes, being my servant, I'll spare you. She bends down, maybe. Marmula grins wickedly, if you clean my shoes diligently, will that give you some status? Melge remains silent. Marmula asks again, don't like it? Why are you so quiet? Two guards enter, Miss Mamula. We're following orders to bring the prisoner to court. Mamula agrees. Go! The guards obey. Yes. Melge is dragged away. Come on! Watching Melge being taken away, Marmula looks disappointed. This is boring. Marmula's eyes look at the person in front of her, but the fun has just begun. A king declares the trial to determine guilt will begin now. Other kings listen intently, losing credibility as leaders by treating subordinates poorly. Marmolia participates too. Charges include disgracing the king's position. The other kings look at Melge, small and powerless, unable to resist. The court sentences her to have her fangs and claws removed. Melge Zelymph Agria, you have one last chance to deny this. What do you want to say? Melge lowers her head but finally speaks, though I've been in captivity for not long. I've thought a lot. Melge looks up but still can't understand. The other kings are surprised by what Melge says. The strong live, the weak die. Melge scoffs, from the start, our army was created to protect us. Weak soldiers die, while we, powerful kings, survive. What's wrong with that? The other kings are angry. As a king, how dare you treat your soldiers like slaves? Melge gets angry and stops her. Melge argues, have any of you seen us treating our soldiers well? Marmolia interjects, the whole army is gone. You sit here pitifully. You must be so upset that you're going crazy. Melge replies, no, I'm just seeing things clearly now. This trial means nothing regardless of what you say. You've accused me without reason and judged unfairly. Marmolia can't speak. Melge cuts in. And you, the greatest king with a small heart, you need to add a narrow-minded view. Worse than blinding yourself would be clearer. Melge asks, is that not true? Melge looks at Ubar on the high seat. Lord Ubar, Marmula panics inside. It dares. The others are angry. How dare you disrespect the ruler of Ubar? This unlicensed sinner. Cut out her tongue. Only Ubar remains calm. What does a worthless creature matter to me? Ubar thinks a king, they don't know what a true ruler is. Being a king without vision is laughable. Maori feels relieved as a king declares, the punishment for the old devourer will be carried out immediately after the first one. Start the punishment. The Punisher holds a sword, smiles and enjoys it. Quirk. Maori's head hurts. Enjoy it, king. The Punisher places the sword on Maori's horns, starting from there. And EU3 wonders, where is that angry king making noise? Melge senses something. Devourer's rival. A sound echoes in Judaic-like meditation, like a dog barking but not really. It makes sense. Melge looks surprised. The person continues, even a dog barks more logically than you guys jumping around here again. Melge doesn't believe it and can't wait. She can't believe he's here. Definitely an illusion. Impossible, no matter how I look back. But she hopes, maybe if he is there. Tears well up in Melge's eyes. He threatens to touch. In Melge's eyes, the figure of Devourer appears, sitting with legs crossed on a chair. Melgia Devourer's mocking gaze. It seems you're struggling. 49. Night falls. The castle with some bushes around it. A corpse lying on the ground. Devourer looks at the corpses on the ground. Are they all killed? Why are they still resisting? Even though they're king demons, they're not much different from ordinary demons with a bit of talent. Devourer hears some noise. There's still one left. Devere approaches. If you had horns, you'd be a king demon. Devere asks the nearby person, how old are you? A bit hard to guess compared to humans. Look up. Devere calls out to the person in front of him. Hey, little brat, I told you to look at me. All right. Devere's eyes glow. Those horns look nice. What's your name? The child with red horns on his head is sweating heavily. He hesitates and answers. No! Your name is. The child with two red horns on his head. His sweat is dripping. Your name is. Mine is. Coming back to reality. Devere sits on a chair. Yuba is also panting heavily. 2MNS steps in, excitedly running over and hugging Melch. "Oh, my little one," Melch happily says, "as I told you to go with the ring channel. You must have followed Devourer's side." Marmolia stands beside, angry. Marmolia looks at Devourer and Renee uncomfortably. "Those two over there, which king demon are you guys from? How dare you interrupt the holy judgment process? Reen's eyes are fierce. You should know your place. How can you?" Devourer reminds Renee beside him. "Forget it, Renee. We did cut them off." Devourer realizes his mistake. "Oh, sorry for the confusion. I got lost. Actually, we don't belong to anyone, just like travelers stopping for a break on their journey." Devere stands up. "I'm curious about this." Melch looks at Devourer negotiating with 2MNS. "You guys think it's shameful that Melch acts like a king demon when she has nothing left?" The other demons listen to what Devourer says. "Is that why you treat her like this? Discussing the punishments, huh?" Devourer asks, "What if I destroy all your troops?" Devourer questions, "Then everyone here won't have a problem with it, right?" Devourer's expression becomes scary, losing horns and fangs, huh? The king demon's eyes light up, their expressions slightly stunned. The king of demons gritted his teeth. This fool doesn't know his place at all. Those who insulted the kings of demons in Judaica are in trouble, but now someone is threatening Lord Yuba. Devourer looked indifferent. "I just asked a little bit." The king of demons was angry. "You shut up. If you talk again, I'll tear your body apart." The king of demons stood up strongly. "Die in silence." Devourer continued to stare straight ahead. Then Devourer roared. A burst of light exploded. Devourer was surprised. "What's going on? Why are you all looking at me? What have I done?" Devourer looked up. "He is who?" The kings of demons turned to look in the direction Devourer was pointing. EU3 tried to stop them with his power. The kings of demons were surprised. "You, Lord EU3, why?" U3's face was covered in sweat. "Anyone who dares defy the Supreme Being, I beg your forgiveness. I will severely punish anyone who dares to oppose me with their sword." Marmoria couldn't believe it. "You, Lord EU3." EU3 bowed his head. "Praise be, the Supreme Being has arrived. Lord Devourer." The kings of demons were shocked. "Devourer, Devavar, you must be Devavar from the primordial dungeons," that king just bowed his head to. Then he asked Lord Yubar, "Why?" Yubar cursed in his heart. This fool still doesn't understand the situation. Devavar said, You look familiar. Where have I seen you before?" Yubar looked at Ren behind him. "If I hadn't stopped you myself just now, she might have beheaded you already." Looking at Ren's ominous and dangerous demeanor, Yubar thought, not only that, it could lead to the massacre of all the kings of demons here. Yubar shivered slightly. "Supreme Being, what reason did you bring me to this lowly place?" Devourer finally realized, "Oh, I remember now. Yuba, geez, how big has that kid grown since then?" Almost didn't recognize him. EU3 respectfully said, "All thanks to your mercy, which was granted to me 900 years ago." Devourer patted EU3's shoulder and said, "Come on, stand up. I'm not here for this." EU3 trembled inside. The fearful memories he couldn't forget still lingered as before. EU3 remembered that day 900 years ago when he suddenly appeared. The small EU3 looked at the towering Devourer back then and wondered why he was here. EU3's face was covered in sweat. "I'm still wondering." Now EU3 is still like that. Devourer's appearance 900 years ago and now are exactly the same, with his menacing and sinister eyes scaring EU3. "Why did you come here?" TV are advised, "Don't be so scared. Your body is afraid because of the memory. But this time I came for something else." U3 asked, "Well, it's about that, right?" DVR looked towards Melch. "I'm here to meet him." Melch had a wicked smile. "HM, how are you?" "Renee is calling." Melch answers too. "Miss Renee." Renee says, "After consulting with Mr. Devare, we concluded that the core dungeon needs your presence." Renee invites, "Please join us as a member." Melch is surprised. "Me?" Renee asks again. Are you here to build an army? Melge is even more surprised. Why? And you? Renee smiles. If you accept our offer, you'll become a member of the court dungeon and manage one of its departments. Oh, of course, there will be demons assigned to your management, and they are part of your king's army. Melge grimaces. You'll be managing a room? Renee acknowledges. That's right. Also, to ensure that your army has demons fitting for you, all core members will be considered. Dave very interjects. Don't drag me in. Renee smiles. Except for Dave very, we'll do our best. Dave very speaks. That's roughly why we're here. Dave very calls out. So Melge? Dave very extends his hand. Let's make a deal, okay? Melge looks surprised. Yes, ma'am. Melge takes the hand. Mr. Dave very. Marmolia stands nearby with a steel expression. I won't accept. Marmolia can't bear it. How can a foolish little girl manage a dungeon when she can't even handle her own castle? Devourer questions. What's wrong with her? She's acting up. Marmolia continues to scream. This doesn't make sense. Marmolia keeps shouting. I've been compared to Melge for so long, and she still outshines me. Finally, a chance to bring her down. Marmula approaches. Highness, I'm sure you were deceived by Melge. How could you make such an agreement with her? She's not worthy. Why? Why not me? I'm different from Melge. I am the ancient-blooded king, a legitimate king. Marmula flatters. If you allow it, I'll do my best. I'll give my whole heart to his body. The Devourer's expression darkens as Rhine rushes in for a slash at Marmula. Rhine's eyes are fierce. How dare you touch that dirty thing on the Devourer? Marmula deserves it. Then a painful scream echoes. 50. Marmolia's fingers are severed and blood spills out. Marmolia screams in agony. Good, evil good. Melge looks surprised. Demon! Molia! Yuba kneels down. Yes, sir. Sir Devourer, please forgive this sinful act. Devourer agrees. HMM. That's fine too. Yuba quickly responds. No, not really. If you hand over this matter to me, I will ensure proper punishment is given. Marmolia is dragged away. What? Let me go. Me! Melge. Marmolia is forcibly taken away by Devourer and Marmula in front of Melge's helpless resistance. Devourer yawns deeply. Renee asks, aren't you regretting it? Melge looks confused. HMM. Renee explains about what just happened. All you need to ask him to punish all the demon kings here, and he would have already killed them. Melge frowns, but in ancient times, that wouldn't have achieved much. But Melge thinks, since we're not being kind anyway, there's no point making such a request, because they won't underestimate us anymore, so it's better to let them live for future profits. Renee asks, but how did you find Judica's location? Renee smiles. Dendra knows how to observe the stars. Renee points at 2MNS. Even though the gatekeeper here wouldn't lead us, we accidentally met a demon with your scent. Melge rushes back to 2MNS. Good job. This is indeed proof number 1 for me. Nice. Actually, I meant 2MNS. Melge strokes 2MNS's face. HMM. I will try my best to fulfill the role of an ancient core member. But is this okay with you? Renee still doesn't fully understand. HMM. What do you mean? Melge's face is covered in sweat, slightly worried. Surely the previous managers must have been much stronger than me. For someone like me to hold this position, of course I will try my best. But I'm still a bit worried. Renee honestly responds. To be honest, Rin said something so heartfelt that it felt like 1,000 arrows piercing Melge's heart. She probably doesn't even meet the standards anymore. Maybe she won't last 3 years either. Who knows, maybe tomorrow her prison will be destroyed too. Melge was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. Yeah, I already knew that. But hearing it straight from her still stings a bit. Rin looked bewildered at 2MNS. However, Rin patted 2MNS's head and smiled brightly. The reason we came all the way here to pick you up is because Lord Devere wants it that way. So don't disappoint him under any circumstances. Melge regained her composure, her eyes shining with determination. I'll try my best. Rin was satisfied. She thought this was good. And I'll make sure to tell you clearly too. Rin looked triumphant. I've been given permission to confess to Lord Devourer. Melge was speechless. Huh, okay, got it. Melge asked, where did Lord Devourer go? 2M&S and 2M&H looked familiar when their names were mentioned, their expressions more sinister than a golden lion's. 1,000 question marks appeared above their heads. Rin replied, ah, that day. Sang entered from inside. IU-3 sat right where Melge used to sit. The room was eerily silent. Someone spoke up. Lord IU-3. HM, the representative of VA. Remen spoke up. Speaking as the representative for the northern region of VA, I have a few words to say. IU-3 said, go ahead. Veery Man put forward his viewpoint. We know Devaro is an ancient monster and one of the strongest in the underworld. However, considering all that, how should I describe your actions just now? Veery Man believed you are a king among kings, but your recent actions were a bit excessive. That's what I mean. IU-3 stood up. My actions? I have carefully remembered every word you said. You must be worried that I dishonored the title of King of Kings, right? The other kings trembled. Your Excellency, you-3, it's not like that. Veerman replied, yes, one could say so. If this continues, you-3 growled, foolish things. You-3 used his giant hand to grasp Veerman tightly in his palm. Veerman panicked. There, Lord Yuba. Yuba tightened his grip. You thought I would be moved by your appearance and overlook you, didn't you, Veerman? Your actions just now were an opportunity to bring me down, weren't they? Looking at the panicked Veerman, Yuba said, if you're worried about me, with all the kings under your rule, why don't you try sitting in this position yourself? The other kings quickly interjected. Your Excellency Yuba, please calm down. Yuba still held Veerman tightly, looking at Veery Man's large hand. If Veery Man dies like this, it would be fitting. On his giant hand, the red was already visible. Here you go. EU-23 was vicious. If someone thinks I'm too weak to have to bow down, speak up now. The other kings knelt, bowing. Please. Please forgive our rudeness. EU-3 is tired. Forget it. Get out of here. EU-3 thinks. I think warning them like this should be enough. EU-3 turns away. Phil. EU-3 thinks. After all, how can a child from the Agria clan know the ancient monster devourer that appeared out of nowhere? Oh, EU-3, are you here? EU-3 jumps. Lord Devourer. EU-3 asks, Your Highness, what do you need? Devourer enters. Well, I really didn't want to do it this way. But thinking about it, EU-3 is worried inside. Yeah, I know he won't easily let this go. But Devourer says, I think I forgot something just now. EU-3 thinks, having already bowed once, what do I have to lose if it's for the survival of the Demon Kings under proof? D-Waller takes out a piece of paper from his pocket and asks, Are you all Demon Kings? D-Waller looks at EU-3 who is about to kneel down and wonders, Hey, why are you so scared? Hey, EU-3 looks at the information. This is the night. Other houses. Ryan carries her luggage on her shoulder. I was wondering why they suddenly organized a meeting, but it turned out to be something like this. D-Waller laughs happily. They are really friendly. I didn't expect them to put in so much effort. Ryan walks beside with a happy smile. I never expected you to be so proactive either. Lord Devivar, I am so happy. Devivar thinks if she is this happy now, she probably won't need to worry about her happiness in the future. Devivar thinks instead of using his own brain, it's better to let the Demon Kings handle things. I'm really smart. Inside the building, someone calls out, Lord, come here. Miss Renee. Melge runs out with 2NS. Renee asks, Miss Melge, are you done? Melge answers, yes. Now that I'm a member of the Ancient Corps, I can help carry your luggage too. Do you really not need my help at all? Renee smiles. I'm fine. But Miss Melge, do you really not need anything here anymore? Melge answers, yes. Melge laughs happily. I got what I wanted from here. I don't need anything else. After returning to the Ancient Corps, I will spare no effort to become a powerful Red Demon King. Melgia is excited. So we're going home now. Rin is happy. We just need to stop by one last place. Bring it in and touch it gently. Let me rest for a moment. Inside somewhere else. Do you feel better yet? Mamula is in pain. Eric, the Coils look at each other. What's happening? This situation. Mamula looks at her intact hand. The Coil thinks someone must have used magic to reconnect your arm. Mamula says again, my horn. The guard is surprised. Oh! That Mamula touches the cut-off horn on her head. Sure enough, this can't possibly be a dream. The guard replies, you've been asleep for over a day. Are you feeling okay? Mamula asks again, forget it. Where's that Meow traitor? The guard answers, she left with the ancient monster. Mamula laughs. Then Mamula tightly grips the bed. The guard advises, please don't worry about your broken horn. Other kings said they would come up with a suitable excuse. Though not many, there are still some supporters of you. And we will follow you, Mamula, so please forget past bad relationships. Mamula is angry. The dim light is dangerous. Shut up. Past bad relationships. How could she be your friend? You dare say such things in front of me? Mamula bites her nails. I have to kill that Meow traitor. The Coils and guard look slightly scared. Mamula is calculating. I can't rely on other kings. I need someone stronger who could be an enemy of the ancient core. Right, there must be such a person, right? Mamula's expression is sinister. Someone who can oppose the ancient core and even defeat it. Elsewhere, someone speaks up. Why are you here? Or replies, I have something to ask from your three-eyed ones about the homunculus. 51 at the little mummy's house. Upon returning, Renee and Agria observe several letters with information on monsters collected by that king and sent out. Since he put a lot of effort into it, it looks very detailed, like the human-made raid requests. As Devourer heard, they filtered out monsters of their level. Renee happily says. Meanwhile, Agria admires the sleeping figure on the bed. That's the radiance of him. Afterward, Agria focuses on the documents in front of her. But Renee is still not satisfied with these powerful monsters. Hearing this, she points to a piece of information and says, about that, Queen Succubus Elizabeth only provided info for succubi. Isn't she just a traitor who preys on others? Anger makes Renee rip the paper into pieces. Agria shivers as she points to another piece of information. Right, what about this one? The former Lamia Mountain member? No, notes say her skin is very beautiful. Rin, hearing Agria's praise, becomes furious and chops the paper into countless pieces with 2 daggers. Then she yells, Chaos! Agria sees Rin getting angry and shivers in fear, not daring to speak up. Oh, really? They're all useless. Rin angrily says. Agria suddenly thinks of something, reminding herself that Rin once said. They don't meet the standards, causing this little girl to have a bit of an illusion. Oh, she said that. Could it be because of her fear of her own beauty? But Agria quickly denied this thought. No, the main character is still fast asleep. He's sleeping straight through and even snoring loudly. Renee beside him also continued to speak. Let's keep looking then, Agria hurriedly said. I'll help too. Time quickly passed until the next morning. Livingston is currently in a headache trying to find information related to DVR. There's nothing here. Devourer. He sullenly sits at his desk, surrounded by countless books, but no useful information can be found. He seems to see the main character standing in front of him and asks, how will they deal with the consequences? Leviathan thinks to himself, I must defeat that damn Devourer for the safety of the Empire. To do so, Leviathan can find a solution to counter the overwhelming power of the ancient monster in the main character's core. At the same time outside, there was a knock on the door. Captain, it's me, Gareth. Hearing her voice, Livingston temporarily stopped his thoughts and said, come in. As soon as Gareth entered, he asked, Captain, have you found anything? But Livingston didn't answer immediately and instead requested, can I get some tea first, please? Seeing this, Gareth quickly used his magic to control the teapot on one side, carefully pouring a cup of tea for Livingston and bringing it in front of him as he said, "Here, is that good enough, right?" Livingstone looked at the cup of tea. He slowly picked up the teacup, which contained information about the ancient core. Of course, this was information we already knew, but as he read further, more things left him uncertain. Gareth, who seemed a bit confused, asked back, "What do you mean?" In response to his question, Leviathan flipped through a page in the book and explained, "The identity of the ancient gatekeeper and the purpose of the dungeon. We can ignore the fiends because most of them have unclear origins. But no matter how much we search, we cannot find any records about the other two." As Leviathan thought to himself, despite considering countless variables, there were still many strange points. While most other dungeons focused on expanding their power, the ancient core showed no signs whatsoever, even the smallest ones. After his thoughts, Leviathan told Gareth that more importantly, Devourer's purpose remains a mystery. Hearing this didn't look good. Gareth hesitated for 2 seconds before continuing. "First, you should listen to what I have to say." At these words, Leviathan suddenly realized and asked, "Oh right, why are you here then?" Hearing him ask this, Gareth was at a loss for words and asked if it's too late now. Sighing, Gareth got straight to the point. "Tamai has sent an urgent message. King Marmoria requested a meeting with you, Captain. In some town, everyone is asleep at this time of night. Leviathan is also present at the prearranged location for his mysterious meeting with Tamai." Seeing Leviathan approach, he politely greeted and thanked him for accepting such a sudden meeting, "Captain." Not wanting to waste any time, Leviathan immediately got straight to the point. "I heard that the King of Devils wants to request a meeting." The mysterious figure in the cloak has covered his face completely. Behind the cloak are 3 eyes. He said, "Yes, they have chosen this place and seem to be in a hurry. Still, I don't expect you to accept this meeting as it seems dangerous." As they were exchanging words, Mamula's voice suddenly echoed from behind. "I thought it would just be some old guys because they're human leaders, but there are actually younger and more handsome ones too." Hearing this sound, Livingstone also looked at the other party and introduced himself. "I'm Commander A. Edilbrick G. Arero Livingstone. I'm sure we mentioned in our message that she wouldn't bring any bodyguards." He frowned and said, "Meanwhile, Marmula brought a 2-meter-tall muscular pet along with a bodyguard." She also mocked back, "Well, but you don't seem to be alone either." Ignoring the mutual insults, the 3-eyed intermediary stood up and said, "Let's just sit down first." Then both of them sat down. Marmula's bodyguard quickly offered a chair. Livingstone, who had just sat down, said, "Let's get straight to the point, okay?" Hearing that, Marmula looked a bit disappointed. "You're quite impatient, aren't you? Round my castle is a small village of 400 people called Rosoids. If anyone tries anything or if this conversation ends, it will be destroyed immediately." Gareth started using his magic to affect the teacup, causing the water to splash out. Inside was revealed several red crystal fragments that looked like they weren't good news. "Huh? What's your game? You look more suspicious. I'll skip this cup of tea. Hope you won't play any more tricks on us." Marmula praised, "You're quite careful. I only checked because you didn't emit any strange aura or magic power. But that's not bad either." Livingstone grew impatient. "Come on, let's get straight to the point." Seeing this, Marmula also stated her purpose directly. "Soon, a demon king will leave the nest. Kill it." Marmolia's expression turned fierce as she said these words. Her eyes were bloodshot with intense malice. Leviathan responded coldly from across. "Are you asking me to face a team of demon kings? Do you want me to be their shield or sacrifice?" Marmolia explained, "No, all you need to do is kill a demon king named Melch. If you can assassinate her before she leaves the nest, I'll reward you handsomely." As she spoke, she turned and looked at the man in the cloak, the living specimen for that rogue's experiment, was it? With confidence. But unlike what she thought, Leviathan immediately rejected. "I respectfully decline." "What? You're rejecting me? Isn't this enough already?" Marmolia asked in surprise. "No," Leviathan replied coldly. Marmolia anxiously asked, "Why not? From the position of human commander, you must have something you want here, right? Her demeanor was completely read by Leviathan. I wonder if you're the one who's in a hurry. After saying this, he quietly observed and thought. She has no claws, but her bones seem to be cut. Her behavior suggests she might be running from something. A sudden private meeting with a demon king could either be a trap or indicate serious matters. Marmula's calm was shattered by the constant rejection from humans. Human, you dare to treat me like this? As she said, she stood up and emitted a powerful aura. But Leviathan wasn't intimidated at all. Leviathan calmly said, "Do you think I'm being underestimated? Who are you? It's you who's hiding things from us. You're asking us to kill a demon king named Melch. Isn't it because that demon king has someone backing her?" He saw Marmolia shivering and confirmed his guess completely. Just as he predicted, there was no need to get involved in the internal strife among the kings of hell. With this thought, he stood up and said, "Let's go." Captain, Gareth replied, but Marmolia behind him couldn't give up so easily. Coda shouted, "Hold on, it is indeed someone supporting Coda as mentioned." Livingston ignored Coda and walked straight ahead. "Alright, then let's pretend we never met." Livingston shrugged and didn't intend to stop. With no other choice, Marmolia had to continue speaking. It was an ancient creature from the core of antiquity, Devourer. Leviathan's expression changed and he stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. However, there must be a way. A way to avoid him and kill that wretched thing, Marmolia said wordly. Leviathan turned around. "I agree." Marmolia asked again with malice. "HM, what is it?" Leviathan stood there and spoke. "I accept the offer. Queen Melgizelimphagria. We will kill her." 52. On this side, Marmolia was surprised to hear Leviathan say Agria's full name. "Hold on, I haven't told everyone about the last name of Melgia yet. Do you know Melgia?" Marmolia's face showed fear. She realized something unusual happening behind her. Right behind her, a large spider quietly appeared and approached without her noticing the creature's presence. Leviathan smiled and said, "After all, it is said that the queen will soon leave the nest. We must act quickly." Marmolia noticed Leviathan's attitude suddenly change 180 degrees and was slightly puzzled by this. Strange, this human must have laughed when he heard the main character's name, meaning something. But she didn't care about what he was thinking and said, "I don't know who is planning anything. But never mind, you haven't forgotten that we are holding 400 villagers as hostages now. Let me make it clear, Marmolia was confident with this threat. Leviathan would have to listen to her without resisting, but before she could finish speaking, Leviathan on the other side interrupted. "Alright, if you like, just kill them all." Hearing his cold and indifferent attitude towards the lives of 400 villagers, Marmolia widened her eyes in surprise and asked again. "What?" Leviathan said coldly. "It is an honor to sacrifice for the glory of our great empire." As Leviathan spoke with a cold smile, all of Marmolia's hostages vanished without a trace. Marmolia angrily slammed her fist on the table loudly. "Human, how dare you?" Leviathan ignored her anger and continued speaking. "Since the agreement is in place, just send us the promised payment. You promised to provide us with demon corpses for our experiments, right? Luckily, we have one here. A perfect fit for that purpose. A king of hell." Leviathan's voice, full of mockery, made Marmolia's subordinates realize the danger nearby. "Lord, step back behind me. How dare you, a lowly human?" Marmolia, furious at Leviathan's arrogance, shouted angrily. "Why do people want to provoke me today? How can an ordinary human like him look down on me?" Marmolia immediately ordered her subordinates. "Kill them," she loudly commanded, and Leviathan smiled lightly with a hint of malice in his eyes. The next morning, when the Devourer group returned, Rene woke up the lazy main character just as he opened his eyes. "Good morning, Lord Devourer," the half-asleep protagonist replied groggily from the bed. "Wake up, Devourer." Rene opened the window to let sunlight from the past 3 days shine into the room and stood beside the male lead. The male lead buried his face in his pillow. He didn't even want to get out of bed, sighing repeatedly. 5 more minutes, Devourer groggily replied, making Renee scratch her head trying to make him understand. He said that 3 days ago too. The male lead grumbled, when did we start caring about whether it's day or night? Seeing his attitude, Renee sighed repeatedly. Oh my! She decided not to use gentle words to wake him up and turned to Agria, Melch, saying it was time for that now. Hearing this, Agria's eyes lit up with excitement as she held a magic staff in her hand and asked back, you mean the forbidden destruction spell on a large scale? Renee hesitated, but it seemed too late already. Huh? What do you mean? Just as she was about to run over and stop her, Agria quickly used her magic staff. Ha! A bright light immediately filled the room. A loud yell echoed. Oh! The male lead shouted in surrender. I'm up! I'm up! Stop that magic! What's going on? The male lead, hit by the magic, was now a mess. He was knocked back with his face dazed and blank. After a while, he recovered and thought, I thought ghosts couldn't use holy magic. Agria held her magic staff, then shyly looked at the male lead before saying, this is an extermination spell and it's not holy magic. It's just magic. The male lead understood now. Right, Rin quickly brought breakfast for him to enjoy. You touch me. Then eat the breakfast Rin made for you. Grilled goat meat and steamed vegetables. As she said, she held out a bowl containing something greenish and slimy like pig feed, even emitting an awful smell. Even Devourer, who eats anything, felt slightly scared. He hesitated to look at the food in front of him, unsure if he should eat it. The male lead asked nervously, where's the original ingredient? It looks like a mess. Renee shyly remembered the goat she had killed. Sorry, the male lead stammered. No problem. Skipping the meal, Renee remembered something and turned to say, Right. Patrick replied to the letter from the Ministry of Post that Renee sent when we returned from Judiaker. What did he say? Deveril asked. She took out a carefully tied piece of glass. And this letter came with it. A piece of glass. Is that a mirror? What is this? He's asking what Patrick wanted them to prepare or something like that. Deveril said. Meanwhile, Agria came over and examined it, saying her thoughts. It seems like a magical communication device. Renee asked in surprise. A magical communication device? The male lead quickly hid the bowl of food under the bed to avoid Renee noticing. Agria held up a piece of glass and cast some magic on it. Yes, if she transfers mana like this. As she spoke, the young girl tried to transfer some of her own mana, and very quickly, an image of Patrick appeared in the mirror. On the other side, Patrick responded with a cough. Can you hear that? After putting on the glasses, she complained while looking at Patrick's face in the mirror. Patrick's nose looks terrible, doesn't it? Patrick shyly said, why do you always challenge me whenever we meet? Patrick made a grumpy sound. Then he stepped back slightly to make his image clearer and began addressing the issue. Well, I'm sure everyone can hear that, right? First, I heard Agria was working hard through Renee's carrier pigeons, so I contacted her to provide some information to help people tease more monsters. The main character stared intently at the magnifying glass and asked, by the way, where did you get this from? Patrick replied, I borrowed it. Do you know the mirror in Batari's room? That's that piece of glass. The main character vaguely remembered what he was talking about. Oh, so? To his surprise, Patrick exclaimed, but this guy had already thought too much and there was no such thing as a free lunch here. Patrick continued straightforwardly. Oh, no it doesn't. She wanted to trade for blood, but you know, I'm a knight so I don't have any blood. So she tried Renee's blood instead. That's why I agreed to trade with Renee's blood. At this point, Patrick started sweating and leaned close to the mirror asking again. Hold on, Renee isn't there, right? Patrick asked anxiously, but no one answered him. A soft voice echoed. Yes. Suddenly, Renee's face appeared in the screen with a smiling expression, but her eyes were completely different, making anyone who saw it feel scared. Oh, I'm here. Mr. Patrick. On the other end of the line, seeing this, Patrick immediately cut off the connection, causing Renee to go crazy. Patrick, where are you? After 2 seconds, The signal came back on, and despite being scared out of his wits, Patrick still pretended not to know what was happening. Can everyone hear me now? Oh, connection is back. Hello everyone, I'm Patrick here. First, I heard about Mioja Dang. He started pretending nothing happened and moved on to another topic, but before Van could finish, Ryan's eyes widened. It's too late, Mr. Patrick. My claws are ready to cut your head off. Behind Agria, she looked at Patrick with a pitying look. I thought you were done for. Realizing he couldn't hide anything anymore, Patrick put the matter aside and got straight to the point. Anyway, let's get back to the main issue. I've reviewed Renee's list of eliminated monsters and agreed that none of them meet the criteria, so I prepared a new list for everyone. Seeing this, Renee quickly checked the letter again. She opened it carefully and examined it. Information about monsters? But Renee didn't see anything. As she said, she double-checked. Look over there, something is attached to the back of the letter. Agria reminded her. After Liz looked at the list for a moment, Renee's eyes widened in surprise. They are monsters not on the eliminated list. Mr. Devourer, on the other end, Patrick proudly said, "Oh, it took me several days to do this. Although each individual monster isn't special, when they go together, they're incredibly strong. Some of them could use the terrain to fight. I've been keeping an eye on them for a while now." Ha ha ha! Turning towards Devourer, he noticed something was off and asked Patrick again. For some time already, huh? He replied with a smile after realizing he had inadvertently let slip something. Patrick's face froze for a moment before the image vanished. He decisively cut the call, pretending to be ignorant. It seems we've really lost connection this time. Agria tapped on her screen to confirm. Renee stood beside, arms crossed, confirming as well. Renee thought the same way. The main character was quite angry, but couldn't do anything about it. I won't let that scoundrel off this time. Dee Waller said irritably. At the palace, Patrick secretly rejoiced from a distance as he was far away from the main character. Cut to Leviathan's position. Inside the room, there were countless corpses of monsters, clearly showing Mammalia's defeat. The demons are truly not trustworthy at all. I didn't expect them to prepare so many soldiers. Sir Algeria, this monster is still alive. Can we take it? The round-robed guy spoke up. Livingston said casually. All right, sure. Now it's my turn to claim the reward. King Marmolia. As he said, he stared intently at the Demon Queen. She was severely injured now. All her guards were killed. Hearing this, Marmolia looked up with a glare. Human, do you think you can escape this? If you dare harm me, the other kings will too. Before he could finish, Leviathan cut in and said, forget it, I don't care. Oh, but don't misunderstand. I owe you a lot for this. Thanks to you, we have the chance to eliminate Devourer, Leviathan said coldly. Marmolia laughed loudly as if hearing something absurd. Ha ha ha, remove the flag. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? He frowned and asked. She laughed so hard it shook her body. What's so funny? I mean, what you said is really something to laugh about. Remove him. Do you think you're who? I assure you, that's completely impossible. It seems you still don't understand. The terror of the ancient monster. The guy in the round robe also stepped forward and said, she isn't worth your time anymore. Sir, hearing him say this, Leviathan glanced over and asked, are you sure that's feasible? The round-robed guy smiled confidently. I'm certain to fulfill your wish. I will create a supreme artificial being, by the king of demons. 53. Meanwhile, Devourer's group was riding on a flying squid with one eye. They had flown quite a distance, and the surroundings were desolate and dilapidated, nothing but rocks without any signs of life. The main character lazily lies on the thick fur of the wolf named Jens, sighing. Alright, it seems we've encountered an opponent at our level. After saying that, he also remembered Patrick's previous words, between lords and vassals, trust is most important. To increase loyalty, you have to personally recruit as a boss, right? That's why the three of them are on this flight. Of course, this lazy guy can't be happy about it. HMPH, he mutters. Meanwhile, Rin also speaks up. Devourer, I think we've arrived at our destination. Hearing her say that, Devourer slightly turns his attention forward. Just in time. According to Patrick's words, the priority for recruitment is the protective golem of the child. Those rocks will quickly fuse and recover after being destroyed, suitable for dungeon creatures. Rin points at a rocky area with towering mountains and says, that's where they are now. In front of them stands a huge stone formation resembling a stone machine. The main character exclaims in surprise, "Oh, is that what you mean? He told me it has infinite recovery. If it's a magical golem, regeneration will continue as long as the heart gem remains intact." Rin adds. Hearing this, Devourer's eyes light up with joy. Alright, then we just need to find its heart gem and take it away. Right. Rin points at the large stone creature in front of them. Devourer, that thing isn't easy to defeat. Agria interrupts, it looks pretty strong. She speaks worriedly and starts gripping her staff tightly. I'll limit its movement. So take the heart gem before it recovers, Agria quickly says. But it seems like it needs to move a bit. So Devourer stands up, pats Agria's head, and stops her. Don't worry, Melch. Thank you for bringing us here. Done. After saying this, he directly jumps off the giant eel. Meanwhile, the golem's fist is aimed straight at him. On Devourer's command, Agria yells, and then the golem's massive fist crashes into the ground, causing it to shake violently. But right after that, its arm begins to shatter and explode into many pieces. Ouch! So Patrick found something interesting, huh? That's good. Devourer smiles as he watches the water spread across the golem's body, turning it into a pile of shattered stone. Seeing this, the demons sitting on the giant eel suddenly stop their evil activities for a moment. The main character's strength is too powerful. They barely have time to observe before seeing the golem shatter. Above them, Agria sees Devourer deliver a gentle punch that breaks the huge stone creature and opens her eyes wide in fear. Rin quickly reminds her, don't just stand there. Find the heart gem. Melch. Oh, yeah. Alright. Agria answers quickly and rushes down below. A moment later, the main character stands still, brushing off his clothes. He complains, my clothes are dirty now. Next who? That day, in a cave, some one-eyed demons were discussing among themselves. Have you heard any news? The golem at the stone mountain disappeared after yesterday's tremor. On the opposite side, another demon speaks up. I heard that from White Village. The one who destroyed the plateau is defeated too. Also defeated. Singing and crying, it's humans, if we keep doing this, we'll be the next target. As they said, their eyes glanced at Rin like they understood her subordinates' concerns. Han quickly reassured them. Enough, no need to worry about things that haven't happened yet. Nobody knows where our dungeon is. Han confidently spoke, but Agria's voice echoed from behind him. Did you hear what I said? Rin, since they're one-eyed devils and very large, Patrick also acknowledged them beside Rin. I didn't think they would be in the information provided by Patchett is indeed reliable. Hearing this, the one-eyed devils turned to look at them with a look like they saw ghosts. They looked at each other and asked, who are you? How did you get here? Noticing the one-eyed devil's attention, Rin explained, oh, we're here to negotiate. We're looking for monsters to work in our dungeon. Before Rin could finish speaking, one of them shouted, I understand now. You must be the conquerors of these monsters in this area. Damn, how did they get here? The leader stood up with a grim face, holding a staff embedded with countless swords. He said harshly, we won't easily be defeated. The one-eyed devil clenched his teeth and this made Rin sigh. What? Huh? It seems the negotiation isn't working anymore. Melgia. Her fearless attitude confused the one-eyed devils even more. Time passed quickly. Renee and Agria had left the cave. The persuasion didn't seem to be going well. Sitting on Rin's back, she sighed. Oh, I didn't think they would be so weak. Truly, I never knew they were this easy to kill. Tears welled up as she remembered the 3 one-eyed devils being knocked out and sent to the cafeteria. She asked, who's next? Hearing Agria's question, she reconsidered her memory. Let me see. It's a monster named Iaxer. At that moment, Iaxa also saw them. hanging upside down on the tree. He looked at them and said, "Hey, I didn't think you'd be here, but I found you guys. I heard the one-eyed devils living over there were defeated." Oh my, rumors spread fast. Agria sighed. Iaxa landed on the ground with a confident attitude. That's why we can live so long without being discovered by humans. We gather information quickly, so you must understand what's happening now, right? Rin asked happily in return, and he nodded in agreement. Of course, you want me to work for the dungeon. I agree, but with a condition. As he said that, his eyes looked at the devourer lying behind them. You must be the devourer, right? Seeing Iaxa call him by name without fear, Rin's eyes widened in shock. He called your name and didn't get scared? The devourer, upon hearing his name being called, didn't bother to sit up and answered firmly. Right. Across from him, Iaxa started clapping with a disapproving look on his face. Let's have a fight. I'm always curious about the strength of ancient monsters. Seeing the one in front of him dare to make such an impolite request, Rin said angrily, "How dare you talk rudely to Devourer?" Because he wanted to show off his power to his subordinates, so he stood up. I mean, that's what he wants, so I have to agree. Alright, let's see what you've got. Haha, great! Go all out, Devourer. He laughed without realizing that these words were essentially a death sentence for him. Devourer muttered softly. His pupils constricted in both eyes as he prepared to hunt, emphasizing it again. Really, just getting back to the room and the main character was sprawled on the bed looking exhausted, he gritted his teeth in complaint. Damn, so tired, really too tired. We've been wandering for 2 days without rest. I heard that things you're not used to can kill you, whether human or monster, by pushing your limits. Meanwhile, Renee brought a plate of food cheerfully. You touched the boundary. Do you want to try these? Since I didn't have enough time, I couldn't prepare a meal for you. So I bought them from inside the city. The main character's eyes lit up as if they were car headlights when he saw it wasn't food prepared by Renee. He quickly transformed into his beast form and eagerly threw the food into his mouth to chew. Meanwhile, Rin the lady was ranging information about the monsters. We've only summoned Golem, One-Eyed Demon, and Iaxa Ascension so far. We didn't expect that Iaxa would vanish with just a snap of his fingers. The main character thought for a moment and said Rack apologized for declining our offer, but we got a lot from it, Sir Boundary. Renee looked at the treasure pile like a small mountain joyfully saying, "This is indeed a memorable conquest. Because we killed them all and took their loot. You two are serious?" Agria asked back, "I'm curious what's inside those chests." Probably stuff the monsters got from hunting humans. Right. Oh me too. I was in a hurry so didn't have time to check. After that, they all dove into checking the chests. Sure enough, there were many magical tools inside. Renee said satisfiedly. Even the lazy devourer couldn't resist diving into the gambling games to search, wondering if any of these could make a hole in Patrick's bones. Suddenly, the main character found 2 red flowers standing out among the piles of gold and precious stones. He held them up and examined them for a while. What are these? 54. Leviathan was in some laboratory at this moment. The man in robes bowed respectfully. I am very grateful that you provided me with such an excellent specimen to experiment on. Leviathan calmly replied, all for the sake of the Empire, of course. That's great. I didn't expect you could give me a specimen in such pristine condition. Look over there. It looks really beautiful. Is it? As he said, he glanced at the glass tank where Marmula was being transformed. Beautiful, right? Leviathan paused and nodded. Yeah, I think so too. Leviathan laughed and added, but appearance isn't that important. This time, we're just testing how the experiment will turn out. The man in robes said, yes, we've been trying our best, but if we take its body out now, it would definitely deteriorate within 2 days at most. That's enough. Leviathan waved his hand. The man in robes thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure if I can stabilize its mind anymore. That doesn't matter, Leviathan replied. Yes, I'll trust your judgment. I'm confident that whatever you use it for, the experiment will show results. he confidently said, making Leviathan a bit hopeful. He looked at the specimen in the glass tank and thought, can it do anything? I've decided what to use it for. Back to Devourer because he didn't know what those flowers were, so he asked Melje. This is Melje. It's also a magical tool. Agria, who was listening, hesitated a bit and said her thoughts. Yes, but it seems someone has already used it. It no longer works. Only the preservation spell still holds. Rin praised, that flower is so beautiful. Agria responded. Devourer over here suddenly had a brilliant idea, his eyes wide open. The protagonist then grabbed Rin's head with both hands. Stay still, okay? Hey, Mr. Devourer. Renee looked awkward. Seeing that Renee wasn't cooperating, the protagonist said, I told you to stay still. Though she was resisting on the surface, in reality her face turned red and her hands trembled. Hey, Agria also opened her eyes wide, looking at them with sparkling eyes. That's good enough. The protagonist looked satisfied with his idea, while Agria was extremely surprised. She exclaimed, it looks beautiful. Rin's magical flowers on her hair made her look even more radiant. He thought to himself, she always works hard and seems to have changed a little since coming here. It seems like she wants something from me, but I don't know what it is. And I've never given her any gifts before. Agria also praised, you look beautiful. Seeing this, Renee turned to ask Devourer, does it really look nice? Yes, very nice. Don't you like it? I'll give you something better later. The protagonist said sincerely, making Renee so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. She was truly delighted. I understand now. The protagonist smiled and said, I think we're done with this task, right? Now we can rest and take a nap. Haha. The lazy one turned to his bed, but Renee still wasn't letting him off the hook. No, we still have more places to visit. She reminded him, making him wish he could quit his job. He thought, I don't want to do it. The next morning, heroine Gwen Historia was lying on a chair, bored with nothing to do and feeling melancholy. I'm so bored. As she stretched, she began to sigh. It's really boring. Historia had been eating and sleeping all day, feeling utterly bored and frustrated. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She started having convulsions, as if being bitten by ants, until she was too tired to move anymore and lay down. While her face was buried in the chair, Gwen Historia's mind replayed someone's advice. Gwen, even though you've recovered, you should still rest more. Don't show that you're better, especially with nobles around. These were Tenley Wiston's words, and Gwen knew he had her best interests at heart. I know he said this because he was worried I'd be sent to the front lines again. But doing nothing is even worse. Right now, people outside might be in danger. At least I want to make sure Riaz is safe. With all that energy, Gwen started searching for a way out onto the balcony, singing loudly. I just need to go outside for a bit and come back. It'll be fine. Let's go! She prepared to jump down from the window. Suddenly, Leviathan's voice echoed behind her, making her heart skip a beat. Where are you going? Realizing she had been discovered by this demon, she reluctantly went back into the room with a grumpy attitude. At least knock or say something before entering my room. On the other side, Livingston explained, I sensed that you would try to escape, so I came in without announcing it first. Gwen Historia angrily explained, Run outside? There's no such thing. Really? Livingston said while staring at Gwen Historia, making her have to admit it. I'm sorry. What I just said was a lie, but you know too. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you about this for a long time. But what is it? He gently asked. Gwen Historia hesitated and continued. How's Gareth? Since the accident with her arm, I haven't been able to talk to Gareth. Because of my mistake, she lost her arm. Gripping her hands tightly, Gwen Historia tore a corner of her dress. Hearing this, Leviathan understood everything and advised her that she didn't need to carry the burden of the Empire alone. Of course, for a hero, such thinking is admirable. But remember, every Falcon Knight in the regiment is ready to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, including Gareth. She only lost her arm for the Empire. Moreover, Gareth herself doesn't feel bad about it either. I think she's thinking of your feelings. So don't feel too guilty. Alright, Gwen Historia put aside this issue and Leviathan moved on to the main topic. Alright, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Gwen Historia responded with interest. It's about the artificial creatures the Empire once researched. Recently, we received reports of unusual incidents in one of the research facilities. Gwen Historia quickly asked, "What kind of unusual incident?" Leviathan replied, "It seems like the artificial creatures inside that facility tried to escape. Fortunately, it's far from the town, so no one was hurt." Leviathan lied without batting an eye and naturally, as a hero, Gwen Historia worriedly said, "Then we need to inform everyone about this secretly." After saying that, Gwen Historia suddenly stopped talking because she understood the reason. "I understand. We have to handle this incident in secret." Just as Gwen Historia suspected, Leviathan glanced at her and said, "I need to handle this quietly and give this task to as few people as possible. And now you can't go to the front lines either. Is that right? If you do that, the royal family and their close subordinates will suspect you. Then what should I do?" Gwen Historia asked in confusion. "I've already informed the guards at the teleport gate on the west side of the palace. I also gave them the coordinates. You just need to be there within the next 3 hours." Leviathan calmly said, "Alright then, I'll get ready right away." Gwen Historia hurriedly ran off to change her clothes. Leviathan reminded her again, "Miss Gwen, you must be there exactly 3 hours later." "Okay." Gwen Historia nodded and quickly left. Seeing this, Leviathan felt he had arranged everything for Gwen Historia and started to leave quickly too. 3 hours? I have to hurry up. But as soon as he opened the door to step outside, his eyes widened in surprise, because there was a formidable figure waiting for him outside. "Thank you for opening the door for me. We haven't met in a while." "Oh, this is Pope Uranitia III, 55 years old. Long time no see." I called you twice as commander." Leviathan closed the door gently to block Uranisia's gaze and replied with a smile, "Sir, why are you here when you're not serving the king?" Leviathan's voice was full of sarcasm, but old Uranisia seemed used to it and didn't get angry. "Ha ha ha, Commander! Your wit is still sharp as ever. I just wanted to visit the hero, the pillar of our empire." Before he could finish speaking, Leviathan looked at him coldly and cut in. "As far as I know, the Empire's hero Gwen Historia has never met the previous pope. But you still came here to check on her, right? I have a lot of work to do." Leviathan didn't want to waste time with this old man and left directly. Seeing this, Uranisia changed his expression as well. "Would you believe me if I said I came to meet you? Let's talk for a bit." Hearing the suggestion, Leviathan's footsteps stopped. Time quickly passed and Leviathan was standing on some high tower, thinking about his previous conversation with Pope Uranisia. What is he plotting? Making such a suspicious offer at this moment? Frowning in thought, he was interrupted by a burst of fireworks, the joyful cheers from below. It's the Diana raid team, welcoming their return with joy and laughter. Leviathan looked round and pondered. Especially in a mercenary city where 1/3 of the population belongs to the raiding squad, and Devourer is hiding somewhere in this city. To eliminate that ancient monster, I need more information, and for that, I have to take some risks. He thought to himself. At the same time, an old man approached him from behind and reported, "Commander, all preparations are complete and we're waiting for your orders." Hearing this, Leviathan turned around and nodded in gratitude to Stallman. The man in the three-eyed cloak also spoke up. "We are ready as well. Can you tell us how to find the king who is hiding in the city?" In response, Leviathan remained calm. "For a mere mortal like me, there's no unique way." "How will you do it then?" He asked further. "There's someone who has been tracking and hunting that king more than us, so we'll use her." Leviathan continued explaining and turned to the old knight. "Stormond, how much time do we have left?" 78 minutes until the hero arrives, sir," Stormond replied. Leviathan gave orders. "A bit early, but let's proceed anyway. Let's start now to get things going." "Understood, Commander." He responded and quickly left to prepare everything, Meanwhile, the Leviathan was still musing. Calling on a king is the only power that other kings have, so we'll find Melger right away. Then we can find him naturally. It will be an interesting scene. He chuckled under the bright, harmonious sky. At Summon, everyone was still celebrating joyfully without knowing danger was approaching. Cheers, today's bar is also dangerous, but no casualties. It's amazing, while they were chatting, a brown-haired guy suddenly stood up, making his neighbor wonder, where did Bacchus go? He went to pee, waving and quickly running out to find a toilet. Oh, I'm almost there. I shouldn't have wished Bacchus good luck everywhere, he grumbled. Suddenly, he heard continuous coughing from nearby and paid attention to it. Oh, someone must be really drunk. While dealing with personal issues, the bartender noticed this person coughing and went over to ask, "Hey, are you okay?" Just as his words were said, an unfamiliar smell hit his nose, making him quickly cover his nose with his hand. Ugh, what is that smell? Huh? He complained. But when he saw a man being bitten by a fake monster, this guy cursed, "Damn it. How could the monster enter the city like this?" Bacchus gritted his teeth and said, but before he could attack, the fake man punched his arm forward, forcing him to raise his sword to defend. His expression changed upon contact due to its strength. What is this? It's too strong, he shouted. Suddenly, some fake monsters started approaching from behind him. What else now? The monsters appeared all over the world, in every corner of the city. Back to Leviathan's group, a blonde-haired guy was pale as he looked at the flames in front. What is going on here? What's happening? Even if it were the Emperor's order, this situation, no, even with the Emperor's command, this is still wrong. He turned to question them, but the man in the robe immediately warned, "Shut up, be careful with your mouth." He angrily thought, I know alchemy experiments are cruel, but I never expected it to cause such chaos. The blonde-haired guy shivered as he thought this. What do you mean? The blonde-haired guy asked. Just then, a loud noise came from far away, like something huge was knocking down buildings. Ah, here they come. Leviathan stood up as he spoke. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy was sweating heavily. That thing, is it also a fake monster? He looked at the giant monsters that just appeared and saw how much destruction they had caused. He shrank in size. Didn't you say the city wouldn't be flattened? If left unchecked, the whole city might face even greater danger. The people of the city will. As he said this, he saw Leviathan's cold expression and suddenly understood everything. Don't tell me you're saying, was all this part of your plan from the start? Across the way, Leviathan smiled smugly. Stay calm. Just a small sacrifice. After saying that, he silently thought to himself, from what I see, Devourer doesn't want the city to be flattened, based on his lack of destructive actions, meaning he has some other purpose besides mass destruction. Given this situation, he might be fighting those fake monsters. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, look at that, isn't it beautiful? The sacrifice of the Empire's people for national development. Hearing him say this, the blonde-haired guy began to understand the true nature of this man. This guy, this damn guy, he's crazy. Unlike what Leviston thought, even the Devourers weren't in the city area, they were outside the forest instead. Isn't that our dorm? Yeah, probably. Renee and Agria spoke directly, as if not really caring. Only one Devourer seemed agitated. No, not allowed. Our forest. Level 56. Then they moved to a nearby forest. Renee sighed in appreciation. Oh, this tree is as big as the ones in Graffinia's forest too. They went deeper into the woods. She confirmed that the forest was quite old. Then the three forest feet stopped. Swallow Devourer looked at Renee and Meiji and asked them, Wop, we've summoned a monster now. I get to sleep now. Right. Renee smiled and winked in agreement. Fufu, yes, rest before going back. Devourer sir, Meiji was still shrunken on his back. Jins started growling. Meiji, confused, stroked its head and asked, HM, what's the matter, Jins? Suddenly a large energy source flew towards them, making all three of them look in that direction. Vantao also followed the energy flow, while Meiji exclaimed, Yee. She reached out to intercept the incoming energy. Some green energy remained on her hand. She frowned and opened her eyes to see. Then she looked far away at the burning flames and said in awe, "The city." She fainted and then added, "Isn't that where the inn is?" Swallow Devourer behind her also exclaimed. No, Renee and Meiji turned to look at him with confusion along with Jin's. Renee looked at him and called out, "Devourer, sir." Swallow Devourer panicked, her face contorting as she remembered the bed in the inn, shouting desperately, "My bed." Rin narrowed her eyes and smiled seductively, suggesting, "You can sleep on my lap too." Beside Meiji, who also narrowed her eyes at her judgmentally. Suddenly, a familiar light shone in Meiji's eyes. She gasped internally, "This aura!" Then she realized and asked herself, "Marmula's aura." Looking silently at the flames ahead with Jin's carrying her on his back, she murmured a conclusion. Could it be Marmula? Behind Swallow Devourer quickly regained composure and surmised, "It seems someone is over-releasing mana or something." Hearing this, Meiji turned to look at him hesitantly. "You also see that too, sir? You're probing me." He turned his head to look at her reaction as well. His eyes asked in a casual tone, "What's going on?" Mel's, she frowned and looked far away without intending to tell him anything. Then she grabbed Jin's fur tightly and called out, "You're probing me too, Miss Rinnie." He heard this and responded with a hum. She then looked at them with determination, softly asking, "Would you mind if I go check what's happening?" Meanwhile, in the city, artificial monsters were crawling all over it. They destroyed everything they passed through, causing large fires to erupt. One monster charged at a person. The other ran away while screaming, "Ah!" Buckus quickly rushed in and glanced at them. He gritted his teeth, unsheathed his sword, and severed the creature in half. Blood spattered everywhere. The monster has been defeated. He quickly turned around and shouted, urging the people nearby to hurry up. "Run!" The person he saved looked back hesitantly and shouted in gratitude, "Thank you so much." Buckus then wiped his sword covered in monster blood on a few corpses. He gritted his teeth, looking ahead. Then, someone wearing armor and wielding a sword suddenly rushed beside him. They smiled friendly and thanked him for the help. "You're from the Order of Ashurskia," then introduced himself. "We are from the Iron Horse clan." Buckus glanced at him as well. He quickly joined the battle, slashing through the monsters with his sword. Buckus silently judged in his heart, the Iron Horse clan. This isn't the Agrade Order known for having more members than days in a month. The young man from Ashurskia gritted his teeth and carefully held his sword as he looked at him. "We've already eliminated those around us. Do you know anything about these monsters?" He replied while chopping down another monster. "Not really." "Ah, I'm Buckus from the White Order." Standing on a dead monster, he answered, "They seem to be artificial creatures." He added his assessment, "But they look completely different from Homunculus and Zephyr." Looking at the monsters again, he held his sword by his side and assessed, "No matter what they are. That seems to be the most important thing." The young man confirmed with a nod. "Yes." They looked towards a large monster spewing fire and destroying everything around it. The young man confirmed, "We also consider that as our target." He moved forward and assessed, "We need to get closer." Buckus beside him was surprised and hesitantly agreed. "I'll follow you. It doesn't look like them, but I'm still a level a member too." The young man quickly looked at Buckus in surprise and declined. "No, if you go there, you'll die." He remained silent. The other person then placed his hand on Buckus's shoulder amidst the smoke and added, "Of course, I'm the same." Tried to listen around him carefully. He confirmed, "I heard someone searching for you too." Buckus, the young man's hand on his shoulder shook. Seeing this, he was surprised and shouted in shock, "Is he shaking?" He quickly looked away and frowned, thinking to himself, "No!" Buckus then reassured him, "It's me." The other person confirmed, "I know you want to protect the citizens of the city, but it seems like you need to protect yourself and those around you more." Buckus turned his head back while the young man directed towards the flames. "Let this be for the Iron Horse clan." Finally, he calmed down and confirmed, "I'll look away if you want." The other person smiled with excitement and agreed. Buckus stood still, then fell to his knees supporting his sword on the ground and sighed in disappointment amidst the smoke and flames. Then shouts echoed through the battle haze. "Here, I'm here." At a nearby location, another Merchant Guild member angrily hugged his shield and shouted in complaint. "Damn it! It's so noisy! So annoying!" The person holding the shield at the front frowned and commented on the situation with doubt. "Is this magic that's scratching my ears?" One of the soldiers panicked. "I've never seen a monster like this before." The knights on the tower stared at Mamula, clearly shocked. Then someone made a judgment. "So it turns out this monster caused all this chaos." Another voice confirmed. "That monster doesn't have enough magical power. We can't judge it by appearance alone." The cocoon-wrapped monster quickly moved towards them, emitting magical energy. After that, many magical circles appeared around it. They kept firing energy down, destroying everything in sight. A swordsman from the other group quickly dodged and shouted to those nearby, "Everyone, back up!" Then they quickly leaped back. The shield bearer got even angrier as he confirmed something. "Damn it!" At that moment, a wizard in the crowd also spoke up to evaluate the situation. "That's just a simple magic trace search response, not for defense." The shield bearer turned to look at her, and then quickly confirmed if they needed to eliminate it. "We should attack together." Round Marmula, many magical circles appeared, directly heading towards her. The wizards shot out powerful energy from the magical circles. They shouted in unison, "Use fire spells!" with the swordsman and shield bearer standing in front to block. Then a large burst of fire energy quickly shot towards Marmula. She screamed in pain from being burned. "Strange!" Mamalia's body roared. "Gaga egg!" Flames engulfed her body. The shield bearer looked back with concern and shouted urgently inside. On the other side, a face quickly appeared. The monster's body wasn't damaged at all. The flames around it continued to burn. The shield bearer concluded that this was not an effective attack. He stood in front and yelled, "Ha ha!" A fireball quickly flew towards her feet. He shouted orders to the others. "Wait a minute!" The swordsman rushed towards Marmalia and shouted, "Die!" Meanwhile, she was also receiving magical attacks and turned to face them. Then she opened her mouth and roared, "Ga-ga-i-ga-hat!" The other person swung their sword with great force. The blade carried fire energy while Mammalia continued to roar, "Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga-gi-gi-hat." She then narrowed her eyes as the sword precisely cut above her head. Her body trembled and she stared in shock without saying a word. A large surge of energy shattered the other person's sword into pieces. He was also pushed back, gritting his teeth. The wizards quickly braced against the powerful energy wave. Then, the monster's body emitted a large burst of energy, sweeping a wide area around it. The swordsman fell to the ground in pain. Ouch! He struggled to get up, spitting blood and gritting his teeth as he looked around frantically. That! He then exclaimed in shock. "This isn't something an ordinary person can defeat." Ma'am's body. A figure appeared with a question. "Is it me?" The swordsman looked up in confusion. It was Meiji, the primitive butterfly wing form flying above and looking at Marmula. Marmula also turned to look at her through the smoke. Melge and Mei remained calm as they spoke. "You've become pitiful now." She glared at her, tightly gripping her staff and calmly asked, "Are you angry with me like this?" Marmula lost her composure upon seeing her, eyes wide in anger. "Melge," she quickly raised her staff. Energy petals formed as they confirmed the end is here, forever. Meiji's eyes widened and turned red. The red stone on her staff began to emit a powerful energy surge. She was hovering in midair while reciting the incantation aloud. High-grade dark annihilation magic, level 57. Earlier, Meiji had streaked through the air so fast she couldn't be seen, assessing the situation mentally. Yudika has been gone for a few days now. She still left behind remnants of her dark magic as she flew away. She continued to assess the situation in her mind. After all that happened with Malmolia, there was no reason for her to stay. Then she frowned and shot off in a hurry, worried. Finally, she dashed through a building while shouting, "It belongs to Mamula." Immediately after, she kept probing the buildings as flames raged throughout the city. Meiji flew in an adult form, frowning and calling out Mamula's name. Back in reality, she hovered above the sky, energy crystals beneath her feet, asking Mamula below. Even though she hated me to this extent, she still couldn't forget looking up at her as a monster. Flames and ruins were everywhere, burning and collapsing. Meiji added, "We don't know what happened to you." Then she cut herself off. Finally, she raised her staff, energy black and purple radiating round it. Meiji's eyes narrowed as she looked down at Mamula, affirming, "But I won't pity the first one." She then shouted, "High-grade dark annihilation magic." A massive energy blast shot down continuously. It hit Marmula's body, causing her to cry out in pain. EEEGH. Below, there was quick chatter. That's Meiji still pointing at Marmula and releasing that massive energy without care. The magicians below the flames quickly turned towards her, whispering in disbelief, "Is this a king of demons?" Someone quickly asked back, "What did you say? Has the demon king defeated that monster? Why would he do that?" The injured people below confirmed, "Fortunately, she seems not interested in us." Then added, "No matter what, we can't do anything in this situation, so let's retreat quickly." Above, Meiji calmly looked at Mamula. She observed Marmula being burned and assessed the situation internally. Something was off. Then she continued, "I used pure destructive magic, but..." She paused. Meiji's eyes narrowed in suspicion as she wondered, could that monster die so easily? Next, she looked at the retreating strike team members and confirmed, all those who are struggling and have retreated are grade strike team members, right? Mamula's body moved, still burning from the flames. The water which among the strike team quickly exclaimed in surprise. Has its mana properties changed? She looked at Mamula's transforming body on the ground. Meiji also noticed something and calmly observed Mamula's movements below. Then a hand emerged from the corpse, piercing through the corpse. The contents inside spewed out. Meiji's face contorted in shock as she looked down. She gritted her teeth and stared down. Mamula quickly stood up, emerging from that corpse. Her entire body shook as she growled loudly. The strike team members below panicked, looking at Marmula in horror. What is this? Someone just emerged from its corpse. That monster hasn't died yet. She crawled out of the corpse, turning to look around. Then Mamula's eyes emitted a massive energy surge as she frowned and shouted her incantation. Common grade magic. Seal it in the city. The wizard was quickly beheaded. Blood splattered everywhere. Someone nearby screamed in alarm. Yee-yee-kay, a phrase of pain. Then she quickly moved to stand before them and looked at the terrified strike team members. She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Encase it with magic." Then a large energy blast swept through the city in a circular pattern. Round her body, a large void formed where no one was left alive. Above, she saw this and tightly gripped her staff as she called out to Marmula. Marmula silently looked back at her. Marmula called her subconsciously, "Mensch." "Mensch." She frowned calmly while staring at Marmula. Noticing the painful twisted legs of Marmula, she shouted, "Melch, cut my body. My body is melting, it hurts so much." Meanwhile, Mei stood above the pit, calmly watching and sighing, "Ugh, it's getting hot." Then Marmula's body began to melt. Mamula, with red eyes, looked at her hand, realizing the mana was escaping as she said, "It feels like I'm near death," but then hesitated. She raised her head and stared at Mei with a maniacal grin, confirming, "I think before dying, one can take someone's life." Her face contorted. Then Marmula opened her mouth wide, eyes bulging as she glared at Mei. She coldly pointed her staff forward and cast a circle of magic, piercing the ground with her intent. Across from her, Marmula didn't hesitate to charge towards her. Mamalia stood there calmly surrounded by a larger magic circle while Mei moved closer, finally underfoot. A large mana vortex appeared as Mei's spell faded. She stepped back and stared at the mana stream, which quickly advanced toward her, causing her slight surprise. Seeing this, Mamula taunted her again. "Finally, you've got some king-like presence." Then Marmula roared like she was losing control, mouth wide open with red eyes. Mamalia narrowed her eyes in determination and attacked. Their battle caused the ground to shift and large sounds echoed as green and pink light filled the sky. From atop the tower, AKH-I-THER dashboard as-G-A-L-I-V-I-Eston approached and asked, "Are you satisfied yet?" He watched the battle from above with his arms crossed, replying, "HMM, now I understand why he's so confident." He smiled in interest without taking his eyes off the fight. The other quickly stood behind AKH-GULIVISTON and confirmed with a narrowed gaze, showing keen interest. "Well, I'm looking forward to it." He then excitedly shouted in his thoughts. Everything is happening according to the plan. Meanwhile, Mei continued casting magic circles at Marmula. She screamed in agony. Mamalia also unleashed her magic with a powerful gesture. Her face started melting. Red eyes fixed on Mei. The ground under her feet froze. Mamalia quickly took advantage of the opening to cast a large circle, holding it with her staff. Below, Mamalia continued attacking. Mei noted in her thoughts that she was running out of mana. She looked down at Marmula's melting body. Half her lower body frozen, she noted, but this won't hold for long. Narrowing her eyes and pursing her lips, she continued attacking. Her staff kept advancing as she said, "I just need to hold on and win." Then, sharp spikes quickly pierced Mei's abdomen, causing blood to flow from both her belly and the corner of her mouth. She cried out in pain. Mamalia's hand stretched out and stabbed through Marmula's body. She laughed with pleasure. "Ha ha!" Mei, struggling to hold back, stabbed her own arm into her belly. Ouch! The energy from her wings quickly dissipated. Mamalia pressed her neck hard, pushing Mei backward. She squeezed while laughing maniacally at the decaying body and said, my dear Meiji." "Heh heh." Mei gritted her teeth. Blood flowed non-stop. Narrowed eyes full of anger stared at Mamalia. Mamalia reminded Mei again. "This time, it will hurt." She clenched her lips tightly and grimaced, struggling to move her arm. Then a sharp blow quickly came down on Marmula's hand holding her. Under Mei's magic, she was pushed back with a scream of Kiroji, and so did Mei. Mamalia fell heavily onto the ground, creating dust and loud noises while Mei knelt on the ground sobbing. She regained composure and looked at Marmula, cursing her. Line 60 is reached. Damn it, Mamula. She struggled to think, realizing she had no mana left. Her eyes became hazy as blood continued to flow from her mouth, recalling how she supported herself with a staff against a pile of corpses. She thought it was just like when the Devourer gave her the task to protect the portal. She confirmed that the Devourer had arrived and helped while she fell down. Then her thoughts broke off. Quickly collapsing again, she reached out with her hand to clutch at a wound in her stomach that was bleeding profusely. Meiji bent over, mumbling incoherently. Suddenly, useless thoughts appeared in her head. She looked up at the sky. Meiji paused for a moment before calmly looking at the stars and confirming that death felt like this. Disappointed, she mumbled, "This ring bearer, sorry." Meiji also struggled to stay conscious as she fell forward, her hand releasing from the wound, leaving a pool of blood where she sat. With all her strength, she muttered before she could start the task given to her. Finally, she called out weakly, "Father." Somewhere else, Renee stood guard in the forest while silently observing the remaining Swallow Devourer. Upon hearing this, he gestured with his hand and looked at Renee, replying, "She'll be fine. She's strong." As she stroked Jensfer, she glanced towards him and added, "But the magic power just now was before she could finish." Renee narrowed his eyes in a reassuring smile. "Don't worry." It seems like she didn't recognize it either, but Melge is an excellent king. Then he turned to Jens and asked, "Do you think so?" The familiar energy quickly surrounded Meiji, who looked confused. She made a sound, her eyes wide open. Round her was a massive source of magical power. Meiji stared at it with horror and called out, her hands on the ground, stammering. The Devourer approached, the magic energy spreading rapidly around them. Level 58 at the Burning Mausoleum. Arcator Barius G. Leviston calmly raised his hands behind him and opened AG, observing from below the battlefield. Finally, he looked towards Meiji, who lay on the ground, surrounded by smoke and flames, and commented. The high-damage combined magic spell had clearly shown its effect. He then asked his companion in confusion, "What magic did you change to get such results?" Upon hearing this, he confirmed calmly, "I'm still conducting research aimed at obtaining the enemy's power without causing any side effects as much as possible, like that incident with Nifrim." The evil Iturburia's GA, Leviston imagined a mess of chaos and frowned in disgust. The purple-robed person also calmly furrowed his brow to add. However, he interrupted her. Then, looking at Mamula, who was slowly melting in the flames, he confirmed again. It doesn't care about side effects, but focuses on taking away power. Satisfied, she looked at Meiji struggling, water dripping from her body onto the ground. The eyes of Archithobrius G. Leviston looked down with disdain from above. He grimaced and thought to himself, all of this is needed for the upcoming purification that must happen soon. Then he asked himself, this is to measure the Devourer's power. Beneath the tower, the ground was already engulfed in a sea of destructive flames. Next, Archithobrius G. Arlo Leviston observed and commented. However, he seemed quite leisurely. Hearing this, his companion looked at him in confusion and asked back, "Why?" Then Archithobrius G. Arlo Leviston remained calm as he immersed himself in thought again, confirming that if things continued like this, everything would end before Gwyn could arrive. The purple-robed person still calmly observed below. Then Archithobrius Gal. Leviathan smiled anxiously in his thoughts. I must gather as much information about the Devourer as possible before the upcoming battles. Calm down and call. Where is he? Devourer? Suddenly something glows nearby. A sound, it's Stormwind. He quickly approached Archithobrius Gal Leviathan, looking up to report. Sir, please look over there. He glanced over with confusion. The person next to him also looked over quickly. His eyes widened in surprise. Then he stared fearfully at the large energy stream before him. Below where Meiji was sitting, strong mana from Swallow Devourer surrounded her. She looked around in confusion while the energy surged towards her. Mamula also stared with red eyes, her body melting as more energy rushed to her. She asked in a confused voice. It quickly prepared to envelop her, and Mamula's eyes widened in shock. A demonic mana stream judged her with its gaze, causing her to freeze in fear. She screamed loudly, red-eyed, and charged towards Meiji. Meiji stood up startled as energy surrounded her. Mamula quickly created a bloody slash, gritting her teeth as her body continued to disintegrate. She lunged with her weapon, while Meiji used mana to defend. She swung her staff forward, eyes filled with determination. She clenched her jaw and furrowed her brows, energy surging out. Finally, a white light flashed above Meiji's staff. Mamula charged fiercely from the front. She shouted the magic spell, Frost Nova. Then she screamed in pain. Ouch! Her staff fell to the ground with a loud crash. Mamula's body was shattered in front of her chest. Her entire body froze like an ice sculpture. She stared at the scene, confused, and asked herself, what happened? She interrupted herself. Then she looked at the frost patch she created behind her, amazed by its power. Meiji then looked at Swallow Devourer's arm, then clenched her teeth in thought. She clearly had used all her mana to push Mamula away. Then she realized, given her condition, she should have died from mana exhaustion and blood loss. She recalled the tentacles of Swallow Devourer wrapping around her body and noted that all her wounds were gone. She wondered if Devourer had done something to her in rear. She looked at her healed stomach, sweating with a puzzled expression. Mamula was still frozen as a statue. HMM. She snapped out of it and picked up the staff from the ground, deciding. First, she needed to confirm. Quickly, she threw the staff in front of Mamula. The red stone turned green. Then the voice spoke. It detected life. Calmly. Her voice echoed loudly. Mimio G. Die, die! Her body was still, but her voice echoed. After confirming, Meiji let out a breath and said, the battle is truly over. She looked down, wiped sweat from her face, puzzled. Then she slowly walked forward, thinking to herself, as expected, if I used all Devourer's mana. She confirmed that Mamula had suffered a massive wound before reaching her. She stopped and thought, lucky me won this battle. I must return to Devourer as soon as possible. I need to ask him about the mana in my body. But she didn't notice behind her, a bright energy light started glowing. Suddenly, there was a noise that made her turn around. Meiji held her staff cautiously and looked back with confusion, whom Mamula's voice still echoed. Her face turned dark with fear as she clutched the staff trembling. She thought, maybe I pushed myself too hard. Now imagining sounds that aren't real, that corpse quickly shattered into pieces. Inside, a slimy green artificial monster is emerging. Meiji steps back, squinting her eyes as she holds onto her staff and mutters something. The artificial monster quickly grows larger, swallowing Mamula's body in front of Meiji, shocking her into shock. Its body then disintegrates into bones. Meiji reconsiders this in her mind. No, it's absorbing her magic. Sensing danger, she quickly leaps away, keeping an eye on the artificial monster as she formulates a plan. I don't know what's happening, but I have no obligation to deal with it. Mamula is dead and I've completed my mission. I know nothing about this monster yet. Her feet leave the ground, her magic aura surrounding her. She confirms in her mind. I'll draw its attention with a simple attack, then use instant teleportation to escape. Suddenly, an intense energy attack blinds Meiji, causing her to gasp and cough blood out of pain. Her body falls heavily to the ground, exhausted. Struggling, she reaches out weakly, her eyes dull as she continues bleeding, thinking, damn it, I'm too tired. She adds the cost of using unfamiliar magic. The artificial monster gets closer in an instant. Meiji urges herself to move. Move, get up. The monster swings its body towards her. Meiji grits her teeth and closes her eyes, shouting, hold on. On the other side, the monster leaps, stabbing several sharp objects. Threads from somewhere pull Meiji away to dodge the attack. She sees this and gasps in surprise. Ah! Her body is pushed back quickly. Suspended midair, Meiji shouts out, Hoo-hoo-ah! Rin, still calm, holds the rope and looks ahead. Jin quickly rushes to catch Meiji with his body. She gasps in surprise, calling out, Rin! Then Renee calmly looks at Meiji and Jin sitting on the ground and comments, I wonder why it took so long. I didn't know you were fighting that thing. Meiji hesitates to say, sorry. She thinks Jin and Renee's presence here is strange. But before she can finish, Alongyan confirms her thoughts. Swallow Devourer calmly steps forward with his hand in his pocket and says, you took too long. Melge, I almost fell asleep. Hearing this, all three turn to look at him. Meiji calls out, Lord Devourer, your body is still wrapped around Jin. He points at himself and says, Renee, what you did to that monster was good, but it's not enough. She imagines cutting the creature in half but smiles as she confirms, I'm not sure either. If someone without my skills tried your technique, it wouldn't work well. She adds, but Renee believes you can do it with your power. Looking at Swallow Devourer's naive confidence, he reluctantly confirms, alright, let it be. Meiji watches them speechless. He frowns and asks the artificial monster. In front of them is a huge artificial monster. Swallow Devourer questions, I have this feeling that it's getting bigger. He sighs, frustrated, closing his eyes in despair. It's annoying. Renee raises her weapon and confirms to him. Renee will quickly finish it off. But Swallow Devourer opens his eyes quickly, nodding calmly to confirm with her. No need. The artificial monster then swung its sharp legs towards them menacingly. His hand also quickly moved, his face darkening as he confirmed with Renee. Let me do it. Deal 59. Next, the artificial monster boldly swung its fist at him. But he remained calm and raised his dirty arm to block. The monster then attacked fiercely, but his arm easily stopped it. His whole body stood still calmly. Behind them, they were hit by the monster's attack. Seeing this, the artificial monster looked at him with wide eyes, its long legs trembling in confusion. Swallow Devourer asked it, what is that? He then stared at it sharply, his hand still holding part of the monster's body as he asked again, do you want to make a deal? On the other side, Renee happily took out a teapot and looked at Meiji, asking if she wanted some tea. Seeing this, Meiji stopped and asked in confusion, "Where did you get those from?" Ginge was still playing with magic around Meiji. She then commented, "As a maid, I should be prepared like this, right?" His hand still tightly held the artificial monster. Meiji's voice trembled, "Is that so?" Swallow Devourer then pulled his hands back and swung them around to toss the monster into the air, spinning a few times. He calmly raised his hand, and the monster's body flew with it. Finally, its eyes widened as the liquid on its body was quickly thrown away. After being wrapped up, he quickly slammed its body onto the ground, making loud noises. Then came dust, the monster's body sinking into the dust. It then quickly stood up and looked at him. It rushed towards him, finally stabbing. On this side, Meiji held her teacup and glanced at Rin, asking if she was okay. She calmly took a sip of tea and confirmed, "Don't worry." Rin's face full of pride while holding the dust-covered cup smiled. She then commented, "Swallow Devourer dealt with it personally." Swallow Devourer calmly picked up one of the monster's bodies, putting his hand in his pocket and walked on the ruined ground. HMPH, he judged. He looked at the bleeding monster and commented, "Quite tough, huh?" He quickly reached out to it with a murderous look, asking if this was the case. His hand began emitting magic. He placed his hand on its body, and a stream of magic entered. The monster's body started changing drastically. He frowned at that. Water shot straight onto his face as he judged. "Oh, wait." Then the artificial monster exploded into pieces. Its water sprayed out everywhere like rain. Swallow Devourer stood under the monster's rain and debris, frowning. Oops, must have overcharged with Moner. On this side, Renee quickly took an umbrella to shield herself as she frowned. "Oh my, such a mess." Meiji sat on the wet ground in shock, asking her, "That umbrella, where did you get it from?" She then looked at the ruins before her. Kneeling amidst the monster's debris, she thought, "Clearly this is a very strong opponent." Calmly thinking, "I'm sure it's stronger than any storm and most of the kings of demons," eyes filled with reverence. Looking at the mess on top of a nearby building, she thought, "At least that was my assumption." After finishing, he casually walked towards Renee and Meiji, yawning, so sleepy, his hands in his pockets. Seeing this, Renee held her umbrella as she ran to him, reminding him, "No, sir." Ginge quickly felt a part of the artificial monster's body and happily showed it to him, while Swallow Devourer reached out to cover it. Frowning, Long Tongue usually said, "Ouch, what are you bringing that dirty thing here for?" Seeing this, Meiji behind him hesitantly reminded her, "That dirty thing used to be Mammolia." He glanced at her, covering Ginge's mouth as he asked again, "What kind of magic is that?" Next to Rin, she held an umbrella and looked back, gloomily confirming with Meiji about Mamula. "Oh, that sly woman. Is it this thing?" The one beside him frowned and muttered to himself, I think I remember now." Jin still had wide eyes watching them. Meiji then spoke up to explain, "When I first met Mamula, her body had already started to deform. But then that thing came out and swallowed her whole body." Rin then asked herself, "Or is it a parasitic entity?" Jin still held the Meiji's parasitic CH in his mouth as she answered, "Not sure yet. Since such parasitic creatures are quite common, this one likely is too." Juns then shook his mouth, causing the slimy substance on the monster to drip out continuously. Swallow Devourer stood nearby, avoiding the mess. He shouted in disgust, "Oh my waist." Rin quickly raised her shield to defend herself. Only Meiji ran over quickly and worriedly reminded Zuns, "Zuns, don't do that." Suddenly, a chunk from the monster's body fell beside Rin. She quietly looked at it as it dripped. HM made a noise. Finally, she raised her head and called out to him. "Oh, Devero," he also spoke in response. HMM. His eyes didn't leave Jin's mouth. Rin confirmed further, knowing what that was. Meiji still sat on Jin's while writhing, surrounded by the mess of the artificial creature's body. Swallow Devourer listened to Rin from across. She confirmed it was an artificial creature. Meanwhile, at the city center tower, the wizards were all expressing their disappointment. This can't be the pinnacle of alchemy, our latest masterpiece. The one beside added, normally, it should have lasted at least 3 minutes. Hearing this, GAL Architecture Bureau Leviston spoke up. He observed from above and interrupted them. There's no need to try to justify yourselves. The magicians saw that. He didn't dare argue. Then he narrowed his eyes and thought, as expected, no matter how powerful a monster is created with alchemy, it won't be a match for that devourer. He then turned to leave while confirming, but he dealt with it too quickly. Looks like we don't need to call Gwyn now. Then he called the man beside him. Let's go back to Riaz. As he walked towards his master, the man stood up and confirmed, I'm fine. He then glanced at him and confirmed, our deal ends here. Seeing this, the Tower Master looked surprised as he watched Akithabrius leave. Leviston confirmed again indeed. Seeing no response from them, he couldn't hold back and shouted to stop them. Wait a moment, they also paused. The two behind turned to look at their Tower Master. Then he frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction as he questioned the three. You said this sacrifice was for the Empire's future. How can you just leave like that? He pointed at the burning flames consuming people and treasures and confirmed, like this, all sacrifices will be meaningless. Hearing this, Mamula also turned around. She walked up to him calmly and asked back, meaningless? Then he urged his Tower Master, look carefully. The scene of the brave soldiers defending the city. Below was a pile of ruins burning. Arch-Etterberrius then spoke. Leviston leaned close to his ear, eyes narrowed as he whispered, this is just half of what we predicted. His expression turned more shocked and alarmed, shrinking back slightly. One more time! The master of the tower fell helplessly to the ground while Arch-Etterberrius remained standing. Arla Leviston casually turned around and walked away. He continued walking straight ahead, reassessing in his mind, was it all for nothing? We clearly gained a lot from this. The others quickly turned to leave, leaving the master of the tower despondently sitting on the floor of the tower, looking down. Arch-Etterberrius Arla Leviston thought to himself, now I'm sure we can't use normal strength. He then looked at Meiji playing with Jins and confirmed, someone important enough for me to fight personally. He remembered the Empire's flag and the killings, confirming, this disaster will lead to a war. Satisfied, he added, good, there will be those who need our masterpiece's power. He recalled the burning streets below, confirming, the number of casualties here will only be seen as the result of the conflict between humans and monsters. Below them, surrounded by fallen monsters on the ground. Arch-Etterberrius Leviton confirmed in his mind, people outside won't know this disaster is related to artificial creatures. The group of Arch-Etterberrius Leviton quickly walked through the debris and smoke. Stallman confirmed with him. At that corner, there was a teleport portal leading directly to Riaz. I just contacted my spy station there. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and raised his hand in a stop signal. One more time. Behind Arch-Etterberrius Leviston glanced at him and asked again, Mr. Stallman. His expression was full of caution. You scowled and called, Sir, please. Stallman then reported, I just received a report of an intruder at the teleport portal. In front of them, a large explosion quickly occurred, sending debris and smoke flying up. Stallman confirmed again, they only have one in the form of a maid. The group shielded themselves from the blast while listening to the report. Hearing this, Akithabrius Leviston understood and thought, the maid was using that mirror, finally deducing in his mind. She's trying to block our retreat path, meaning she knows humans are involved. He recalled Rin's image from the book he had read and confirmed, artificial creatures can recognize their own kind. Finally, he turned to two men in armor and urgently said, we must immediately return to the magic tower and build a temporary portal. The mana flowing through the magic tower will be enough for us to travel quite far. Suddenly, a sharp blade rushed towards them. Gwyn quickly ran to the front line, using his shield to block the attack. Behind him was Stormwind. Finally, Arch-Etterberrius Leviston was surrounded in the middle. He shouted, Captain, The arrow is coming out fast. But then the string above quickly tightened. Gwyn's weapon surprised him and he exclaimed, "What?" Gwyn's body was quickly pulled back by the rope wrapped around his sword. He struggled to regain balance and shouted to those behind, "Mr. Stallman, please take over here. Sir, please hurry with the captain." Hearing this, Arc-Eater Boreas G. Leviston also looked at him and confirmed, "I know about your strength and courage, but how can I leave you alone?" Gwyn's expression was anxious as he shouted urgently, "We don't have much time. Hurry up!" His feet quickly slipped due to the pull. The mouth shouted urgently, "Hurry up and leave, please." Seeing this, Stormwind turned to Arc-Eater Boreas G. Arlo Leviathan frowned and reminded him, "Captain, let's go." Seeing this, Arc-Eater Boreas G. Arlo Leviathan also frowned and called out, "Knight Gwyn." His eyes narrowed seriously as he warned, "If you die before I allow it, I won't spare you." Hearing that, the other Knight Gwyn widened his eyes with determination and confirmed loudly, "Understood." The people behind quickly left him alone. In the fog, Rhine's shadow gradually appeared. She held one end of a rope tightly around Knight Gwyn's sword. He looked at her and asked back, "I heard you killed countless members of the raid team, right?" Then he stepped onto Renee's footprints, which became clearer, walking with great effort. The Knight Gwyn's face frowned suspiciously as he looked at her. It was Rhine holding one end of a rope, looking towards him with narrowed eyes, his face turning dark. Knight Gwyn called out to her, "Made with scythe." 60 seconds on the other side amidst the ruins. But footsteps continued echoing, as if the monster deaths were endless. Arc-Eater Boreas G's group, Arlo Leviathan, was still moving quickly. Stormwind asked Arc-Eater Boreas G from behind. Arlo Leviathan went forward. "Captain, why did you allow Knight Gwyn to act alone?" Hearing that, he also asked back, "Is it really true that he looks like he's alone?" Knight Stommel and the two behind him walked cautiously looking back. Realizing his mistake, Stommel stammered and confirmed again, "Hrung Arthi, I know he's not exactly alone." Hearing that, Arsatho Boreas G. Arlo Leviathan reminded him as they continued moving forward. "You must be very familiar with Knight Gwynmar, Knight Stormwind's abilities." Finally, Stormwind moved uncertainly and confirmed to him, "Yes, that's why I find it even more confusing. We should have left another knight to support him." Hearing that, Arc-Eater Boreas G. Arlo Leviathan denied as he continued walking. No, that would only distract him. Hearing that, Stormwind was confused and asked back, "Why?" Then Arc-Eater Boreas G. Arlo Leviathan called out calmly to Knight Gwyn. Finally, he made a judgment. He is the one who received the blessing of the spirit. Meanwhile, Knight Gwyn quickly jumped over buildings to escape. The buildings behind him were quickly cut and shattered by Rhine. A pile of debris fell down loudly. Seeing this, Knight Gwyn turned around and exclaimed, "Oh." Rhine moved like a devil in front. The ropes around her swayed as she asked Knight Gwyn, "You told us to destroy the portal concentration areas and kill all those people, right? Do you understand?" Seeing this, Knight Gwyn frowned and gritted his teeth as he looked at Rhine and asked back, "Because I'm the last human here, are you playing cat and mouse with me?" Meanwhile, Rhine quickly approached him and reminded him not to play around anymore. "Human, that's why you ran away just now, was to buy time for other humans to escape." Knight Gwyn's hand clutched tightly in suspicion. Then a gust of wind quickly passed by. It was Rhine's speed. She appeared before Knight Gwyn, holding to swords, and asked back, "Do you think I wouldn't know?" Before he could react, he gripped his sword tightly. Finally, he widened his eyes as he raised the sword to block. Then Rhine confirmed again, "Even if you're alone." Knight High's sword was quickly broken in half, making him grit his teeth and widen his eyes in surprise. Rhine's face turned monstrous. Her eyes widened as she praised Knight Gwyn. "Well done, human." He was shocked as she rushed towards him and slashed her sword down. He was shocked as she rushed towards him and slashed her sword down. Then he shouted, his body covered in blood, emitting green energy all over. Then he shouted, his body covered in blood, emitting green energy all over. Next, they shot out around her. making Ryan step back in confusion. Next, they shot out around her, making Ryan step back in confusion. Her face was injured, but she remained calm, examining while wiping her hand across it to comment, "He's not an ordinary swordsman. He must have been gathering mana just now." Her face was injured, but she remained calm, examining while wiping her hand across it to comment, "He's not an ordinary swordsman. He must have been gathering mana just now." Then before her appeared long hair and water ripples. Seeing this, she looked at the earth spirit behind Gwyn and the water spirit in front, confirming aloud, "Are they spirits?" Seeing this, she looked at the earth spirit behind Gwyn and the water spirit in front, confirming aloud, "Are they spirits?" "They are spirits." Then the earth spirit didn't hesitate to create a wind punch with its hand. "They are spirits." Then the earth spirit didn't hesitate to create a wind punch with its hand. Finally, it quickly punched into the ground, attacking Ryan with immense energy. She saw this and quickly jumped back, dodging the attack by leaping onto flying rocks. Then the water spirit swiftly raised her hands, sending waves that she didn't hesitate to cut apart with dual swords. In front of her appeared a larger rock, which stabbed into her body, but she still caught it without hesitation. The rocks quickly shattered and fell onto the ground, burying Ryan under them. On the other side, the water spirit instructed the earth spirit with Gwyn's voice. "Ludicayou." On the other side, the water spirit instructed the earth spirit with Gwyn's voice. "Ludicayou." Meanwhile, Renee sat up in a pile of debris and looked at them. She raised her head slightly with a bit of malice. Then she saw a large tornado before her, possibly engulfing her inside it. The ground beneath her and the ruins were quickly swept up. Renee identified Fong Thatch Big. She then looked at the wind in the storm and commented, "This storm was formed from an incredibly terrifying amount of mana." Finally, she confirmed, "He has basically sealed off this entire area with a high-level spell." On the other side, Quinn still frowned and smirked as he looked at Renee. Then he shouted excitedly in his thoughts. "This is retribution for belittling humanity. Stay there always. Monster. But Renee remained calm amidst the storm, commenting that she could control both high-level spirits at once. Her face full of surprise and interest as she smiled in confirmation. Very interesting. Then she took out her weapon, wrapping it around her hand to call out, "Human." Meanwhile, at the temporary hideout, a word voice rang through the tents, "Team, get ready. He's already told me. The team sent us to raid the bears." The other person rebutted, "I was telling you to stay put and do nothing. We should at least try to do something." The girl followed Buckholes to advise him, What can one man do? The girl followed Buckholes to advise him. What can one man do? But Buckholes ignored her, sighing as he pulled back the tent curtain. But Buckholes ignored her, sighing as he pulled back the tent curtain. He then confirmed, I don't know, but I can't stay here any longer. I need to go into town and check. He then confirmed, I don't know, but I can't stay here any longer. I need to go into town and check. Inside, a group of team members around the fire also looked at him, and he looked back at them. Inside, a group of team members around the fire also looked at him, and he looked back at them. The girl reported to the team leader, Captain, stop Buckholes. The girl reported to the team leader, Captain, stop Buckholes. He's not fully recovered yet. He's not fully recovered yet. Hearing this, he frowned and glanced over. Hearing this, he frowned and glanced over. But Buckholes tried to confirm, damn it, I'm really fine now. But Buckholes tried to confirm, damn it, I'm really fine now. The captain quickly stopped him. The captain quickly stopped him. We can't let you do that. We can't let you do that. Buckholes, hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise without speaking. Buckholes, hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise without speaking. Finally, the captain instructed, listen, there might be survivors, so we'll go to the raid site and the magic tower. Finally, the captain instructed, listen, there might be survivors, so we'll go to the raid site and the magic tower. Buckholes still stared in confusion. Buckholes still stared in confusion. The captain extended his hand and confirmed again, we will go there and clear a path. The captain extended his hand and confirmed again, we will go there and clear a path. He then directed at the team inside the tent, team, attack the bears, Diana. He then directed at the team inside the tent, team, attack the bears, Diana. They quickly stood up to look at him. They quickly stood up to look at him. Finally, the captain narrowed his eyes and shouted, everyone prepare to move out. Finally, the captain narrowed his eyes and shouted, everyone prepared to move out. He urged, drive away those monsters that have destroyed our beloved city. He urged, drive away those monsters that have destroyed our beloved city. Beside Buckholes, someone called out with tears in their eyes, Guardians. Beside Buckholes, someone called out with tears in their eyes, Guardians. The voice quickly confirmed, the Guardians from the mountain range are here. They must be coming to save us along with the raid team. The voice quickly confirmed. The Guardians from the mountain range are here. They must be coming to save us along with the raid team. Seeing this, the girl quickly looked at the approaching Guardian and commented, perfect. Seeing this, the girl quickly looked at the approaching Guardian and commented, perfect. The Guardian will be a valuable and important resource for our team. The Guardian will be a valuable and important resource for our team. Beside him, Buckholes stopped staring. Beside him, Buckholes stopped staring. He confirmed, no. He confirmed, no. Seeing this, the small girl also didn't understand and stared at him, asking back. Seeing this, the small girl also didn't understand and stared at him, asking back. Buckus, what's wrong? His face contorted as he gritted his teeth. Finally, his eyes wide with surprise, he muttered, impossible. Then he hesitantly called out to everyone. Next, the golem quickly raised its hand, gathering momentum behind it. Buckus turned and shouted, urging the people around him to run. Immediately after, a loud explosion echoed as rocks flew everywhere. A few minutes ago in the desolate field, someone's voice rang out, more or less like that. Swallow Devourer picked up the communication mirror and called Patrick. He asked him, we thought it was losing control while you were doing something. That's why you decided to make a story and ended up asking yourself in a black face. Isn't that right? You gritted your teeth and cursed silently too. Damn it! On the other side, Patrick narrowed his eyes at O and asked back, I thought the only place capable of creating artificial life was the Imperial Alchemist Association, right? He remembered that association and confirmed further, with such a scale, the Empire must be involved. Patrick's reminder echoed inside the mirror. The most likely scenario is that King Marmolia had contacted humans. During this process, There was conflict, and humans defeated the king while you were yawning and mumbling your assessment. The story got long. He asked again, do you know what happens when humanity defeats a demon king? They behead it and send the head to the demon army, or hang it in the central square. He frowned disapprovingly and confirmed, sure, they say this boosts the soldiers' morale, but I see only cruelty. Imagining Mamolia's and Meiji's father hanging on a spear, he frowned and complained. Huh, why do it like that? Swallow Devourer confirmed further, if they stopped doing that to create artificial life and release them into the town, something else must be happening. Their voices echoed in the ruins of fire. Swallow Devourer confirmed again, right? He recalled the flying bird and confirmed once more. It seems suspicious. While we were looking for Renee, I encountered it. Then he added, but not only can it fly, it's much more special. He remembered encountering Renee in the experiment cage and confirmed further. All research data should have vanished by now. I destroyed all their materials. Inside the mirror, Patrick grew more anxious, sweating as he reminded about the virus. It seems suspicious. Is that all you think? Really? He added, at this rate, they could create artificial humans of Renee's level in just a few years. Thinking of Maureen's made him panic and sweat as he asked Patrick again. Yeah, that's quite scary, right? He fell to the ground, stretching his limbs in a mock surrender. Come on, I'm tired. Can we just ignore it? Where should I look for clues? Should I exterminate the whole village myself? Hearing this, Patrick agreed. Let's go then. Surprised, he looked into the mirror and said, just mock surrendering at me. Why died? He asked Patrick again. Yeah, really? He confirmed with him. Yes. Do you think they stopped experimenting on demon kings after that? They must be watching it from somewhere. Hearing this, he looked at his reflection in the mirror and confirmed again. That means they saw us too, right? He explained to him. They provoked Melge and saw you. Moreover, they even pushed the abandonment of that experiment onto you. Aren't they already overdoing it? After hearing that, he chimed in to confirm. Alright then. So we'll do this, right? His expression showed clear disgust. When he confirmed with a narrowed eye, they were forcing us. Don't regret it later. On the other side, Patrick's eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction as he confirmed with him. That's correct. Alright then. If things can't be salvaged anymore, we'll just flatten that town completely. Back to reality, Golem had incinerated the remnants, leaving only ruins and debris underground. Command 61 received Patrick's report and Melger, along with the large wolf, waited obediently for Devourer's orders. Melger naturally felt that Patrick's decision was a bit strange, but was waiting for Devourer's final call. After weighing his options, Devourer decided to allow us to destroy everything, meaning this city will be leveled by them today. Melger laughed with glee, feeling elated inside. The wolf barked and wagged its tail excitedly. Devourer watched the explosion, but a large wolf larger than Melge was afraid of being crushed, prompting her to cry out, "Don't get too close." Observing what was happening, Devourer quickly realized that humans had gathered. Following their trail became easier now. Meanwhile, another intense battle caught Devourer's attention. The continuous clang of swords and blades in the vast space made it hard not to pay attention. The green light blindingly enveloped Devourer as it spun rapidly. Even Devourer couldn't make out what was happening. That must be the core, where we can feel the force from. Those two are fighting a tough battle. Seems like Renee is facing a formidable opponent. Devourer looked half-lidded with disdain in her voice. After all, this isn't an equal match for him, so there's no need to rush. He can take his time. If a strong one is there, then the Empire leaders must be hiding somewhere. These are interesting targets. Melge gloated that he finally had something to do. You don't have to worry about the main gate. Of course, this was prepared in advance. Melge's eyes were where they needed to be now. I'm using shared vision to keep an eye on it. On this side, Melge proudly laughed with his eyes wide open. My body has recovered too. Leave it to me. Devourer looked at her half-lidded, but the main gate was over there. Seems like she's getting too cocky. He turned his gaze towards the huge bell lying in ruins behind him, planning what to do next as everyone was doing well. Surprisingly, Devour broke the bell off its frame with a single kick, making it independent and taking it for important matters. With this huge bell, he lifted it effortlessly like holding a bull. Without finishing his sentence, "Let's start then." He scanned the ruins in front to see what might attract us first. In just a few seconds, he noticed a small but clean building standing tall and dust-free unexpectedly. With this city about to collapse, such an intact building suggests something more than meets the eye. Denver didn't say much. He threw the huge bell towards the strange house as if it was just a bull, starting with that place. That strange building was actually the secret base of Eterbria's Black Panther Regiment. There were guards below too. Below there was nothing but the sound of destruction above them successfully drawing attention. A vague figure was seen charging into their base. Everyone was caught off guard, just watching the attack with a question mark. In this intense battle, 3 key members of the regiment were shocked by the unexpected attack. "Captain, where did that come from? It must be ancient monsters." Before they could think about what happened, the base was collapsing under an attack from one side. A wall had been destroyed, the building tilting and pulling in soldiers inside with it. No one survived. Just before the tower collapsed completely, those inside managed to escape thanks to the gate guards below. They worked together, blocking it. A green shield was created wide enough to protect everyone. In the last moment, the small tower fell straight into the shield, causing a loud noise and shaking the ground. Fortunately, their strength is quite high. Otherwise, that shield wouldn't have held up against so many falling bricks at once. We need to gather magic in this temporary core. But with the tower destroyed, it might take another 10 minutes. The tower's collapse caught everyone off guard, including the evil ones inside. Who would have thought something like this would happen while they were here? Evil muttered, "Mr. Stallman, how long until Gwen arrives?" The response was quick, about 5 minutes. The not-so-optimistic response made him realize he needed to carefully plan every move. The core of the servant's heart that was destroyed, if Gwen encountered the Devourer, might be able to recover. "No, Gwen, without a complete tome, we can't defeat the Devourer." The situation is becoming increasingly difficult and complex. "This time, we're really going to die for sure." Stormwind suddenly made an urgent request. "Captain, could I return to the teleportation point?" He turned around suspiciously. "In such a critical situation, what are you suggesting?" Realizing the captain didn't understand his intentions, Stallman quickly explained further. "I promise I will bring Gwen Historia back." His resolute gaze was also an agreement from Ark. Somewhere not far away, Gwen is also a member of the Eterbria's Black Panther Legion. He gazes at the swirling green vortex that seems to be sucking his soul in. The power of spirits isn't absolute. He looked down at his hand, where the swirling vortex was forming, contemplating and calculating even before considering the need for a large amount of mana to maintain it during battle. The longer the fight goes on, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Gwen used this powerful vortex to deal with Orin. As long as this magic vortex exists, I still hold the upper hand. Even if Coda manages to pass through, I can block him using Earth Spirits. He stared intently at the vortex before him, his resolute gaze unhidden. "I won't forget my purpose for being here. What I want isn't a temporary victory." Gwen lost himself in thought. The world around him seemed to fade as he focused on his thoughts until his mana ran out before he surrendered. But he didn't feel triumphant for long. Within just 3 minutes, the ground suddenly shook violently. The rocks and earth around him began to shake up and down with the movement of the ground. In an instant, he fell unpredictably into midair. His soul seemed to be floating at a height unknown to him. His resolute gaze turned to extreme panic as his pupils dilated in surprise. His eyes gradually turned red and suddenly, before him appeared a sharp circular blade. The feeling was that even a quick swipe would take away his life. It appeared from the story I read when I admired heroes back then. The name came from how the sword looked small from above but grew larger as it fell. An ancient scythe appeared in his mind, vividly like something he had just experienced today, like a real scythe. Gwen never thought he would have this day when he might die. His mouth kept asking questions. Why? He fell unpredictably onto a rocky ground. Beside him was the blade of the scythe he had just imagined. Struggling to breathe in and out, his mouth bled down one side from an unknown time. The earth continuously transformed under sudden attacks. The sturdy vortex he always trusted and was proud of reverted to its original form, unable to continue fighting. He was surprised too. Clearly, his vortex had been so powerful, but it fell after just one cut. His astonished gaze and stuttered words made him look comically helpless. The confident arrogance from before vanished. Rin's faint figure appeared in the dust of the rocks as if a female warrior Renee was approaching Gwyn, who lay on a cold, uneven ground. In her hand was the powerful weapon that just defeated him. She spoke about her weapon. The sword and this rope can extend up to 10 meters freely. It could easily cut through magical vortices. Renee approached where the sword stood upright after defeating the vortex. The scythe said, "Human, you received the blessing of spirit protection." Right. She pulled out the sword and advanced. The sword swipe across the ground and the metallic clash truly made one shiver. Renee looked directly at Gwyn lying on the ground covered in wounds while she remained unharmed. The feeling of satisfaction filled her as she threatened with the sword, but why not finish him off? Just when Renee was about to strike, a harsh voice from behind stopped her action abruptly. Like being publicly boiled alive, Renee turned around with an angry glare that could burn through the sky. Lars Dormund arrived just in time before Renee could attack. He held a special hammer much larger than Thurs, several times bigger. Seeing Renee stop, he secretly sighed in relief. She stopped because Gwyn has the blessing of the goddess, so I only need to wait for the right moment. But he wasn't yet relieved. His eyes were wide with shock. It was sheer astonishment. Rena wouldn't care what Stormwind called her. Her priority was finishing Gwyn and not letting him survive. So she acted faster than Stormwind. The sword pierced straight into Gwyn's foot in less than a second, causing him to call out helplessly, "Gwyn." The hope of saving someone failed. Anger peaked. Stormwind charged forward recklessly to attack. Renee ignored him completely. He wasn't considered worthy of her attention. She was very casual. "It seemed like I could get more from you than this strike." Renee firmly drew his sword, which was sharp just now, instantly turning into a long rope, several dozen meters in length, attached to Ryan's sharp blade. Fiercely attacking the opponent as if wanting to swallow the fat prey. Stormwind wasn't about to lose either. Seeing Ryan's blade, he looked down on it. What can such a small sword do? The mace rushed towards Ryan with determination. But he had underestimated Ryan too much. How powerful could that blade be to help the Queen's terrifying whirlwind? His eyes widened in surprise at what was before him. Surprised, huh? Right here and now, the small sword suddenly transformed into a colossal blade, bigger than anything he had seen. It was more than several dozen times larger than him. It was an invincible weapon. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, he was also surprised, his jaw dropping. He thought it would fall straight down on his head, but it didn't. The rope hit right where he stood, 2 hits, while the blade continued to move away without attacking directly. In a moment, the blade had moved several meters away from him in shock and surprise. He thought it would attack him. The blade slowed down as the rope's momentum met a pile of earth that was stacked like a mountain. A golden sound echoed, making his hands feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, Stormwind laughed confidently, thinking he had one for sure now. "Throwing your weapon? A foolish choice? A grave digger's maid, huh?" He didn't expect Ryan to be even more skilled than him. She just waved her hand and the blade appeared right above his head. It was almost falling on top of him. When he finally looked up at the blade, Stolman quickly used his mace to catch it, saving a life. But Renee only cast his spells, Marmolia and Hormoniculus. The power of the blade increased significantly, making it hard for him to resist. Meanwhile, Renee remained calm. "It's best if you admit defeat now." Renee tightened her grip on the rope, the blade getting stronger as well, threatening that if he didn't, the blade would weigh 1,000 tons. Stallman still struggled to hold on. One of his legs was already grounded, barely keeping this small life. But it wasn't easy because not only did it get stronger, but it also kept getting bigger, making its weight even heavier. He didn't expect that either. It had grown even more? Renee really took him from surprise to surprise. Catching the blade was harder than lifting Thor's hammer. Stommel strained so much his eyes were bleeding at the corners. Sweat dripped down, and it seemed his whole face was in unbearable pain. Finally, under the weight of Ryan's blade, Stommel had to accept defeat. Gravedigger's maid, you won, still trying to hold on to your life, but humiliated by a humiliating loss. Thought Rin would return with an easy victory at 90 minutes. Stommel made a move that caught her off guard. Someone appeared behind her and coordinated with Stallman. But you were too focused on this fake old man. As Ryan turned around, a harsh voice echoed from behind. Hey, monster! Guy glared at Ryan with furious eyes, his iron hand clenching as if ready to throw a deadly punch. In less than 3 seconds, a strong blue mana attack hit Renee, pushing her several dozen meters away. The space was filled only by the presence of bright mana lighting up the sky. Gwyn retracted his hand, the iron hand making metallic clashing sounds. Renee was defeated and disappeared from view, leaving only Gwyn standing tall like a statue. Stormwind, severely injured, couldn't help but praise Gwyn. No wonder he's called Hero Gwyn Historia. She repelled the maid with just one strike. Gwyn sent Ryan flying several dozen meters, creating a long trench in the ground. For Stormwind, it was truly surprising, but this was a sneak attack. In an open fight, they would be evenly matched. Just now, Stormwind's entire group, including the evil ones, had been teleported to their current position. The evil ones after teleportation were sitting quietly thinking, safety must come first. The temporary teleportation gate was still causing headaches for the evil one. Being a team leader wasn't easy. Stallman could easily gather Gwyn's group now. This plan couldn't fail. Even if they recognize that Homunculus, the people of the Empire won't know about it in the meantime. Suddenly, Devourer's shadow flashed through AC's mind. The haunting words kept echoing in his ears. How will you deal with the consequences? AC's pupils instantly widened. Subordinates who recognized their commander sitting blankly in a corner quickly called out to ask, Huh? Commander! It seems that Devourer's terrifying shadow flashed through his mind, causing him to lose balance and fall back. This alarmed the subordinates. Are you okay today? AC hurriedly brushed it off. I'm fine. How long until the portal can be activated? The subordinate couldn't help but answer hesitantly. About 3 minutes more, sir. Hearing this, he felt a bit more reassured. Alright, just leave me alone and do your work. He sat there amidst the debris he had created. Am I hallucinating? Damn it, my fear has become an obsession. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and a certain confident female voice echoed in the silent space filled with machinery sounds. Why is our commander sitting on the ground like this? It's unbelievable. The Black Spy Squad deputy leader G-Aird suddenly appeared, startling AC. G-Aird spoke up. Lord Polaris Tower Master said there are royal members requesting assistance. Luckily, I had to pass by here for something. Just a coincidence? He didn't look at G-Aird. His eyes scanned around. The Magic Tower's Tower Master, right? And why are you here? Implies. His words stumbled and he couldn't finish them. Maybe it's because of the full moon. G-Aird seemed to understand what he was thinking. She replied, Yes, that's right. Not long after, a large group of people appeared before him. According to G-Aird, they were all the Blackland Artisan Squad. A whole bunch of people could be called an incredibly powerful army following Garzov everywhere. They had gathered here. Garzov glanced at it and continued speaking. Could this part of the plan be yours? But Gwyn is dead and Stormwind is severely injured. Therefore, Gwyn must be fighting that lady using the mirror. Hearing Stormwind's name, AC flinched and stood up straight. Hold on, did you hear this information from Stormwind? Garzov didn't understand what it was talking about. Still calm, he replied, Huh? I don't understand. AC's eyes widened in surprise. He hurriedly ran to explain, but it was too late. Damn, we need to leave quickly. Gwyn, who had been calm, didn't understand what was happening. She stood rooted to the spot. Commander, what's going on? AC's face turned pale. His face was devoid of color. Sweat poured down his face, soaking it completely. His teeth clenched together. Give the order. We all have to get out of here right away. He and the chicken haven't taken more than a few steps before falling into the Devourer's range. The Devourer turned its gaze at Melja with a sinister look. Its golden eyes glowing with terrifying primordial flames, its voice was so chilling it could kill a person. Alright, in the midst of smoke and dust, an entire space is filled with countless rocks stacked on top of each other, making the air extremely difficult to breathe. How can Lady Renee be easily defeated by just one punch from Gwen? It's just a short break to recover strength and restore power. Renee hasn't died yet. Rin exhaled deeply, her dual-colored eyes looking at the group that thought they had defeated her with a smug expression. Today, Rin will not be defeated by this group. She is not Rin. Stormwind was severely injured but still conscious to warn his subordinates. Don't fight at her. He said something, but no one understood the deeper meaning and asked again. What do you mean? We have Gwen and our entire army here. Then defeating a monster isn't that hard, right? Only he truly understands the real meaning. Sadly, it's too late to explain this to these short-brained people now. The army immediately called for Gwen to return without delay. Gwen withdraw, but she doesn't seem very willing. Huh? Why? Gwen prepared to steel fists and was ready to strike again with determination. I've defeated this monster already. Just as she was about to strike again, the Devourer roared loudly. No, Gwen, now is not the time to hold back. She didn't expect the Devourer to be so lenient with a creature like that today. She's doubting whether her commander from 3 days ago is still in his right mind. The Devourer didn't say anything and turned away without looking back. With a stern voice, he said, I must return immediately. But Gwen was truly unwilling to let Rin off so easily. Why? This is the best time to defeat the Ancient Core Guardian. How could the Devourer change his mind just because of a word from Gwen? Even as the main commander, he must follow orders. There will be times, but not now. Of course, the Devourer knew it wasn't wise to anger the main commander in hand. It would be hard to control him if that happened. The war horses won't listen easily anymore, so he had to back down. We'll leave this for another time. Gwen is still a sensible person. At least she understands that even though she's not happy about it, the Devourer is still in command. After all, there are lives of an entire army at stake here. They can't be exchanged for personal desires. We have to accept this. You said so then. Persuading Gwen was a success. Even if it was reluctant, Arz's face softened significantly, and his voice became much gentler. Alright, Arzer, focus all your efforts. Prepare the order. Everyone, head back to the portal gate immediately. He hadn't finished speaking when the giant axe suddenly swung across both escape routes. The sound of the axe scraping against the ground made people's hands tremble and their faces pale. Amidst a group of people standing dumbfounded, Renee emerged from the pile of rubble and dust. His gentle tone was enough to cut off any hope for the Black Army. Who gave you permission to go? The strong female warrior finally spoke up. Lord Devereaux sent me here because he trusts me. Rin's dual-colored eyes shone brightly in the dark night, filled with anger that could level a city. She said firmly, no one is allowed to leave this place. Looking at Arzer, she was the most different among them. Only he here stands out the most. The name on his hair must be the commander. Killing him doesn't seem easy. Gwen observed the scene and couldn't believe someone dared to rush in and protect him. Chicken leg, go eat some evil food. I'll stop her. Unlike Gwen's fierce battle stance, Ryan calmly deduced that the green-haired girl is quite strong. Ryan's eyes suddenly hardened. The blood on one side was a sign of the iron fist she just received. Ryan sized up Gwen as their opponent. I've faced many a great guild using this dungeon power, but no one has ever fought me to a standstill like this. Ryan held her scythe and declared, that green-haired girl, she's going to try to kill me right now. Anyone who wants to kill us, give it a shot. Even she couldn't stop that girl. Her eyes turned dark with an eerie smile and then a half-formed sentence. Drink the punishment wine if you want. In just a few seconds, a swarm of black butterflies appeared flying round them. The chicken leg didn't understand what was happening. Where did all these butterflies come from? They were too naive in their thinking. Where did these butterflies come from? It's that thing they've always feared arriving. One of his sharp-eyed subordinates recognized. Commander, it's Image. Bothak and Gin stood there with wide eyes, speechless. What? What is this? Before they could recover, a familiar figure in a dark suit appeared. Pretending to step through the hazy smoke, his voice sent shivers down their spines. I came here to find Jen. Eyes wide with surprise, no matter how fast they were, they still fell behind by one step. The entire ragged army of the Black Tiger Regiment, the man with a disheveled look in his pocket, spoke with an exaggerated tone that left nothing hidden. It's pretty crowded here, isn't it? His eyes widened as if facing death itself. But the man's attitude towards the devil was just for fun. All right, that man is also his greatest fear and obsession. Swallow Devourer, the boss who could destroy their Black Tiger Regiment effortlessly without breaking a sweat. The person causing him nightmares every second of the day stood right here in front of him. Hello! Devourer ignored them, letting them stare with surprised and bewildered expressions. His attitude remained unchanged. Oh, I remember now. Renee reunited with Melge and Lenko, receiving warm greetings. Are you all right? With a nod in response, Devourer still had the heart to joke around. I thought I would never see any of you again. This green squirrel and that red-haired one too. Oh, and you are the brave boy? Mentioned by name, his face drained of color. He reluctantly exhaled as if trying to ease his fear. The words Devourer said during their last meeting echoed in his mind. How will you handle the consequences? Devourer continued speaking. How many people are there in the Empire? And yet, we still ended up meeting again. Isn't that interesting? Even though Ark was scared, he didn't forget his rational thoughts. There must be a reason why this monster didn't cause chaos in the city and came to find us instead. Immediately after, Gwyn behind him was surprised and looked away with an expression of shock, kneeling respectfully before Devourer as if he were a towering mountain. It's truly an honor that you still remember us. Are you well? Devourer stared at him half-heartedly, not even considering him worthy of his attention, treating him like a piece of candy. Yeah, no need for such formalities. Zen respectfully explained, I mean, this incident has nothing to do with us, but it seems he underestimated Devourer's IQ too much. Finally, Devourer had to speak directly in the central city. You won't come here in vain. We came here to resolve that trouble. If you want to find out who really did this, we will cooperate as much as possible. Devourer didn't say anything and silently observed his reaction. As long as he made a slight mistake, I could spot it immediately. Nothing can escape Devourer's eyes, even the commander of the Black Tiger Regiment. Devourer turned away and left. It's fine. Ignore him. He was still kneeling on the cold stone ground. Boring call. Black, let's go. I'm tired. Hearing the order, Renee finally noticed his beloved pet bleeding and quickly pulled it away. Huh? Zen, are you bleeding? He thought he had passed that barrier. Suddenly hearing about blood, his entire body tensed like a taut string. Sweat dripped down his face in large droplets, and his heart raced to the extreme. Can we do it? To drops of sweat falling in the silent tension-filled space were enough to draw attention from others. And of course, Devourer is no exception. The sound managed to reach his holy master's ears, but Devourer still showed no reaction at all. Seeing Devourer's back slowly disappear, the evil let out a sigh of relief. His face brightened up, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Inside, he was overjoyed. It worked. But before he could enjoy himself for 5 seconds, Devourer whispered something dangerous in his ear. What are you laughing about? He cut off their hope of survival. Devourer kicked him in the chest, making him fall back. He didn't expect Devourer's move to be so effective. He struggled to catch his breath, mumbling incomprehensibly. When did he become so careless? Gwyn and Gadget couldn't stand seeing their loyal commander being tormented like a beggar by Devourer and rushed forward. But Devourer didn't care about them at all. Do you really think they dare to interfere with him? Then let them taste the flavor of life. Adam looked terrified, pleading for mercy with innocent eyes as if asking for a chance to survive. Devourer's declaration was like a sharp knife piercing their hearts. It sealed their fate and asked, could he easily forgive everything? The 63 soldiers of the Black Panther Legion stood motionless, watching their commander's fate in Devourer's hands. Gwen couldn't bear it any longer and rushed forward. Renee didn't have time to stop her. Her face was equally panicked. The scene felt like a death sentence. Dark mana surrounded them densely. A slight mistake could mean death. It couldn't be taken lightly. The evil didn't know how dangerous the situation behind him was. What he feared now was Devourer standing in front of him with a large amount of killing intent ready to end lives. In the dark space, only faint light and Gwen's screams remained. Ryan and Melge watched their master's judgment silently. Devourer's clear voice echoed. Perhaps in Riaz, he made a mistake. Renee still looked serious, watching her master punish the one who caused all this, including the bleeding wound on her foot worsening every second. Devourer approached the evil, his demeanor unchanged. He didn't see him as a real opponent, but just an exercise. His voice was still contemptuous, especially towards the person. Devourer pointed directly at the evil's face. He might have been human originally, but under fear and torment, Devourer appeared like a demon pointing at his face. He wasn't worth anything. Tensions escalated as a small group of wooden arrows flew down. A few managed to reach D. Walder's position, drawing his attention. The talented commander of the Black Panther Legion was still under Devourer's control. Who dared to shoot an arrow at such a time? It shows they don't know their own strength. One of the weaker soldiers of the Black Panther Legion had the audacity to shoot and arrogantly handle things. At this moment, even the evil turned his head in surprise. What's going on with that guy? Even Gwen was startled. It was just a diversion to draw Devourer's attention away from the evil so she could rush in and save him. But these fools didn't know. If not for Devourer's intention, they wouldn't have saved the evil at all. When Devourer noticed Gwen pulling Ark away, he was indifferent, knowing they couldn't leave even if they saved someone. A mocking tone was clear in his voice. Where are you going? The rooster finally reacted quickly. Quickly call for backup. Everyone here now. Fully protect the two of them. Devourer watched Gwen and Ark disappear, shrugged his shoulders, and prepared a small surprise for them. Before they had gone far, a loud explosion filled the air, and black smoke quickly engulfed their vision. Devourer said, "What a bother," then waved his hand. The voice and hand were still clear even though he was no longer visible. A series of dark mana arrows flew towards Gwen and Ark. Gwen cursed, "Can't dodge now," as both stood rooted to the spot. It was the same archer who sacrificed himself to protect Gwen and Ark's safety. The largest arrow pierced through his chest. His two arms were hit by the remaining arrows. Fresh blood spewed out like a fountain from his body. Truly a brave warrior. Despite being stabbed to near death, he still managed to laugh with a mouth full of fresh blood. "This time I'm faster than you, Gwen." His body severely injured, his chances of survival close to zero. He knew this and said his final plea for forgiveness. "Take care of the captain, okay?" Then Dong sacrificed himself to protect the commander and comrades, collapsing forward in shock before Gwen and A. Fresh blood still stains Gwen's face, witnessing a comrade die brutally at the hands of Devourer. Gwen fell into shock, his teeth clenched tightly as he choked out incomprehensible sounds. His sharp arrows are still there, scattered on the ground or embedded in rocks, but their owner is gone. Gwen gritted his teeth, the anger inside him burning with a desire to strike Devourer down. He resolutely stood up to fight. He couldn't let any more soldiers die at Devourer's hands. The royal armor on his body had turned into smoke, revealing Gwen's cool outfit. She was losing it. This evil trick didn't work. Instead, it made her blood boil even more. "Why are you stopping me?" Evil no longer has the strength to explain to her. He can only try to stop her from acting rashly. "Don't." But a hot-blooded person is hard to persuade. Gwen's attitude didn't change. Why not? The guards outside weren't involved in the battle, so they could observe the situation more easily, but were still shaken. Sweat drenched his pale face as he began calculating other ways to save the team. To end this fight, they need to use the portal. But any change that can affect the outcome is hard to achieve. Round Gwen are large amounts of dark mana from Devourer's hands. How can we say escaping means escaping? A stream of dark mana surrounds us here. It's like a kind of poison, making it hard to breathe. Of course, if Gwyn feels short of breath, the other team members will feel it too. They encounter mana and struggle to breathe. Oxygen in the air seems to be nearly non-existent. Gwyn also noticed this. The others' consciousnesses were affected as well, making it difficult to choose coordinates for the portal. In front of a brain-racking choice, sacrifices are inevitable. Gwyn is still a commander who thinks carefully. He had to make a decision in the end. F*** it. There's no way out now. We have to sacrifice someone. Gwyn shouts the battle cry. Aina! Aina, who was among the crowd, immediately rushed up upon hearing her name. Usually, these battle cries are for emergencies. Today's application is easy. He shouted again. I understand now. Devourer has been very calm so far. Hearing their commands, he immediately understood the problem and complained about it. Again, Aina quickly obeyed the order and rushed to where Devourer stood. Her determined eyes and heart cry out, we must push back this mana stream and buy time for them to build the portal. To do that, she has to face him directly. He pulled out a shiny shield from behind his back and ran towards Devourer at incredible speed. The shield is the 36th level of the 3 consciousnesses. Heart's image. Gwyn, on one side, was surprised to see Aina act. Aina! The shield had activated its power and was ready to attack Devourer. He hadn't been smug for long before the stream stopped his last hope for the team. Gwyn and the other 2 evil guards stood in shock, their faces showing confusion, panic, and helplessness. Aina's familiar blade sliced through her arm, embedding itself into the ground with fresh blood. Rin suddenly appeared, his sharp blade slicing off Aina's shield as he reached out to grab it. Rin's sharp blade cut through Aina's shield and snatched it away. He's focusing on his finger, saying to humanity, we don't know what you want to do, but we won't let you off easily. Aina was furious after losing a hand. Blood splashed into her eyes as she gritted her teeth. G is the undefeated evil lord of the Black Panther army. Unless he withdraws himself, no one has ever defeated him. Today, he's been stopped 5 or 7 times. Witnessing his comrades fall and suffer injuries, he couldn't take it anymore. His suppressed anger burst out. Her eyes were wide with tears as she could have defeated Renee, but kept watching her roam freely, driving her to madness. Even the evil was surprised at this turn of events. Gwyn clenched her hand and fully unleashed her fury. I'll kill all of you when I'm done growing up. But the evil acted faster. Before she could leap forward, it quickly embraced her small body. No! Gwyn! She struggled but couldn't break free from the large arms. Let me go! The evil finally had to say reluctantly, you must survive. Please, for your own sake. Gwyn! Without Gwyn, the army would have disintegrated. That's why he took such a risk. The Devourers were disgusted by what they just witnessed. What are they doing? They're fighting and acting like they're putting on a show for us. Ina's shield, which was lying on the ground, suddenly moved, catching the Devourer's attention. Stormond was wounding himself to heal while protecting his team with his shield. Ark, who was blocking Gwyn, also reacted. Mr. Stormond. He activated the Heart Wall, a built-in ability of the shield, creating a large barrier that covered several dozen people. The Devourers didn't fully understand what was happening, but mana layers from behind attacked the shield in unison. Mana hit the shield, but it remained safe without breaking. Impressive. Inside, Stormond held the shield in panic. Did I block it? The army's treasure looked like a rare and precious item to the Devourers. They stared at the shield with excitement, their eyes gleaming. But they couldn't ignore their main task. Their faces turned serious as they prepared for battle. Stormwind successfully protected everyone once, but was surprised by the massive entity in front of him. The entity before him was the Devourer's incarnation, several hundred times larger than him and many times bigger than the shield combined. He had never seen anything so large. What is that? In the vast space, multiple spells appeared simultaneously, leaving them dazzled. Spells? Too many spells! Ella at the back was worried about Stallman's safety as they worked on the portal. Just a little more and we'll finish it. Please, just hold on for a bit longer. Mr. Stallman, please. Meanwhile, Stallman was struggling to resist the intense magic attacks on the shield. Ella couldn't last much longer. They were very confident that the shield could protect them and complete the portal. The 36th gate is said to have been created by a god, even with the serious blows of ancient monsters. Devourer's magic grew stronger, breaking the shield into dust and smoke. Despite its power, it naturally left behind significant remnants. Stormwind saw his shield shatter. Feeling like their future was also shattered, he recoiled. An overwhelming sense of helplessness filled him. The army's reputation for today is ruined. All their efforts were in vain. The broken shield retaliated against its user. This natural effect was unknown until now, as no one had faced a powerful opponent that could break the shield. Stormwind was the first to test it. Thousands of fragments flew back with intense magic attacks, making him unable to cover his eyes. The thousands of pieces fell rapidly like a nuclear bomb, destroying everything in its path. They hit the ground, causing large tremors. The explosion was filled with thick smoke. Gwyn and the evil were coughing amidst the smoky space, struggling for oxygen. Getting any air to breathe was extremely difficult. A faint whisper from the smoke made the evil jump. Run away. Captain, he widened his eyes in shock, no longer believing what he was seeing. Because before him stood old Stallman, with a large hole in his left chest, his heart taken over by Deval's magic. Only weak and feeble strength remained. Both Gwyn and the evil were speechless. Mr. Stallman. The blood from that reversed hole flowed profusely. Fresh red blood gushed like a river without stopping. Old Stallman fought to protect them until his last breath. Forget this fake body. Gwyn, I bequeath the captain and the future of the Empire to you. Gwyn was mentally shocked. All she could do was sigh. His face was streaked with fresh red blood flowing down from his forehead. The scene was heartbreaking. He finally had to utter his last denial. It's an honor. Because I agree. Yes, please. For your majesty. Devourer showed no signs of being attacked. He was still jesting despite his dying state. With Stormwind's massive body on the brink, he still had the energy to joke. Are you all still alive? Gwyn was mentally shocked. Moreover, she witnessed her comrade's death for a second time. It was the death of an old soldier she respected. Plus Devourer's taunting gaze. Her legs immediately moved firmly and steadily. But evil still held her back. No! No! Gwyn! She can't win against him. But Gwyn's anger and hatred erupted completely. Zeus' words could no longer stop her from standing up to fight for revenge. She ignored the captain's attempts to stop her, determined to move forward. That didn't matter anymore. Standing before Devourer's formidable entity, Gwyn was not afraid at all. Her steel arms glowed with all their power. Loomer entered the black mana stream of Devourer. With a strong and determined attitude, she left one last message for her comrades. Because I am a hero. Gwyn charged into the dark mana field, determined to protect everyone today even if it meant sacrificing herself. A hero is someone who always protects others. The collision of their powers created an unusually powerful shockwave. C64, a pile of B mana stones planted on the cart. This amount would definitely last for a long time. Rinny lay lazily on the cart, laughing with joy she had never felt before. Ah, they are beautiful and sparkling. Your Majesty, leaning back to rest without answering. Leaving behind the ruins of a recent battle, 3 people sat on a wooden cart filled with R8 mana stones. Devourer lay back after a long and exhausting fight, summarizing his day. We're not here for this. But Renee didn't care much about it. She chimed in cheerfully. We still made quite a bit of profit, right? Isn't that true? Devourer nodded in agreement. That's right. Well, not bad. Devourer looked satisfied at the sparkling green stones and picked up one to fondle as he spoke. Indeed, it still does a good job before the mana runs out. Fill it with mana when we get back. You casually threw the small stone on your hand into the bag. Not participating in the main battle made Ryan able to observe the Devourer's condition easily, hence her honest words. It took him a lot of time to reveal his true form. The Devourer picked up other stones and tightly ranged them. Well, we can't just stomp on them. The Devourer tightly packed the stone as if wanting to crush it. Mouth dry, but thinking about the trouble he caused me. Eyebrows furrowed high again. Eyes layered with deep thoughts. Words truly analyzed. How should I say this? Killing them like this is a waste. Somewhere else, between the graveyard connected to the Black Knight Memorial Hall, where the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the Black Knights are buried, the oppressive atmosphere made it hard to breathe. A green flower gently fell into the grave and onto the solemn coffin that had just been lowered. A delicate girl in a light blue dress stood beside the graves. Today, Gwyn, who usually fought bravely, was wearing her white-green dress, holding a blue daisy. Clearly sad, a voice suddenly came from behind, remembering the raid team that faced the ancient core, Gwyn. A tall and strong man approached Gwyn and continued, "This time we only lost 4 members and 1 creation." The man was a member of the Azure Falcon Knights Guild, Barrett Kill, who comforted her. "Thanks to you, we've been in Paris Q." Regardless of whether Gwyn forgave herself or not, he smoothly changed the topic with praise. "That flower is beautiful." Footsteps slowly approached from behind. Both turned their heads at the same time. Barrett Kill suddenly appeared and comforted her. "Gwyn, I bet everyone feels grateful." But Gwyn found it very hard to overcome the guilt even though it wasn't her fault. Still tightly holding the green flower as if embracing love. Eyes narrowed, eyebrows furrowed, lips pressed together to suppress the overflow of emotions. Weak voice trembling, impossible. Purple eyes glistening with tears, falling in guilt and remorse. The tremor in her words couldn't be hidden. "Everyone must blame me." In Gwyn's mind, memories of fallen comrades during the battle under the Lady and Devourer's blade play out. If this story were to start again, if I had arrived just a bit earlier, Gwyn's legs couldn't hold her anymore, knees buckling but hands still cherished the green flower as if it was real. If I were stronger, I could have defeated the lady. The image of Aina laughing and joking with her iron shield in peaceful days flashed through Gwyn's mind, becoming a double-edged sword slicing into her heart. And if I were even stronger, Gwyn gritted her teeth. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed her from head to toe. The shadow of Bariscule was the final nail in the psychological defense wall of Gwyn's mind. She loudly expressed her suppressed feelings. "Surely, I could have killed Devourer and saved everyone." Tears flowed uncontrollably down her gentle face, a miserable expression. My words were cut off halfway. Barrett Kill interrupted. She would defeat him. "I believe one day, you will be able to defeat the Devourer." The 3 looked at the grave, where a coffin of one of the fallen soldiers was carefully buried under white shrouds. This explains why they fought so fiercely for that victory. Barrett Kill sat down and hugged Gwyn comfortingly. She sobbed uncontrollably, holding tightly to the blue daisy. Softly she said, "You must forget what happened, Gwyn." Finally, Gwyn couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Crying on Barrett Kill's strong shoulder, Gwyn cried uncontrollably, still holding the blue daisy tightly. Blue daisies fell from the vase in the command room. The atmosphere inside the commander's room was no better than outside. Darkness filled the room with suffocating air. She sat blankly on the chair. How did I survive? Why? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, eyes dazed and confused. The biggest question was why Devourer didn't kill him. He remembered that encounter. Clearly Devourer could have killed him. So why didn't he attack? Why did he let him go safely back? Surely, it was a perfect opportunity to kill him. The final scene of the dream battle replayed in his memory. When Devourer charged, Gwyn also rushed to prepare for the decisive battle. Then an intense battle broke out. The green and blue light suddenly entwined. Devourer angrily muttered, "HMPH, boring and tedious." Gwyn returned to Ark's position after fighting, suspiciously asking if it was a teleportation spell. Devourer's call successfully caught Ark's attention. "Hey, you, the black-haired boy." It seemed that in his mind, Devourer's voice had transformed into its human form standing atop a high mountain like a tiny creature in Svartkhon Ark's palm. Devourer opened wide its mouth revealing sharp white teeth against dark skin, the typical appearance of a demon. with unclear words written on its lips. Ark was now confused, unable to remember what Devourer said, as if an ancient monster wanted to tell him something. Exhausted, Ark leaned back in his chair and rode his horse backward. I want to investigate further, but too many eyes are watching. I can't act. He turned the chair to look through the transparent glass, gloomily noting he couldn't even attend his subordinate's funeral. As everything seemed helpless, he stood up and muttered under his breath, "From now on, I'll take over reporting duties." But before he could go far, his large body swayed unsteadily. Leaning on the table to avoid falling was only a temporary solution. His vision gradually blurred as if something was attacking his body. Feeling the darkness, he took hold of the half-burned candle and stumbled forward. Suddenly, his eyes felt like they might burst. He took some time to approach the mirror in the corner, intending to use the weak light from the candle to examine his eyes. But his left eye was normal. Nothing happened to both of them. The demon was surprised. Just a pain from being too tired? Why? Suddenly, Deval's entity flashed past him, if waking up something inside him. Fear instantly overwhelmed his mind, causing him to fall backward with the candle dropping onto the ground uncontrollably. His vision darkened further. Black smoke gradually obscured it until only darkness surrounded him. Suddenly, Jairot appeared before him, looking concerned and kind, as if asking about his health. "Are you okay, Captain?" He mumbled in confusion. "Jairot." He woke up unconscious on the cold stone floor. With Jairot's support, he managed to get up a bit more easily. The same state of mind still surrounded him. "Did I just faint? How long has it been?" Thinking he was settled, a cough suddenly struck. He couldn't hold back the cough and started to cough violently, coughing several times until his lungs hurt. To his surprise, it wasn't just dry coughing but also coughing up a large amount of blood. The blood was still mixed with clots. Seeing the fresh blood, Jairot was scared. He hurriedly asked, "Captain, are you okay?" Not only didn't answer, but also coughed up more blood on his hand. The white gloves were now stained red. Jairot couldn't hold it back and urgently called out, "Hey there, call the medic." He weakly held onto the other hand not covered in blood, musing silently. I understand now. It's not that he didn't kill me." Looking at his left hand drenched in fresh blood. Damn it! That bastard! Realizing Devourer had given him a condition to spare his life. "You have 6 months and now." Understanding that coughing up blood was the first sign of becoming a demon sent by Devourer, it has already taken over one eye. Soon it will take over his entire body. The broken glass scattered on the floor under the deputy commander's feet. She stared at the fragments, then stood silently thinking. Then she sat down and said, "Illusionary garbage, are you getting worse?" "ADAP, we're used to it, so it's fine." He continued, "I should feel lucky that I can still see people like before." Guo stood up straight upon hearing this. Later, she said, "For days have passed, so it's just a matter of time now. The treatment isn't working. The symptoms aren't improving. And we haven't even found the cause yet." Ak said, "That means modern medicine can't solve this situation." He angrily thought that whoever left this behind was the Devourer, and maybe there's no way to cure it. He decided that with things at this point, he only had one choice. Then he ordered the Black Panther deputy commander to tell Guo, "From now on, nobody is allowed to know about my condition." Of course, not even Gui. Gadget said, "The apocalypse will be complete before I die, and for that purpose, we'll prioritize restoring the destroyed masterpiece and the lost forces of the Night Order. I'll handle the Night Order myself. I'll focus on the talents you've been eyeing." She continued, "They left a few hours ago, so maybe some teams have already approached their target by now." Ak thought, "I was wondering where Gwen and a few others went. When did that happen?" Then he scolded Guo. "Didn't you think to report it properly before starting?" She replied frankly, "I don't think reporting to a superior in such a bad state would make any difference. It will only complicate things more. After everything is over, I'll write a detailed report. Maybe I'll have to leave for a while." Ak was furious after hearing this. He said, "You!" She gave a sinister smile, turning back and saying, "Because on the way here, I saw the one you hate most coming towards us. He was scared upon hearing this. His voice trembled as he asked, "What do you mean?" She said. Then she left immediately after that. Ak said, "By the way, don't use magic in the base without permission." Then there was a knock on the door outside. He invited them in. At this moment, an old man entered. "He is Pope Urnesia III. He said, 'Hello, team leader. I heard you just arrived here. Hope the old man's comfort will lessen your sorrow a bit.'" Ak replied, "What do you know?" Then he stood up and approached the old pope. Maybe after being a priest for too long, he always lies terribly. He continued, "Are you here just to hear my answer, right?" The old man answered, "That's true." He asked further, "Why not someone else instead of us?" "I want the HL Knight Order. Edelbrecht, the strongest army in the empire, will support us, just like that." The old pope answered, "In this empire now, religion is only a tool to maintain relations with the Holy Empire. But in reality, we are an organization being secretly oppressed." He continued, "Sometimes, our lives are considered worth no more than a noble's name." Ak replied, "You're saying it as if we were forcing your doctrines on them. Even if the city really exists in this empire, our position is the emperor himself." The old man slapped his hand on the table and laughed. "Exactly, of course." Then he gave a sinister smile and said, "Things are like this now, but not for long," spreading wide his arms and speaking loudly. "After that, we will be able to escape this oppression and spread our doctrines widely." Ak said, "It sounds like a holy war is about to break out today." He replied, "You're jumping to conclusions too quickly. I can't even hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword." Then he continued to smile eerily and spoke on, "Just like this moment now, Captain." He looked at the old man with a cold gaze. He continued speaking, "It seems your condition isn't good today, so I'll go first. Hopefully you can follow God's will tomorrow." Then he slammed the door shut. The evil one sat alone in thought. The answering, "All right, next time I'll use a different approach to respond to him." Thinking of this, he exuded an extremely terrifying demonic aura. Cut to where the fellow with bones is now at the fourth room. The bone man said to the meow girl, "Her name escapes me." Then he looked around and continued, "From now on, you'll be in charge of this room and your pet demon." The little girl got excited and asked back, "Really?" Then she and the dog jumped up and down happily. "I like it." She hugged her dog and said with happiness, "This is the famous ancient core, just like a dream, right?" She was enthusiastic. "We can rebuild the entire castle in this room. Let's think about how to decorate it." The bone man told the men, "Good thing she likes it." The men replied, "Do you like it too, huh?" The bone man responded, "Of course. It's worth killing for. Z has found an excellent gatekeeper." The men said, "You're talking about to MNS, right?" The bone man replied, "Yes. Actually, just having to MNS is enough. I didn't name it." "Not really. What I mean is that the demon in this room is sufficient. I didn't give it a name." "Don't look at me." Frost said, "If I'm not mistaken, Melgia led it here and named it Mendab, right?" Frost heard this and was speechless. Melgia really has good taste in subordinates, but her naming skills are, Dup is correct, but she doesn't seem to know the real name of the dog. Frost said, "Well, maybe it's not the right time yet. One day she will find out." Renee approached and said, "Sir Deverer, I've ranged the golem in room 3. The monostone used as energy source is fully charged and hidden inside the wall, so normal people won't be able to find it." He patted the girl's head and said, "Well done." This made her laugh happily. He continued, "Renee, this time you've worked hard and completed everything very well." The girl thanked him shyly. Frost said, "I'm sorry to say this, but I've seen this scene many times. You two haven't changed at all, right?" Then he shouted loudly, "Even the headache I get every time I see this is exactly the same. Poor Frost." He then turned to face them and said, "I can't bear to look anymore, so let's cut straight to the point. The two of you are confused about the main issue." Frost said, "Z, this time." Before he could finish, Min interrupted him. "Forget it. Then Trung made a dumbfounded face and said, "If we have to go out, I won't do it." Frost replied, "That's right, Min is always stupid. Here, here." Frost continued, "This time, don't step out of the dungeon. A lot has happened before, hasn't it? And this time you even destroyed an entire city." The fellow with a sad face replied, and it seems that other sudden events have been heard about too. They think your actions were very unusual." Mr. Shuang continued, showing a look of extreme discomfort and said, "So what? Did they want to meet us face to face to complain?" Mr. Shuang replied, "That's right." The two people turned back to look at Mr. Shuang in surprise. Mr. Shuang continued, "We have contacted Ms. Ba Tozi. Other prisoners had a lot of things they wanted to say to the boss on that day. He was tired and frustrated. It was too much trouble. Then he sat down and asked, 'When are they coming?' He was told today." All three stood in silence for a moment before remembering. After that, everyone calmed down. "Really?" Cell 66, the multi-eyed monster, laughed loudly. "Indeed, home is best." Suddenly, the red-haired girl kicked the monster and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" She looked at everyone as if cleaning up for the year-end, then continued to kick the monster and showed discomfort. "It's not even close to the end of the year." This made the blue-haired girl flinch. "The big bosses often gather together," said the skeleton guy, "but not necessarily. If you talk about a gathering like Judica, there isn't one. Judica aims to unify the Demon King clans. But the big bosses differ greatly in type and nature from dungeon to dungeon." The girl's eyes lit up. "So this is unprecedented. I will witness a historic moment right now." The skeleton guy thought, "A historic moment?" Then he said, "Well, you're not wrong. I've never heard of any gathering of the masters of the big bosses before." The skeleton guy continued, "Well, this also means that our bot has been causing trouble recently. Looking at the letter we received this time, you can tell. It even didn't ask for permission or reveal the purpose of its visit to the core ancient dungeon." The girl said there was no respect. The skeleton guy repeated, "Right?" Then he tightly gripped the letter and threw it behind him. Impolite. He then threw it back. Unruly. The girl looked at the skeleton guy, seeing the letter crumpled up and thrown into nearby boxes. Her face turned serious. Suddenly, they received a report. "Mr. Patrick, it seems there's an intruder." The skeleton guy told the girl, "Melge will inform everyone about this news." The girl sent the dog to respond. "Understood." Then he said, "I'll go check what's happening." Then he showed a very scary face, explaining why these guests came here. In this Central Kingdom Alliance area, a group of people were pulling a cart across the desert. The Great Desert is the largest trade route spanning 5 kingdoms. Suddenly, the driver exclaimed, "The ground is shaking." Suddenly, right in front of their vehicle, there was a large chunk of earth rising high. He gasped, "Oh, what's that?" Then he fell to the ground. Dundazzi said, "I mean, what is that thing?" Now, a monster resembling a worm with 3 teeth on top pops up from underground. It's getting dark somewhere at night. A man holds a torch high. Conquer the dungeon and reclaim our land. The enemy are just huge sharp insects. With elite forces selected from 5 kingdoms, we'll drive out those vile creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was massacred by the monsters. The man's torch-holding arm is severed. Everyone's cries of despair. "No help now. I don't want to die like this." Those bitten by insects will soon die. The man holding the torch trembles in front of the monsters. How can they have an army 10 times larger than ours? Here, here. He falls down as he speaks. This is a nightmare. He's getting big. Something is approaching now. That's the desert ruler. The monsters look at it in fear. Despair has engulfed all 5 kingdoms. The skeleton guy runs to that place. The movement seen in the video is very clear. Then he ran and thought, stopping there. In front of him stands the worm-like monster from before. It says, "Not all monsters have recovered yet." Suddenly, a voice before his mind. Some insect monsters can steal voices from those they devour. No, more importantly, after its words, it's measuring the power of the ancient core. We must act before the boss appears. Our guy is moving slowly. What are you two doing? Making love or something? This startles both the skeleton and the monster. Following them are Rennie and Melch. The Devourer awaits us. The skeleton guy tells Min to fall back. I'll handle this. Min is surprised. Why? Then the monster speaks again. Oh my god. It continues. Long time no see. Happy you're still healthy. Min says, Hexabelle, you've grown up, haven't you? The girl replies, me. Don't talk to a lady like that. This old teacher, he says, Tanger has heard some news about you. Seems more famous now. How's it going these days? I'm fine. Thank you for teaching. The girls here are speechless. Clearly still good. Renee June exclaims, lady. Then he introduces, hello, this is the old gatekeeper of ancient times, Hexabelle. The monster shyly says, hello, sorry for the late introduction. I'm Hexabelle from Hell's Cut. This scares all three of them. The red-haired girl says, so in summary, you Hexabelle are the gatekeeper who protected the blue path before I arrived. Was restoring the monsters just out of concern for our dungeon's safety? She thinks to herself, that's amusing. The skeleton guy says, you've stayed silent during our fights because you're shy. Min asks, is that so? The monster shyly replies, I didn't know what to say in the first meeting. The skeleton guy gets angry. Why didn't you tell us? Min answers, yeah, I was too lazy and forgot to mention it. The skeleton guy sighs, even though you're an old gatekeeper and close with our boss, now you're the master of another great abyss. We can't be complacent. The monster says, I'm your biggest fan, Patrick sir. This makes him uncomfortable. Yes, they say when using a sword, you are unparalleled, thus earning the titles Swordmaster and the Strongest Death Knight despite being just a skeleton. Right, it's an honor to meet you. The skeleton guy is overjoyed by this. He then smiled happily. Just treat this like home and feel at ease, madam. And thus, the psychological manipulation was successful. Then he boasted to everyone proudly that you heard right. The owner of another dungeon is a fan of mine. The two girls were speechless. You made me embarrassed. Then the creature asked the two girls, and who are you? One girl replied, Renhere. My name is King Melch. I'm not feeling well because my wife is growing, she said fearfully. Renee then said, excuse me, but Hexabelle, aren't you the mother of all insects? You just introduced yourself as a lady. What's your gender? The monster replied, yes, I am a woman. I understand now. Renee responded. Then the girl got angry and emitted a strong aura. So Hexabelle, you are close with Deverell, right? Melch said to Miss Renee, from my past dating experience, they already had an inappropriate relationship. The bone man quickly covered the girl's mouth. Melch never dated anyone before. Renee was now red-eyed with anger. Patrick, that is a bug. The bone man trembled and said, wait, Renee. Patrick, are you playing with me? Of course, I have no dating experience but. Then the bone man tried to mediate. Sorry for this chaos. Everyone seems a bit tense because of the unexpected arrival of another creature without permission. The monster was speechless upon hearing that. I really just came to see you after a long time. Then the monster continued. Of course I am. Scene transition to some cave. There's a girl with purple hair and two horns on her head. That must be the famous ancient core. This time, I will definitely warn the ancient creature not to cause any trouble anymore. Ancient dungeon boss. Maga Iziadaka, rank 67. In the dungeon, Hellcat Maga, amidst the grand and cold snowy mountains. The space is covered in white snow and northern winds. It's time to leave. Ajidahaka, our lord, the head follower kneels down and asks respectfully, Aji. Ajidahaka stands in the palace, with a proud voice saying, when Erebus and Bodhi Swallow, two great dungeons, clashed without reason, a silent war erupted, an enigma that can never be solved. The same goes for this event. You remember, thick smoke enveloped everything. The town became hazy, like a nightmare. Aji slowly turned around, each step echoing on the cold ice floor, with sharp eyes. We cannot let it linger forever. Aji seems to be standing in front of some cave entrance. The wind whips past. In her mind, a familiar image appeared. A dragon with ultimate power, eyes filled with hatred. I am Aji Dahaka, master of the White Mountains and the strongest dragon. I cannot let others look down on me, Aji said proudly. Look at this, Fafnir said to Ozzy, eyes wide open. Fafnir innocently showed off her tail to Ozzy, waving it around and saying, I can turn into a human too. Look at this. Look at my tail. Cool, right? Fafnir was still very excited about her tail. Meanwhile, Ozzy sighed in helplessness at Fafnir's discovery, muttering, probably cool. Ozzy transformed into a dragon and headed towards the distance with a cold expression. She thought, I planned to go alone. Fafnir, with a feminine look, chased after on her cloud unwillingly. She couldn't really make Fafnir leave. Crossing through sunlit forests, Ozzy forced Fafnir's will. Fafnir, you can call me ZEP or Master. In public? No need to wait for your thoughts. Fafnir quickly responded. Yes, she is the mistress. The whole way, Fafnir kept jumping back to its own tail. Mistress, do you notice my tail looks smaller? It's cool, right? Aziz didn't pay much attention to a kid's words and just replied casually. Huh, it must be cool. Neither of them knew someone was always following from behind. Hidden among the trees, one foot appeared. Ahead, Aziz remained half worried, half excited. Huh, it must be cool. Carrying a kid in her meeting with the Absol clusters, she wandered in thought. HMPH. And the one daring to show that threatening attitude during Cluster A's meeting. Ozzy realized something. This person is from the Abyss, Nyakambi AL. Cluster Kuruk. Ozzy added, so this name belongs to the cluster of Nyakamo. On the outside, it looks like an Eros, but he's strong enough on his own to become a cluster by sheer power. I can't believe we met him first. Despite looking that way, Fafnir is much stronger than ordinary dragons. Azir arrogantly declared to the Carrot cluster leader, I won't listen to you. Same for Fafnir. With the mistress's support behind him, it dared to defy. RAVR. I won't listen either. Kuruk, with a stern face, warned Azir. Good then. But remember this. The Dragon King. Your teammates could die at any moment. Azir grew angry. That guy. His expression just now. She pondered, turning to Fafnir and said, Fafnir, no matter what happens, stay by my side. Got it? Fafnir, yes, mistress. Alright, let's go. Ozzy turned back to remind Fafnir and walked with 2 legs. He's stubborn and won't listen to me. Using Avacap would be easier. Entering the cave, darkness enveloped the entire space. There was nothing here. Ozzy opened the book, repeatedly checking it, making sure the book said that this demon cave had hundreds of gemstones, but none were here. Strange, Kuruk didn't know much about it, seeing the book for the first time. He hazily deduced based on remaining traces that, well, they must have been swept clean by something. Ozzy doubted this couldn't be true. This place is an ancient core of power. It's not a third-class dungeon where forgotten monsters were dealt with for a long time. The situation became precarious. Clearly, it was a trap. They intended to check on us. Ozzy the great hero? I won't forgive any day. Ozzy began to get angry. She resolved to go deeper inside, believing she would definitely find something. But someone said there's nothing here. Lord, it must be the curious Kureg. Every time he opens his mouth, it's a question. Is this golem sleeping? Aji speculates that maybe this is part of the test. Aji becomes even more angry. How dare they? Do you still want to play with us? Aji Dahaka, how long until now? That disrespect only stokes the hatred in Aji. If that's what you want, I'll retaliate. Aji's cold gaze turns into resentment. Her anger makes her unleash a spell to destroy everything. I'll burn this place as a joke. As Aji prepares to destroy the place, someone suddenly speaks up. What are you doing? I came here after Mel said so. Someone else continues speaking. They all turn around. You must be Aji Dahaka, right? Heikat points at Aji as he says this, seeing her go with Kuruk. Heikat, the critic, asks again, and you're Kuruk, right? Are you two coming together? Before Aji can answer, Kuruk answers with a numb gaze. We only met at the gate. Oh! Good thing the others are waiting for us for 2 days. Let's head there and start then. Patrick acts like a host welcoming guests. Both Ozzy and Kirik hear this. Tongthan asks again, what? Fafnir doesn't care. It's focused on some of Patrick's bones. X10 bone. Patrick understands the issue. He explains to the other two. What do you think? Of course. This is the first meeting of all demon lords. Inside the room where the meeting will take place, all the clans are gathering here. The atmosphere is tense. Fan Inga is worried. Lord, what should we do? Ozzy speaks slowly. If my guess is right, most of them gathered here after Swallow's anger. She adds more. Then there's only one thing to do. No more resentment. Ozzy's eyes shine with determination. Even if we have to face Swallow, we must unite to stop his rage. Ozzy gives a slight laugh. As expected, she probably knew this would happen. Ozzy looks at each person, starting with the boss of CHITE. It seems everyone has something against him. When it comes to Kirik, I'm not sure what he thinks. Line 60 completed. And Kathashable, boss of hell, Patchett steps out and says, thank you for waiting. Ozzy thinks to herself, finally he's here. The most anticipated one has arrived. You step out to see how he is, like. Azzy looks directly at that person with a mix of surprise and amazement on his face. She stands still in place. A man in a black undershirt steps out, his head bowed down. No one can see his face. He looks pretty cool. Turns out, this is the Black Disaster. Azzy shivers and exclaims, indeed, he's the strongest Hell Master. Tall and sharp-featured, with orange eyes full of cold indifference. 3 pairs of glasses respectfully greet their master. Zeep, Swallow replies coldly. Yeah, he arrogantly sits on his meeting chair. Behind him are 2 attendants. The atmosphere becomes more tense. For bosses at the corners of the table look at each other. And are you okay? Ozzy worries to herself. What if he gouged out my eyes? In this silent room, only the sound of wind can be heard. Courageously, Aji Dahaka, the dragon representative, steps forward. Aji comforts herself. Everyone probably feels the same but must remain silent due to his pressure. She decides she'll be the first to speak and stands up. But before she can finish her thought, someone interrupts. I have nothing to say. Uzbek says, I came here because I heard you all gathered. But why isn't anyone saying anything? Ozzy bluntly asks. Came to play? Uzbek can't keep calm. He starts to get defensive. You're the problem here. When are you going to pretend to be here? Fulfill your duties as the master of this place. Swallow speaks with a lazy tone. Wow, I just took a little nap. Uzbek doesn't let him finish his sentence. You're silent because you're tired, right? Oh my god. Keep your body, please. Ozzy is extremely flustered realizing the relationship between the Castle Chime Master and Swallow seems close. It's irrational. The Castle Chime Master, who is also a familiar of Swallow, and they look so close too. Not just that. Hexabel, the duplicate of Hellcath, steps out and calls Swallow Sensei. I have nothing to say either. I came here to meet my sensei. Ozzy thinks to herself. Sensei, Hexabel of Hellcath is a disciple of the monster Bode. It seems she's going from surprise to surprise. The tension gradually eases. Aspith starts to get bored. Nothing to be happy about. What was I doing here? Suddenly, someone speaks up. Sing a song. Oh, right. That girl seems to have a lot to say. Let her speak first. Everyone's eyes are on Ozzy. They agree with that too. Of course. Go ahead. Ozzy clutches the hem of her dress, showing tension, trying to calm herself down. I have to speak up, even though Fafnir is watching. The one next to Fafnir is looking at her too. Seems very worried. Master. Ozzy tries to appear calm, returning to the cold image everyone knows her for. Ozzy states firmly, I will declare war on the Empire. Suddenly, hey, that's not me. It's me. Kirik speaks up. I sent a message to everyone to the Ancient Core. Kirik reveals his true purpose. I gathered you all here for support. He continues. I will get straight to the point. Before winter ends, we of BL, with our hollow eyes and half-covered faces, boldly declare that We will destroy the Empire. Number 68 in silent darkness. Drops of water fall from the stone crevices with a plop. The four bosses still sit there. The silence is eerie. Only the sound of swirling water remains. Uzbek's familiar voice speaks up. So, what do you want? Military Academy, right? No! Kirik replies. It's simple. Don't interfere in our war. Although Kirik says this to all the bosses, he really means Swallow. He doesn't seem too bothered. His face still shows a cold indifference. One side is Kirik pretending everything is fine, but somewhere there's a bit of worry. Suddenly, Hisabel breaks the tension. Sorry to interrupt, but do you know how long until winter comes? Black Potato answers quickly. 1 month. He knows exactly what he intends to do in 1 month, so his timing is precise. No need to wait for anyone's reaction. Kirik emphasizes again seriously. I repeat. His voice echoes throughout the cave. We, the people of Nikambiel, will destroy the Empire. Each word gets louder, the cave amplifying his words like a megaphone. In 1 month, as time shifts from past to present, we have completed all our preparations. The space he refers to is the entire Earth. His army's flag has been raised. Hung announced that all Nikambiel warriors were just waiting for my order to attack, surrounding where Kirik's army had set up camp here. After Hexabel heard this, you won't be able to defeat the Empire just based on orc numbers, 200,000 or 300,000. The Empire has millions of soldiers ready for battle. His tone slightly mocking. Kirik remained determined. This was their only chance. Taking advantage of their chaos, he tried not to let Hexabel's words discourage him. After the fall of Riaz and the incident at Nyx, he continued, adding more as he spoke. As Kirik said this, he turned his face in another direction. His voice was full of implication. I've also formed an alliance with a human empire that shares our goals. Aziz, Bajig, and Hexabel all seemed to realize something. A glint appeared in their eyes. People, a sharp voice spoke up. Alliance with humans. The space was filled with resentment. Red smoke spread across the battlefield. It seemed like a full-scale battle was just waiting for an opportunity to erupt. The ground shook. Tiny sparks shot out. A voice echoed from a corner of the room. Hey, if you want to fight, go outside and do it. Kirik glanced at Swallow's face. Taking advantage of the situation, he told him not to cause trouble in our house. Good. Everyone turned their gaze towards Swallow. Who wants to fight with me? As he spoke, his eyes lit up. The palace boss looked helpless and only said one thing. Humph, I have nothing to say to a traitor from the... Suddenly someone shouted, Code Battery. See you later. Hexabel usually doesn't participate much in debates, but she loves saying irrelevant things that surprise everyone, somewhat easing the tension. Patrick seemed to have realized something. Mumbling, I feel. Everything should end like this. The space color gradually faded into the walls. In the cave, a faint light from outside shone in. You want them to leave. They've already left. Patrick hurriedly ran to Swallow's side. He himself sat lazily on a chair, speaking sarcastically. He said as if he was just sending them away. Patrick thought maybe he has allied with a quite strong empire. Slightly frowning after a while, his face showed boredom. Overthrowing the empire is a common goal for many. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Perhaps he's too used to people plotting against the empire. The skeleton laughed foolishly. His words were unclear, either mocking or praising. You're the only one in this world who can say that. Patrick stood up and walked out. Patrick's eyes lit up. Not now, he muttered. At least that's true. In the sky, all was covered by dark purple clouds. Back then, when he said to destroy the empire, would he really destroy it? Ozzy pondered for a moment. I also want to do that. I also want to destroy those humans. But Ozzy paused, realizing that overthrowing an entire empire isn't easy. Recalling Kirik's words, he said, Good, but remember Dragon King. You might lose your teammates in a moment of carelessness. His eyes were clearly serious. There was no threat in his words. These words made Ozzy even more doubtful. Originally, overthrowing the empire was already difficult. Kirag's words made sense. She became even more uncertain. Does this have anything to do with what he said back then? Ozzy exclaimed. Humph, what is that? Ozzy saw something. Hisabel and Kirak too. They didn't know if it was by chance or on purpose. Because when in the cave, Ozzy remembered that she had separated from them. Why are they together now? In the southeast of Yibap Empire, snow covered the town white. In a place like a small inn, she didn't eat anything. The voice of a man asked persistently, I don't want to eat. The other replied, the area is empty around us. No one else was there except them. We are the only customers here. Maybe it's too early in the morning. How long will you keep doing this? The red-haired man asked. He is a member of the Barrack Q Falcon Knight team. The other is the commander of the Black Panther Regiment, Gin Historia. With his eyes dark and tired from staying up for several nights, he said, eating won't help bring back your teammates. He continued, I know why Gareth told you to come here. The others went to search for Scene's whereabouts. Gwyn stared blankly at the table without touching any food. When mentioning Scene, a light suddenly flashed in Gwyn's eyes. The knight sarcastically said, Now, are you interested in hearing about another hero they're talking about? He is an enigmatic figure. What these figures have in common is their mysterious black cloaks. Maybe they are hiding somewhere. Gwyn might have figured something out. Can we summon them? The knight raised his eyebrows slightly. If we find them, maybe. At least give us some way to contact them for easier search. The man stood up and tapped the table. By the way, don't leave until you finish eating. I have to go do my work now. Gwyn was still lost in thought. She subconsciously replied, Where's the owner? Suddenly someone shouted, and a man hurriedly ran over where he had been called. Here, what happened? God, a golden-haired chef, sturdy and without any worry, stepped out of the kitchen door. We need to find someone. We received information that he is here. Have you seen anyone who looks like this? The man looked up, his calm but deep eyes like an endless abyss. The chef remembered, knowing a refusal couldn't be easily dismissed. I might not have met him before. After all, I can't remember everyone's appearance. The knight sarcastically said, Really? Did he recognize something? Yes. Strange. A deathly scene appeared. He took a step back, his eyes sharp like a knife. Because you look very similar to the person we're searching for. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. He pursed his lips, continuing, Should I call you the chef? Or former hero Razmer? Razmer's eyes filled with worry as he paused and narrowed them slightly. He replied in a low voice, I don't understand what you're saying at all. He smiled provocatively. Did you say that after blocking my sword with a kitchen knife? We need your help with something. Razmer put down the knife, turned to face me, and swiftly chopped back at the knight's sword. I refuse. I haven't even told you what it is yet. Razmer doesn't want to hear any more explanations. He shrugged and chuckled lightly. The palace, I also need to retreat to the backstage for a rest and recuperation. The knight didn't know what else to say. He just laughed awkwardly. Ha ha! He turned around, walked towards the door, before throwing in one last light remark for the night. Alright, go back when we're still having fun. Suddenly, he burst into an incomprehensible laugh. He exclaimed, Gareth said you could chop me into 100 pieces. They also told me what to do if you refuse. This is more comfortable now. Ever since he was refused, he's only been saying incomprehensible things like the 36 tricks. Razmer stood dumbfounded, unable to understand the tricks this guy was pulling, muttering under his breath, but I'm not. 69 acceptance, Barrack Q threw his weapon back and it emitted a red blood-colored aura. He stood facing Razmer, who only had a small knife in hand. Bari's keel stabbed fiercely as he introduced himself. I'm Bari's Sikiel from the Harkling Knight Legion. Meanwhile, Razmer calmly responded, I'm Razmer, the chef, inwardly wondering what kind of metallic sound that was. His eyes then shone brightly. Take your strength back. Forget it. It doesn't matter anyway. Then Razmer unleashed a powerful punch. Bari's keel was knocked off his feet by the fifth punch, and the house shook from the strong aura, causing debris to fall. A cloud of smoke obscured the view inside, while Razumir retracted his hand and said, It's been a long time since I used such strength. My power control isn't good anymore, but at least I didn't puncture the wall. He then looked forward thoughtfully, paused. Meanwhile, Gwen Historia approached to check on her teammate and asked, Are you alright? The barricade was knocked over and it's a bit uncomfortable. Razumir marveled inwardly. That girl, she's quite far away yet moved so quickly. He praised, Your movements aren't bad. Razumir reminded Gwen Historia as they advanced forward, Be careful. Gwen Historia then stepped forward and said to the History, It's an honor to meet a hero from the previous generation like this. My name is Gwen Historia. Razumir replied with one hand on his hip. Oh wow, the great hero of the Empire came down to meet someone as outdated as me. Huh? She got straight to the point. We have our reasons. The Empire is currently in crisis. Didn't you hear that His Majesty passed away recently? Razumir's face changed slightly upon hearing this. He replied, So it seems the rumors are true. Gwen Historia gently asked again, Will you join us? Mr. Razumir. But unexpectedly, he asked back, Do you know why I'm using a kitchen knife instead of a sword now? Gwen Historia was surprised and confused. Razumir firmly held the small knife and answered, Because we're living in an era of peace. Riaz is now richer and more powerful than any other country. But the Empire's ambitions are pointless. They just push young people to their deaths. Then, with a slightly sad expression of wealth, he bowed his head. Unexpectedly, Gwen Historia asked frankly, Are you rejecting the noble mission of the Imperial prison raid? Razumir laughed in amazement. Haha, sharp-eyed indeed. So, what charge do you plan to bring against me for treason? Gwen Historia raised her cloak, rejecting our polite offer. Her iron arms extended forward. Gwen Historia's face was very serious as she said, I had no choice but to subdue and escort you back to the Empire. Just before the iron arm struck his face, Razumir calmly exclaimed in amusement, Who pays? He easily dodged, barely a few centimeters away. Gwen Historia's attack missed straight ahead. He continued, Youngsters these days are full of energy. But Gwen Historia gritted her teeth and turned back with an even stronger punch. She punched the floor, sending everything on it flying into the air. While attacking, Gwen Historia kept questioning herself internally. Why? Razumir easily dodged the attack. Why didn't my attacks hit him at all? She continued to charge forward in thought. Razumir stepped back to avoid. Rasmus didn't retaliate but let her attack, while he dodged. Boris, the proud one outside, struggled to stand up, holding his painful face. He's handling Gwen like dealing with a child. On this side, Gwen Historia continued her relentless assault, while Rasmus easily avoided her punches. Suddenly, he looked astonished as a hand reached out. Despite knowing it was futile, Gwen Historia angrily and tearfully attacked. Razumir's eyes had become sharper and more serious. She seemed struggling to understand the reason. Finally, she noticed the knife in her hand. Razumir flicked the blade up, sending Gwen Historia flying backward. After landing, Razumir assessed. Her attack was too direct. He continued to spin the knife on his finger, speculating that it might be due to her straightforward nature. But such a simple approach would only cause hesitation when facing an equal or stronger opponent. Gwen Historia didn't know how to respond. That matter. Suddenly, she was sweating as memories of certain shadows came to mind. She moved forward again. Her figure stood ready for battle with Razumir, while he remained calm. From the ground, a voice called out. She picked up her communication device. The other side asked, Are you still there, Razumir? Razumir helplessly replied, Who else is it? The person on this side spoke. Greetings, sir. I am the commanding officer of the Joint Strike Headquarters. Ah, Adalbert G. R. Ari Levi Stain. Razumir replied, Seems you sent them here. Are you trying to persuade me to? Ah, Adalbert G. R. Ari Levi Stain turned to Gwen Historia. Gin, please give us some space. I have a private matter to discuss with Sir Razumir. First, I apologize for contacting you this way due to circumstances beyond my control. I truly wish to speak directly with you. Razumir replied sternly. Unfortunately, there's nothing to discuss with the Emperor's subordinate. Continued. As expected, you still harbor resentment towards the Imperial elite. Due to this matter, his expression changed. He shows he cares about this issue. He says, seems you've checked our background. The other side explains, I would be grateful if you could treat it as minimal attention to chat with you. But this made Razumir angry and exude an aura. If so, you know why we can't return to the Empire. I cut off contact here, but suddenly Edelbrick G. Rural Levi Stain says, not just 6. Razumir was shocked and exclaimed, What? What did you say? From the communication device came names, Jacob, Brenda, Arnold, Kenneth, Weeg, Reinhardt. He asked again, why do you know these names? I replied, not just 6, there are 8 in total. And 2 more were undetected. By now, Bear Gill and Gwen Historia were also very focused and curious. Seeing Jasper's extremely agitated hands on the table, his body exuding a demonic aura. Oh, really? The table he hit cracked, I replied calmly. Yes, and I know their names too. Switching to another space, now showing rocky terrains in the forest. Swallow Devourer is lying on the ground in its original form. Don't do anything. The soldier Patrick sighed. Maybe doing the least work right now is the best way. Hearing this, he continued, think about it. Does it matter if you do something before or after? The soldier agreed, yes. Swallow Devourer continued, but if you start working after the incident, your efforts will be rewarded better. Patrick the soldier sighed, I never thought you had such productive thinking, boss. Hearing those compliments, he was satisfied and smiled proudly. I prefer to enjoy certain happiness now rather than pursue an uncertain future. The sergeant agreed. You have a point there. So for current happiness, I want to request leave from now on. As he said, the soldier pulled out a paper excitedly. Swallow Devourer helplessly said, okay, let me do it. Patrick the soldier turned and said, start with repairing the prison again. Call it self-maintenance if you want. The first and second rooms are also equipped. Swallow Devourer was helpless. Teacher, self-maintenance? But I'm perfect already. Hearing this, Patrick the soldier cut him off sharply. Swallow Devourer quickly jumped up and ran away, saying hurriedly, yes, you want me to check the rooms? After observing ostriches for a while, Swallow Devourer muttered to himself, that damned resignation form. Wait until he's not paying attention. Isn't this the food storage area? I need to consider this too. He diligently checked everywhere. Suddenly, Swallow Devourer exclaimed as if seeing something. Immediately, he called out loudly at Patrick. Patrick the soldier turned and said, oh, boss, you're back sooner than I thought. You're not just doing this for show, right? Swallow Devourer had transformed into a human form. He scratched his head as if sleepy and approached saying, no, it's just that I found the issue earlier than planned. The sergeant was surprised. Issue? What kind of issue? It secretly evaluated His Majesty's demeanor. Swallow Devourer touched his ear and said bluntly, food storage. Messed up already. Saying this, he bent down. The soldier was stunned as the item on his hand fell to the ground. The atmosphere turned silent. 70, the white-haired man with many injuries said, I apologize. May the Devourer rest in peace. The Devourer sat there with a bored expression. Melja's Lymphagria spoke. Could it be that the Monster Guild came directly for food supply issues? The nearby soldier echoed. Unlike other dungeons where we had to seek out the guild to stock up on supplies, here in the Poison Dungeon, our relationship with them is more than just a VIP arrangement. We take care of the love spirits. Meljaj Lymphagria gasped loudly. Is this guild really the top monster guild? The Devourer spoke faintly. By the way, his eyes lingered as he asked, where is it? Hearing that, Agria Kinning-Gat questioned, do you remember a member of our guild? Devourer, the soldier replied, yes, because he was quite talented among the love spirits and ranked fairly high in their favor. The guild master explained, let me explain. A few days ago, there was a raid on supply convoys targeting numerous guilds. Devourer continued his questioning, Not just you but others as well. His sweat dripped as he said, the Oros. The soldier said, it must be the Neocombo. Hearing that name, the guildmaster remembered, you can't take everything. These are supplies for Devourer's war. He said, they tried to stop them, but they didn't listen. Devourer asked seriously, did they kill him? At this point, blue veins appeared on Devourer's face. The guildmaster was startled and replied, no sir, he was taken with the supplies. The soldier questioned, is that true? The guildmaster trembled in fear and answered, yes. How could I deceive you? I am truly sorry. Please take my life and spare the others. Devourer asked, where did they go? The guildmaster couldn't believe his ears and asked again, why? Devourer said, this is more complicated. We thought it was just a supply raid, but Neocombo dared to attack our monster guild for war supplies. The soldier added, we can get the food back, but the real issue is. Devourer continued coldly, well, bring us to the Orochemos. The soldier asked, should I go with you, boss? Devourer said, forget it. Let the guild master take his helmet and run. Alright, if they dare touch our food, we need to teach them a lesson. In the Oros village, while they're roasting meat by the fire, one of them says, that fool, if he had just surrendered his food from the start. Another one says, but that guy claims this is from the dungeon. Suddenly, that guy shouts, shut up. The other growls back, are you a rabbit emperor washing a bunch of rabbit emperors? That guy tries to explain, saying we shouldn't raid supplies, but instead try to cooperate to avoid conflict. The leader sits cross-legged and says, forget it, leader. This isn't the time for kindness. We need to win this month. Even if we're tied up with the dungeon, as long as Gagan is here, it's fine. If you want to play, bring out the ancient monsters from the core of the earth. Wait, will you regret this? Suddenly, someone says, HMPH, who are you? Ha, a human? Hold on, little guy. It's that lovesick demon who ran away. The merchant guild leader stammers, I came to bring him back. That guy laughs and says, you only brought a hired human soldier DNAHS, right? The merchant guild leader shouts, where is he? Oros says, oh, that one with the hat, bring him here. Good for your bravery, here's your reward. Seeing his friend like this, the merchant guild leader worries inside and asks, sir, did you hear me clearly? What did you do to him? Nod cries in pain. Scorvina tells Oros he was causing trouble, so we taught him a lesson. Here, take this. The merchant guild leader rushes over and hugs his friend. Nod not only mumbles in response. Hurry up and run. The merchant guild leader cries. A sharp vortex hits them. They are separated. Seeing this, the merchant guild leader can only hug his friend and cry. No! Oros says fearfully, he's dying anyway, so you should be grateful I let him escape. The cries continue. Nod, please open your eyes. They embrace and weep together. Deveri doesn't witness this as he cuts the man he just decapitated into pieces with his axe. That guy looks back in shock. Huh? Then he fully understands the situation and gets angry. He's so angry, black smoke surrounds him as he says, you shouldn't have done that. Deveri with a deep gaze says, I only meant to warn you for stealing our supplies and insulting the core of the earth. But really, you shouldn't have done it in front of me. Arcee asks fearfully. Don't say you are. The ancient monster says, really, that Devourer guy. Devere shows a hint of aggression and says, translation isn't bad. Orc laughs while falling asleep. Good, I'll just pass out now. Thud, a red-armored creature appears, asking, leader, The orc leader looks around to see his comrades. Well, that guy shouts, the mage said you should translate, not bring me here. The orc says, but before he can explain, a blade slices through him. The leader's sword is covered in blood as he replies, this is Devourer's fault. Ask, responsibility. Yes, I like that phrase because it sounds good. I just came up with it. The creature of Devourer approaches the leader and says, you said you could destroy an empire within a month, right? 20 times. Bring me 20 times the stolen supplies to your place in 1 month. The orc leader thinks, haha, I know where to get that unreasonable amount of food from, but if we refuse and don't provide it, all you or see on this continent will be extinct. Pressing him further, he asks, "What then?" The orc leader thinks, "We only have one option, attack the Empire as soon as possible." After thinking, the URC grows larger. "I understand now. I swear by my name Ka." In a white palace, a voice booms. He crosses his arms and asks, "You didn't just call me here. Yes, I have something to discuss with you too." Inside the forest, a dark voice echoes. "That's right. 3 weeks?" We gave them a deadline of 3 weeks. Countless dead bodies lay scattered. Kurag asked back, "So what if we don't meet the deadline?" Amidst the ruins of a fierce battle, a dark voice replied, "HMM, we know who it is, but we don't want to move too much, and it doesn't necessarily have to be us." The creature with countless black tentacles spoke again. "Right, I have an idea. How about letting the black tentacles do the work?" On the ancient wall, there are records of a creature with many tentacles bringing disaster to living beings. It will devour everything. Don't take your eyes off it. The prosperity ends in decline. Never forget that the battlefield has already been activated. Welcome! The return of the one who started the victorious song, not from a tragic battle. Cheers echoed at the camp. "Welcome! Welcome! Welcome!" Curate sat by the fire and spoke. "This isn't about us." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Didn't you recognize it?" Oros the Elder stepped in and spoke. "I bow before the general." Kuruk said, "No need to be formal. We've studied enough." He replied, "There's nothing wrong. Everything is correct. Everyone here knows this old tale. Precisely about those black tentacles that were central in ancient times and almost wiped out everything on the world." Oros the Elder continued, "If really released into Nikamhan, it will annihilate the Oros clan, not just the Oros, but all life." Kuruk interrupted him. "Enough, no need to say more." He stood up as all Oros clansmen knelt before Kuruk. "General, all of us in Nikamhan await your command." Before his subordinates, Thruming thought, "The Oros clan doesn't like much talk. Swallow." Kuruk declared war. The Oros clansmen shouted loudly, "Kill." It's been a long time since my heart raced so intensely, such a wonderful feeling. Kuruk determined, Kuruk, will complete this mission. He roared, "Humanity, listen up." At the same time, each Oros clan member clapped. They kept clapping. The cheers echoed in the space. The spirit of the Ors tribe has reached its peak. Our Nikamhan forces will surely win. We'll march into your empire and build a new Nikamhan on it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, war is imminent. Razimir asked back. "What? Why? That's too sudden." Iterbarius spoke up. "Explain more clearly. It's a world war, and it won't be easy to win." He chuckled. "A world war, huh?" Razimir turned and said to him, "You've been training to heroes here and suddenly announced there will be a war. Not funny. Tell me the truth. Do you have any evidence?" He replied, "I do, or maybe something similar." He said this, "Are you trying to provoke me?" Itberia said, "It's Pope Uranusia III. He might not use the word war, but he confirmed twice with me that there will be a war, just to me, no one else around." Razimir was surprised. "What? You must have misunderstood something here." He replied, "If you find it hard to believe, you can verify it yourself." "Sion, did you confirm what I said, right?" He replied, "I used magic to check." Rasberg, he's telling the truth. Gadget thought to himself, "When did he come in? I didn't feel anything. Not even seeing him use magic." He was displeased, "Can't believe it. So you want us to become peacekeepers and stop this war like that, right?" Ithaporius responded, "Of course not. I called you here for more important matters." He said seriously, very fond of this kingdom." Razimir rushed over and shouted at him, "You bastard." He grabbed his collar and said, "I'm not here to listen to your jokes, you." Seeing the scar on Iterboria's face, Razimir was speechless. That scar?" He exclaimed, "Yes." "Swallow." Iterborius said at this moment, "You are Summer, please calm down." He continued, "Of course, I'm not used to what I promised you." Then Iterborius showed a badge and said, "Here, these are the 2 names you can never find." Razimir took the badge and Iterborius continued, "All details must be included in it, so let him evaluate on his own." He apologized with a nod. It was my haste. Sorry, Iturburius replied. No problem, I know everything, so I completely understand your anger. Sion asked, are we ready to get down to business? What do you want us to do? Ithaporius said, as I mentioned before, a war is about to break out. I think it's too late to stop it now. So I hope everyone can stand by the Empire in this world war. The situation is extremely tense right now. Saint said, the people car seems not strong enough for a coup. Rasmus agreed, I agree. He thought, he never once showed any interest in me. Euthaporius said, there's a possibility that he has allies. Based on current circumstances, the most likely is the Holy Kingdom, but we still don't have convincing evidence. Jasper suggested, if it really is the criminal kingdom, just write to the Pope and get him removed. He then described his actions. Since we don't know who the Pope's allies are, that's not an optimal solution. Itabrius continued, more importantly, if it involves foreign forces, killing the prince won't stop the war either. Jasper didn't have anything to add after hearing this. Signs used magic to leave and said, so we just need more firepower, right? Got it, I'll go first. He saw that and said, yeah, I doubt I can join him. Rasmus noticed his movement and asked, but are you going like this? Can't figure out why. Iturburius asked again, do you two not know each other? He replied, no, analyzing actions alone. We never worked on any mission together. Since everything returned to normal, I've been busy training that kid, Burn. Iturburius said about Burn. Rasmus responded, it's fine. Didn't he die during the Swallow Purge mission? Yes, his fate was always meant to be like this. He pleaded, about Swallow, I want to ask you something. He was surprised. Not yet. Don't tell me you are. Iturburius responded, yes, it's Swallow. Rasmus said, look at her. Even if I trained her, she would never. He cut off his own words. You're right. She will never surpass him. I know this very well. Hearing this, he was surprised. Looking out the window, Iturburius said, but Historia had to grow up. The natural process was inevitable. Rasmus heard this and silently thought, to perfect. He continued, even if it's impossible, she still has to try. Hearing that, he couldn't help being amazed. Iturburius smiled and said, because I love this kingdom very much. After a while, finally, you opened all the doors as you wished. As he walked with the chicken feather flag, Iturburius said, in the end, war will still break out. She heard that and worriedly asked, can we really do nothing to stop this battle? He replied, no, the only way is to win. In the room were cloths for marking. The chicken feather asked, by the way, I'm curious why Lassimer got that list now. What if he doesn't help us after getting it? Iturburius replied, right now, we need to build trust with him rather than plotting behind his back. He continued, besides, if we don't give it to him, he will find the truth himself that he's still in lies. We can't let him do that. Iturburius stood up and said, chicken feather, this is enough. He clasped his hands and said, please, I hope for good luck for the upcoming battle, and also, Ithaporius knelt before a coffin and prayed, may peace be with our kingdom. A voice echoed, that's it. Somewhere else, Bacchic had a serious expression. Swallow said on one side, what's the matter? I haven't done anything wrong, right? It replied, oh, nothing happened. Bacchic said, my ears are itching. You're helpless. Who has ears anyway? It said, that's true. It does it sometimes, like someone is calling me. Could this be a sign that the mana in our body is awakening? Swallow asked back, don't you know how to use basic magic already? Bacchic found some fake hair and said, but with complex spells like Mel's, it would be much easier. With this, I might become the second Erebos. You're surprised. Can we crush their skull before that happens? In a dimly lit room, I envy the freedom of those who have it. Shorty wondered, what's going on? What is he saying? The other one replied, he must be hallucinating. Forget about it. Continue with the experiment. A laugh echoed. Can someone want freedom? Film wondered. Who is that? The other one was worried. Damn, if he passes out, we can't observe his reaction anymore. That voice said again, freedom is certainly beautiful, but very dangerous. After saying that, does anyone else want something? She replied, I do. A red-clothed man appeared. The voice said, shall we trade then? Then the man approached for his freedom. Suddenly, Nifrim fell down. She woke up from her nightmare in shock. Nifrim gasped, I threw up. In a dark forest, a figure rushed through the forest, leaving behind teammates and running away. Nifrim thought heavily injured. However, that was after removing their names. She shed tears. This isn't what I wanted, Nifrim regretted. Anything is fine except eating one's own kind. Nifrim ran through the dark forest. To survive, I had to remove their names. That skeleton tortured me. The darkness made her trip. I just want to live. There's no other way out. Nifrim struggled to sit up with difficulty. The sound from behind made her jump and turn around in fright. Deep within the dark forest was an empty space. Nifrim panicked and gasped for breath. She immediately turned and ran away. Nifrim saw light ahead. No! She took a step forward. This is something I shouldn't be doing. Nifrim, it's just an excuse. She thought about herself in the dark forest. At this moment, Nifrim's thoughts were chaotic. However, she stopped and realized she needed to survive. Don't do it, stop. 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 Don't do it, 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 stop. Don't do it, stop. Don't do it, stop. Patrick's image appeared and said, I wonder how much one can recover as long as they eat, even if limbs are amputated. The old man continued, what are you waiting for? Swallow them down. There are still 2 of them left. Come on, eat. Nifrim was overwhelmed with guilt and had no choice. Sunlight filtered through the window along with bird chirping. Nifrim jumped up from her kneeling position on the ground, realizing everything that happened was just a nightmare. She vomited violently. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Nifrim kept apologizing. I'm sorry, everyone. After some time at the dining table, the old lady said, eat something, even if you throw it up. Try to eat something. Nifrim replied, okay, don't worry about me. She sat on the table and looked like she wanted to eat. Thank you for the meal. The old lady responded, yes, I'll go out to the fields. Take your time eating. Then footsteps echoed. Immediately, a foot kicked open the door, making it creak. Peso entered and said, it's already evening and you haven't finished breakfast yet. I told you we need to go gather herbs before nightfall. The little girl asked, wait, Grandma, where are you going? The old lady angrily replied, don't make me repeat myself. I'm not deaf. I'll go out to the fields. The old lady continued, stop teasing the child. It's trying to eat. Come here and help me. Bessel asked, what about the wild herbs? Nifrim glared at them as they argued. What herbs are you talking about? I only need to pick grass. I know you just want to go play in the mountains. She pushed past them while they were arguing. When have I ever played before? This time, I'll definitely bring back wild herbs. Bessel struggled against the old lady's restraint and shouted, eat quickly. The brown-haired girl asked, you still don't remember anything, right? She continued, what's your real name and what did you do before? Who knows, when Grandma brought you back, you looked scary. You were wearing armor too, so maybe you're a mercenary? Hearing this, Nifrim pondered. She said, I'm not sure, but it might be something similar. Hearing that, Peso searched for herbs while Lapsular was busy. It's okay, your memory will come back soon. Herbs, medicine. Nifrim replied, yeah. Then a man caught a deer and approached. Bessel, Lancelor, what are you doing here? The little girl was surprised, uncle. Bessel asked, oh, did you just go hunting? The man replied, yes, thanks to the guardian spirit. Hunting has been easier lately. The little girl didn't understand and asked again, guardian spirit. The man said, yeah, with the guardian spirits gone, there are now many animals in the mountains. He recounted, remember that trap outside the wall last time? I saw its mark. I don't know what to kill it with, but I guess it's a guardian spirit. Hearing this, Peso was surprised. Okay. The man quickly reminded her, and remember not to tell Grandma about this. Did you already tell Grandma? The little girl put her hand over her mouth to confirm. Yes, we will keep this a secret. He reminded her to come back before sunset. I'll go first. Bessel said to Fragrance, maybe we should head down now. Lancelot and Nifrim are observing something. She asked Bessel, did the monsters usually approach the village of Aa? The girl replied straightforwardly, no, because people don't run to dangerous places, even though we've been less visible lately. But as you said, we haven't seen any monsters recently. Nifrim agreed, okay, that's good. Bessel asked, what memories does your mercenary service have from when you were young? She said, I don't blame myself for being a mercenary. The girl smiled happily. It's fine, just let the gun cool down. We're just freeloaders here, at an area where people are burning the surrounding wilderness. Nifrim looked surprised. Seeing this, a middle-aged man approached and said, you look surprised, huh? Lancelot, your first time seeing the wilderness being burned? Nifrim hesitated to answer. Aha! Yeah, she asked, do people always use this method and leave when the land dries up? The middle-aged man replied, yes, it's not the most effective way, but for us, it's the only means of livelihood. He smiled and asked, do you think about staying with us after your memories return? Nifrim was surprised. Why? The middle-aged man explained, I mean, now you're one of us, and Peso seems to like you too. She's quite lively. It must have been hard for you to take care of her. Maybe. She smiled back. No, actually, she always helps me. The middle-aged man looked at Peso and said with a smile, her liveliness is one of her strengths. But sometimes she talks too much. He continued, oh, that girl, I think she's calling you. Meanwhile, Peso was waving her hands and feet. Hey, Lancelot, Nifrim replied, okay, I'll go now. As she walked away, she thought to herself, Lancelot, my name here is Lancelot. After they left the ancient core, they accepted themselves as villagers. Looking at Peso, who was frustrated and helpless. Everyone here is good. They don't pry into our circumstances, even if we can't reveal ourselves to them. She clenched her hand tightly, but they are weak. They have no way to protect themselves from the monsters. One Trog could destroy the entire village. So every night, she secretly sneaks out and hunts the monsters near the village. Looking at this scene, Nifrim thought, Guardian Spirit, once they are safe, I can leave. She looked around and thought, maybe I could die now. Meanwhile, in the forest, an Oros picked up a branch. Behind it was an entire army. The leader of the tribe said nearby, we found them. In a deep pit in the forest, monsters stood among the dead bodies of beasts. One of them asked leader, what now? Should we continue our march? He thought for a moment. The leader asked, what do you think? Oros in armor replied, just a pile of bones. However, I've never heard of such bones here before. The leader said, it's only one person. Oros in armor was surprised. Impossible. He considered that he was quite small and seemed to use a two-handed sword. He would attack the enemy first and cause severe bleeding wounds. The leader continued, finish them off cleanly. He grabbed a dead body, always just one strike, precise at the weak point. This person is very capable. All these bodies here were burned in that way. Oros in armor said, the commander ordered us to advance without delay. The leader agreed, advance, of course. He smiled and said, just a slight change in direction. In the forest, the tribal chief and countless soldiers marched forward, finding something. Elsewhere in the sky, it was getting dark, smoke rising up. Nifrim watched the smoke, trying to figure out what was happening. She thought, I expected more creatures to come after seeing the smoke, but none came. Maybe I should check the other side. Nifrim marked a few paths on trees, noting that this patrol is done. She walked through the forest. Lately, there were significantly more monsters, too many for just searching for food. Suddenly, a fire caught her attention. She was surprised. What kind of smoke was that? An older man asked, what about the smoke? He said, I'm not sure. Maybe it's from the big village under Moon Mountain. Nifrim asked back, is there anything down there? The older man replied, yes, it's 3 times our size. With that much smoke, they might be having a party. We should go too. Before he could finish, everyone around him hurriedly covered their mouths to stop them from speaking. They said, "It's probably nothing. People burn smoke all the time." Nifrim replied, "Alright, thank you for the info." She said, "Good luck today." They laughed and replied, "Thanks, we're just going to collect monster remains." The group left saying, "I left them there to let the blood dry up a bit. Let's go now, Lancelot. Today, I'll treat you properly." They continued, "By the way, Bezo is looking for you. Go meet her." Nifrim said, "Sure." Her eyes changed. Nifrim comforted herself. It must be nothing, right? In the village square, children were playing with her. "Your hair is so soft. Lancelot. So pretty. Lancelot." She was surprised. "It's my celebration." The little boy named Bezo replied, "We haven't done anything because we've been busy lately. All the adults planned this for you. So don't tell anyone I told you. Do you know? That's the order." The actress responded, "Yes." Then a child asked, "Hey, Miss and Lancelot." It continued, "Are they going to get married?" Hearing this, Bezo stood up. She lifted the boy, blushing, and said, "Hey, who told you that nonsense?" The little boy innocently said, "Mom said she really likes Lancelot. If you like someone, you have to marry them." Hearing this, Bezo quickly said, "No, no, not at all." Another girl chimed in, "Nifrim, Lancelot is getting married soon, so Bezo must like him a lot." She got angry and shouted, "No way, you little devils, teasing me isn't fair." Bezo blushed and was embarrassed. "Yeah, maybe. Whatever. Alright." The girl pointed at Nifrim saying, "Lancelot, don't misunderstand. I just said you can do anything. That's all." She hesitated and said, "What did I do? We've been waiting for a while now. No one has come yet." Bezo wondered, "Ahem, but why are they taking so long? Lancelot is checking on them." The girl pushed the door open and stepped out. "What are everyone looking at?" Nifrim suddenly became alert. Bezo worriedly said, "A cloud of smoke from the mountain. What's going on here?" She thought to herself, "Sure enough, so that's it. The lock from yesterday was." Bezo tightly grabbed Nifrim and woke her up. "Lancelot." She brought the little girl inside and spoke. "Bezo, go in. The kids might get scared." Little girl agreed. "Okay." Damist was still naive. "Has Dad come back yet? When will they be back?" Bezo hurried to comfort her. "They must be bringing more food back. They'll be back soon." Nifrim said, "Bezo, I'll go find them. You must stay quiet in the house." Seeing this, Bezo grew worried. She quickly tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Then Nifrim put on a cloak and walked into the forest. Looking at the bloodstained footprints and numerous large footsteps in the snow, Nifrim's expression turned serious. Somewhere in the forest, an orc army was advancing. Before they could notice, Koda appeared above them. Seeing this, they roared angrily, and Nifrim quietly drew her sword. Facing the charging orc army, Koda assumed a defensive stance, and Nifrim's eyes turned cold. After a while, she stood over the fallen orcs. Suddenly, a cry echoed from the village. Nifrim was covered in blood, her face flushed, and she fainted. She hurriedly rushed towards the village. "Damn it! No!" Nifrim quickly approached the village. "We have to hurry! Hurry up!" Suddenly, her feet stopped. The scene before her left her stunned. The orc army had taken over the village. The chieftain spoke. "Welcome, warriors. I am Katong of the Great Korean tribe. Don't worry and come closer. We haven't done anything to you yet." Nifrim asked urgently, "Where are the villagers?" He continued, "I'm fine too, as expected. Just heard that one of our teams was wiped out." She repeated, "Where are the villagers?" The chieftain continued, seeing the sharp cliffs below, "We want to challenge the people in a tournament." Nifrim demanded, for the last time, "Where are the villagers?" He ordered, "Bring them out." His subordinates then brought out each group of captured villagers. She approached them. Seeing that some were still alive, Nifrim said, "Bring out all the survivors. I want to fight with you, and I promise." The orc chieftain said, "If you win, we'll release everyone. If you lose, prepare for the consequences." Seeing Bezo and others injured, "Bezo, everyone." Nifrim asked in a cold tone, "What are you waiting for?" She said with a cold gaze, "Get into position." I'll fight you. Hearing this, the chieftain smiled. Good, very good, he declared with a clap of his hands. This is a one-on-one battle to the death. Snow began falling from the sky. A hammer started swinging down. The monster smashed its hammer into the ground, shattering rocks and earth. Lancelot quickly dodged the attack. He moved behind him. The monster howled in pain as he chopped at its arm. Lancelot continued charging, but was blocked by its hammer. Suddenly, his sword broke into pieces. Lancelot threw his sword straight into its chest. He stabbed the sword through its chest and jumped up to kick it deep into the monster's body. The monster looked up in surprise. Lancelot climbed onto its back, raising his knife high. It widened its eyes in shock. He stabbed down into the monster with the knife. Lancelot's knife shattered. Combat always requires creativity. You need to understand your opponent and yourself to win. It glanced up, laughing lightly. This experience is at rock bottom. I kicked straight into his body. His defenses were too solid. If only I had proper weapons. It grabbed Lancelot's leg tightly. Hey! It flipped him over. This is a legitimate battle. Are you trying to run away? The monster threw him hard onto the ground. Lancelot lay injured, bloodied on the ground. Seeing this, it was pleased. This is more fun than we thought. Humans! To it, it's closer to becoming the strongest warrior again. Then, as promised, it pointed confidently and said, "Can I kill all of you humans?" Someone shouted, "Hey, no, save me." The monster ordered loudly, "Stop making noise. Kill them quietly. They'll just become food anyway, right?" It looked at its trembling arm. The monster examined the wound on its hand. He could cause such powerful damage with a discarded weapon. He's very strong. Damn! I won't be able to use my left hand for a while. Lancelot lay there in pain, shivering. He started to drift off but still thought. Pershing! He saw someone struggling to call out loudly. Lancelot! Lancelot! Lancelot almost lost consciousness but apologized. Bursin, I'm sorry. Sylvia was sitting there calling out. Frem Nifrim! She sat cross-legged and said, "You're sleeping soundly. How can you sleep so peacefully while being experimented on?" Nifrim jumped up. Sylvia! A brown-haired man leaned against the door. What are they experimenting on you today? He looked at everyone. Oh, everyone? You look at Nifrim's reluctant face. Yeah, his face makes me crave some hot chocolate too much. They're all talking excitedly among themselves. I just want to drink good wine. I want fresh bread and lots of fruit preserves. I want grilled wild boar meat too. Someone asks Nifrim, "Nifrim, do you want anything to eat?" She angrily turns around. What appetite can one have when being used as a test subject? You fool, you started this, Sylvia. Suddenly, Nifrim says to everyone, "Let's try everything together." She turns back in confusion. HM? Nifrim smirks. I'll try harder to get out of here and sit down with all of you until we're full. Lancelot lies there muttering, "Together." A monster suddenly looks back. What? He's still alive. They say, "Humans, you ate the chief's fist and yet you're still alive." He continues to mumble, "Together. I'm starting to like you more so you'll be sacrificed as a tribute." One of the monsters says, "You're strong. Are there any others like you in the capital city?" Why should we care? We have the great overlord Nikambi and they continue their discussion. He's very dangerous anyway. Luckily, we cut off his legs. A skull is attentively reading a newspaper. Oh, snot! It's about to start. What? It continues reading. War. A battle. The dog lies down disappointedly. Do you need to read it while sitting on me? The skull turns and explains. It's information from many merchants. But things are progressing quite strangely. Rivers, mountains, plains, and the sea. It continues saying, they're massacring human villages they come across on their path and burning everything to ashes. The dog is disappointedly asking, why do they keep doing this? That's really annoying. The skull keeps reading the newspaper. I think it's a strategy. After gathering information, they'll secretly move in a wide formation to attack Kingda. They're doing it the hard way. It cheerfully turns its head and says, "Hey, enough already. Don't talk anymore. Why are you so happy?" It's still excited because war is more fun to watch than staring at a fire. The dog isn't really interested. Yeah, right? The dog looks at the bag in front of it and asks, but there's this awful smell that woke me up. What is it? Huh? That. It answers immediately. It's called popcorn. Ilagi made it using oil and demonic fire magic. She said to eat it while watching something interesting. The dog looks disgusted. Popcorn, what is it? It explains she made popcorn. Let's try eating and watching, but Tori will be here soon. The dog is extremely uncomfortable. AWW. Why did she come? This is my house, not hers. Snow is still falling from the sky. The soldiers are chatting with each other. Huh? Because of that cursed URC, we had to endure this hardship. They'll soon get tired and retreat. They keep talking nonsense. It's not even a dungeon. What are they planning with her territory? By the way, the Holy Knight has arrived. Have you seen that? He's truly extraordinary. I'm not sure if he's human anymore. A bearded man approaches. They might have numbers, but they're still just monsters and our royal army can handle them like children. The problem is the dungeon is too deep. He continues, but if we hold on a bit longer, the field hospital's reinforcements will arrive, and this will be our victory. He's annoyed, those ORC brutes. Don't you dare make such confident claims. We absolutely won't allow it. The Manzojer Kindi continues, put your filthy feet into our territory. A loud explosion comes from the cave. The cave shakes violently for a moment. Screams come out of there. Nikampal steps out of the rubble with difficulty. His body seems injured, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a voice catches his attention. It's a Rose. Nikampal looks up and says, next is the fairy. A small foot appears in front of him, slowly descending. Well done, you're truly extraordinary. I cheer for those who dare stand up despite feeling our harsh power. Without waiting for BAL's courtier to answer, the fairy immediately flies high and says loudly, I like it. He looks up as she flies away. Tell me your name, I'll remember it. Turns out this was just a dream recall. BAL's courtier slowly opens her eyes when called, hi, only hi. They're sitting by the fire with their subordinates. Nikampal turns to ask his subordinate, HMM, yeah, where are we? The subordinate next to him asks again, you look tired. Do you need a rest? He replies, I'm fine. how's he doing? His subordinate stands up, reads the paper and announces, will soon join us. According to this, he caught a special human for you. Nikampal turns to ask, a special human? Forget about it. Any reports on the army? He bows respectfully and answers solemnly. According to the report, we attacked a few villages and successfully gathered humans as food. He stands up and orders, bring them here and kill them all immediately. Make sure to distribute evenly. The subordinate clearly shouts, order received. PAL walks but still asks his subordinate, and you can call KDC. No! A moment later, Kadachi arrived, raising his hand respectfully and saying, the master called me. He wants to speak with me. Nekambal narrowed his eyes at him, speaking in a commanding tone, I have something to say to you. Come closer. The subordinate soldier quickly retreated to give them some privacy. Somewhere else, flags were fluttering on the ground. A man in iron armor stood and looked out, sighing, it's good that we have these guys here. Afterward, I will personally express my gratitude to Father All. The soldiers behind knelt respectfully as they responded. Whatever benefits the empire will also benefit the church. Of course, we must contribute even if it's just a small effort. On behalf of the Pope, thank you for your kindness. Suddenly, a soldier ran in panic to report, Master, there is an update on the current battle situation. The soldier continued reporting to him. The URC forces have surrounded us several dozen times over. In terms of numbers, it can be almost confirmed that this is their main force. However, the commanding officers turned and asked directly, so, do we have enough provisions? The soldier replied, yes, we are well prepared for winter. There's enough to feed both civilians and soldiers. Looking at the dilapidated houses below the city walls, he continued asking, how is the mobilization of troops progressing? He was answered, "The reconnaissance forces have gathered fully, everything is in order, the people are enraged by Urusei, and morale is high." The commander said, "HM, good. To maintain momentum, we can't afford to lose, we only need a week." They promised to send the strongest man from the Empire, Dora's Red Mercenary. The red flag of the Empire fluttered as he stood firmly with his sword and shouted, "Let the Urusei horde see who we are." A man crossed his arms and asked, "Do we really have to wait?" "Master, look at that horde. We don't even need a report." He looked down on the army camp, criticizing them. "Think they can do anything with those catapults against us? This is too easy. Perhaps they rely heavily on magic. According to intelligence, their mages can defeat our mages." The commander glanced around and calmed his voice. "Yeah, but that's no longer an issue." Looking at the soldiers still kneeling with confidence because of the church knights joining them to dispel their magic, he said again, "Actually, I find something odd. When did they start supporting the Empire? I believe they are more dangerous than those Oros guys out there." The commander quickly interrupted him. "No," looking far off and adjusting his words. "Our enemy is the Urusei horde from Nekambellir. Those who doubt our allies will cause chaos." He folded his arms and replied, "Singing begins." "Got it." The commander looked at the snow-covered path. Just as he was about to speak, he paused. "By the way, when the Urusei started singing, oh, something is coming." Heavy footsteps on the white snow slowly approached. The commander's face turned worried as he said, "Singing begins. There it is, that famous one." He looked at a tall, imposing figure who shouted loudly, "Master Nikambi Al. Nikambi Al." The man asked back, "But as far as I know, he has red hair." The commander replied, "What color the hair is doesn't matter. That ore clearly belongs to a great evil." He ordered the archers behind to take their positions. The Urusei horde started moving. Archers into position. He turned to the Hoto mages. "Mages, ready your spells." Hoto's stern voice. Shields raised high. The highest five protects the master. A man with a sword stood before them. He raised his hand horizontally and looked round worriedly. "Submit to your master. Something's not right." Nikamble is slowly advancing with his mage subordinates. He hesitates and reports. Only one of them went forward. "It's magic." Nikamble takes a deep breath to gather strength. Then he emits a loud sound wave. "Are you afraid of me? Humans!" This causes the soldiers to fall down, clutching their hands. The commander is also startled and falls down. That man clenches his fists and screams. "Yes, this is sound amplification magic." The amplified voice of Han continues. "I commend your fighting spirit, but you can't stop us from advancing." This makes the commander frown. Han uses his magical power to forcefully suppress the people on the wall. "Do you think you can hold out against us? You dream of stopping us here." Nikungbi Al. He raises his large hand mockingly. "It's because humans refuse to wake up from their foolish dreams that they must perish." The soldiers on the wall remain silent, showing no movement. The commander is slightly worried upon hearing this. The soldiers burst into laughter and mockery. "What was that idiot URC saying? Ha ha, what now?" Half a day passed before he realized it was him who was dreaming. "Fool!" His eyes gradually show fear. How can he be so confident? This is not something the racial leader said for fun. Clearly, he's serious. The commander looks at Nikungbi Al's bloodshot eyes and wonders. What could it be? What has he been waiting for? What did I miss? He commands the soldiers to be on high alert, warning of the evil dungeon master's words. He is definitely plotting something, so before he can speak, a sword suddenly pierces through him, causing immense pain. The Pope's soldiers say with their swords, "The Pope was right. 3 ranks. You are truly outstanding. Taking control of this territory was the right decision." In great pain, he glances behind and speaks shakily. "You bastards! Betrayal! Horrible! You dare! Treason against the Empire!" He turns to see the traitorous soldiers clearing a path for Oros. The Imperial soldiers shout with their swords, "No, stop them! That teleportation spell! They are planning to teleport Oros into the castle." A voice suddenly rings out. It's too late now. 3 ranks. Now the battle begins. Below the dirty dungeon, Nifrim lay motionless, tied face down on the ground. Outside, Oros's chatter continued. Because humanity, you kill each other. But you don't eat each other. Why? She lay still when something like meat was thrown at her, with a voice accompanying it. Eat. Humanity. You must live. I have to give you to the commander. The camera shifted to Nifrim's wide, bloodshot eyes. Grab it. In that state, I'm done for because you're not eating. Oros stood outside and ordered. Eat. I won't be lenient anymore. Humanity. She stared at the red meat on the ground, trying to convince herself that she would never eat it. Her eyes turned even redder, wider with each thought. The sight of the red meat was too tempting. She tried hard not to. I'll die. No matter what, I will never ever eat it. The blackguard saw Nifrim still refusing to eat and opened the door, stepping in front of her. It grabbed her by the collar, lifting her up, asking, why not eat? Nifrim felt something was wrong but couldn't speak. What are you doing? Stop! It threw the meat at her and pressed it to her face with satisfaction. Let me help. She stared back, refusing to eat despite being forced. Please, stop! The black orc looked back at her, mouth forming words. Chew! Meat! Human! Nifrim still refused, but the meat kept pressing against her face. Please! Please! Finally, a strange sensation spread through her body. Nifrim felt something change within her. Seeing that she started eating, it let go and sighed in relief. Eat more or you'll die. Humanity, next time, I'll do this again. It left the cell but didn't notice Nifrim had cut the ropes. She quickly climbed Oros's neck, startling him. Nifrim then swung her arm to attack. He was shocked, eyes wide as he turned to face her. Why? Without letting Oros react, she struck his neck hard and attacked. The 2 doctors covered their faces in shock at the scene before them. Ugh, Nifrim stared at her own hands. The other 2 were elated with joy. Finally, we succeeded. Was this regeneration perfect? Do you feel anything unusual? Nifrim! She couldn't believe it was looking closely at one of her hands. My severed arm had regenerated in an instant. The 2 doctors shouted, yes, this result means we can mass-produce invincible warriors. Nifrim's face dripped a murky liquid down her collar. Suddenly, she changed. A large chain was round her neck, and blood continuously flowed from her mouth. Damn it. Just eat it once more. Why did you make us do this? Nearby, there were detailed documents with strange objects on the table and a covered dish containing something disturbing. The murmurs of the doctors continued. We have to eat to activate that ability, right? Oh my god. So she can use her power. She has to eat the meat. Nifrim's face was ugly with wide-open eyes revealing a shriveled human form and a robe around her head. She muttered, why must it be that? She recalled her chaotic past. She fiercely defeated a giant tarantula twice her size without showing any emotion. The tarantulas waiting to attack were shocked by Nifrim's erratic actions and screamed in unison. What? The humans are cutting off his legs themselves. They're shocked by her, but he has new legs now. That's absurd. I saw Fig Truck disappear from Tran Ting's back. She suddenly lunged towards the largest Tran Ting and placed a foot on its body. Her hand struck like a dragon's claw, defeating the Tran Ting. The film is messed up. Someone light stepped out, and Tran Ting fell down in pain. Out, the others couldn't stand it anymore and surrounded him. That damn human. Die. She swiftly dodged around each surrounding Tran Ting. They charged to attack, but she managed to escape their encirclement. Nifrim rushed out with a spear in hand. The Tran Tings were cut down, spewing blood. One by one, the large bodies of the Tran Tings fell to the ground. Seeing his kind fall, another one stepped forward and wondered at the scene. HMM. Realizing the situation, he was scared and ran away, but Nifrim noticed him. HMM. She had no intention of sparing him. From afar, she swung a kite towards his head with precision. Blood immediately gushed out. He quickly fell down. Nifrim was also hit by a kite when surrounded. Her body was covered in wounds. But it didn't matter to her. Looking at his fallen kind, the giant Tran Ting, the leader of the dead army, stood there. Nifrim had transformed into a brutal killer. Regulate my breathing. Her body was covered in fatal wounds, but she still moved like a madwoman, her eyes filled with murderous intent staring at the Trantings ahead. One of them said hesitantly, "Immortal? That must be an immortal. Humans can't do this." The leader looked a bit scared but remained firm and ordered, "Use magic. We can't afford unnecessary depletion here without backup." He loudly gave the command, "Magic team, ready." Nifrim was slightly exhausted, her eyes blurry from the battle. She thought to herself, learn. Damn it! The effects are fading. Her vision gradually blurred. Her body can't hold on anymore. "I want revenge for the village people." Properly. One of the giant Trantings asked below, "Where are the humans? Have you sent them all out?" The leader quickly replied, "I've sent them all out. Come on, main force." Hearing his mention of the remaining ones, Nifrim's human team was shocked. The remaining humans. Send them all out. She remembered a name, Bezos. Her eyes widened but then drooped. In her mind, she kept repeating, "Remember." The former doctor who injected something into Nifrim warned, "We don't know what effects it might have. The self-healing ability of humans seems to react with beings from the same origin." He solemnly warned, if a human eats anything from another race, maybe instead of regaining their head, they could collapse, or the effect might be similar to the initial one. And the person won't die immediately. He laughed maniacally, but was sure that he would regret it. Shattering Nifrim's hopes, the giant Tranting shouted loudly, "Fire!" The 3 Han soldiers began casting spells. Countless flames targeted her. A loud explosion soon occurred before her eyes. The Trantings cheered, "Good job, we've defeated the Han. We can't delay any longer. Let's move our forces quickly." One of them, surprised by his magic, asked, "How is this possible?" His eyes were still fixed on where Nifrim was. He remained standing. "That human is immortal." "Impossible. How could he stand in that fire?" Nifrim slowly backed away from the flames. His mind raced. "Oh, well, it's fine." She tightened her fist. He was right about this matter. She didn't die immediately. Without any pain, she pulled out the spear on her back, and that was enough. The leading goblin screamed, "Kill him. Don't let him reach the main force. Kill him." Another terrified goblin cried out, "He's eating." He turned to look in the direction the goblin was pointing. The leader was speechless with fear. Our kind, our own kind. Only a faint outline of Nifrim devouring a dead goblin could be seen. He boldly led his army to attack. "Axe, all of them. Attack! She's just a human." The goblins shouted in unison. "Kill him!" Nifrim ignored the goblins and stood firm. Her expression changed, frowning. Her mind was still in chaos. "Nifrim is coming here. It's over." Suddenly, a strong wind blew through the trees. The already dark sky grew even darker. The huge chitin creature was shocked and no longer believed what he saw. Fear and shock filled his mind. "Impossible, something is wrong. We, the chitin race, the Kanzung tribe, the strongest of all tribes." The goblins who just charged now lay dead with their heads severed. Tears streamed down his face as he saw his kin being mercilessly killed, losing ground. He couldn't help but look at her in fear, just one human. The huge chitin creature fell to the ground, no longer able to stand. Now, Nifrim casually threw the dead goblin aside with one hand and burned it. Despite being close to death, the huge chitin still refused to give up. "He can't be killed like this." Nifrim took back the spear from the dead goblin and walked towards the last one. She opened her mouth to eat a piece of remaining goblin meat on her spear. The goblin called out, wanting to negotiate. "Wait, let's talk." He struggled to speak each word. "What do you want? Our chief can be yours." Standing in front of the goblin, she thought he was poisoned. But a moment later, she saw his strength and raised her hand to strike him down. The area around them fell into an eerie silence. Nifrim tiredly knelt on the dry ground. She painfully muttered, "Now I understand what they meant. Humans are too idle." What is that? Looking at the things protruding from under the cloth, those were their food sources. Nifrim blamed herself. "I apologize to everyone. I couldn't save you all. I'm sorry." She continued crying before the cart. It should have been me who died. Just one of me. I'm sorry, many times over. She fell to her knees, powerless, begging for forgiveness. Suddenly, she was shocked by something. A brown-haired girl's body covered in a cloth. Looking closely at her face, she recognized Lancelot. Her face went wide with shock. Can you see that, Zins? You see it too? How? What's that dog barking for, Grandma? All she can think about now are handsome guys carrying stuff over there. Oh my, these handsome guys look weird. Why do you and the animals both look so weak? Like G to K to 4, her face is sad and pale. Maybe we looked like this before, but back then I was lying on a dog or bear at Melch, so their sounds echoed everywhere. Scared, I thought she was barking, imagining all those glorious people sitting sadly. Someday we might regain our glorious days, right? Of course Jens can't answer, just barks back. This made Melge angry. She grumbles and pulls the dog's fur. Ammonite, Jens, I'm not happy with your reaction. You've been like this lately. Do you think I'm annoyed? Hey Grandma, is that you? Want me to show something? The little girl just cries in protest, barks. Look at the little girl and dog lying there, rolling around too, hanging on. Huh, Kuzo. At this size, Grandma, with Uncle Tritch standing beside her sighing helplessly, what are you doing? Reminded, Mel stops her actions. Are there really so many outsiders in the dungeon? Cross your arms. I don't feel comfortable either. But they're not enemies. Plus, even if they're unhappy, they won't show it to their dungeon master. Thinking about his face drooping, Uncle Tritch sighs. Sometimes I forget this is also part of the dungeon. Oh, no problem. It's not your issue. It's the dungeon master's issue. The dog and pig are sad too. I'm finding it harder to breathe. I know why. Melge is worried, sweating profusely. Her face blank. I didn't mention that. What I mean is, you can get a mythic artifact so easily. You're surprised too. Oh, that's what you meant? Remember when we were training together, she was rolling on the ground. You hit me and I fell like this, saying it's mean. Uncle Tritch, standing beside a giant, can't do anything. Oh, I'm so bored I want to watch that war. Do you have any magic items to help me see? Or use magic? Why has this goblin been sweating like rain all along? The sound of the cricket echoes. I found some useful old magic items in my father Tori's collection. Melge sounds forced. Happy to hear it. Are you really happy, Grandma? She thinks just stopped him from stealing and using Obscurity's magical sphere, second strongest demon king. How does one feel when they're in love, but the other doesn't return their feelings? Then footsteps approach. Oh my! Who is that? Who? It's Uzbek, right bro? So bulky and fierce. You don't need to come all the way here because my servants can handle everything. Or did someone come to question me? Strong ones are always confident. That intimidating look. Just confidently walked in, then flipped like a pancake. Hello, little cute girl. Long time no see, right? The cat is shy. Very glad to meet you. Madam, please. Like in those tycoon dramas, the more embarrassed you are, the more he likes it, earthbed face, but then he waggles his tongue. Yeah, these shirt girls should stay away. They get too clingy and unbearable. Mel's face is totally WTF. What's that noise? Ugh, what a silly situation. Suddenly, the dry skeleton Patrick pops in. Melge, I know you're here. I'm very proud of you. They didn't understand yet, and now they're here too. Why did you suddenly say that? Patrick, you're going to regret this. Earl Beth is having a fit over there. Mother Beast. Oh, look at her beautiful skin. Now she's completely shocked. Almost fainted from shock. It sounds terrifying. Melge had to call for help from the man with the sad bones. Uncle, come. What's happening? No one can save you, her. Not even me, because Batari is here. We should show some concern too. Right. Her face is all puffy and her eyes are watering like she's about to cry. I don't understand what you mean. Bachik, look at this. Why aren't you looking into my eyes? And why did you say that to me? Bachik, please, just speak up. Oh, such a cute face, but then it's irresistible. No, little one. I won't let you talk anymore. Yusbith comes over, carries her by the arm. Looks good like this. Whatever is flowing underneath must be the same. Oh my, those waists! Eyebrows almost touching. Old hag talking like a child, it's so immature. Her cheeks are flushed with excitement over this catch. Alright, I'll take this. Because that's how deals go. Melge is really innocent. Oh, such a cute look. Deal. Take it. She starts struggling and crying for help as she begins to understand. Uncle, the woman's voice echoes back. I just need to bring that mirror into the room and touch everything else inside with it. Right, I'm planning to stay here for a few days, so this should work out. Hearing that, Patrick doesn't know what to say. Well then, there's no choice. The cat is shy. Have you been ignoring me for long? Hearing that, Yusbith becomes even more excited. Just like that. So fragrant. Burned to a crisp. The cat can't be happy about this. But we even made bungee for you. Tears just kept coming, but not in streams. Hold her up on your shoulder too. I hope the days ahead will be filled with us. Will be fun. Tears are falling nonstop over there. Our bungee, screaming in vain while being dragged away in all that sin. Can't accept it. She switched from cursing to praying like a turtle. Bungee, headless scoundrel. May the devils take you. 3 strikes. Even though we're far away, their voices don't get softer. I'll just say it now. You need me to be close to that mirror to activate it. So after tasting this, I'll be there shortly. The Belgie is still cursing everywhere. Kubakicic stared at Southerns silently. Don't look at me like that. I'm sad too. In a place full of bungee teeth, Kubakicic brought Uzbek here. Oh no, this is surprising. What's this? That face is wrinkled. It became serious. Kubakicic didn't know what to say. Called bungee teeth. Medja did a lot of it. To be able to watch something while eating. Never mind about that. Forget it. Where's the person's thing? Saw the bare foot down there. Here it is. Looks like a stranded mermaid around here. Even Uzbek feels empathy for her. I can recount all those who've gone through this. Kubakicic. No need to say much. Just fly up. That dog is uncomfortable lying in the bungee pile. What are you doing here, huh? Why are you protecting your own prison? Still very disdainful. Yusbith stepped down onto its body. I came only because Patrick called me. The whole body of Akka is as big as its face. So hilarious. The prison should protect me, not the other way round. From afar, they all gathered with a chair. You can tell who it's for. The dog looks bored. Tao Lao by Bao. Amma probably has a point there. Yusbith sat down on the chair like a true queen. Let's put that aside for now. Don't you think it's better to just get over it? She was admiring the flowers when suddenly Amma's question startled her. Sweat trickled down her face. Her eyes darted down, answering with a grimace she couldn't quite bear. The people of that empire keep bothering us with their raids and such. And since I don't like Kirag much anyway, it's better for me if they fight each other. That woman still had her legs crossed, maintaining the same demeanor. I heard you set a deadline for resolving the last Merchant Guild raid. What were you thinking at that time? Her voice echoed back. Are you this clueless even now? Why does it sound so harsh? Servants brought 3 different-sized mirrors, all quite large. With a playful tone, she just realized it was more fun this way. Earlsworth was definitely surprised by that. That's really all there is to it. Bam, something black shot up like a real Boker root. So it's like Winslow's transformation spell turned her back into Swallow, returning to her extremely elegant form. Just stepping down, the effects were immediate. I wonder how far Kirag can travel to. Chig next to him fetched a chair for him to sit on. Hearing that, Earthbed's eyes softened. So it is. This angle looks perfect. Red hair, high nose, and those eyes, she's absolutely stunning. Sit down. Swallow kept asking questions. By the way, where's Renee? Patrick answered quickly. She went to eat some Meekin fruit. Her voice sounded angrier now. Eating Meekin. For what purpose? Meanwhile, Earthbed was lost in thought. I have no idea what he's thinking. Did he just moisten the food for fun? Was he really not interested at all? Or is it something else, bro, like liking someone or something? The servant held up a Boker root and asked, how's the Boker root doing? Swallow puffed out her cheeks. Yummy, except for the smell. She's cute too. Suddenly, she looked into one of the mirrors. Oh my, it's starting to glow. At the same time, Earthbed's thoughts kept flashing, all driven by some calculated motive or another. Swallow's eyes were dark as if she hadn't slept in days, just watching him see how well he does. Her curious expression deepened. Exactly what is he preparing for? His chairs seemed to expand like his questions without answers. Duly, she couldn't force herself to think anymore. Oh, forget it. Thinking only gives me a headache. Before she could do anything, her eyes widened in surprise. Those mirrors were starting to glow, huh? The scene changed to another place, footsteps running quickly. A man ran in and opened the door with a bang, reporting an urgent situation. Critical conditions, so I have to report even if it's impolite, Belsten. His eyes were squinted in an ugly way, shouting, "We've lost." The people in the room became more panicked than ever, already losing before anything happened. His evil eyes narrowed, really, but less than 5 hours since they reported the battle starting. Anxiety grew. At this rate, they won't be far from Riaz soon. Sir, what should we do now? The footsteps on the ground made her jump. A large man entered, wearing a red dragon armor. I will lead the charge. This is the X-Long raid force led by Kurt. Ooh, his voice still echoed with bravery. I'll take the lead in the assault and pointed to the strategic model on the table. He turned away and couldn't allow that. What's your problem, heavens? Why are you blocking us? Even with that red armor army, he wouldn't lighten his words at all. The current battle situation is absolutely not good. I don't doubt your abilities, but with the manpower we have now, you can only buy time. Though they're just Oro scum, they still belong to the forces of a mighty underworld boss. If the Red Stream Strike team is wiped out, suddenly a soldier from behind the line stood up. Officer, be careful with your words. Who asked you, you bastard? The leader wasn't angry, but was extremely calm. Retreat! I'm talking here. Soldier Kong Hon Changbu. Yes, Captain. Done. He walked closer to the young man in white. Ah, Adilbrick G. A rare Olavison. That name is so long and hard to pronounce. You're as big as a 3-meter barrier. Even if you don't believe me, I trust you. Bro, why are you feeling down like that? People around them were looking at them. The leader was very calm. That's fitting for the title, isn't it? Everything will definitely happen as you expected. He spoke softly and gently. Yes, it's highly likely. So, his eyes became more resolute than ever. So I'll go. One sentence made him pause. For the future you plan for. His eyes lowered, looking like he was about to cry from that angle. You brought it up again. An old story like that. A soldier behind spoke up. Captain, what kind of gaze did you develop? Alright then. Slaughter King KRTE. I officially approve the deployment of the Red Stream Strike Team Nick Ear. That's great, always on point. The KRTE's face lit up in agreement. That's the right spirit. He looks big and rough, but his personality is gentle and kind. So our captain began to move out. Nicky's Red Stream Strike Team was ready for battle now. Respected sir, admiring his majestic back as he walks away. But on this side, the young man tightened his grip on the handle. That's evil, you said softly, hoping he returns safely KRTE. Super admirable for the unity and mutual love. Cut to another fort. Water drips drop by drop on the floor. Those are drops of water flowing from his hair down. A towel is draped over his shoulder. He sat heavily in a chair and sighed. Wow, that angle really shows off his divine posture. His body still has those tattoos. His well-built physique looks so appetizing. In the darkroom alone, he smoked while trying to sort out the chaos in his mind. Preston is not a fortress that can be taken in half a day just because of virtue or the number of soldiers. He must have started acting already. Dull eyes, smoke from cigarettes swirling everywhere. Pope, I nearly thought you wouldn't start. It seems those thoughts made him too tired. The stage was set so perfectly that it gave me a bit of faith I've never had before. Indeed, it's truly an honor to step into the path of betrayal just for power. Red eyes suddenly look up at the sky. There we are. I don't know why, and I'm not sure if anyone else does. But why are we still alive? Those eyes seem angry. Why is he still standing there? Just as those thoughts were running through his mind, someone suddenly interrupted. Officer, I come from the Magic Academy. Your voice echoes as the door opens. Come in. That guy enters and asks, have you prepared everything? He pulls off his hat. It's a tricorn, right? Yes, so I came to greet you. Let's go. Inside the castle, their conversations can be heard from here. You can take off your hood now. No one here will show hostility towards you. The tricorn is like performing magic. Look, what do you think? Suddenly, dozens of green test tubes appear around, as if they are sacrificing strange creatures. A wicked and triumphant laugh. Great. The tricorn must be very pleased with his work. Thank you. By the way, how should we handle the rat from the Pope's side that we caught last time? We've already extracted all necessary information. Do you need anything else? Oh, behind you. I think you might need to use him. A face with bloodstained glasses. His original form is no longer like the Pope's right-hand man. I offer him as a gift for you. Use it well. The tricorn's face suddenly turns pale, shock written all over. Actually, I bet you already had an idea of what to do with him, didn't you? I just like things to be dramatic, you know? You circle around and touch the test tubes. With this, all our cards are ready to lure out the Pope's hidden ace. But those eyes look down. All of this is to defeat the 36th masterpiece that the Pope possesses. Like a door opening in the sky, like a flood of faces, this is the only way to stop Swallow. The material can only be obtained by melting the 36th masterpiece to forge Gwyn's end-time weapon. Suddenly, you collapse, many in the Empire will die, and the one who planned this war is none other than me. The tricorn stands at a corner, suddenly thrown down with his cane. What happened? I'm sure I'll fall into the deepest hell for that. You collapse to the ground, blood everywhere. Oh my god. The tricorn is terrified and panicking. I will bring painkillers right away. Please bear with it. Meanwhile, your mind still has many thoughts. A monster like me needs to disappear. Bloodshot eyes, sweat pouring down, blood everywhere, trembling, looking terrified in a sea of blood and ghostly figures. Damn you. What this world needs is not a monster or evil. What does all that mean? What the world truly needs is, oh, red eyes full of hatred. Eyes gradually closing, though small, still bright with hope and the desire to live. In the starry night sky, whose shadowy figure? Is it Gwyn? What is she doing? Isn't she surprised too, looking round? Rasmus has been standing there for a long time. Return to your place, you've been there for a while. If you called me in the middle of the night just to practice, at least try to focus, brat. Gwyn saw it too. Without hesitation, I feel like Ed just called me. His face was extremely serious. Do you think he has enough strength to shout so loudly that his voice echoes here? Focus! Get into a fighting stance. You look cute, but there's nothing scary about it. His voice still echoes. Haven't you realized we haven't hit them yet? Miss Hero! Gu confidently finished, and now I'm starting again. Sang chuckled, fidgeting, ready to argue with anyone. Hey, 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 hey! Why so many wrinkles on your face? Calm down, that's hurting a lot, you know. Then suddenly, the scene shifts back to Swallow. Earthbed is going crazy. How can I stay calm after seeing that? She went berserk and scared the whole workshop. Patrick looks like he's watching a movie, enjoying it. Calm down, I think you should be angry in this situation too. Swallow seems exhausted, right bro? Also, Patrick's face and Uzbek are parallel. Sogu is very happy. Yes, he did mention forming an alliance with humans, but I thought it was with a hostile nation or mercenaries. That guy, red hair gritting his teeth, face burning, Urusei has abandoned the pride of a monster. Through that glass are the monsters standing together. Yes, forming an alliance with a cult is already beyond limits. Swallow's attitude is always like this now. Isn't everyone just human? Oh dear. As Tran said, she switched to another scene, the Bangkok Maga dungeon. But different shapes of darkness are welcoming their noble return. Welcome back. Lord, all the gods are waiting for you. How's the meeting going? The silhouette of a girl with silver hair is the Lord. There's no problem at all. Swallow won't act, but instead, we have another issue. A little green girl. She looks like Miyaja. What's this other issue? The voice still echoes. And it's not a small problem either. That's Maga, her eyes lowered, or Sibel is standing with Kurag. Clear skies, fresh air, the sound of arguments everywhere. Bro, it's tiring. Captain, I have something to ask. The red-armored guy next to him still looks cool. What is it? Just say it. Wow, so cool, even horses wear red masks. The girl asked immediately without any hesitation. What's your relationship with Riviston Command? It took a while for the guy next to him to answer. Well, just normal. Normal is definitely not normal. A group of horses are running by. We're inseparable friends. You can think that way. Well, with that answer, there's nothing to say. We grew up in the same village. That's all there is to it. I guess that's just how it is. Suddenly, we have to stop because of a no entry sign ahead. Red as can be. There's a cliff ahead. We'll take the detour. HMMM. I'm still going full speed ahead. We meet there. All the soldiers behind us shout in unison. Yes. Once they're done talking, they take off like superheroes. Not a bit scared. Go round. The GRU Special Forces are here. Move forward as fast as possible. Being a team leader is different. Just saying something makes you sound authoritative. No words, no action. Poof, they vanish into the sky like they're jumping with all their might, bouncing up and down like GRU soldiers. Over here, preparations are meticulous. Our sharp-pointed spears are ready. Just poke them in the ass and you'll be done for life. The commander stands below looking up at his subordinate. Hey, why are you shaking behind? Shouldn't the grunts be in front? I'm doing multiple things, working from above while listening to answer questions. You look exhausted. Suddenly, someone appears. Everything happened too fast. It's time for both sides to meet and exchange favors. They keep whispering back and forth. That way leads to lies. Maybe the envoy from the capital is there. Well, they don't look human at all. If not humans, what are they? Demons, right? The construction site boss still looks tough. What are you rambling about? Humans should be humans, not something else. Tight. The soldiers seem to know they're scared. If you see it with your own eyes, you'll understand what I mean. Aku stands there for 5 seconds. Everything freezes. Quietly lifting without a sound. We must have encountered a monster. Poor guys. Who made them drop their jaws like that? It's Karte. Who else could it be? He's as big as a demon and has everyone in awe. They're completely different. Not human at all. I'm the only one here, standing out among them, when this substance makes everyone fear. Suddenly, there was a scream from behind, and they all backed away. That day wasn't an enemy. The soldiers were shocked even more that day. Hearing about it brings back memories of the time we saw something not human. Take off the mask, this familiar face appears. He looks rough but is surprisingly warm, just how sisters like it. Sand Demon Corps. Removing it feels like being possessed. The leader fell to his knees. Oh, we're saved. I didn't expect you to come here, did I? Everyone was surprised. You came from the SU punishing force. Of course, right? High class, isn't he? They started using binoculars to look. Through those binoculars is our formidable enemy. HMM. Are these our main forces? And of course, that's exactly what it is. Standing up there, even the heart feels moved a bit. With no time to evacuate, many people couldn't get away in time. We're left with only one fort to retreat to. Karte doesn't know what to say. They can adapt like this. That's great. More importantly, observing them closely from above makes us even more suspicious. Exhausted leader, both brave and smart, managing emotions well. Double exhausted, looking at the vast ground covered in snow. It doesn't matter how many troops they have. More isn't about surrounding them. It's about encirclement. Right. Encirclement is different from suppression. Holding a castle for 5 hours. Really hard to believe. They don't have weapons for an encirclement. And Finstala 1BHODII's fortress structure protects the empire differently than this territory. How can such a large castle fall so quickly? The face is angry at what happened, thinking about the Lord. It's hard to believe. A Kalai Lord would never surrender. He's truly loyal, ready to sacrifice himself to protect the territory and empire. Just standing there, thoughts run through his mind. Could they have used magic to destroy the walls instantly? No! Nakambo's greatest strength is the great Chief Kirik. I've never heard him use magic before. Thinking about what that guy said. Sand prison. Keep thinking, couldn't know something and not tell us? Finally finished thinking, it doesn't matter, we have a defense plan in mind. His face always shows worry and fear with every word. For defense, not escape. Saying that, he turned to Lord Magina, apologizing for the lack of courtesy, but the situation is urgent. His face darkened again, looking like a demon. If you don't intend to fight them, hand over full command of this territory's forces to me. Karte sat down before his subordinates. Tonight, we'll attack them first. The soldiers are very excited. Yes, that's us. Waiting is not the job of a special forces unit. What about the details of that plan? Kurt pointed to the strategy map and discussed with his comrades. We'll set up a special force, lure their supply camp, then withdraw. Their morale will drop when we cut off their supplies, but it might also make them attack sooner. We'll just burn through the soldiers. Doing this might buy us some time for reinforcements from the capital to arrive. It's like looking back at ancient warfare. A question rose, who goes? With both of us included, we need exactly 7 people to carry out the mission with minimal force. Just a few short words boosted everyone's fighting spirit. I'll go, I'll join in too. She stood beside him and tried to persuade him, but they would strengthen their watch. They wouldn't try to sneak from behind if discovered during the mission. He gripped her hand firmly. We just do our job. His face became even more determined. Kill all the Trantans blocking us, then return. Kurt is truly an excellent team leader, outstanding in every aspect. I admire him so much. Under the orange twilight, they shared their thoughts. They raised strange creatures here. It's settled. She nodded in agreement. They are just a group, not a country, so they must have various types of people. He turned and held up a piece of paper. What's this? It's a rough sketch of their camp. With their backs to each other, they looked more like a couple now. Previously, we had reconnoitered with loyal troops, but the monsters blocked us, so it wasn't perfect. By the way, how was your childhood? Team leader, sir. Oh my god, she asked something and I got startled. Why suddenly this question? Like a new lover acting shy and awkward. Her face gently turned. The others in the force were also gossiping about you being close friends with Command, right? His face scrunched up, sweating like he was squeezing out water. We shouldn't have brought this up. That gaze always follows me. I'm just ordinary compared to that guy, eh? Hearing that, she still had doubts. I must be quite close with you too, right? Looking at Kurt, his eyes seem like a couple's too. Who loves each other and makes us just a weak pair? Well, maybe only I think so. He always looks at reality while I chase dreams. Thinking back to those old days, that tall figure was always following someone else. From then on, he focused on reality and still does now. Back to the present, that gaze shows all his pride. So we must continue chasing our dreams, right? Looking into her sparkling eyes, it's hard not to be moved. Her rosy cheeks and the romantic sky make everything more poetic. I guess that's how it is. She turned back to him, sighed with exasperation. So this day was as dull as usual. Asking him made him even more confused. Yes, again, she added naturally, shouldn't you face reality too? Team leader, for example, like getting married or something. He became more flustered. Why did you suddenly bring that up? I'm still here, and someone has already shown interest before me. It's you, team leader Cat. Again, Lord Magina. Let me introduce him. There isn't a grade special forces unit stationed on our territory. His words made Kurt think too. We thought we could help, even a little, so we gathered all our courage to come here. He's a white-haired man with golden eyes. I've heard of you for a long time. I care about you, Cat. Please don't hesitate and give the order. The flag flutters in the sky. A familiar figure stood in the corner, thinking, even if he thinks hard, something feels off. Everything is too quiet, even during war. His gaze turned to anger, right? Even now, if you were here, see. Looking back at his childhood face, hearts and minds everywhere. Really? I don't know that. Isn't it enough just to do the work? Do we really need to think more? Yeah, then he was covered in blood but still smiled brightly. Yes, thinking, I'll do it. You just carry out your part. Before he could recall everything, someone interrupted his thoughts. Poor guy's face is always cut off mid-thought. Team leader Cat, are you there? His voice rose. Who is that? It's the white-haired brother from before. I'm the new Special Forces team leader, just introducing myself to you here. We've been cutting for ages. Is there something you need? I'm just taking a break. He walks in with confidence. So it's true that you always rest and calm yourself before each raid. Oh, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. You're standing side by side, admit it. But I overheard while talking to the Lord. Cat is suspicious, eavesdropping on what? They start their conversation back and forth. He leans in, discussing tonight's raid plan for Tranjing. There's something I need to talk about. Our faces are still stern. We're the only ones involved in this operation. There's nothing to discuss between us. It's not that important, you know? Just that if it succeeds, I'll be in a tough spot. As he spoke, someone with a mask lunged from behind Cat. Damn, you guys, it's the white-haired rebel. Curse this brat. My lord, please die here for me. Why is his face so scared after being stabbed? Could I have misunderstood him? He's afraid because Cat still speaks. Yeah, 5 hours of eavesdropping sounds weird. The traitor has been here from the start. This guy is clearly panicking now. But Rui remembers when with a, I couldn't act without thinking. Cat, so you stand up and let me ask you about this. A's eyes were bright then, full of hope for the future. I'll keep thinking. And you? Cat's face was also bright with hope back then. Act now. Now is the time to apply all those teachings. Who do you think I am? Damn, this is so cool. Never thought I could be this awesome. As dusk fell, a large fire broke out below. Someone yelled in alarm. What's happening? What's going on? Why is the captain's tent burning? Everyone gasped. Captain! A giant boot slowly stepped down. Don't panic! A huge figure must be larger than a war drum. His body was encased in sturdy iron armor, squeezing the throat of a white-haired man. A scary face. I set it on fire. What's wrong with that man? He's dead. Everyone looks up. Surprised. Who is this? Huh? Captain! That guy is Captain Ping Tanda. There's still one inside. Maybe it's already burned down. The captain's face remains serious. The captain's face stays stern. Caution! Changed plans. Maybe they still have accomplices in the territory. They call themselves Holy Knights. Finished speaking. The captain pushed the man with a twisted body onto the ground. Continue. We will sweep them all clean. The captain ordered. Parvin, Vatna, Hoboi, Samani, Lasu, 5 of you go meet the Lord immediately. The fire still burned fiercely, consuming everything in its path. The captain continued to eliminate any outsiders blocking their way and find him at any cost. If they ask about what's happening, show them this and tell them you found it. The captain waved his hand and threw something to the 5 of them. One member asked, and what should I do next? Bring him back. He snapped a picture from the captain's hand. He spread his hand out to show. It was a stone shaped like a golden dragon with a green diamond in the middle. The captain explained, the traitors have passed through the Lord. Question him about his relationship with them and where they are. No leniency during questioning. Investigate thoroughly and find their location. Another member asked, what do we do next? The captain replied, we will destroy all traitors. They have skills equivalent to the Grade Punishment Squad, so don't let your guard down. That member agreed. Understood. Any other orders? The captain glanced around. No! Go on. That member responded. Yes, Captain. A long-haired member who seemed to be a girl. She asked, Captain, does that mean we cancel the ONC raid? The captain replied, no, continue. However, Only Renmei and I will handle it. Renmei, the girl, answered with respect, very willing to do so. The captain continued, the rest of you search the territory for any suspicious individuals. A man nearby objected, this is too hasty. Captain, at least keep the raid team intact. The captain held his sword. Those knights and OLC conspired together. Our raid plan might have been compromised. And to sweep them clean before they can react, we must act fast. We won't waste time. We'll return victorious in 30 minutes. A team member wished the captain good luck. A desolate land with stars twinkling like rice grains scattered across the sky. Large rocks protruded from the ground. 2 guardsmen, 2 fangs growing upwards, holding and standing before a cart. Renmei Zio, not many guardsmen. This will be easy. Captain? The captain asked, how many can we kill at this distance? They hid behind a nearby large rock to observe the enemy's actions. Renmei replied, we can use mid-level magic. The captain said, the OLC called Amij should have the power to resist mid-level magic. We need to get closer until we can use it. What is that? She tilted her head towards the captain and asked, are you injured? Wound marks don't matter much. The captain hummed, just some bruises. I won't die from them. She hesitated and said, you might not fall, but it's not like a bruise. She raised an eyebrow and scolded, you really only know strength without thinking. Honestly, the captain grew impatient. Enough already, hurry up, get on the cloud. Suddenly, all those green-skinned monsters lifted their heads to see them. Suddenly, several red sparks flickered in the sky, turning bright red and creating a terrifying scene. The monsters shouted, enemies, it's a spell. The enemy attacked, we're under attack. On the hill, aiming at the palm tree. Renmei stands high up, holding a staff to cast magic. Sure enough, they spotted us right away. The captain steps forward, continuing on. As soon as the god completes its release, it will be immediate. The monsters charge in, Welfa, block it and kill that human midge. The captain stomps on the ground beneath his feet, saying frontline. Behind the captain's terrifying back is Renmei casting magic. She smiles, her clear eyes shining. She casts a magical spell that looks like special effects. Let it be grand. The bright light blinds the monsters, causing them to squint and cry out. The captain stands with great momentum high up. Red lightning and flames erupting at once. His name is Inferno. Large fires burst forth, burning everything. After cleaning up the monsters, she turns around to leave. We're done here. Let's retreat now. The captain says, you go ahead, Renmei. Renmei is surprised. What are you saying? The captain's face becomes serious, deep in thought. The captain speaks. She returns and takes command. But she firmly replies, I can't return yet. The captain continues, that guy, a shadow passes through the flames. Long silver hair, broad shoulders, pale skin like concrete. The captain doesn't pause. It's the gatekeeper. As soon as he speaks, a large, muscular monster with glowing eyes and a prominent scar appears. The captain seems cautious, gripping his sword tightly. Killing him is worth more than 1,000 low-level OLCs. Renmei shouts to stop. You're not in your best condition. That's the gatekeeper of the core primordial. The captain interrupts. I told you. The captain decides to pull out the large, flaming sword. I won't go down easily. Renmei continues to stop her. I know, but still. Renmei steps forward. She grabs the captain's robe tightly. She leans her head against the captain's back. Sobbing. If you die, everything will end. Cut! The captain says, don't worry, I'll win. She sighs and nods. Meanwhile, that monster flies over. Renmei stands in front of the captain, their bodies close together. She holds the staff, determined. So, let's win and return together. The captain glances at her. If things don't go well, I'll use that. So you go first. She raises her eyes, frowning. I will never let you use that. We just need to win, right? The captain is surprised, but doesn't refuse. Hey, okay then. A sound of impact echoes on the stone ground. Black charges forward. At the same time, both are in attack stance. The captain continues. I'll give it my all from the start. Swallow is chewing something. It sticks to his mouth. He spits out a sound. Oh! The human turned red. Not bad. Swallow started praising. Looking into the magic mirror of the witch in Snow White's story, the Skullhead also spoke up. So does he seem experienced to your eyes? Right, sir? He must be quite good. Miyu, are you watching this? Suddenly, he asked the girl next to her named Miyu. She glared at him. Don't talk to me, you traitorous Skullhead. This human is from an empire. He's known as a dragon man. They were discussing the captain. Another human. She used magic quite well. Someone was praising her. No, not that midge. Oh, forget it. The white-haired girl named Renee looked excited and admiring. Renee was moved. Even though he's a lowly human, I can surely understand romance. Men and women support each other in adversity. Love blossoms from there. With a happy face, Renee turned to ask, "What do you think?" Swallow. Her expression changed after noticing Swallow's silence. Close her voice. Huh? I asked, what do you think? Swallow. Huh? Swallow was scared and trembling, waiting for the stone. Renee's love continued to bloom on the battlefield. Deep and passionate between men and women. Swallow shouted, I'm sorry. It should be me who apologizes, Renee. Swallow was exhausted, sweat pouring down. Corn. I think I'm tired of corn already. The other three laughed helplessly. Chant 81. The flames quickly engulfed a large area of the camp. Burning fiercely, the monsters went wild, shouting, the camp is burning, oh my. While nearby in a large tent, a huge and terrifying hand reached out to look at the fire outside and stretched wide. Just as the commander said, they really came here and we didn't expect everything to be so exact. Behind him, a figure emerged, both huge and terrifying. He turned around respectfully asking the man inside, what will you do now? He asked, are all preparations done? He replied, I did exactly as you instructed. Hearing his affirmation, he raised his sword and commanded, all right, go out. Batchik continued, what does that mean? Agrier responded, those names, if a surprise attack is effective, withdrawing immediately afterward wouldn't be better. Stubbornly staying to fight is foolish. Batchik stood by giving her opinion. Well, you're right, but that person surely has plans. He must have seen the true strength of the terrestrial spirits when they arrived at the battlefield. So he probably realized that with just numerical superiority, it's a simple battle where the side with more troops wins. However, the terrestrial spirits had built fortifications earlier to provide rest for the reinforcements upon arrival. Hearing Patrick explain, Renee was disappointed. Patrick continued chanting, anyway, they're resting after all. Likely, they organized their forces near where humans are to spread fear. Just the numerical advantage is enough for lowly humans to surrender. While observing the two in front of him, Patrick analyzed, that's why he stayed to defeat the gatekeeper of the cave and boost morale, and to strike a decisive blow against the terrestrial spirits to delay their overall assault by just one day. Hearing this, Agrier realized, oh, he looks foolish with his fur limbs developed, but he's surprisingly smart. But at this moment, that warrior denied his own argument from a sharper perspective, and it wasn't entirely correct. As a warrior, staying to fight is a high choice. Agrier wondered, what did you mean by that? Bakik explained, the human evaluated Kirik to low, going too far from the base could be bad, right, my lord? Swallow flinched, I wasn't sleeping at all. Bakik can only mumble. The commander could now break free. He turned to his comrades and said, phew, are you okay up in the clouds? The girl replied, wow, sure enough, a gatekeeper, my mana is almost depleted. That guy continued, you can still use it for healing, right? Once that fire goes out, they'll swarm to us, hold them off and retreat quickly. The girl quickly responded, yes, I understand. Seeing something, he suddenly stopped talking. So let's get ready to go. Looking at the empty field in front of them, they wondered, Aunt, why is there nothing here? I thought they would go crazy when our leader died. The commander realized too late. He was alarmed. This can't be happening. Main base. The girl and her team watched in horror as the gatekeeper fell. This can't be happening. While we were fighting here, they attacked the main base without a commander, right? The commander urgently said, "Damn it! I never expected them to use a gatekeeper as bait. We need to move fast." When they arrived at the scene, only ruins and burning bodies of thousands of soldiers met their eyes. The zombies turned towards them like starving tigers, shouting, "It's a human! He seems to be using magic. Kill him." The commander gritted his teeth in anger. F***King, F***King swarm of damned creatures. Then he charged forward like a man on fire, reminding his comrades not to fall behind. Rain May was alarmed. "Captain Cat, please stay calm. This is very chaotic right now." Oh no, she lost her mind from the feeling of guilt. "Don't listen, just shout, Renmai. I'll go to the Lord's place. You and the civilians and knights should retreat." Renmai was terrified but said to the captain, "Don't worry, now, I'm not what they need. You can save many lives, Deputy Captain Renmai." She clenched her teeth. If he dies, I will never forgive him." Then she bided. Cutting to the battlefield alone, she calmly said, "Listen, swarm of transcendents, since I can't die, you'll die instead." After defeating all the zombies, following the signal from Mr. Tran, he approached the Lord's place, F***King. Among all squad leaders, only one signal was still active. They died in battle with the swarm of transcendents when they arrived here. Something is terribly wrong. Is there a flaw in this nighttime raid operation? Or perhaps it has been like this from the start. Cutting to flashback, not only did the swarm of transcendents counterattack well, I will take full responsibility for this entire operation. Now at the large gate, he kicked open the door and asked, "Any other squad left?" But what awaited him was a scene of enemy officers leisurely sitting after killing his squad inside. Here they are, it's too late now. There were still survivors just now. They kindly broke his neck for us. Our holy knight, I'll do the same to this one. They got angry, that bastard. How dare you? That guy remained calm. Oh, that must be what I've only heard about. Is that a chainmail armor? Let's check it out. That armor is one of the 36 masterpieces of the cathedral, right? Let's see which one is stronger.